21st century capital city. Suddenly, a huge tower appeared out of nowhere. The first cataclysm happened. A gate opened. From it, monsters emerged. They plunged the world into chaos. However, soon there were people who could defeat monsters. Hunters appeared. Hunter unions and guilds formed a system. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, after that, a second cataclysm occurred. The war began. The war between the divine world of Elysium and the demon world of Pandemonium. The king of Pandemonium, Demon Oz, brought hordes of demons with him. He attacked the earth. However, the divine creatures of Elysium appeared. They spoke out against the demons. The land became a battlefield. The end of this brutal war was brought about by someone who belonged to neither the fearless divine people nor the cruel demonic people. A savior of mankind, a hero. Even among the awakened, he had incredible power. Thanks to this power, he destroyed the Demon King. He put an end to the war. After that, it was a peaceful time. It lasted for almost 30 years. A monument to the great warrior has been erected at the State Art Museum. The child asked the mom, is this really their hero? The young man wondered why there were so many people in the museum today. They said that today was the day. The guy with the phone in his hand really didn't feel like doing a group assignment. It was a 23-year-old student named Jeon Minchul. He said that the professor didn't realize how useless these group activities were. The woman at the museum told the children to hold hands tightly and follow her. It seemed that many of the people in the museum came for the tours today. The children looked at the hero statue and said that they wanted to be like that when they grew up. Young Menchel thought that nothing had changed. As a child, he could reach the hero statue at any minute. The tour guide told the children that there was a statue of a hero in front of them. The pupils marveled. This hero was very huge and majestic. School children wondered how a man could be so tall. Was the hero really a giant? Is such a thing possible? The hero, even among hunters, had unimaginable power. And with that power, he protected the people. Had it not been for the hero's actions, the war would still be going on. After the second cataclysm, in defeating the Demon King, a hero died. This statue was erected so that people would not forget the hero who sacrificed himself for mankind. The boy thought, it turns out that they should always live with gratitude for a carefree childhood. He wants to be as strong as the hero. A schoolboy asked his teacher, if we try hard enough, can we become hunters like him? What do you have to do to become a hunter? The children asked to be enrolled as hunters if they did well in school. Everyone wanted to be a hero. Becoming an official hunter is very difficult. It takes ability and luck. They were too young to realize that it was almost impossible for them. Jeon Minchul thought that his young soul was shocked by this. The boy looked at his watch and thought that the time of the meeting was approaching. At that moment, he was called. The friends were surprised that Jeon Minchul came before everyone else. It was not usually like him. Jeon said, we made it at the last minute. He was about to cross them off. It is said that Jeon Minchul is known in the faculty for his strictness. Last semester, he ruthlessly crossed out Jeon Shuk. Young cried and caused a commotion. Jeon Minchul said, I can hear everything. No need to discuss it in front of me. The young man thought that they had now put up a display with the hero's sword. There was nowhere for the apple to fall in the room, even on a weekday. It had been a long time since the death of the hero who saved the world. In order to save the world, which had become a battlefield of the king of demons and divine entities, the hero, without sparing his own life, stuck a sword into the heart of the king of demons. And today was the first day that the hero's sword, the divine sword Kale, had been displayed for the people. The tour guide invited the next visitors to enter the room with a new exhibit, a sword. Young and Sho immediately recognized the Kale divine sword. Is this really the sword of the hero? It looks like it's brand new. There are no scratches, scuffs, or cracks. It seemed to the young man that the sword trembled, or began to move from place to place. What's going on? Is this really such a performance art? Now, he feels like he's gone up in the air. In the next moment, Jeon Minchul felt that sword pierced his chest, blood splashing in different directions. Young Minch was frightened. Why is the sword piercing me now, and who is this person in front of me? Could it be that with a sword in his hand, the hero in front of him is the one in front of him? Jeon Minch called the man a hero of humanity. The young man wondered why his lips were moving on their own. Young Minch called himself Commander-in-Chief Deimos. Who would have thought that he would meet such an outstanding warrior in such a backwater dimension? Deimos said, the hero's martial arts are commendable, and I want to hear his name. Young Menchel wondered if he was the commander-in-chief of Deimos. Deimos laughed. Would the hero even refuse to speak to me? Yet he must not let his guard down, for we will meet again. Young Minch came to his senses while lying on the floor. His head was splitting with pain. The boy opened his eyes and saw his friends above him. They were looking at him in fright. What happened? Young Minch pulled himself up and asked, did he really pass out? The friends inquired about what had happened to him. His head still continued to hurt. The boy realized that he had fainted, but that sword had just risen up and pierced him. A coworker said that Jeon Minchul looked at the sword and then suddenly passed out. Did he fall asleep standing up? Young Mensch wondered if he had imagined all this, but it was real. When he saw the divine sword, strange images appeared in his mind. 23 years ago, to destroy the world, the Demon King came to Earth, the ruler of one of the four dimensions, the Pandemonium, Commander-in-Chief Deimos. Young Mensch thought, was that really what I had been called in my past life? Friends said that Jeon Mensch did a great job and offered to celebrate with chicken. Who would have thought that they could get great grades from such a teacher? It was right that they trusted Jeon Mensch. Young Mensch said that they were all good. The friends wondered, why is this guy in such a strange state all the time? After going to the museum, friends suggested, maybe he hit his head. Maybe he needs to go to the hospital. Young Mensch said he was fine. He just had to think about something for a while. Colleagues wondered where Jeon Mensch was going. Isn't he going to celebrate the end of the exam? The young man wondered if his friend had given up drinking. It seemed that something had really happened to him. Jeon Mensch thought that his mind was a mess right now. He needed to gather his thoughts. After all, he was just an ordinary, humble guy who actually turned out to be the reincarnation of a demon king. When Deimos invaded Earth, many people were injured and destroyed. All his life he waited, hating him with all of his soul. But in the end, this villain turned out to be the one. The young man told his teacher that when he grew up, he would become a hero capable of piercing a demon king with his sword. And these words were spoken by a former demon king. After all, it was ridiculous. Jeon Mensch thought that there was no way he could get his old body back, and he himself had not gained any special abilities. Why does he need these memories? Plus, there's another question. Why did he, being a demon king, die in the first place? After all, his body on Earth was a substitute body. So after his death, the spirit should have returned to his real body. Also, the hero, who was perfectly fine, died with him. Jeon Minchul couldn't understand what was the point of these thoughts. There was no use wasting time thinking about something like this. It was better to think about what he could do now. The gap between Dios and Menchel begins with mana. For beings belonging to the higher dimension, feeling mana is easier than walking or breathing. Very few people belonging to the lower dimension are able to sense magical energy. Young Mensch thought to take a deep breath and focus his mind. Our hero felt the mana, so he fulfills the condition. Now we need to gradually remember how to use mana. A system status has been added. The awakened Jeon Minchul received a unique player ability. Our hero's mind was a mess, if only for being a demon king. In a past life, now having become awakened, Jeon Minchul didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The system prompted our hero to activate the status window and check his characteristics. Jeon Minchul had a unique ability. His karma was so strong that he could overturn the laws of this world. By defeating monsters and gaining points, he could change the laws. The guy thought, is it really possible to get stronger by defeating monsters? It was like a game. The higher and lower dimensions were separated by the amount of karma. Beings from higher dimensions had powerful karma, so they had more power than beings from lower dimensions. For this reason, when a being from a higher dimension penetrated a lower dimension, it had to use a substitute body. It also received restraints, all to keep it in balance. These were the laws of measurement. That was why the Demon King used a replacement body. However, our hero had the power to change these laws. Jeon Minchul thought that in that case, he might exceed the limit. Ordinary Junch was no longer a Demon King. He couldn't do anything for humanity. Pandemonium and Elysium had already made a truce agreement and paid reparations. If the people who had just recovered from the cataclysm learned of the Demon King's rebirth, the world would fall back into chaos. Besides, our hero had to continue living as Jeon Mensch somehow. The man decided to use the knowledge from his past life. Jeon Mensch thought that when he became stronger, he could contribute to humanity's prosperity. He thought that would be enough. To begin with, Jeon Mensch decided to do something about magic. In the demon's memories, there were many ways to increase mana. Jeon Minchul found himself standing in a forest clearing before the magic circle. It was a circle for gathering a vast amount of mana. This circle was inherited by demon kings from generation to generation. It concentrated mana by drawing it in from the environment. Right now, there was no driving force in the circle, so it was not active. However, if you added a magic item, everything would change. Jeon Mensch placed an Irang mana stone inside the circle. The circle detected the energy source and came alive. Now it begins, he whispered. The mana increased 4.5 times. Young Mensch thought that the concentration of mana was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. This is the best environment to begin pranayama. It is necessary to draw in the natural mana with the breath and keep it inside you. This is the basic pranayama that everyone knows about. What our hero has to learn is breathing, which allows us to create a small cosmos in our consciousness by absorbing the energy of the stars. During a time when Jeon Minchul was in Amos, he made a contract with a heavenly demon and infiltrated a dimension called Miram. There, the hero learned the most ancient spiritual technique impossible to learn for anyone but the great masters, the servants of demonism. While there for a long time, the hero was able to master and learn various martial arts. As a result, he transformed them into a technique that surpassed the power of the demon battle system. The hero rose to the top of the demon world precisely because of martial arts. So his choice was obvious, Jeon Minchul. While in the locust pose at the center, the magic circle was filled with a stream of stars. Jeon Minchul realized that if he was distracted for even a second, his body would be torn apart by the force of the stars. The guy tried his best not to stop, or he might die or go crazy. The body of a mere human can't contain the energy of the stars, but he was a demon king in his past life. He couldn't take any pain. The magic mana circle time had ended. One skill star had been reached. Under the influence of the star system technique, the body became stronger. Strength, dexterity, build, stamina, magic, everything had increased. It was now possible to move the strongest waves from the nebula of light and darkness into consciousness, which the user could apply at will. Kyung's thought, are the techniques I'm receiving really considered skills? Jeon Minchul wondered, does the star system technique truly use both the power of light and the power of darkness? The guy thought, after all, if I was a demon in the past, he could only absorb the power of darkness. If a complete star system technique helps one absorb the power of 2 nebulae with his breath, then he could definitely become the strongest in all dimensions. This time, Jeon Minchul thought that he could handle everything now, and he wouldn't repeat past mistakes. There were a lot of people in front of the Hunter Registration Center, as always. The young man knew that in order to act as a hunter, it was imperative to register with the association. Jeon Minchul got his result in hand. What our hero saw on paper seemed to him unfortunate. The smallest value is the E rank. Jeon Minchul wondered why this girl standing next to him was embarrassed. Was it because she saw his results? Jeon Minchul thought that the association couldn't determine the power of the universe. He only saw magic. The guy said he had one question for the examiner. What do the letters in brackets in the characteristics section mean? The girl answered they mean the potential abilities of the hunter. Those awakened in towers or gates can improve by defeating monsters. The brackets marked the limit of this improvement. Jeon Minchul thought normal hunters had a predetermined limit of perfection, but that didn't apply to him. There were hunters who could gain more strength than what the association had determined. The checker said the young man was too weak to go to the tower. Still, there were many areas where his abilities would come in handy. The girl told Jeon Minchul, don't get so upset. Jeon Minchul thought the checker was cheering him up, but he wasn't upset at all. Jeon Minchul went to the port. He searched and heard the Sacred Mountain Guild was good at training newcomers. Representatives of various guilds were agitating for hunters to join their ranks. Jeon Minchul thought the callers were working tirelessly, dragging the awakened ones toward them. They said they invested a lot in young talents. Jeon Minchul thought, do these callers really know that I got an E rank? Jeon Minchul realized that to the guild representatives, he was a weak link any organization would want to shun. Jeon Minchul received a new informational message on his phone. The message said the license exam had 10 days left. Our hero decided to hold off on pumping for the time being. The Hunter License Exam is a randomly selected test that measures combat and survival abilities. With current characteristics, our hero was, of course, a prime candidate for failure. To pass the exam, it was worth improving physical fitness to begin with. Under the influence of the star system technique, his physical characteristics increased. He was able to raise his performance just by controlling his breathing. However, it was not easy. He even considered whether to wait until the exam began. The practical experience remained from his past life. If he pumped his body enough, he could definitely pass the exam. During the day, the protagonist trained his body and pushed his limits. At night, Jeon Minchul honed his star system technique and perfected himself. A week later, turning to the characterization window, the lad was quite pleased. He was inspired by the gleaming numbers. It was my blood, sweat, and tears that were shed this week. Jeon Minchul thought, it was certainly worth it. Next. Our hero decided to focus on the nebula of light and darkness. Two opposites collide and form a force, the energy of the universe. In his previous life, the hero could only use dark power. It took him over a year to obtain the second star. Now he had gotten the second star in just 2 weeks and had improved his fitness even more. Now you can master the Fist of the 7 Stars, Unknown Vagrant, and the Footstep of Sliding Clouds. This is a basic fighting technique consisting of 7 stances and created by many nameless vagabonds. To learn it, you need to raise your inner energy and strengthen the right parts of your body. This technique is easy to combine with other techniques. Plus, it includes pretty basic moves, so it's perfect for him right now. Like star system techniques, the system considers hero techniques to be skills. C-rank Fist is well below star system techniques. Star system technique is rank. The Fist of the Unknown Vagrant of the 7 Stars is C rank. For a basic combat skill, it is quite sufficient. Jeon Minchul thought that if it were his will, he would have learned all the higher martial techniques, but without a base, it could lead to dire consequences. The next thing to do was to study the footsteps of the gliding clouds. This was not the technique the hero used previously, but in his current form, walking was the most suitable. This walking technique was not able to push back the enemy, yet it was good for counterattacks and balance. Jeon Minchul decided that now was a good time to practice this. The access of the sliding clouds had been activated. King Menchel wondered, is it the gliding clouds of the first star? But this kind of speed could not be achieved until a fourth star. Besides, the balance was perfect. Are the martial arts he activates using the energy of the universe so much more advanced than the ones he obtained using darkness magic? Jeon Minchul approached the huge lonely tree. He decided it was okay to try it once. Our hero swung and with all his might struck his fist into the trunk of this tree. His fist was covered in blood after the blow, but the tree was no longer the same as before. Young Mench was surprised. Did the tree really explode? Even basic martial techniques could do such a thing. Jeon Minchul thought that he would easily reach the peaks he had stood on in his past life. However, if he attacked with his bare hands even once more, his entire body would collapse. Jeon Minchul presented his Awaken 1 registration card at the entrance. The card was validated, and our hero was allowed entry. At the entrance, the girl said, "Hello, and thank you for visiting the Interstellar Union branch. What had brought the young man here? An alliance of traders and warriors from different galaxies. It was one of the 3 strongest military forces spanning all dimensions. The trade union sold powers and items to anyone, regardless of dimension or species. Their influence was so high that there was not a single species that had not once used the powers of the Interstellar Union. The trade union was an organization that no one would quarrel with. Dirty traders who covered themselves with a neutral position to rake in huge profits." Jeon Minchul told the girl at the entrance that he wanted to meet the head of the department. Jeon Minchul said, "Kodar." He added that it should be enough to call the head of the department. The staff saw the head of Martin running. "Looks like a big deal is coming up. I wonder what's going on there." The head asked our hero, "Is he really an R code customer?" The branch head said that VIP customers rarely entered their branch. He apologized for being rude. A young man wanted to use the warehouse in the dimensions. The head of the branch looked like an old man, well worn by life. But by dwarf standards, he was still considered young. He was given the helm of the branch head at such a young age. He seemed to have outstanding abilities. However, dwarves were all the same. The branch head said that they came to the warehouse in dimensions. Normally, transactions between dimensions would take a huge amount of time and money. But by creating a warehouse, the Union had made it much easier to make transactions. It was the pride of the Union, absorbing their core of technology. Jeon Minchul thought that high technology was used here at a high price. To use it, one had to confirm the identity of a VIP or the head of the Interstellar Union. A total of 24 VIPs were known. Their identities were kept top secret. Even Union members could not recognize our hero's true nature. The protagonist entered the magical imprint of the code R. The identity was confirmed, and our hero entered the warehouse in dimensions. Our hero was left with one item in the warehouse. If he had known he was going to be reborn, he would have left more items here. Is it good luck that he couldn't take the item with him to Earth and just left it here for a while? It looked like a simple rock lying underfoot in the street. Thanks to our hero, the stone awakened and turned into a black star. The black star discovered its new master. Young Menchel knew that the black star would be sealed. It was an artifact whose power was determined by the karma of the owner. Right now, his stage of development was lower than that of a demon. So, there could not be any accumulated karma. For now, he could only use his basic functions. Young Menchel activated the appearance changes, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was enough to make the hunter's exam simple. For someone who would study various martial arts, this was the best weapon. Who would have thought that Young Menchel would become a VIP? This guy, although a VIP, did not look like a powerful man. The branch head said that he had seen it with his own eyes. There could be no doubt. However, how come there was a VIP user in the lower dimension? It seemed that some being from the higher dimensions did not want to show their essence, but created a substitute body on Earth and hid their power. The head of the branch said that he sensed something grandiose. The interlocutor remarked that the nature of a true merchant does not change. The dwarf said, "If this guy brought money, then he's our client." The girl should observe the situation, but not investigate for now. The interviewee said she would try her best to make sure the information did not leak to other departments. The branch head thanked her and said he was very much looking forward to it. Higher beings watched the land closely after the tower had been penetrated. The head of the branch thought that with the help of this client, he would rise to an even higher position. The day of the hunter exam at the licensed testing center had arrived. He was told to stay in the waiting room until the set time. Young Menchel saw reporters along his route. However, the reporters were interested in Shiny Yu. Is she really taking a hunter's license exam today? Would Yu Wu be able to give just one interview? Young Mensch thought, are these really some celebrities? Isn't Shin Yumi, the daughter of the ambassador of Wanheim, half human, half elf? Rumor has it that this girl can control spirits. Yusen was taken into the Huang Guild after a psychological test and a swordsmanship test. The examiners were informed that testing would begin in 10 minutes. Each of the participants could get a hunter's watch from the informants. Jeon Minchul thought that this was not a natural environment. This area had been created by humans. But why the jungle in particular? How could an exam be held in such a place? It was reported that the disciplines test on the 55th license test would be announced. The exact information about the exam was displayed on the hunter's watch that was issued by the guild. Each of the examinees started with the same level of shield energy, which was consumed when taking damage. After studying the information on the clock, our hero thought that everything was well thought out here. There were 3 ways to pass the exam. Score 50 points by destroying 50 common monsters marked on the map, or hunt other examiners. These words meant that there was an opponent on each side. Jeon Minchul was ready to begin. Normally, exam participants had to compete with each other to gain points. Of course, there were those who suggested teaming up. However, our hero did not see much point in company. It was not his style. Jeon Minch went deep into the forest alone. He needed a monster boss. Moving through the forest, our hero noticed that no one was fighting. But that was the interesting part. Young Mench heard the clang of steel clashing against steel in the distance. He thought that it had finally begun. This was a good way to test the other participants' abilities. The hunter approached a huge saber-toothed beast with a terrible tail. Jeon Minchul thought that he would deal with the Black Star first. For that, he needed a spear. The protagonist activated the gliding clouds and activated the energy of the universe. Armed with his spear, he attacked the beast. Of course, it was an illusory monster created specifically for the exam, but the fury and power emanating from it seemed real. The opponent's hide was tough and had a lot of strength. Jeon Minchul thought that in his weak body, it was better not to be attacked by this beast. Jeon Minchul saw a hammer tail flying towards him out of the corner of his eye. Our hero managed to dodge at the last moment. The tail made it difficult to fight with a melee weapon. Jeon Minchul decided to change his tactics in the fight. The swift spear technique, Crushing Blow, was activated. As a result, the monster was destroyed. The system reported the hunter has defeated the named monster stalker. Our hero thought that the monsters here were stronger than he thought. If it was a named one, he said, we can expect a pretty good boss. Jeon Minchul saw 3 hunters approaching him, discussing that this guy had destroyed the famous monster they were hunting. The hunters were 3 brothers. One of them said, has this fellow lost all fear? Doesn't he know who they are? When they spoke with the Black 3-star, they meant themselves. The world-famous brothers. Young Minchul thought that these 3 came from the direction where the sounds of battle were coming from. They must be tracking down the weakened participants on purpose. Young Minchul activated his eyes of truth and scanned the characteristics of these brothers. If you only looked at the physical traits, they were much cooler than our heroes. Their potential wasn't bad either. One of the brothers was outraged by the fact that this insolent man was looking them in the eye and smiling. This guy didn't seem to realize the situation he was in. Young Menchel, realizing that they would have to fight anyway, beckoned his brothers with his hand. He told them to stop talking too much and attack. One of the brothers said, I'm going to shut the guy up. The others said they would let him go if he gave up his glasses. But now they would have to teach him manners. Jeon Minchul engaged his opponents and counterattacked while fending off their strikes with skill. One opponent, swinging his sword, said, this guy came to our hands by himself. However, the enemy's attacks did not succeed. Young Menchel thought the opponents were acting quite coherently, but they were striking the wrong person. The protagonist struck one of the brothers multiple times with his spear. Young Menchel, attacking the 2 opponents, thought that the 3rd brother would not be able to use magic against him since his brothers stood right beside him. Given the chance, the 3rd brother used magic and hurled an energy pulse at his foe. Jeon Minchul activated the 5 Tiger Blade and repelled the attack with force. After wielding the 5 Tiger Blade effectively, Jeon Minchul thought it would be enough for his opponent. Our hero said, I'm done with this guy. One elder brother refused to accept it and said, it can't be. However, the system warned that our hero was the winner and reported how many points he had earned. The brothers were surprised that this guy had defeated their elder. His weapon possessed a serious aura. Jeon Minchul thought that it could not be that only one of the brothers had glasses with such abilities. He decided that it was time to finish what he had started. Putting his sword forward, he moved towards his opponents. He wondered how many points he would get for these guides. Those watching in the guild broadcasting hall could not believe their eyes. Did one of the Black 3 stars already drop out? Those guys were raised by the 2nd most important guild in the country. Who defeated those brothers? I'm sure that handsome Sung Woo did his best. This kid was personally scouted by Mr. Lee Wan Tikik, the 2nd-ranked hunter in the country. He was the one who trained and created the best young talent. So even the three youth from the Gumson Guild can't handle him. The girl watching the screen assumed that her guild was winning in this exam. However, everyone saw the guy who got on the monitor screen while beating his brothers. The girl, without raising her eyes, said, "This is our beautiful son Wu, the pride of the Warren Guild." However, it was a completely different person, a hitherto unknown hunter. Who could it be? Those watching the screen were amazed. This guy had already eliminated the 20th hunter. Jeon Minchul thought that he didn't want to run into the guys marking first place, so he walked around the boss area, but he never met them. Now, there wasn't much time left. Jeon Minchul decided that the exam was more important now, so it was necessary to deal with him first. The guy went to see the boss. There was only one path leading to the boss monster. It was the entrance to the cave. Ahead was a narrow path that only one person would fit on. At the end was the golem. Jeon Minchul wondered, did these guys from the testing center really want someone to defeat such a boss? Evaluating the size of this golem, our hero thought that if he got hit by even one blow, he would immediately drop out of the exam. We can't give him time to recover. You have to continuously deal damage. That's what our hero did with his unique spear, after a series of continuous blows. The system reported that the golem had no damage. The fight continued. Jeon Minchul thought that he was overcome with boredom after those non-star brothers, but now he could try to fight properly. Our hero had yet to see the need to use the blade of the 5 tigers. Jeon Minchul decided that the Black Star would be best for now. The axe mountain cleaving technique was activated. The blow was so effective that a crack appeared in the golem. In this case, the size of the crack did not matter. Jeon Minchul thought that if it did not succeed the first time, he could hit it 10 or even 100 times. The protagonist was confident that he would definitely defeat this golem. At some point, our hero noticed that he was being watched. Could it be that another hunter had appeared? The girl was surprised when she saw that she had been overtaken. It was Xing Yumai. Her unique ability was the power to summon spirits. Jeon Minchul was upset because he had almost won. Why did she suddenly appear? Jeon Minchul thought, if this girl with her spirit summoning skill got close to me, I would not be able to counter her. And the golem at the same time. But if he attacked Xing Yumai first, the golem would recover. Then the situation would become hopeless. The girl inquired, "Do you want me to help you defeat this golem?" Jeon Minchul was surprised. After all, he had already almost won. Did she really want to come already? Xing Yumai added, "In my opinion, this guy alone will not defeat the golem." Jeon Minchul thought, if he tried his best, he would be able to capitalize, even from such a stalemate. Jeon Minchul offered the girl a bet. He said, "I can defeat the Blue Guardian by myself in 10 minutes. The girl replied, "Obviously you can't beat him, and why would I want to? What would I gain?" Jeon Minchul said, "If I lose, I will give you all my points. I have more than I can get for defeating the boss." Xing Yumai asked, "And what happens if the hunter wins?" Jeon Minchul stopped. He hadn't even thought about it. At that moment, the golem began to recover. Jeon Minchul got angry. While he was talking, his rival was recovering. The guy yelled, "In that case, you'll pay for my dinner." Xing Yumai said that as soon as she saw her opponent losing, she would immediately intervene. Jeon Minchul, she continued, replied that he agreed because that would never happen. Xing Yumai wondered why the hunter was speaking to her so casually. After all, this was the first time they had met. Jeon Minchul said that if she was not happy, she could switch to you with him. After a short while, the system reported that the exam was over. Jeon Minchul, resting to the side, saw someone asking for a potion to help contestant number 370. Our hero was exhausted and struggling. His energy and stamina were at 0 because the Blue Guardian had regained some of its life while they were talking. He had almost lost that bet. Xing Yumai, watching our hero, could not believe it. Would you really have to treat him to dinner? This hunter read every strike of the Blue Guardian and countered in perfect rhythm without a single mistake. Xing Yumai thought to herself, if she fought this man, could she really win? When she fought Young Woo, he had been quick and strong. But that was all. If there's a rematch, she is confident she can win. The first place winner was announced as Hunter Jeon Minchul. Young Woo only placed third. Young Woo didn't want to make a statement to press and said, "I'm not in the mood to talk right now." The security team explained that an interview was not possible at the moment. Details will be shared with the media later. Jeon Minchul felt it was best to leave before drawing too much attention. However, slipping away quietly wasn't an option. As soon as the main character opened the doors, a crowd shouted, "It's him, Jeon Minchul, the #1. Reporters rushed to request an interview with Hunter Jeon Minchul. He wondered if there might be another exit he could use to leave more quietly. Jeon Minchul thought to himself, if I stay here too long, I might not even make it home. He stated that he would only consider joining a guild under one condition. The protagonist raised his hand, signaled with a finger, and said 5 billion. He would join whichever guild offered that amount. The reporters and guild representatives fell silent. Someone finally remarked, although his abilities are truly remarkable, his characteristics were too low. Why would anyone want a hunter with no development potential? Jeon Minchul said he was sorry, but thought he wasn't going to join anything. He can go home now. Who would be willing to give a brazen newcomer that much money? However, someone said that they wanted to pay for this contract. Is there really a guild that is willing to pay an unknown newcomer 5 billion at once? What kind of madness is this? Young Mensch turned around to look at this madman. Standing in front of him was the short man, Mr. Martin from the Interstellar Union. Jeon Minchul inquired, "What is Mr. Martin up to?" The young man warned that he didn't want to join any guild. The dwarf said he knew that, but just wanted to ensure the comfort of a valued customer. The branch head said he would like to register the young man with the Interstellar Union as a free mercenary. Under the terms of the contract, they would work as equals. The Interstellar Alliance would not interfere with the hunters' activities at all. They would provide the gate and hire a support team and were willing to buy all items obtained. During the sweep at the highest price, Jeon Minchul thought the contract itself was not a problem, but the conditions were too good. The guy didn't remember the Interstellar Alliance doing charity work. Nothing in this world is for free. The cardinal rule of the Interstellar Alliance, and they decided to help him for free. No one's going to believe that. The young man said, it seemed like a waste of time. The head of the branch said, all they want is his trust. Jeon Mensch thought the Star Alliance believed there were huge powers behind him if he was a VIP. However, he'd already shown everything he had. So, what to do now? If that was their goal, it seemed like they were just trying to play him. He didn't see the point in refusing. Young Mensch signed that contract. The interviewee asked the branch manager, "Are you sure you need a free mercenary?" Mr. Martin replied, "I would not get involved in something like this without thinking." Head Martin said, "The girl could go and prepare to meet the clients. The free mercenaries of the Union are as strong as the nobles of Pandemonium. For this reason, someone at least as high as the Union director must authorize such a contract. A VIP code alone may not be enough to obtain authorization, but the opportunity must not be missed." Martin had prepared several proposals and was ready to enter into a debate with the director. The director, after listening to all the arguments, authorized the free mercenary contract. The head of the branch was surprised. Was it really that easy? The director said that it was necessary to support this person as best as possible, and if anything happened, to report immediately. Outsiders must keep the contract secret. Mr. Martin didn't understand what was going on. When he said that this man was a VIP, the reaction was calm enough. But when he saw the video of his fight, everything changed. One of the 12 directors of the Interstellar Alliance, the Dragon Man Nox, watching the video said, "It was as if I was watching a fight of my own. Not a single unnecessary movement. Everything is well thought out. However, that's impossible, because he is already dead." The protagonist opened his eyes. He was lying on the bed. What time is it, and why didn't the alarm clock go off? Why is the phone off? The boy heard someone knocking loudly on the front door. From the other side came a voice. It's Ellie from the Interstellar Union. Jeon Minchul opened the door and said, "A beautiful lady has come to my den. You could have just called." Our hero thought he was looking at the short man's secretary. Ellie said, "I thought it would be better to talk in person." But at the same time, she was sending messages on her phone. Jeon Mensch apologized. "I didn't see the message. In such a mess, I might not have noticed." There were so many missed calls and messages on his phone. How could they even get his number? Young Mensch asked what the girl wanted to discuss. Ellie looked around. Mr. Young Menchel lives very modestly. The boy was surprised. What does modesty have to do with it? After all, a Union has already investigated and knows why I live like that. Ellie said, "We don't do anything that might displease an expensive client." The hunter showed his eyed heat when he entered the Union, so they figured he would be going to take the exam soon. Young Mensch thought that they were really trying not to invade his personal space. It was only to his advantage. Ellie offered the client a working phone as well as a card with an agreed amount of money on it. Young Mensch was surprised when he saw the bank statement. There was almost 5 billion in the account. Ellie said she had to deduct tax from the original amount. Young Mensch wondered, was the Interstellar Alliance really giving him this money? Our hero said he lived modestly, but that was because his money habits were in line with student Jungman. Ellie said there was another reason why she was here so early. The team issue under his leadership needed to be fine-tuned, as well as the conditions surrounding the gate. Young Mensch said that he would have enough porters. Ellie wondered, what about the hunters for the role of a tank or a hitter? Young Mensch said that his one would be enough. Ellie said, once we set up a team and find a suitable gate, we can start mopping up. Young Mensch said that it would take a lot of time. Our hero also wanted to try out the rights of a hunter, and he also received a unique feature to increase the level, but has never used it yet. Ellie said, it won't take long because I'm talented. 3 hours passed. The girl led our hero to his destination. Yup, Menchel thought it was too fast. In front of the protagonist was the gate of the Amadon district. Jeon Minchul thought that Ellie was really talented. Now he understood why the girl was so confident. Hunter wondered if the newcomer in front of him was the one who had turned the licensing exam upside down. Ellie said hello to the commander. She introduced our hero to the cheerleading squad. Hunter said, I am the commander of Jong Yong-hyun's support team. I hope we can do a great job. Our hero introduced himself and expressed the same hope. The young men shook hands. Jeon Minchul said, only I will be fighting inside the gate. Once it is over, the cheerleaders will have to collect the rewards. Jong Yong-hyun thought that he only came here because Ellie asked him to. However, who is this guy if they've been summoned on short notice? I mean, it's everybody's day off. Hunter said this is the first time he's heard of Jeon Minchul. The colleague explained he was the one who won first place on the Hunter's license exam. Was the newcomer really going to clear the gate alone? However, the monster was truly destroyed by this guy alone. Jong Yong-hyun wondered, could this guy really have dealt with a spiny boar, one of the most difficult D-rank monsters, taken down in one blow? Jeon Minchul told the cheerleaders, I'm going to be a little busy from now on, so it'll fall behind. Destroying monsters, our hero continuously gained experience points. His level kept increasing. After destroying the next batch of monsters, a protagonist stated, my level has finally risen to the right value. While relaxing, Jeon Minchul told the cheerleaders, don't relax. Can't you see that everything around us is scattered? Pointing at the destroyed monsters, our hero warned the support group, don't slack off. Jeon Minchul decided to check the status window, but the accumulated points weren't enough. Every time the player leveled up, he earned free characteristic points. With their help, it is possible to increase the desired characteristic. Still, the choice is obvious. It is necessary to invest everything in the power of the universe, the source of his power. In just half an hour of hunting, the protagonist was able to increase the energy of the universe by 10%. The guy figured that at this rate, he'd be the strongest in the world in no time. In the dungeon, our hero was attacked by wise monkeys. After the protagonist dealt with these monkeys, he increased his experience and added certain skills. The cheerleader thought that this guy was completely obsessed with fighting. He didn't look like an inexperienced infant, but a warrior who had perfected his skills through countless battles. It's impossible to believe these are the abilities of a guy who only recently became a hunter. Jung Yun-han wanted to see how high this guy would fly. Jeon Minchul thought, is boss really the only one left? Our hero said, I will go straight to the boss. The support group wouldn't mind, right? Jong Hyun replied, the hunter can do what he thinks is right. The young man wondered what was going on with the commander. Why is Jong Yun-han speaking in a low voice? The squad leader replied, they usually investigate the gate for a few days and then go to the boss. Because there's not enough information, you can't rush in and risk your life. Young Mench wondered why he would stall for such a trifling reason. If that was the only reason, he would go right away. A gate can only be considered cleansed when its core has been destroyed. So if you go where the core energy comes from, you can solve this issue. Also, a boss could be found at the core location. The protagonist had indeed met the boss. It was the leader of the wise monkeys, Editune. The ability of the leader of the wise monkeys was that he could use the ringleader spells. Jong Yun-han told his colleague, Editune is a strong enemy. It's necessary to take the fight seriously this time. Jeon Minchul said that there was no cause for concern. After preparing his sword, he headed toward the leader of the monkeys. The guy figured he should just not give Editune the opportunity to use the spell. However, the monkey leader used the spell, and the system reported that the hero had entered the zone of the numbness totem. The numbness curse spread over the body, reducing dexterity. Jeon Minchul used the flower dagger technique and stabbed his dagger into the head of the wooden statue to cancel the effects of the spell. Ideon and his subordinates expressed extreme displeasure that the wooden statue had been harmed. The monkeys attacked our hero, but were destroyed. The boy thought that they had lost even when they decided to attack the one stronger than them. Edovan was getting angry, and it was clear from the look on his face that this was not going to end well. Edovan stood up to his full height and roared loudly. He was frightening and terrible. Jong Yang said that the monkey boss has been buffed. He is now much stronger and can't be defeated alone by the enemy. Jung Cole wondered what his cheerleader was whispering about behind his back. Our hero activated the blade of the 5 tigers and prepared to repel the powerful attack. The system reported that the gate sweep was complete when I returned from the gate. She said that the hunter, young Menchel, had done a good job. He wondered if she had been waiting for him all this time. Ellie admitted that she had been waiting since it was his first gate sweep. Young Menchel thought he would like to move on to the next gate as soon as possible. After learning that the next sweep would be in 3 days, our hero said he had something else to do. Young Mench asked the girl to put every day on the schedule, starting the day after tomorrow. Ellie was surprised because the hunters typically cleared the gate every 3 or 4 days due to fatigue. Young Menchel said he was interested in the gear merchant. He thought he should at least have something to put on himself. The guy thought that during the time of the demos, his whole body was covered in demonic skin, so he hadn't paid attention to the attacks, but now it was hard without equipment. His whole body was scarred. Ellie said that he would only be able to meet with the Union Master, and she would let him know when the appointment was made. Hunter Young Menchel was thanked at the Union and told he could come back anytime. Young Mench thought that he had spent as much as $4 million on equipment. Our hero had no idea that the Master would be the short Martin. He was too suspicious. The head of the branch said he wouldn't disappoint the Hunter. So far, his way of doing things had satisfied our hero. But this was different. Young Mench was returning home on public transportation. The guy thought it was necessary to get some exercise when he returned. Suddenly, there was an accident on the roadway because many cars had stopped at the intersection. Jeon Minchul wondered, is this really an unexpected accident? This is suspicious. Someone shouted, a gate has appeared up ahead. Is there really a gate in the center of the capital? Young Mench saw that this gate was black in color. The day before, he had cleaned the blue-colored gate. A huge wolf monster emerged from this gate. There was panic in the street. Everyone was shouting, a monster has appeared, we have to hide. The monsters kept arriving from the gate and screaming that they needed human food. The civilians didn't realize when the association would finally show up and kept scattering in different directions. There was a little girl standing in the middle of the street crying loudly. She was calling for her mom. A huge monster with a crossbow in his hand appeared in front of the girl. It was a real hunter. Young Mencho jumped up to the monster, grabbed the child in his arms, and asked, why are you crying? At the same moment, he thrust his spear into the chest of the filthy beast. The protagonist said, this monster even feels sorry for using martial arts. He should just die and give up his experience points. The wolf monster was destroyed. Our hero gained 2 and 12% experience. Jeon Minchul thought that this monster's level was low, so he couldn't get many points either. The system reported that the energy of the universe was detected in the body of a defeated enemy. The hero can absorb the energy of the universe. The monsters continued to rampage through the streets of the capital, throwing the city into chaos. The hunters came to the defense of the city. Fire lightning was used against the armed monsters. The monsters attacked the hunter with arrows, but the warrior was able to protect himself and his colleague with a shield. Dang Hunter Migian said, there are too many monsters. And her mana was running low. Hunter Young Mensu said, my shield is running out of strength. These monsters were different in color from the ones coming out of the E-rank gate. They didn't seem ordinary. The hunter saw a young man with a spear in his hand. Without protection, he pounced on the aggressive monsters and began to methodically destroy them. This young man was our hero, who said, monsters are free energy. The strange colored monsters couldn't do anything against this hunter. However, the number of monsters continuously increased. The bodies of the destroyed monsters were lying everywhere. The frightened hunters asked, who is he? Where did he get so much power? The protagonist, by destroying monsters, absorbed their energy and gained experience points. Young Mensu said, you two hunters should not just stand there. Help the wounded. I will hold off the monsters for the time being. The guy swung his sword and said, all monsters will now become my experience points. At the end of the fight, a young man approached our hero in the cafe and said, it was a pleasure to meet you. The young man held out a business card and said, my name is Jong Sung-hai. Jong Sung-hai said that he heard this hunter had stopped the breakout from the gate all by himself. Young Mencho said that everything happened unexpectedly because the gate opened in the center of the city. If no one had stopped the monsters, the casualties would have been enormous. Jung Hai said, thanks to the actions of Hunter Jong Mench, we got by with little bloodshed. The man bowed and said, I would like to thank the hunter on behalf of the association. Our hero said, I was only doing my civic duty. Jung Zenchi said, the hunter helped curb the breach, so he should be rewarded. Our hero looked at the business card and thought that the head of defense was certainly a hunter. He could feel the mana and his A rank. After a week, our hero met Jong Sung Hai again. Young Mench couldn't even think that they would meet here. If you go back in time 2 days, it becomes clear that the protagonist was also fighting a two-headed werewolf. Using his unique sword, our hero destroyed this werewolf as well. The system reported that the hero had leveled up. However, with intensive training, the protagonist needed more and more experience points. It was necessary to get quit sooner and go mop up the more difficult gates. The squad leader and support wondered if Jungchul wasn't resting again. Jeon Minchul replied that now that the tension had subsided, not yet fully, was the best time. Our hero asked, is Ellie already waiting for me? The girl replied, my job is to help the hunter, Jeon Minchul. The girl added, our department cares about the young man. Jeon Minchul thought that this girl was in direct subordination to Shorty Martin. The girl said, the head of the department wants to meet. His equipment is already ready. The cheerleaders shouted happily. They figured they could rest for a while. Jeon Minchul looked at the hunter and wondered what kind of reaction this was. The head of the mopping up squad said, "Because there is a villain here who didn't let these guys rest. After all, they are working 3 times as hard as usual." Jeon Minchul remarked, "This is a great chance to make more money." In front of the Interstellar Alliance branch, reporters met our hero. They wanted Hunter Jeon Minchul to say a few words to them. They said that this was the man who had made the greatest contribution during the breakthrough from the gate. The reporter asked, what kind of treaty has the hunter made with the Interstellar Alliance? Taking advantage of the moment, our hero ran away, leaving the place to Mistress Ellie. Once inside the room, Jeon Minchul thought that he had almost gotten himself in trouble again. Mr. Martin approached the hunter and said, "I have prepared everything perfectly." The dwarf said the young man should like everything. Our hero did not really trust the short man, so he did not have high expectations. Even earrings and rings were present. What the protagonist saw, however, was above reproach. Martin asked, "Do you like the products?" Jeon Minchul replied, "They are perfect. Much better than I had expected." The branch head said, "If there was more time and budget, we would make the gear even better." Our hero asked the branch head, "Open the Bang gate for me." Martin said, "It will not be possible for a while. Starting at Bang increases the difficulty of mopping up, but the trophy level is also much different. So there is a struggle for these gates. For gates starting from B rank, the Alliance has set minimum conditions for entry. At least 40 D rank gates and 30 C rank gates must be cleared." Jeon Minchul thought that even mopping up the gates every day would take at least 2 months. Martin said there was another way to get a permit by defeating an A rank hunter from the Interstellar Alliance in a duel. Jeon Minchul thought that was the place to start. The Hunter Union is one of the international organizations with the same rights as the UN. Jeon Minchul asked, "Is Ellie angry because you left her with the reporters yesterday and ran away?" The girl replied, "I don't care at all." Ellie noticed that although Junkel had become very strong in such a short time, his opponent now was Aango. He said, "It's not a battle to the last breath, so it's fine." Our hero didn't say that because of his arrogance. If you look at the characteristics alone, it seems like he definitely can't win. But if you take into account equipment and past experience, he has a chance. The manager said that the result of passing the exam would be determined after the fight with the A-rank hunter. Jeon Minchul asked, "Is it just a matter of deactivating the opponent to pass?" The young man replied that it would be up to the judge to evaluate the ability to pass. Jeon Minchul asked, "What is the evaluation criterion?" The youth said that the criterion is not public, so he could not tell. Ellie suggested that it was based on ability, reaction speed, and the capacity to act in a critical situation. Those are the main evaluation criteria. They announced that the exam preparations were completed and it was okay to enter. Although it is an exam site, everything is conducted as it is inside the gate. The head of the association's protection division, A-rank hunter Zhang Shangyi, said that he had been waiting for the young man. The opponent replied that he was in charge of the qualification examination. Zhang Shangyi expressed his confidence. He said that if young Minch acts like he always does, he would be able to pass the exam without any problems. The protagonist said that in that case, he was ready to begin the hunter qualification exam. Zhang Songhai said, "If one wants to get something, one should give something of equal value in return." Jeon Minch said, "This exam will be completely easy for me." Young Suni approached our hero and said, "In that case, the young man will be able to repel my blow." Jeon Minch wondered, how could this god get so close? Watching the fight through the monitor, Ellie was surprised that Hunter Jeon Minch had such abilities. She thought he would easily pass the exam. The opponents attacked and repelled attacks effectively. The fight did not reveal a clear favorite. Zhang Songhai said, "Now I understand how my opponent alone can hold back the gate." The young man passes. Jeon Minchul said, "Attack at full strength." He was surprised. Junkel became like a demon and told Zhang Songhai, "Attack at full power, or else I will finish you off." The young men stood against each other. It was a bout that had ceased to be languorous. Zhang Songhai assumed there was some kind of misunderstanding. Why did that guy get angry? I mean, he said everything was fine. Jeon Minchul said that it wasn't a misunderstanding. If the opponent had attacked at full strength, would he have been able to dodge so easily? After all, Zhang Songhai's characteristics are 4 times greater than his. Jeon Minchul added that considering the difference, he didn't have a chance. However, he is not afraid of losing. Our hero added that now he can't leave a fight at this level if he is underestimated. Jeon Minchul warned one last time that his opponent should show him his full strength. Zhang Songhai said, "If my words don't matter, I am ready to attack." The young man activated the 7 swords. His ability is to freely wield the 7 swords. Jeon Minchul said that was the place to start. Jeon Minchul, using all of his skills, tried to dodge his opponent's attacks. There was no way to attack on his own. Dodging another attack, our hero at first thought he had made a mistake, but his opponent just wanted him to set himself up for the hidden fourth sword. The fact that such a small sword can combine so much power speaks volumes about how strong a hunter Jeon Sung-hai is. But with such an ability, why is he only wielding swords? Jeon Sung-hai said that his opponent had surprised him more than once in recent weeks. Young Mench replied, "This is still a flower." The protagonist thought that his opponent was finally starting to take him seriously. Even though it seemed to him that they did not have that much difference in strength, if he'd hold out long enough, the opponent was bound to make a mistake. Jeon Sai said to Hunter Jeong Mench, "Keep your guard up." After another attack, he was unable to dodge and flying far back, he hit his spine against the wall. Jeon Sung-hai inquired, "Are they finally done?" The protagonist thought that this attack might have taken away his arm. Jeon Sung-hai asked, "Is Jeon Mench okay?" Seeing that his opponent was back on his feet, Jeon Sung-hai thought, who was really in front of him? Jeon Mench felt a great deal of pain. However, the idea of closing with an explosion was a good one. Jeon Mench thought that if it was not for his armor skill, he would have definitely broken something. Surprisingly, it came out the way he had planned. However, it was very difficult. Right now, the difference between their characteristics was enormous. The system reported that the hero had received the demonic sword of 7 stars. Jeon Sung-hai, seeing such a sword in his opponent's hand, thought that this might not end well. Jeon Sung-hai said, "I apologize. I can't use 100% of my strength because I didn't bring all of my swords with me." Jeon Mench replied, "I don't see it as a problem. What is there is enough." Jeon Sung-hai answered, "I am at the peak of my abilities right now." The protagonist activated the first form of the 7 stars demonic sword, the sword that cuts the sun. Jeon Sung-hai realized that there was nothing he could do. His weapon was breaking apart. The A-rank hunter thought that one strike wasn't enough after all. Jeon Mench decided to utilize the energy of the universe that he still had left. Ali rushed toward the hunter. "Young Mench, is he okay?" Young Mench said, "I have won." Jeon Sung-hai smiled and remarked, "If I had brought all of my swords, I would have won." Ellie noticed that the opponents were sitting on the ground against each other and smiling, talking peacefully. The girl didn't understand what was going on. Jeon Minchul asked his opponent, "What was the result?" Jeong Seongi smiled and said, "Mr. Hunter has passed the exam. It had been 3 whole days since he took the exam." Jeong Minchul said that he had already recovered from most of the injuries he suffered earlier and could now enter the B rank. Chun Ho listed the B rank resident monsters: adjacent golem, ice troll, snow fairy. Ellie wondered if the hunter was going to be all right. Was he really going out there in that condition? He should be treated and given a proper medical checkup before leaving. Jeong Minchul remarked that it was much healthier for him not to receive any treatment. An ancient celestial art transformed the body. Our hero became stronger because he was repeatedly injured and recovered. Having overcome the portal, our hero and his squad found themselves in a snowy area. It was wildly cold, colder than anywhere else. Jong Yongin asked, "Did he get cold at all?" Jeong Mench replied that the wind was not strong. He would say it was refreshing. Our hero was resistant to low temperatures thanks to the energy of the universe. The guy added that he even wanted to take off his jacket. It seemed useless to him. Young Mench asked the cheerleaders if anyone wanted to help. He thought there was a need to set up a small camp, because if they froze, their performance would decrease. The protagonist told Jong Yon Hun to take care of it and said he'd go look around. Looking around, our hero decided that the gate inside was actually much larger than he had realized. Jeon Minchul thought that he had already walked quite a bit, but for some reason, he still hadn't met a single monster. At that moment, Jeon Minchul heard a loud roar and turned around to see a huge hairy monster chasing him. The monster turned out to be a yeti with unique abilities. Young Mench said, "Finally, at least there's someone." Junch wondered, is this monster really capable of hiding with such a huge size? It even looks ridiculous. Entering the confrontation with the yeti, the guy thought he was even a little nervous. Since they were at a high-ranking gate, it seemed critical at first, but it turned out not to be as dangerous as expected. The protagonist used the 5 tiger blade technique. The defenseless animal was wounded and blood splattered across the snow around it. Young Menchel said, "That was much easier than I thought." The system reported that the hero had gained almost 3% experience. Young Menchel thought the monsters weren't any different from the others, but the experience was 10 times more than he anticipated. He had expected no more than 0.5%. Our hero didn't make a mistake. He decided to enter a higher-ranked gate. Young Menchel thought, "I should thank Mr. Martin for his hard work." At the Hunters Association, the warden received a letter of resignation. He wondered what this person was up to. Jong Sung-hai lowered his head and apologized. The supervisor said, "I just turned you from a reckless person, someone who wanted to save people, into a decent individual, and now you want to resign." The supervisor added, "We've worked together for 10 years. I want to hear a convincing reason for this decision." Jong Sung-hai said, "It's a long story. A few days ago, he met a hunter named Jeon Minchul at the exam. He's the guy who solved the problem of the gate breaking through. According to the initial assessment, he possessed an E rank, but he single-handedly dealt with the rift that had appeared. Even so, Jong Sung-hai was sure that this guy was weaker than him. Jong Sung-hai told the executive that he had proven to be overconfident. Jeon Minchul taught a lesson to someone who was too arrogant and reminded him of the way of the hunter. 3 days after the exam was over, Jong Sung-hai shook his opponent's hand and said that he had underestimated him. Jong Sung-hai added that he learned a lot from that fight. The young man told our hero that he would surely catch up with him soon. Jeon Minchul stated, "It will definitely happen. You just have to work hard." Jong Sung-hai felt that every hunter had a limit, that he could no longer improve himself through normal methods. He told the department head that he wanted to become stronger. Jong Sung-hai said that was why he was going to enter the tower. The warden thought that this guy was crazy. The tower is a huge structure that appeared during the first cataclysm. By passing a tower test, a man can become stronger, but to do so, he will have to risk his own life. Hunter Zhang Shangyi had already almost reached his limit. The department head thought there was no reason for this guy to go through all that trouble. He tore up the resignation letter. The man said he would pretend like he hadn't seen the letter. Zhang Shangyi could go on vacation, rest properly, and then come back. Zhang Shangyi bowed to the leader and said he would return from vacation and stop by here. Zhang Shangyi thought that Jeon Minchul was probably relentlessly advancing along the path of a hunter right now. He's not going to stand still either. Raid on the Bang Gate, Day 3. The time until the breakthrough is 40.5 hours. Our hero thought that if he didn't destroy the boss, monsters would keep appearing like this. As long as there were too many of them, a breakthrough wouldn't happen. So, this was the best place to hunt. After another group of monsters was destroyed, the system reported that the hero had reached level 15. To search for traces of monsters, the hero opened new skills: Power of Charm, Power of Hellfire. The hunters were faced with a strange sight. Zhang Yanhan asked, "What is that?" Jeon Minchul said, "It is necessary to rest for a while. In the depths of the Pandemonium dimension, there is an old castle known as the Hall of Sins. There is also a group of beings known as the 72 Nobles on the throne. The Hall of Sins gives power to the demon who sits on the throne. Enormous, almost infinite power. This is what is called the power of sin." Jeon Minchul thought that he should not have access to the power of sin. Both of these powers had never belonged to him. A former wielder of Hellfire, the 11th ranked Demon Grandio, was able to control Hellfire that could burn everything around him. A former Charm wielder, the Demonist of the 50th rank, Seraphina, had the power to bewitch anyone and take away their ability to think straight. Our hero had destroyed them both in the past. It turns out that he could get the abilities of those he destroyed in his past life. However, he had to choose between the two. The choice was obvious. He didn't know where he could use the charm. The protagonist chose the power of Hellfire. The system reported that this skill would assimilate with the protagonist's soul. It would be able to contain both light and dark energy. The power of Hellfire transformed into the spark of the abyss. Young Mench wondered if he was about to undergo another transformation. He wanted to try out his new skill right now. Just as a group of monsters were wandering around, our hero waved his hand at the monsters. He said, "Attack me, monkeys." The monsters were aggressive, and it was immediately obvious that they didn't get the joke. Recently, the hero's usual picture of the world had been shattered. He had been reborn in a human body, and it received such a rare power of sin. Our hero knew what Hellfire was, but what was illumination? Jeon Minchul used his new skill, Hellfire, and sent him straight into the nearest monster. The monster was embraced by those hellish flames and screamed loudly in fear. Jeon Minchul thought he had the power of a grand demon. The flames would incinerate the target as long as the caster had mana. The monsters were terrified. The illumination sounds like it's some sort of divine power, the hero mused. He decided to use this skill and get to know it better. The protagonist couldn't believe it. He, a former demon, would use divine power? The system reported that the hero was using lighting, the spark of the abyss. Divine powers meant to banish evil, so he couldn't attack directly. However, this power could be used as a buff that increased physical abilities. It was definitely effective, but perhaps because the hero had been a demon in his past life, goosebumps ran all over his body. Jeon Minchul realized that he had received this from the Archangel of Elysium, Michael. He had destroyed this Archangel in his past life. Then, our hero gained the abilities of everyone he destroyed, regardless of race. Now, that was real cheating. Martial arts were mainly focused on melee combat. That thought lingered in his mind. He figured that raids wouldn't seem easy after all. But he unexpectedly received a ranged skill and a blessing. Young Mench thought he had enough hunting. It was time to visit the boss and close the gate. The ice spirit said he would destroy this man. The people who saw this monster screamed with fear. Jeon Minchul attacked the monster with demonic flames and thought, are the monsters now taking on the cheerleading squad? However, they won't be able to do anything. The Hellfire attack was timely and the monster was destroyed. Having destroyed the monsters nearby, our hero, accompanied by a support group, arrived at the cave. Jeon Minchul said that the hunters accompanying him should stop here and rest. Jong Yong-hun wondered if the hunter was really going to fight the Bang Gate boss alone. Jeon Minchul stated that he certainly wasn't going to back down. Jong Yong-hun warned the hunter not to get killed or they would all be in great danger. Our hero entered the cave. As he moved forward, he heard someone ask him, "Is he the only one?" Jeon Minchul replied that there was only one opponent in front of him too. The protagonist met the boss monster. It was Bigfoot Chief Nan. Nan grinned and summoned his slaves. Aggressive monsters appeared around him. He said, "I am not alone." Nan told his subordinates, "Get rid of the intruder." Jeon Minchul replied, "This boss called out some weaklings just to keep lying there and doing nothing." The guy stated, "I will make the boss regret his decision." Our hero applied the deed of sliding clouds. He attacked the monsters using a mountain splitting technique. The protagonist cleared a path. He approached the boss monster. The system reported the hero was using hellfire. Monsters were suffering damage. Another Ye received a heavy blow with an axe to the head. The monster screamed loudly in pain. Nan expressed his displeasure. Our hero noticed that finally the boss had decided to join the party. Nan, flashing his eyes menacingly, said, "I will personally destroy this man." Nan raised his huge palm. He intended to crush our hero with it. Jeon Minchul managed to evade this attack. He jumped on top of the huge Yeti's head. The man asked, "Why is this monkey throwing himself at me so thoughtlessly?" Jeon Minchul struck with his axe. He used a hellfire attack. The monster shouted, "How dare this man do this to him?" Nan stood up to his full height and raised his hands. He applied the ice storm. Jeon Minchul looked up at his opponent from below and thought that the hellfire wouldn't help him defend himself now. Jeon Minchul used the Holy Spark skill and healed all of his wounds. He asked his opponent, "Is this really all he can do?" The monster said again that he would crush this man. Blazing with even more anger, he pounced on his opponent. Jeon Minchul used the star-slicing blade technique. The monster couldn't do anything in response and screamed loudly. Jeon Minchul said, "I warned you. You will regret this." Ellie thanked the hunter for his hard work and offered a refreshing drink. Jeon Minchul acknowledged that he had worked hard. Still, it took a lot of effort to close the Bang Gate alone. Ellie told her in her locker that even hunters don't go hunting one at a time. The girl made a stern expression and asked, "Doesn't Jeon Minchul realize how dangerous this is?" Jeon Minchul couldn't tell if Ellie was worried about him or just angry. Our hero stated to the girl, "I am not overworked, so you don't need to worry about me." Ellie clarified, "I implied that the Hunters Association would have a problem if something happened to Jeon Minchul. It's not a personal interest." Ellie saw Jong Yong-hun and asked, "What brought the commander here?" The hunter showed the girl the stone and asked, "Could you take a look at this?" This crystal had fallen off the boss monster's body. Jong Yong-hun said, "I've never seen a crystal like this before. I can't analyze it." Jeon Minchul thought it might seem like a useless crystal on the outside, but it's actually a fragment of the Drank Key. It will unlock access to the Drank Test, a hidden stage on the 5th floor of the test tower. Jeon Minchul asked the hunter, "Would you mind if I took this crystal for myself?" Jong Yong-hun replied, "You have priority anyway." Our hero stated, "I don't know anything about this crystal, but I'll take it just in case." Jeon Minchul thought, even if I dig through my memories, the tower is so classified that he wouldn't be able to find a single trace of it. Since this item is related to the tower, he should take it for himself. Saying goodbye to Ellie, the protagonist asked, "Contact me if you find a rank C or B gate." Our hero had no time to rest. He needed to train. Ever since the Chalno Gate appeared, he hadn't missed a day of martial arts training. Considering that there aren't many C-rank gates and above, this was the best option he had at the moment. Training was much more effective than trying to pass through a D-rank gate. A phone call sounded. Our hero answered it. Mr. Martin reported, "We have found a B-rank gate that can be cleared." The head of the branch stated that a contingency had arisen. The association had set a condition. The gate will be cleared in cooperation with other guilds, he said. Jeon Minchul was surprised. He really need to cooperate with other hunters. Mr. Martin said, "I will deny the request because I know you like to hunt alone." Jeon Minchul replied, "It doesn't matter. I can't miss the opportunity to see other hunters in action." Martin remarked that a tournament could be held. The gate is located in Jeollabuk Province, Jeonju-Falba. Jeon Minchul said, "It's a huge gate. I have no idea how big the space inside is." Ellie said, "There are rumors that the dungeon is half the size of Jeonju. That's an unheard of scale. half the size of a city with over 500,000 people. The girl said that 10 guilds had already accepted the association's request. The number of monsters that appeared would be unbelievable. The guilds that were dispersed earlier are now barely preventing a breakout from the gate, meaning that it is completely impossible to resolve this situation. The government and the association want to mop up the gate faster. Ellie observed, if things continue like this and a breakthrough occurred, it would be a complete disaster. Young Minch said, that's not going to happen. Who does the girl think I am? Ellie thought that guy was full of snobbery. Young Menchel repeated that there was no need to worry. The other hunters began to recognize our hero. Was this really the man who had stopped the 8 from breaking through? It was said that he even surpassed Yuan Wu and took first place. Young Menchko thought, does everyone like to pry into other people's business? Ellie explained that it was all because there was a new hunter in town who was able to outmaneuver a respected rival. How much attention does Hunter Jong Mench get? The guy asked. He claimed that he didn't do anything to attract attention. Ellie replied, a lot of guilds are watching him right now. Our hero was approached by a young man who asked, is it really him? Could it really be the hunter? Jeon Minchul, the protagonist, looked at the stranger and thought, who could it be? The young man said he was glad to meet him and wanted to introduce himself. Ellie greeted Guildmaster Jang Yun-Su of the Demon Guild. She asked, why do they have a chat? The young man was surprised. It turned out that he was known. He was honored by the attention of such a beautiful woman, and he was very happy. Ellie became angry. Was this really what he wanted to discuss? Young Min Cho was surprised that this guy didn't even flinch when he said such nauseating words. Jang Yun-Su said that although he enjoyed spending time with the beauty, he came to talk to the rising star today. Young Mensch thought that on any other day he would have sent this guy away. But now, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. His scent seemed familiar. Our hero activated the eyes of truth. He thought he recognized the scent. Our hero stepped forward. Extending his hand, he introduced himself. His opponent said, the young man is just like I heard of him. His confidence is suited to the talent that is needed to secure the future of this nation. The young men shook hands. Our hero activated the thought transmission. The young man said, the human form of the demon Verdi is quite good. The interlocutor was very surprised. Jeon Minchul thought Jung Yun-Su must be dying to know how he was able to find out, but the thought transmission was stopped. Jeon Mench thought maybe he should provoke his opponent. Jeon Minchul told his assistant that he would inspect the gate alone. Ellie asked, what about a support team? Our hero replied that he wanted to check the level of the gate first. As they parted, Jang Yun-Su expressed his confidence that they would meet again soon. As he approached, our hero said he was not interested in men. Jong Mench teased his opponent. He realized that he couldn't refuse, and the bait was taken. Inside the Palak gate, the opponents met again. Jang Yun-Su said, Hunter Young Mench is still hanging around the entrance. The protagonist replied that he was expecting someone here. The interlocutor asked, had they known each other before? Young Mench replied, there's no need to pretend. Our hero thought he could see through the demons. Chong Yun-Su laughed. He was worried his identity had been revealed, but he didn't think people would turn out to be so stupid. Jeon Menchel asked, is your opponent finished? Jang Yun-Su asked, did Jeon Mench not have a single thought after seeing his strength? Varys Goblin had outstanding characteristics. He could regenerate thanks to the deterrence effect, and the dark baptism effect allowed him to bypass the restrictions. Our hero wasn't sure if he would have lasted even 10 minutes against this rogue. The reason for his nonchalance was the certainty that he wouldn't lose to the man. Jang Yun-Su said, I will give my opponent a chance if he admits how he revealed his identity. In that case, I would be lenient. Our hero was familiar with this confidence, as he had also been a demon in his past life. Young Menchel thought it was time to use the demon's arrogance against him. Young Menchel asked his interlocutor, is it really a joke, the demon in mercy? Chong Yun-Su said, I only want to painlessly take the hunter's life. With the power granted to him by the Supreme and sealed in his left hand, Jeon Minchul told his opponent, keep quiet for a while. If you're so talkative, you must be suffering from high schooler syndrome. Chong Yun-Su lost his temper and shouted, how dare this person talk to me like that? Young Menchul waited for his opponent to strike. Deceiving a demon is the easiest thing in the world. Our hero activated the Hellfire. The opponent was preparing to attack. Jung Yun-Su didn't understand why he was trembling. Could it be that his opponent's flames were dangerous to him? Young Mench asked his opponent, did he really just now realize it? Every demon in the Pandemonium would recognize the power of sin. Demons have a basic instinct to recognize power. Verde instinctively realized that the demon in front of him was a higher level demon. Young Mench told his rival that he was the one who created the Flame Era, the father of all sparks and the symbol of destruction. He went on, the Flame Lord has answered my call. Chong Yun-su knelt down and said, "Lord, I am very Cyanal of the demon race, and I wish to request an audience with you." Chang Yun-su didn't understand how Lord Ifrit could have come from such a remote dimension. He was a powerful spirit, but its essence had been corrupted. His quest for power led him to become a demon. Lord of the Flame, Ifrit. His flames were known for their ruthlessness. Jeon Minchul told his opponent that by failing to recognize the Flame Lord, he had committed a grave crime. May your insolence be washed away by the baptism of fire. Jang Yun-su thought that his opponent simply wanted to destroy him with fire. Jeon Minchul said, "I'm sorry to deal with you, since you're good at using mana, but you still have to pay for your insolence." Jeon Minchul took pity. "If the reason for regret is too good, I'll take back my words about the punishment of being baptized with fire. If Jang Yun-su becomes a servant." Jeon Minchul added, "By doing so, you'll atone for your sins, and your talent won't be wasted." Hellfire is a force created in the name of destruction. It is in constant motion, so keeping it in a certain form requires extreme control and concentration. There is a chasm between the races that can't be bridged. If Jang Yun-su rejects his offer and attacks, they'll have to ask for help. However, there's no reason for him to refuse to become the assistant of a high-level demon. Jeon Minchul wanted his opponent to bite the hook and follow him. Chung Yun-su said, "I know that a powerful being like Lord Ifrit would see my potential. I am the possessor of a talent recognized by Lord Ifrit. It's frightening to imagine how exceptional he is." Jong Yun-su added, "I am jealous of his greatness." Everyone refused to acknowledge him, but he knew that someone as great as Lord Ifrit would recognize how special he truly was. Jong Yun-su continued, "I will become a servant." He, Verde of the demon race, swore on his soul that he would serve Lord Ifrit. Jeon Minchul thought, "Is it worth it?" "Our hero," he said, "is known as Jeon Minchul here. It's not necessary to observe formalities in communication." Jong Yun-su wondered, how could he not formally address the one who occupies the throne? Jeon Minchul recalled that not long ago, there were no problems in communication. The protagonist then asked his interlocutor, "Are there any other demons like you who have come to Earth?" Jong Yun-su replied, "There are indeed such, and I am willing to spell out everything I know." According to Verde's story, 5 demons, including him, came to Earth. They were instructed to build up forces in the country to take over the planet. The dark baptism they received helped to minimize the limitations they had. Although it is unknown who exactly is responsible for developing this kind of dark art, a most likely candidate would be Rosalind, who is in Asodia's service. However, for a lord of this level or higher, help with restrictions would not be enough. Jang Yun-su said that among the 5 demons, he was the strongest. Our hero thought that if this guy was the strongest, he would be safe if something went wrong. But if this became known in Elysium, there was a good chance that a serious fight would break out. In the past, Elysium and Pandemonium had competed with each other in the tower that had appeared. With Deimos dead, Pandemonium found it hard to continue the war, and Elysium found it hard to continue a full-scale offensive. Elysium decided that both sides should come to an agreement. Thus, the country where the tower was located became neutral territory, a third party. But if the demons came here ignoring the agreement because of the loosening of restrictions, they must have come for the tower itself. Since this race is willing to do anything to gain power, our hero can't just let it go. At any time, there could be a huge fight, so we need to start preparing in advance. I said he would have his orders. Verde stated that he would execute any order perfectly. Our hero said that henceforth the interlocutor would be his eyes and ears. Verde wondered, had he really been given such an honor? Jeon Minchul said that he wants to receive a report of all intentions while Yang Yun-su fulfills Rosalind's mission. Verde said that he would do anything for the boss's grand plan. It had been 2 weeks since our hero had come here to focus on level pumping. He trusted Verde to get information about the demon's intentions. Beyond the gate was a huge forest with a variety of monsters. The forest troll had exceptional regeneration abilities. The Dark Hood was well versed in sorcery and curses. The Trent were trying to ambush you in the middle of nowhere. All these monsters posed no danger to our hero. Jumcall thought that it was all nothing more than experience points for him right now. After examining the situation, the protagonist realized that he had really pumped himself up in just 2 weeks after the incident. At Shano Gate, the full-blown battles were definitely the best. In martial arts, people mostly repeat certain movements for techniques to master them perfectly. By attaining enlightenment in the process, they gain experience. Jeon Minchul thought that he didn't need these repetitive processes right now since he had already reached enlightenment when he was at Deimos. At this point, his body needed full-fledged battles to learn the movements of martial arts and unlock the concepts embedded in them, to understand how the muscles should move in a state of enlightenment. Once complete harmony was achieved, he would finally be able to unleash the full power of martial arts. The armed monster rushed towards the hunter. Jeon Minchul grabbed his sword and said, "This monster is too noisy. Our hero used the blade of 5 tigers, The monster had nothing to counter such a technique. With a deft movement of his hand, the protagonist split the monster in two. The monster was finished. Jeon Minchul looked at his weapon and said, "It is true blade energy. Previously, our hero could not hold such absorbent energy, so it dissipated. However, he could now keep the energy of the universe under full control and infuse it into the blade. This was possible due to his increasing understanding of martial arts and his growing mastery over the energy of the universe over the past 2 weeks. Jeon Minchul thought that his body couldn't keep up with the weapon anymore. More training was needed. From now on, he should focus less on the energy of the universe and more on increasing his physical stamina. He needed to start by exercising in the mornings. Our hero was called out. Young Mench looked around and asked, "Who is it?" A young man extended his hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the head of the 3rd team of the Huang Guild, Cho Yuding. I'm here because I have an important proposal for Mr. Jeon Minchul." He continued, "Many guilds are participating in the Palback Gate Sweep. Most of them enter the dungeon together without competing. There are no teams among them whose goal is to destroy the boss. That's because the number 1 guild among them is hard. As befits a guild of the 1st rank, they have created their own team." Chuding asked if Jeon Minch wanted to team up with them. Jeon Minch thought, why did they suddenly offer to cooperate? Was it something they were up to? Chuding added that the huge gate had been cleared for a long time and the townspeople were worried. It was necessary to deal with it all as soon as possible. Jeon Minch thought, since when did guilds care about the townspeople? He told him that he understood his desire to act quickly and efficiently, but since when had a 1st-ranked guild been unable to handle things like this on their own? There was no way a guild like that would help others. Chuding, one of the 3 Huang leaders, was rumored to be stronger than Zhang Sungi. Did he really come all the way here just to recruit one person? Chuding said, showing his care and concern for all the hunters working hard to mop up the gate. Jeon Minch apologized, saying he was allergic to this kind of meaningless talk. Chuding told the young man to behave appropriately. Jeon Minch was surprised. Did his interlocutor really think he was breaking into another person's house? Acting with composure, the hero thought it was the perfect night to practice the ancient celestial art, but his plans were disrupted. He decided to probe the other person, hoping to make him reveal his true intentions, but it didn't work. It all felt like a waste of time. John Wall said he would discuss the possibility of cooperation with the association. His conversation partner expressed hope for a positive response. When Ellie heard about the evening's exchange, she assumed they were trying to arrange a rematch between Young Menchu and Young Woo. The hero pretended not to understand what rematch or which opponent she was talking about. Ellie reminded him that the person in question had ranked to the top 3 in the last Hunter exam and had competed against Young Menchu. Young Menchu said he remembered, but asked, "What does that have to do with some rematch?" Ellie explained that the contender had failed the test because of that match. The Warren Guild probably wanted to boost their reputation. Ellie insisted they shouldn't accept, saying it was nothing more than provocation. Young Menchu replied that he would join the upcoming sweep. Ellie became indignant. "Stop," she told the hunter Young Menchel. "The opponents are going to take advantage of you." John Menchel replied, "That's why I'm agreeing." John Mench thought that he would perform at the price set by the Huang Guild. However, he didn't believe that the lead role would belong to this guild. John Mench thought he would make Cho Yuding pay for wasting his time by choosing him for training. The representatives of the Han Guild thanked our hero for coming. Cho Yuding said, "I would like Hunter Zhang Mench to observe our guild's martial technicians from the back. Since you are our guest, you need to stay safe." Zhang Mench agreed. He was curious about the Huang Guild's martial techniques. Anyway, 20 people were in the assault group. They had a tank, a milishnik, a carry, a mage, and a support. All of them looked at Jeon Minchul disdainfully. He thought he had seen many such looks in his past life, so he was completely unsurprised now. A hunter came up to Jeon Minchul and said, "We've met before. I'm happy to see you, young man." Our hero wondered, who is this guy? Why is he pretending that they know each other? Young Mench said that he doesn't have any friends like that. The interviewer said that he was Young Woo and that they had taken the exam together. Young Woo said, "I would enjoy hunting together." Yu Sung Woo added that all the hunters who had defeated him had proven their skills. Our hero thought that his opponent's words smelled of anger. He felt the same emotions here that he had felt in the pandemonium. Young Woo said, "I'm looking forward to working together." Jeon Minchul thought that this should really be fun. The hunters, taking precautions, set out in search of the monsters. The protagonist was among this group of participants. In front of our heroes arose a huge monster, a terrible ancient tree Trent. Young Woo commanded the tanks to move forward. The tanks attacked the monster using Indestructible Strike and Zord of Suppression. Wineblade, Pillar of Fire, and Flame Strike were also used. Jeon Minch thought that the Trent Bark had a high resistance to magic. Militia hunters attacked first, followed by the mages. Perhaps the Hoenn rookies are a bit lacking compared to the frontline hunters, but still, their technique is like that of professionals. The shockwave and fire lens techniques were applied. What, are we getting a shockier? However, Jeon Minchul began to yawn. When would this boredom end? The usual methods of attack were not for our hero. Jeon Minchul wondered, why was Cho Yu-ding just watching? After all, he could have handled this much faster. Young Woo entered the battle and applied 10 consecutive sweeps. As a result of the coordinated work of all the guild members, the monster was destroyed. The hunters dismembered it into pieces. Yu Seung-woo asked what Hunter Jeon Minchul had to say about it. Our hero replied that it was unbelievable. Young Woo smiled and said that their guild had just started hunting. Young Minchul said that he saw the smooth work of the Hwang Guild rookies. He didn't expect them to fight like that. Our hero thought that Young Woo definitely stood out from the rest. A hunter fighting the monster had high firepower, detection, priority, and banishment. The mage thrust her wand forward and decided to damage the monster with her magical abilities. However, to prevent bloodshed, Jeon Minchul protected the girl with his own body and stood in front of the huge monster. In the next instant, the protagonist landed a dissecting blow along the monster's body. The mage girl thanked her savior. Since the other hunters had already taken a lot of damage from the monster, our hero didn't receive even half of the expected reward. The leader said that in this gate, the entire mountain was a boss zone. From this point on, the hunters were entering the boss monster's territory. They couldn't let their guard down. Young Mench thought that Young Yu-ding actually had a reason for doing nothing. Jeon Yu-ding told his deputy, Yu Seung-woo, that the latter would do his best and not make any mistakes. Young Woo wasn't sure if Hunter Jeon Minchul would get the chance to join the battle. Jeon Minchul thought that these people had decided to push him to extremes and not allow him to join the monster hunt. Our hero intervened in the conversation and reminded the leader that he's been suffering from an allergy to silly conversations lately. Young Yu-ding said, this young man's talk is quite harsh. After all, we are all teammates. Jeon Minchul said, if we had planned it from the beginning, I would have preferred to hunt alone. Young Minchul, kneading his hands, said, if it comes to this, I suggest making a bet. Jeon Minchul said, our assault team is up against me alone. Whoever finishes off the monster boss first, unless of course you're scared. The hunters who heard this suggestion were outraged and surprised. What does this guy allow himself? Jeon Minchul added, I'm not going up against all of you. I suggest eliminating one. Our hero said, Young Yu-ding is beyond controversial. The group leader said, this guy's jokes are far-fetched. Does Jeon Minchul really think that if he doesn't participate, he can win? Jeon Minchul said, I've adjusted to these hunters before. Now it's their turn to adjust to me. Our hero wasn't going to follow every little thing these guys had planned. Young Woo suggested that the leader accept the offer. Youngji Yu-ding was surprised. Is there really any point in accepting this bet? Young Woo noticed that Hunter Young Minchul ranked first in the exam. He just can't be devoid of overconfidence. Young Yu-ding agreed. However, if Young Minchul was in danger, then I would get involved. Young Minchul replied, it wouldn't be necessary. I know what I'm getting into. After all, I'll take care of everything first. Based on what he saw through the eyes of truth, our hero was sure he'd get rid of the boss faster. Now it's a race against time. Looking around, Jeon Minchul realized that the Hwang Guild wasn't chasing after him. Now thinking about it, our hero remembered that the opponents had boots and special equipment. Definitely, they knew something about the boss. As we know, this entire mountain is a monster boss territory. However, if the source of this information is Hen, they might have intentionally hidden some details or deceived him. Our hero didn't know what kind of monster was hiding here, but was it really so powerful that Horing was slow to attack? Jeon Minchul felt the ground beneath his feet vibrate. What could it mean? Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the earth. It was a sandworm. It roared loudly. Jeon Minchul thought that this monster was as huge as a mountain and terribly loud. The protagonist realized that he wouldn't be able to resist it without enhanced demonic defense energy. The worm had no eyes, but used the vibrations of the earth to find its target. The monster was incredibly fast, with extremely strong scales and excellent regeneration. It wasn't easy to deal with. Jeon Minchul felt that he wouldn't be able to dodge another attack. He would have to take the blow himself. Our hero decided to nullify the opponent's attack with a counterattack and struck back. Jeon Minchul thought that the Hwang hunters were still absent. They must be preparing something big. However, by the time they deigned to arrive, there would only be chopped pieces of the worm left. Jeon Minchul once again delivered a piercing blow with his sword to the sandworm's body. It wasn't very deep, but it was enough. Martial arts weren't all the protagonist had in store. The target was the monster's tough shell. Using great weapons and uncommon skills, our heroes systematically destroyed the boss monster. The hunters at their base felt the ground shake and wondered whether it was an earthquake or a landslide. However, when they looked up, they saw a huge monster, a sandworm, being attacked by Hunter Jeong Minchul. The hunters of the Varen Guild, watching our hero's actions, did not wonder if it was even possible to repeat such movements. Surely, their leader could do just that. Yu Sun-Wu was surprised. He thought this guy would be scared and hide somewhere. How could he go and fight the sandworm alone? Chai Yuing, he said, stop him. If he gets into close combat now, we won't be able to guarantee the safety of the team. Young Wu told the leader, at this rate, we will lose. Shou Yuding replied, we miscalculated this time. We need to retreat. There will be another chance. Chai Yuding realized that in any case, the hunter young Mench would win. He had previously thought that Jeon Minchul was not too different in skills from Young Wu. However, it was not just about skills here. His keen eye and ability to make quick decisions allowed him to predict the movement of the worm. Determination and action could lead to serious injury at the slightest mistake. Shou Yuding thought that even Yu Sun-Wu, with the same physical abilities, would not be able to dodge this monster. After destroying the monster, our hero asked if the Harem Guild had taken too long to prepare. He added that there didn't seem to be any work left for them. Smiling, the protagonist said he won without ever seeing what his opponents had in store for him. After leaving the gate, reporters and journalists shouted in one voice that the Han Guild had dealt with the gate. Young Mensch patted Young Wu's shoulder and said they weren't very happy about this sweep. Ellie asked her mentee what had really happened. After Young Mensch told the girl everything, she announced that the hunter had made a good advertisement for himself. The guy told the girl that it would only make her more work. Ellie remarked that this kind of work is only welcome. Young Mensch stated that he felt like the girl was just obsessed with work. The manager said that the guy wasn't the kind of person she would want to hear that from. It's because he's obsessed with hunting. Young Mensch was offended and said it was a cheap trick to throw around facts. Smiling, our hero told the girl that he was going to infiltrate the Tower of Trials. Ellie stated that these jokes were already out of bounds. Our hero replied that he was not joking. All of the strongest people the protagonist had fought in the past were from the tower. According to them, for each trial passed, the winner was rewarded with items, mana, and other things. Of course, the tower doesn't always help you become stronger. Jeon Minchul asked Ellie to contact the branch manager and tell him that he wanted to meet tomorrow morning. Mr. Martin said he was waiting for Hunter Young Minchul. The branch head added that he had heard the young man was going to the tower, so he gathered the necessary provisions. Shorty added that a competent partner should be one step ahead. A half-ton space bag was prepared. After studying the list, our hero said that Mr. Martin was well prepared. The dwarf said that he was the head of the department and absolutely got here, not thanks to a game of poker. Jeon Minchul offered to deduct the cost of these provisions from the amount he would receive. Our hero thought that the Interstellar Alliance always tries to pay back twice what they put in. He just doesn't want to have any debts. On the scales with the Alliance, he has to stay on equal footing. Young Mensch told the branch head that he needed help with something else. Our hero added that he needed a construction expert. He would like to build a training area. This area should be equal to a gate in efficiency. Since our hero can't always train in the gate, he needs a place with a large concentration of mana where he can draw a magic circle. By following all the conditions during training, he will activate this circle, thus increasing the concentration of mana. The branch head wrote everything down. The protagonist said it would take about 700 million coins. The dwarf stated that he could help the hunter with the missing amount. Young Menchel replied that there was no need to do that. Jeon Minchul took the spatial bag, and after saying that he was counting on the guild head, he headed towards the exit. Mr. Martin said he had something he wanted to ask. To enter the tower uninvited, one must be human, right? Young Gava thought to himself, because the head of the branch thinks that he is just a clone of a high-ranking astral being. Jeon Minchul inquired if the person he was talking to was really interested. The protagonist said to find out the answer, you have to die. Our hero added, Mr. Martin only needs to die once. The head of the guild branch wondered, what does that mean? Jeon Minchul thought that he would tell the truth after more trust had developed between them. Mr. Martin became frustrated. He realized he wasn't trusted enough yet. The girls looking at our hero decided that he was quite handsome and somewhere they had seen him before. The young man sitting next to the protagonist was also liked by the girls. Jung Yun-soo told our hero that he was honored to be invited to this meeting. The girls debated whether to ask for phone numbers from these young men. Young Mensch told his interlocutor that he was very good at using mana for his age. Our hero activated the sound-blocking barrier magic. Thank you for the compliment, Jang Yun-soo said to Hunter Young Mensch. Our hero told his interlocutor, do not give me such a nasty smile. Jang Yun-soo answered, the guild is currently focused on its expansion. Chong Yun-soo told his master, you may call us loyal servants guided by the black flame. It had not been long since Very had founded the guild to increase his forces in the country. With his skills and leadership, the organization was able to grow quickly. It was now known as new and prosperous. Jung Mako thought the characteristics of the interlocutor were much higher than those of other people his age. He was talented. Our hero thought that since he had taken on a subordinate, he should make him as useful as possible. He asked Verdi, "Do you trust me?" Yang Yansu replied, "I have sworn on my soul." The protagonist put his hand in front of his face and said to his interlocutor, "Do not move a millimeter in that case." Whatever happened, Jeon Minchul felt it was necessary to concentrate. Otherwise, if he got distracted, he might die. The demon clan interacts with mana differently, so our hero can't use dark magic to wield Verdi. For the same reason, he can't teach him any magic that could make him stronger. The martial arts, however, are another matter. The art of splitting the mind is more of an energy art, closer to Taoist magic than martial arts. It increases the ability to process information by dividing the mind into separate parts. Magic is like calculating a certain formula. If one can perform several simultaneous calculations, then magical efficiency increases exponentially. One who has mastered the art of mind splitting will be able to speed up his magical calculations several times. Chang Yun-Su wondered what kind of magical power Lord Effort had given him just now. Jeon Minchul replied, "It's the art of mind splitting, a magic that helps make magical calculations faster and more efficient." Chang Yun-Su rejoiced. He had never even heard of such a thing. Master had given him such a strong ability. The girls were surprised. One of the boys grabbed the other's head. Had they really gotten into a fight? Our hero didn't want to do it in a public place, but the handoff seemed to go off without a problem. Jeon Minchul thought that if someone touched them, it would end in an energy deflection when someone tampered with another's mind. Both the infiltrator and the victim were in danger. Our hero, however, was no different. He could trust himself. Chang Yun-Su asked, "Shouldn't we have rented a business room or something like that?" Jeon Minchul replied, "It's too expensive." Verman wondered, "Isn't his master rich?" Jeon Minchul remembered that he was indeed rich, but he still had one of the habits of student life. The young man decided to end the conversation anyway because the goal had already been achieved. Young Menchel told his companion to train hard and bring his art up to 2 stars. It should be done before their next meeting. Jeon Minchul stated that he needed to get to his hometown before entering the tower. Our hero told the companion that there was no need to follow him all the time. The companion replied, "It's the only way I can make young Menchel remember that I exist. Plus, it's a chance to stop by and see my parents." The companion was Kim Kai, our hero's childhood friend. They were studying at the same university at the same time. Kim Kai said that his friend was constantly away from home. He was completely unreachable. Young Menchel replied that he had taken a sabbatical from the university. Kim Kai said his friend had become famous and their university friends made a lot of noise trying to get his contact information. Kim Kai told the interviewer that he had talked his mom out of going to the capital because she couldn't reach him. All he had to do was show her an article about her son. She was very surprised. After clearing the gate of Palba, the young man said, "At this rate, I'll die alone." Fortunately, he was lucky enough to meet Kim Kai at that time. Thanks to his friend, our hero was able to talk to his mom on the phone. Kim Kai thought it was nice to see the mighty Jeon Minchul nervous. Kim Kai thought that friends like him would be a great help. Who else would help him pick out a gift for his parents? The gift was fruit and beef. The young people said goodbye and agreed that they would contact each other again in the future. Jeon Minchul thought that not being able to keep in touch due to being busy was just an excuse. He was at fault and admitted it. When memories of his past life came back to our hero, he became obsessed with the need to become stronger and pushed everything that belonged to Jeon Min aside. For our hero to feel something like that right now is proof of how different he is from that self in a previous life. Deimos will never feel anything like that. Jeon Minchul thought that he had only been away from home for a few months, but it was as if years had passed. The young man's parents had run a restaurant in the old part of Nambu Market for 20 years. They had many customers because they used the old way of deep frying. Our hero missed that smell very much. He used to get sick of it because it was everywhere. It was the fragrant smell of fried chicken. Jeon Minchul thought that he was no longer sickened by that smell. Even though he lived in a different place, our hero opened the door and went inside. The mother saw her son and could not believe her eyes. At the woman's surprised cry, her husband came over and saw his son too. Young Mench said he was back. The fried chicken with a ruddy golden crust was already ready. The aroma, affecting all 5 senses, filled our hero's nose. Jeon Minchul picked up the chicken leg that was glowing from within. He felt the warmth as he took the first bite. The taste of the well-cooked, succulent meat made the protagonist feel as if he had ascended to heaven. The flavor was angelic or even demonic. The mother said, "You should have given me a heads up that you were coming. I would have cooked something you liked." The father said, "It's no big deal because there's no chicken like this in the whole capital." After the memory of his past life returned, our hero forgot about his family for a while. Jeon Minchul had lived a life of love and care since childhood. His parents were always worried about him. The parents were happy for their son from the bottom of their hearts. Jeon Minchul thought that his parents were the ones he wanted to protect the most. They were the only reason he still existed as Jeon Minchul. Jeon Minchul told his parents to remember to open their presents. Those gifts were the only things he could give them right now. The father assumed that working as a hunter made a lot of money. Its son was all grown up now. The mother said, "Our son is still a child." She added, "We really appreciate it, but next time, don't buy anything. You shouldn't waste money." There was a sign on the door that said it was a day off. The parents said Minjun should be here soon. Jeon Minchul wondered why she had to come. The mother wondered, didn't he know? She added, "The girl helps us in the evenings." Minjun walked into the establishment and said, "I'm back." The girl saw the boxes of gifts and asked, "What's all this about?" "It's our day off and the doors are closed." Minjun once again asked, "What's wrong?" and met her gaze with Jeon Minchul. Minjun shouted, "What is he doing here?" Jeon Minchul shouted back, "I was asked the same thing." The brother and sister began to argue loudly, getting emotional with each other. The mother told her children not to fight. When will they grow up? The young men immediately told each other that the person they were talking to should grow up. A woman thought that her children seemed to have been enemies in a past life. Jeon Minchul thought back to the annoying creeps from the past and couldn't believe that his sister could have been one of them. Minjun looked at the gift boxes and asked, "Where's my gift?" Jeon Minchul replied that her present wasn't here. The girl said, "My favorite brother can't leave me without a gift." Jeon Minchul replied, "I don't have any sister." The young man took pity on his sister and reported the package with the gift. The girl was very happy. Minjun was happy to see that Dad's favorite chicken was on the table. The man said, "It's still crispy. I just fried it." The announcer on TV reported that the huge gate that appeared in Jeonju had disappeared after 18 days. The woman told her husband they finally closed the gate. The TV reporter went to get more details. The woman said, "It's good that nothing bad happened." The husband replied, "If anything happened, I would definitely protect you." The woman blushed with embarrassment and said, "There are children present." So, what was he saying? Young Mench didn't want to close that gate, but it was near his house. Seeing his parents' reaction, he thought his efforts were not in vain. The announcer on the television reported that the hunters were actively participating in closing the gate under the leadership of one of the 3 leaders of the Huan Guild, Cho Yuding. The announcer added, "The raid on the boss will be conducted by Hunter Jeon Minchul alone." This time, the parents were very surprised to hear this information. An alliance had been formed between the Varen Guild and the Interstellar Alliance. Minjun also paid attention to the information from the TV. The announcer said that the Hiring Guild had supported this hunter in the boss battle. Everyone listened breathlessly as Hector talked about the exam, the rift, and now the huge gate. They would eagerly await Hunter Jeon Minchul's next accomplishments. The reporter finished his report. There was silence in the room for a while longer. After a while, the woman asked, "Does your son want to explain this to me?" What he had said about safety. The hero spent 2 days doing nothing. On the first day, he talked about his adventures and answered his parents' questions, just spending time with them. The second day, our hero spent with his childhood friends. He was able to have a drink with them, thanks to Kim Ki-tai. After arriving in his hometown, the protagonist spent his time as Jeon Minchul. The boy wasted no time reminiscing about his past life. Ever since he remembered everything, he had been running without respite as if something was chasing him. And now, he was finally able to distract himself. It ended with our hero promising himself to become stronger again. He would not be able to defeat those he would have to face with his current strength. To protect those he cares about, he must become stronger, no matter how dangerous. After spending the weekend, they parted ways on the train platform. The mother told her son not to do anything dangerous. Young Mench replied, "I'm not going to do anything dangerous." The woman added, "You shouldn't enter any gates again." Young Mench replied, "It won't happen again." She also asked her son to always be in touch so they wouldn't worry. His parents said they would miss him very much. Minjun says it's time for his brother to get off. The train will soon leave without him. Young Mench noticed that his sister was so eager to get rid of him. The girl told her awesome and bestest brother in the world, "As the daughter of our parents, I will make up for your absence so you can have off." At the destination station, our hero was met by Ellie. The young man said that the girl was, as always, without tardiness. Ellie wondered if the young man was now going to the tower. The young man nodded affirmatively. Jeon Minchul said for the girl to call Mr. Marthin and remind him of his request. The young man stood in front of the entrance to the Tower of Trials. Our hero felt a strong energy, not at all like the energy from the gate. Ellie asked, "Is there anything that Hunter Jeon Minchul wants to tell me?" Jeon Minchul was surprised. Had he forgotten something? The girl said angrily, "If you intend to return, you should say so." Jeon Minchul thought, is it really that important? After all, he would still see her when he returned. People who wish to enter the tower stay there for quite some time. On average, A ranks go there with a survival rate of about 70%. Our hero's physical body doesn't even come close to matching the A ranked, so he's a little worried. However, he has skills and karma from his past life. Young Mench thought that he wouldn't see Ellie for a while. He didn't even think that anyone other than his family members would be worried about him. Young Mensch proposed to Ellie to have dinner together when he returned. The girl was surprised by the offer. Jeon Minchul added that he suggested having an informal dinner. The protagonist stopped at the gate, turned around, and said that he would definitely come back. Inside the tower, it seemed to our hero as if he was about to dissolve into darkness. His senses were blocked, and the guy couldn't see where he was going. To begin, the hero decided to call upon his senses to assess the terrain. Our hero heard someone greeting him in the Tower of Trials. Whose voice was that? Did they decide to give him a welcoming ceremony? Jeon Minchul saw the outline of a person and looked in that direction. The voice sounded surprised. There was no way he could be seen. Jeon Minchul noticed that he could only make out the outline of a figure. The voice replied, "It's still unbelievable." Our hero stood in the square in front of the masked man. A masked man greeted the protagonist in the Tower of Trials. It seemed like a pleasure to meet the man. His name was Lucha. He was in charge of training on the 0 floor. Jeon Minchul wondered, why the bear mask? Lucha just said, "It's not a bear, it's a bald lion." Jeon Minchul replied, "It's not a bald lion, and there's no need to mess with my head. Let's get down to business." Jeon Minchul, the protagonist, introduced himself and gave his name. Lucha noticed, "You've got a temper." Jeon Minchul looked at the screen and thought it was just like the status system here. Lucha said, "Before we start the 0 test, you can look at this information anytime by saying, status bar." Jeon Minchul thought that the same thing had appeared in front of his eyes when he awakened as a hunter. It couldn't be a coincidence. Lucha said that the participants' characteristics would be adjusted for the duration of the trial. Also, he would only be able to use one item, and no item change would be available during the trial. Lucha turned into a menacing bear and said, "I will not wish you luck." Watching our hero through the screen, the masked man remarked, "This guy looks pretty strong." The young man replied, "This guy looks weak." The support genie was in charge of floor 0 because his characteristics were too low. He had never seen a challenger adjust his characteristics so explosively before. The girl near the bear mask said, "If this guy dies, it's all over for him. He's not like the other contestants." She added, "I wonder how long he'll last." The interlocutor was surprised. Wasn't she shocked by his low performance? The guy said, "I'm giving him 10 minutes. He must at least meet the adjusted specifications." In that case, the girl bet on 10 seconds. Against our hero came a werewolf monster. It was a beast with exceptional characteristics. However, knowing the characteristics of the opponent gave our hero an advantage. The characteristics of our hero doubled due to the adjustment, so it should not be difficult to cope with this monster. The monster pounced on his opponent but failed, receiving a huge hole in his chest, an injury incomparable to life. The first stage, the werewolf, had been passed. Body and mana were restored, wounds healed. Our hero said he didn't even have time to warm up. The second stage had a monster, a harpy. The fourth step featured a skeleton. The next stage was a fire-breathing monster, which was also successfully destroyed. Young Mensch thought, were all the rumors surrounding the Tower of Fabrication? The protagonist scored victories in the following stages, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. All the monsters offered were destroyed by our hero. Young Menchel asked, would there be anyone worthwhile today? A young man watching our hero wondered, maybe I should make an appointment with an ophthalmologist. His companion said that she, too, seemed to have vision problems. The 10 steps took 9 seconds. It's definitely a new record. Regular rankers don't live to see it. The young man said, that's why this guy interested her. The girl noticed that her sixth sense hadn't failed her. Lucha thought that the fact he saw her wasn't an accident either. When an aspirant goes through the process of registering with the tower, their feelings are temporarily frozen under the influence of the light. A long time ago, she went through it too. It should be impossible to feel anything during this process. But he did what no one else could. Where did he come from? The girl suggested that he might be a threat to the 7. Stage 48, Dark Illusions, had been passed. The sword, cloak, and another mask lay at our hero's feet. Jeon Minchul wondered when this would finally end. It became fun only when monsters with characteristics superior to those of our hero began to appear. It even turned out that he himself was growing. The extra rewards were delicious, and Jeon Minchul hoped they wouldn't run out. On the 49th stage, a vagabond appeared. He wielded his swift sword and danced with his blade. Tramp said, it's been a long time since anyone's been this far. Our hero wondered, could this opponent really talk? The Wanderer prepared his sword and said, the test is beginning. The villain offered to try out his opponent's skills. His sword-wielding style consisted of fast swings that put pressure on the opponent. The way to deal with him was to suppress his speed with force. Our hero used the blade of the 5 tigers. Zhang told his opponent, I blocked your attack. Tramp remarked, I've met many strong challengers, but never anyone like this guy. Young Mensch asked, should that be considered a compliment? Tramp added, 7 is going through the same thing. For a moment, the rivals drew closer and met their gazes. Their swords make a scraping sound of metal. The Wanderer wondered what power lurked in his opponent's blade. Our hero said, "Did the old man really think that by swirling like a fly around me we'd get anywhere?" Jeon Minchul thought that before this, one punch was enough for him, but now he would need two. He couldn't believe he was losing, but his performance was much better. Mench thought the trick was to deliver several consecutive strikes. Instead of constituent combos, which would be more powerful than a single strike, albeit a strong but haphazard one. Given the presence of buffs, our hero was counting on not losing. Higher stats alone didn't mean anything. The Drifter said that only 8 opponents, including this guy, had been able to defeat him. Jeon Minchul thought that 7 was the same 7 he had been told about earlier. The Wanderer said that 7 ruled the tower. However, would the lad be able to pass the final test? The old man said that he enjoyed crossing swords for the first time in a long time. The 49th stage had been passed. It was announced that the last stage was to take place. A bright glow appeared in front of our hero. Jeon Minchul saw the knights in front of him and thought, "Isn't this too much?" A legion appeared in front of the protagonist. 100 legionnaires had to be defeated. The young man thought that now they wanted to take him in numbers. Jeon Minchul thought that if he continued to stand there and watch, the opponents would put more buffs on themselves. Our hero thought there was nothing to lose, and rushed to the attack. The most troublesome ones, the ones who put on the buffs, had to be taken care of first. A fireball and a water arrow were used against our hero. The protagonist also experienced a stealth attack. The next unpleasant moment was a stroke of grief and an ambush in the darkness. Our hero withstood even the seal of slowness and the curse of blindness. Jeon Minchul thought that all sorts of debuffs were being placed against him to give him no chance to escape. He realized that a powerful attack should follow all of this, and an attack did follow. The guy realized he couldn't dodge. It was necessary to fight back. Jeon Minchul thought that if he couldn't avoid this attack, he would hit back. The legionnaires began to surround and approach our hero. Their attacks became more coordinated. Jeon Minchul thought that if they wanted to attack him at the same time, it would be great. He would fulfill his move. It would be a divine flame that purified energy and healed wounds. Fighting a large unit, a gap is usually created, and it is not noticed. However, our hero thought that such experienced guys as these legionnaires would not allow this to happen. The 7 may not have taken advantage of it, but Jeon Minchul would do so gladly. Jeon Minchul stabbed the legionnaire through and thought that the consequences of thoughtless actions always resulted in death. The system reported that there were 97 legionnaires left. The system periodically said numbers that were decreasing. Jeon Minchul was destroying his opponents without stopping for a second. Jeon Minchul realized that there was no need to dodge all attacks to get more. One had to sacrifice something, otherwise the opponents would change their tactics. The legionnaires received a message that the enemy was approaching and it was necessary to protect the mages. Jeon Minchul was surprised at how quickly his opponents could take their positions. A firestorm was used against our hero. The guy managed to bounce away. The legionnaire's spear also failed to reach its target. The legionnaires spread a warning that the enemy was approaching their ranks. However, it was too late to do anything about it. As young Menchel had already drawn his sword against the enemy, the God of War is an honorable nickname given to a demon who has reached the top in battles. There was so much work that went into earning it. The legionnaires tightly closed their ranks so that the enemy wouldn't get through. Jeon Minchul realized that his attack only needed to change a little, and he would destroy the fortress that the legionnaires had created. The legionnaires created a solid shield and unwavering defense. This action turned the tide of battle in our hero's favor. Young Mench, king a fair distance away, began to strike the legionnaire shields with his sword. This attack didn't do any damage, but our hero needed another small gap. Jeon Minchul broke through the gap in the defense and penetrated inside. His opponents were too slow. The protagonist approached the high legionnaires and prepared to strike. The system reported that there were 82 legionnaires left. One of the mages was wounded. Now that our hero had dealt with the most troublesome warriors, he needed to aim for the opponent's vital spots. Combat should be much easier now. The legionnaires have been informed that the mages have been destroyed. Now they need a new strategy. The legionnaires were not advancing. Jeon Minchul wonder is 69 against 1 too few. Jeon Minchul decided that he would come to them himself and rush to attack. After a fierce battle, the system reported that there was 1 legionnaire left. The surviving legionnaire didn't understand how someone was able to defeat them all. Jeon Minchul asked, "What's the big deal?" The protagonist declared that it was time to call it a day and pierce the body of the last legionnaire with his spear. Jeon Minchul thought that he had done a good job this time. The system reported that there were 0 legionnaires left. The young man watching the battle through the monitor shouted, "This is insane. How could the legion lose?" He asked Lucha if she had foreseen this outcome. The girl wondered how she could have foreseen it. Lucha added, although she was looking forward to this battle, she didn't think this guy would defeat the legion. The legion is a large troop of highly ranked undead. united in spirit and driven by vengeance. The Legion is like a single monster, suppressing by force, and has never lost before. This time, however, the Legion lost to Hunter Jeon Minchul. The system reported that the hero is ranked first among those who passed the zero-floor trials. The first place is occupied by Jeon Minchul, and the second place is occupied by the Demon King. Young Menchel thought they had given themselves a loud name, the 7-7 Emperors, but none of them are on this list. The system reported that the hero had achieved what no one else had been able to. His name and reputation were being recorded in the tower's history. Jeon Minchul also received points that he could use as currency inside the tower. Behind our hero's back, Bear appeared and congratulated him for passing the test. Jeon Minchul was startled and jumped aside. How was Lucy able to get close unnoticed? Jeon Minchul wondered if it was some unique ability that the tower system had, or perhaps the manager himself. Lucy said that the young man looked distressed despite having passed the test. She then added that she would give the hunter a reward for passing. At the same moment, a flash appeared in front of the young man. At the sight of the flash, an object materialized, the mythical Stone of Peace. This stone held the power of creation. The young man wondered, had Lucy really given him the Stone of Peace as a reward? The Stone of Peace is a gemstone that can create a dimension. However, a stone of this size will not be able to create a dimension, though it still holds great power. Lucy explained, that's what the reward for passing floor 0 was. The young man asked, didn't the tower manager know about the reward? Shouldn't Lucy know everything? Lucy replied, the tower has many secrets. The tower manager only knows some of them. The young man, Jeon Minchul, said, I know about the stone. I have my own sources of information. Our hero didn't feel the need to explain how he knew about the stone. Lucy continued, in any case, the hunter is aware that his reward is a very special item, far more valuable than the rewards for all the other floors. There is no reward better than this stone. If this stone is processed properly, one can obtain an artifact of transcendent rank, or even mythic rank. Only 15 items belong to the mythical rank. The transcendent rank is lower than the mythical rank, but nevertheless, only 100 objects possessed it. Young Menchel said that he didn't need a weapon. Lucy remarked, it's the best way to use the peace stone. Young Menchel said his weapon was enough. Our hero thought of another way to use the stone. He clenched his fist with force and crumbled the peace stone. Lucy wondered, what had the testator just done? He destroyed such a precious thing. The energy of the universe is equal to the energy of origination. The peace stone, in turn, contains a force equivalent to this very energy. Now our hero is trying to do something no one has ever thought of before. The protagonist was trying to absorb the peace stone. He was absorbing all the energy that the stone was releasing. Lucy stared at the hunter, unable to understand what was going on. The power of creation contained in the peace stone. The hunter placed the world in his mind, a small universe. The system reported that the mastery of the ancient celestial art had increased by 10%. Jeon Minchul tried his best, but he still couldn't absorb the peace stone completely. By our hero's guess, he only managed to absorb about 1%. That must be his limit right now. Young Minchul realized that if he overdid it, everything might just collapse. At the very least, our hero managed to form a sun. If he could control this power, he would become stronger. The first goal had been achieved. The 2 stars in Jeon Minchul's accomplishments turned into 4. Lucy asked excitedly, what did the test-taker do with the stone? Lukai saw the hunter destroy the stone, but what happened afterward? Young Minchul replied, he then absorbed the stone. Lucha was surprised. He had never heard of it before. How did the hunter come up with that? Young Mensch replied, it was instinctive. He doesn't know the details himself. The administrators thought it looked like this guy wasn't lying. To get past the 100th floor, he must have something more in store. The protagonist received another stone. He was told that it was a token showing that the administrator was interested in him. The administrator added that he would still need the stone. Junch, our hero, decided to apply the Eyes of Truth to find out what it was. It was an item related to some space in the tower. There were still many items he could obtain here, including the shingle fragment. Jeon Minchul thought that it was getting more and more interesting. Jeon Minchul said he would consider the item as a souvenir and accept it. Now our hero's task was to get to the top of the tower. He had no idea what lay ahead of him. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself in the desert. Wasn't that a bit too sudden? Jeon Minchul thought that if he didn't have the energy of the universe, he wouldn't even be able to walk. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of the hunter. It roared loudly. In the next moment, the guy destroyed the monster and kept moving forward. Jeon Minchul wondered, why is floor 0 a training level? Our hero wanted to destroy monsters, not just mindlessly move through the desert. Monsters that crossed the protagonist's path were systematically destroyed. The road was exhausting, and our hero decided to have a snack before moving on. He opened a hiking ration and started eating fried rice. It turned out to be better than he thought. Junko checked the characteristics and wondered, was the following process still only 0.2%? The system reported that the hero was in the desert and his goal was to survive. He needed to find a way to the second floor. Worst of all, the goal is not even to reach 100% of the study, but to find a way to the second floor, which is unknown. Jeon Minchul thought that if he was lucky, he'd end this quickly, but if not, he would have to hurry up. He saw the men and told them to stop where they stood and not to come any closer. Just in case, our hero prepared a spear. One of the strangers said, for this guy to calm down, there's no need to raise the spear. They're here to make a deal. The strangers inquired, didn't this person pass the ground floor not too long ago? Jeon Minchul confirmed it. The stranger offered to trade some rations for information on the location of the entrance to the second floor. Jeon Minchul wondered why they didn't go to the second floor themselves if they knew where it was. They shouldn't be trusted. The stranger said they would go there too. If we ended up here, of course, we'd go to the second floor. We just don't feel like going up there so soon. The man added that in addition to the main quest, there was an additional quest that, once completed, would take you to the next floor of the Tower of Trials. Right now, they are just busy passing it. That's why they need to go to stay longer on the first floor. That's what our hero could believe. Jeon Minchul said that doesn't mean he trusts them anyway. After all, they might give false information just to get rations. The Ifterlocker said he was willing to provide a map with the information they were able to gather. There are directions on the map to get to the second floor. If you said the word map, you could see the areas that had been explored. Jeon Minchul wondered, had there really been such a useful function here all this time? Why didn't the system announce it from the beginning? The stranger thought that the man in front of them was a complete novice and weakling. Looks like the deal will go smoothly. Jeon Minchul said that he was given a pretty good offer since he could just restock right before going up to the second floor. Jeon Minchul said that he agreed and took out some supplies from the spatial bag. Information was much more useful to him now. The young men sealed the deal and thanked each other. Jung and Skull said that this guy offered him such delicious information. Our hero said the key word, Takran. The boy wondered, how did this hunter know? Our hero delivered a staggering blow to his opponent. Other strangers shouted, what is this man up to? Is he really targeting us now? Young Mensch thought there were real villains in front of him. After all, he had eyes, and it was true. Dean was a bloody key. By using the key, one could escape the ordeal of the nameless altar of God. To activate the feature, he had to be washed with the blood of 100 test subjects. Jeon Minchul thought even if these three were trying to hide their bloodlust, it was still too obvious. After all, they were deceiving the other test subjects. The villains tried to attack our hero. However, the protagonist saw it coming. Counterattacking, he destroyed the villains. Jeon Minchul thought he wasn't doing this for justice, but just punishing those who had forgotten the code of military honor. A warrior is supposed to fight, not cheat others. Jeon Minchul thought these rascals deserved to die. Thanks to the card. The protagonist raised his research percentage to 81. The boy thought it was unexpected luck. A staircase appeared on the map, leading to the second floor. There was also an altar on the map where he could use the key. Junko decided that simply going up to the second floor would be boring. He looked at the requirements to use the key. The reward must be huge. Our hero needed one more person, someone he expected to meet along the way. However, upon reaching the altar, the protagonist never met anyone. Despite this, our hero destroyed many monsters and gained great experience. To begin with, Junko decided to get up and look around. After all, the key was just an object to help him escape the ordeal. That meant if our hero could pass the test, the key didn't matter. Junko found himself in front of an altar. The additional quest, Nameless God Altar, appeared. It was a ferocious altar, one that had been used in the past to summon gods through human sacrifice. He hadn't passed the test of the guardian who protected the altar in order to receive the god's sacrifice. Jeon Minchul thought it was better to pass the test than to make this key. A bright flash appeared in front of our hero. The young man thought that someone had beaten him to it. A guy appeared in front of Jeon Minchul, Raul de Godrian, who had melee talent and characteristic magic. Jeon Minchul thought that this guy was strong. He was a draconian, a dragon man. If he's 100 years old, it means he just became an adult. But his energy was very strong. Jeon Minchul thought that he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent at his current level. Draconians were a race that replaced the blood dragons. Even one who had just become an adult was strong enough to easily defeat a demon. They valued honor and strength. They liked to fight fair. In that aspect, they were similar. Our hero had a pretty good relationship with them in his past life. Draconians were simple-minded because they loved justice and a bit clumsy because they hated shameless actions. If you used this information, you could resolve the situation without spending too much time. The opponent introduced himself and said he was a descendant of a proud golden race. Our hero introduced himself as a human being. Raul said he would give the man advice, even though it was their first meeting. The Dragon Man told his interlocutor not to start the altar test. Raul added that it was too difficult for an earthling like his opponent. Jeon Minchul wondered, how dare this boy tell him what to do? Jeon Minchul asked if the person he was talking to was trying to get away from him to collect the award himself. Raul stated that he only said that because he was worried about the man. Jeon Minchul thought that if the Dragon Man thought he was capable of passing the test, he would have challenged him to a fight. If he didn't care, he would just let him die. Jeon Minchul thought that was even better and decided to come up with a backup plan. Jeon Minchul stated that if Raul was so worried, he could help when he was in danger. Our hero added that when the time was right, he would concede an additional quest to his opponent. The offer looked good, but our hero was simply asking his opponent to be his bodyguard while he fought. No one would have accepted this offer except a draconian who valued reasonableness and fairness. Raul agreed. Since he couldn't take away the man's primacy, he would do as he said. Jeon Minchul said he would trust the interviewer and start the trial. The length quest, the Bloody Key, had not yet been completed. Our hero assumed it was a lock. An altar guard appeared. The protagonist thought it was a fallen beast, a demonic beast of pandemonium. The system reported that the hero had engaged the guardian in combat. Jeon Minchul didn't know who this nameless god was, but it was impossible to believe that the guardian was one of pandemonium's demons. Our hero thought that this was his chance. He used the first form of the demonic sword of the 7 stars, the Star Cutting Blade. Pandemonium's hound, the fallen beast. Its combat tactics were simple. Charge head-on at the enemy and attack with its tentacles. Among them were special limbs that memorized their victim's mana and attacked it exclusively. Cutting off the tentacles did no damage to the main body, so the fight became an exhausting battle until the enemy was worn out. Restoring severed limbs requires mana and energy. During this process, a gap appears in his defenses. The beast opened up, and our hero decided to attack it right away. The fallen beast was under the influence of the overwhelming energy of the universe. The fallen beast was paralyzed, and our hero attacked it. The beast with severed limbs appeared motionless on Earth. Raul didn't expect this man to defeat the fallen beast so easily. The Wise King's mind's eye had been activated. This skill is only available to draconian leaders. The skill allows you to check a creature's mana. Depending on the color and amount, you can tell how strong the mana is. Ar couldn't believe that this man had defeated a pandemonium hound with such mediocre physical attributes. The draconian thought he needed a heart crystal. Jeon Minchul turned around and saw that the pandemonium hound had woken up. Our hero was hoping to destroy this monster with a single blow. Jeon Minchul thought, is the second form really his maximum? If our hero hadn't absorbed the Peace Stone, he would have had a very hard time. Thanks to the stone, his dark energy more than doubled, and its consumption was reduced by 1/3. However, due to his mediocre physical characteristics, Jeon Minchul could not use advanced martial arts techniques. In this case, his only option was to destroy the paralyzed fallen beast. Jeon Minchul stabbed the monster's head with his sword. A mark appeared on the protagonist's arm. The mark on the back of his palm began to glow, signaling that the young man had unleashed the 2nd level Black Star power. The Black Star has capabilities comparable to artifacts of mythic rank and can transform into any weapon. Its power varies depending on the user's level of progress. Our hero did not know what led to this, but it was a sin not to take such a chance. The stronger Blacker became, the broader his combat capabilities would be. He would then be able to deal with any trouble that may befall him in the tower. The only problem was the resources needed to reach the full potential of a star. Such resources were not to be found on the 1st floor. Our hero defeated the Guardian and received experience points and a heart crystal as a reward. The heart crystal contains a powerful, vengeful spirit. Raul asked, is it true that the man was given the heart crystal for completing an additional task? From the look on his face, it was clear this guy was barely holding himself back from taking the power stone. Why would someone from the draconian race need a heart crystal? He wondered aloud. A demon once sought to create something similar to the Stone of Peace. To achieve this, he ground up many living creatures, combining their souls into the stone. When applied to an artifact or used as a catalyst for a spell, it can amplify combat abilities many times over. However, if you use it safely, the evil energy from the vengeful spirit must be suppressed. This makes the heart crystal a prized artifact for demons or warriors who specialized in demonic techniques. Dragons with pure mana will struggle to use this stone. And yet, the Draconian still desires the stone, but Auro, he isn't particularly interested in it. Most importantly, Raul needs the heart crystal, and he has it. This guy promised to protect him, so he probably won't attack him sneakily. The Draconian thought he really needed that crystal, but couldn't break his word so easily. The protagonist asked his opponent if he wanted the stone. Raul could not believe his eyes and ears. Jeon Minchul said that he defended him in front of the altar. The altar was only unharmed because Raul was on an extra mission. The Draconian said he didn't have to do anything because no one else came. Jeon Minchul said that if Raul was so insistent, he could do him the favor. Jeon Minchul said that if it's possible, he would like to visit the dragon world at least once. Earthlings considered this world to be a model fantasy world. R wondered if word of their world had even reached Earth, which was in another dimension. Young Mensch apologized and said that he was joking. In reality, people don't even realize that dragons exist. Pandemonium and Elysium information about these worlds is highly classified to prevent other dimensions from interfering in Earthlings' affairs, such as elves, dwarves, and the Interstellar Alliance. Earth representation has severely restricted interracial diplomacy. That's why most of the information about other dimensions is hidden from the public. But our hero's goal lies elsewhere. Raul said, only those who are recognized by the dragon race can enter their world. Our hero knew that it was unrealistically difficult to win the Draconians' favor. Young Mensch asked Raul, is it impossible? After thinking for a while, Raul replied, there is a way. The protagonist knew Raul's name perfectly, just as he knew where Golrian was. Being recognized as a member of the Golrian family was worth far more than the heart crystal. Raul agreed to help. Our hero realized that everything was going according to plan because Draconians are not the kind of people who like to stay in debt. Raul said, if you're so eager to get into the Dragonist, then you should accept it as a gift. Young Mensch was surprised. It's a nameplate. It's an extremely valuable item on Earth. The equivalent would be a full vouch for the other person. Such things are given only to those who are truly trustworthy. He thought that Raul shouldn't give him something like that since they barely knew each other. The Draconian said it was his nameplate and would allow entry into the Draconia. R added that he was well-versed in the power of others. This man has a lot of potential. Young Mencho thought his knowledge of Draconians and his acting skills worked well. He believed that it had been a truly incredible day. He had been able to obtain the heart crystal and had a loyal friend. Going to the second floor, our hero told his interlocutor, I will be very careful with my nameplate. Red had said this was where their paths parted, but he hoped they would meet again soon. The Draconians stayed behind to cleanse and absorb the heart crystal. The system reported that the hero had overcome the test in the hot desert. Now he could proceed to the next trial or return to his dimension. Young Mencho thought that he had only one way forward. Young Mencho mentally told the second floor to wait for him. Once on the second floor, the protagonist was surprised. There were bubbles and fish all around. Our hero guessed that he was underwater. The purpose of the task on the second floor was to search for sea gems. Jungle thought he had just been in the desert and now he was at the bottom of the sea. Who created this tower in the first place? The system reported that the hero had entered a safe zone. Breathing time wouldn't be wasted in a safe zone. The boy thought he could get plenty of breath here. Our hero had a compass of the abyss. This was a standard item given to all players who visited the second floor. It pointed to the nearest safe zone. Jungle thought it was always nice to have such useful items. If the compass was to be believed, this was indeed a safe zone. Our hero wondered, what was that other house in front of him? Juntle walked in and was greeted. The strange creature said that he must be another player who would challenge the second floor of the tower. Youngchul asked why the creature thought that. Our hero thought the creature probably didn't have any special abilities. Please, please. The creature replied that the guest didn't look like a local. The host said, the person seems to have quite a few questions, so he can pass through and have a seat. Young Minchul assumed that the host wouldn't want to share information with him for nothing. The host agreed. I usually charge money for information, he said, but now I'm willing to answer questions if you buy something. John Mensch said he was willing to buy the cheapest item. Our hero was shown the goods for 5 points. Young Mensch thought that points were used for trading here. The system reported that the hero had bought a bottle of fresh water at Arlok's store for 5 points. Young Mensch wondered, had he really been sold water in the sea? Arlok replied, in that case, a person could go and swallow salt water and die of dehydration. Young Mensch asked, could I get any admonishments from the administrator of this floor? The host said, you can forget about it. The administrator is too busy. Young Mensch thought that the first floor administrator looked rather vacant. Surely, every receptionist has their own problems. Young Menchel asked which gems the assignment was about. Arlok replied, the sea abyss is divided into 7 small seas. Young Menchel realized that this place was called the Sea of Silence. Each of the 7 seas has a different gem. If someone completes the task on the second floor, the gems will immediately return to their seas. That's all I know, Arlok added. Young Menchel thought it was better than nothing. Arlok added, a person would not be able to get the gem simply by coming to where it is. The master of the house interjected, give me 500 points. I'll tell you how to get these gems and even narrate one very useful item. Young Menchel replied, I'll ask someone else about it. Arlok yelled, don't leave, and began lowering the cost of the information. Young Menchel thought he had told him much more than he deserved for his 5 points. Did Arlok really think he had fallen for some simpleton? First, he should find a local gem and then swim downstream. Young Menchel thought that the place Arlek was talking about must be nearby. A huge, toothy fish swam up to our hero. With a gem dangling in front of its nose, young Menchel thought, is this really the gem? The assignment said that the gem must be extracted from the head of the Atlantic udder. If the angler was damaged, the ruby would move to another location. The fish turned around and started swimming away from our hero. The young man thought he should compete in speed with the fish. Under normal circumstances, young men would never have caught up to the Udilian. However, now our hero was able to surround his body with holy fire, and his performance increased by 50%. In pursuit of the fish, the protagonist thought he had one trick up his sleeve. Jeon Minchul thought it was time to make peace with the forces. The eagle told the man that he would remember him since he was the first player who could run in the water. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Can this fish really talk? He wondered. Suddenly, Jeon Minchul swallowed the water. He thought, if you look closely at the fish, you can see arms and legs. Is it really another waterman? The Udilian called for the servants. Fish of prey began to swim up from all sides. Jeon Minchul thought, did the Outest really think that some fish could stop him? The dollar asked the man how he was going to catch him at that height. Jeon Minchul thought that this fish was worrying about the wrong thing. Our hero began to sink very sharply into the depths and quickly approached the ubbles of water. The young man reached out his hand and was about to grab the crystal. The crystal was in the protagonist's hand, and he thought it was a simple matter. The system reported that the protagonist had passed the ruby test. Ubidilman said that all the rangeless people he's met had an extremely difficult time in the water, but this man was completely different. Young Minchul thought it was kind of boring. The fish said that the man had an extra reward for passing the test so quickly. Young Mench asked what it was. The fish replied that he would find out when he collected the rest of the gems. Jeon Minch thought that he might get a reward for fulfilling a special condition. However, Eyes of Truth did not show any additional information. Hunter found a stream that took him to the next sea. The lad thought he would have to try harder to get over it. The water pressure increased. The system notified that the hero's movements were restricted, and he had entered the Abyss Sea. Jeon Minchul thought to himself that he had finally escaped the first sea. Were there really 6 more areas like this? This one looked far livelier than the Sea of Silence. In the central square, rare items were being sold at bargain prices today. Short blades crafted from swordfish bones cost only 3,000 points. There were also healing potions prepared by alchemists. The hero noticed that the safe zone tier were much more crowded. Before him stood what felt like a real village. A stranger called out to the hunter and asked, "Is this your first time here?" Young Nicole nodded in confirmation. The man asked for a moment of his time. Young Minchul wondered, what else could he want? It was a middle-aged man named Gerard. He admitted that he might have been a bit awkward when approaching another hunter. Gerard continued, "Since we've already started talking, I'd like to offer to guide you through the abyss. It is one of the safest areas among all 7 seas. It is rather considered a city. This place is connected to the other 6 seas. If a hunter fails to collect 4 or more gems, he is stuck on the 2nd floor. The only place he can feel safe is this city." Young Mensch wondered. It turns out that all these people couldn't complete the task. Gerard confirmed that he couldn't do it either. The interlocutor added that his maximum was 3 gems. He didn't even think of challenging the rest of the trials as they were too difficult for him. Thus, he has been here for 3 years now, helping newcomers and talking about how tough this floor is. Young McCull asked where the Central Sea trials were. Gerard wondered if the young man wanted to challenge him right away. Thanks to this sympathetic person, our hero received a lot of valuable information. He couldn't sit around in this town when he was overflowing with energy. Accompanying our hero, Gerard said he wanted to see the lad pass this test. A brooch appeared on Jeon Minchul's chest that allowed him to talk underwater. The test is to survive the maelstrom, but it's not easy. At least you can't die here, though. Young Minnow wondered, is it really possible to repeat the test many times here? Gerard said that no one promises that the trials of other gems would be as safe. The man offered his interlocker an outfit to make it easier in the maelstrom. Young Mensch replied that he didn't need anything. It was necessary to stay in the Mount Vortex for the specified time. If the participant couldn't resist the current or was knocked down, the trial would be failed. Young Mensch thought that he shouldn't wait for the whirlpool to grow. All he had to do was hold on to that spot for 10 minutes, but no one said exactly how he should do that. Our hero had an original plan of action. He grabbed his spear and swam. The guy was determined to destroy this maelstrom. Gerard couldn't understand what was going on. Shouldn't the maelstrom be raging right now? He decided to go down and check, but he kept his distance for safety. The young man asked Gerard what he was doing here. He was probably mentoring some newcomer again, wasn't he? Gerard said hello to an old acquaintance and explained that he was escorting another brave soul to the gem. Passersby were surprised that someone had gone into the whirlpool, yet nothing could be heard. Suddenly, the onlookers saw a whirlpool, but it was enormous. This maelstrom picked up everyone present and began sucking them inside. Jeon Minchul managed to complete the task. The system reported that the participant had met the additional conditions of the test. The boy asked Gerard, "Why are you here?" He was pretty banged up. "Couldn't you just go back to the city?" Gerard replied, "I can't go back to the city. I need to keep an eye on this man." In the next task, the contestant must retrieve a sea gem, an opal. To do so, the metal giant shark must be defeated. A single shark bite is enough to inflict critical wounds. Our hero thought he could use hellfire. Applying his skill, the protagonist began to enjoy the fire show. Gerard wondered, how could fire exist underwater? However, the emerald test would be much harder than the previous ones. Jeon Minchul asked, "Is this really the most difficult test? The task requires crossing a volcano." Gerard said, "Compared to other challenges, this is considered quite easy. The only problem is the lava, which can explode at any moment." After completing this task, Gerard shook our hero's hand and said, "It's now safe to move on to the next floor." Jeon Minchul said, "If I take on this task, I should complete it completely. So I will collect all the gems." Gerard replied, "In all my 3 years of living here, I've never met anyone like this guy. Where do monsters like that come from?" He continued, "I will accompany this guy all the way to the end." Young Minchul wondered, why would Gerard go that far? The man replied, "I would like to see with my own eyes how someone is tested." Jeon Minchul responded, "I'm fine with it. I expect to help." Among the gems collected were already ruby, garnet, opal, and emerald. After the 5th trial, our hero received a sapphire, and the next was lapis lazuli. In the final challenge, the protagonist was to receive amethyst. Gerard explained, "This region is called the Sea of Doom." Jeon Minchul remarked, "That's a very catchy name." He noticed that almost no one came back alive from there. Jeon Minchul asked, "But still, someone was able to pass the test." Gerard replied that those people were known as the 7 emperors in the tower. Jeon Minchul thought that it seemed like they were really strong if they were called emperors. The tower trials test not only strength, but the ability to sense the mana flows around you, which is what matters most. Jeon Minchul told his companion that they would see each other again and set off to complete the task. Ahead was the abyss, the bottom of which was hidden from human sight. Only those who can withstand the pressure of the depths of the sea are worthy of the reward of the challenge. Jeon Minchul thought that the name of the sea sounded scary, but in reality, it was nothing special. Our hero felt a negative impact on his body. The system reported that the water pressure had increased to level 10. Restrictions were strengthened. Mana density increased. A negative status of paralysis was imposed. The protagonist couldn't understand what was happening. Where did this tremendous pressure come from? Jeon Minchul realized that he couldn't give up now. He needed to gather his strength and continue on. Our hero plunged to a depth of about 1,000 meters. The mana density was at the 10th level. Jeon Minchul felt a monstrous pressure. He knew that if he relaxed for even a second, his body would be crushed by the surrounding mana. Our hero had encountered something like this in a previous life. The Lake of 1,000 Scales on the continent of Mu pulls in and drags everything that touches its surface to the bottom. To escape its waters, one must overcome the incredible pressure for which it got its name. It seemed to the protagonist that the Sea of Doom operated on a completely different principle than the Lake of 1,000 Scales. It didn't pull them to the bottom by force. The Sea of Doom was a combination of a dense layer of mana, water pressure, and gravity. If that were the case, there had to be a way to overcome this ordeal. The deeper our hero descended, the denser the mana around him became. Young men thought that if he could resonate with the surrounding mana and absorb it, he might be able to withstand the water pressure as well. For that, he would need to synchronize the chaos energy with that mana. Jeon Minchul was surprised. He thought he was in complete control of his chaos energy, but it seemed he was greatly mistaken. Jeon Minchul realized that he had to give his best. He had the ability to completely subdue the chaos energy and use it to his advantage. The protagonist saw something unimaginable in front of him. It was the energy of the Peace Stone. The guy thought the raging chaos energy had stabilized. Her purpose has not changed at all, he thought. She is still powerful, but now she is at peace. The water pressure increased to the 50th level, and the depth reached 5,600 meters. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Was this really the bottom of the Sea of Doom? He didn't see anything special about it. Thanks to the synchronization, our hero had become immune to the water pressure. But something was wrong. The boy approached the huge mountain. However, there seemed to be nothing but it here. The system reported that the hero had passed the amethyst test. The pearl of the abyss had been increased. The time of passing the trials is the best in the history of the tower. As a reward for the achievement, the hero is given the rainbow ring. The ring unlocks the skill 7 colored blessing. It removes negative effects and restores the user's energy. Jeon Minchul was pleasantly surprised. This ring was certainly not as strong as the blessing of holy fire, but it gave the same increase as the Vulcan Oath, only for all 5 characteristics. The Vulcan Oath increased strength by 20%. Our hero thought he had done the right thing by deciding to take the remaining 3 trials. It was an excellent choice. The protagonist heard someone say, "It has been a long time since I've seen brave warriors capable of passing all 7 trials of the Sea of Abyss." Junko was surprised. Who said that? He hadn't seen anyone. Someone said he was here, came the response. The voice belonged to him. Our hero lifted his head upward. Had the mountains begun to move? The huge snake said, "Not everyone alive is capable of overcoming these trials." The young man did very well. "Oh," Junko murmured. The boy thought, what is wrong with this snake? Why is it so huge? But it was because of this that he knew what the creature was. Jirongan, Jormungand, a world serpent that had consumed an entire dimension. He was once one of the 72 lords of Pandemonium. One day, in a fit of rage, he left his throne and has not been heard from since. It was the first time the protagonist had ever met the serpent in person. The serpent was surprised. "Does the man really know my name?" It wondered. He is truly an extraordinary man. He sees a demonic soul trapped in an ordinary body. Jeon Minchul replied, "It's a long story." Our hero inquired, "Why is Jirongan sleeping here? What is a creature from a mythical age doing in this place? And why has it awakened now?" Young Minchul thought, "Just don't tell him that he stumbled upon some secret quest this way." Yongin replied, "I am here because of Covenant C." Young Minchul thought that it was a very serious matter if the name of the other party was hidden. The serpent said, "My only promise is to stay here." So, the man's fears were in vain. Jeon Minchul thought he was lucky if he didn't have to fight this huge beast. The serpent said that in the past, everyone would immediately rush into battle when they saw the enemy. Young Menchel wondered if Jormungand was provoking him. The boy thought that in his previous life, he would have fought with this giant without a word. This huge carcass was asking to be kicked. Our hero asked, "What covenant could keep Jormungand himself here?" The serpent replied that he couldn't say. The young man himself knew how covenants worked. However, he would make a gift instead. The protagonist received his skin as a gift. He wondered, what should he do with it? The serpent replied that it was a cloak made from his scales. If he sealed it, he could create a cloak. Young Mencho thought that it was much more valuable than rare ore. The scales of a serpent from the mythical era. What a generous serpent. He really loved the creatures of Pandemonium. The boy told the serpent that he would never forget his kindness. Jirongan said that his allotted time was at an end. Young Minnow wondered why Jormungand had closed his eyes. The hero was astonished. The serpent spoke of what it desired and then drifted back into sleep. Jeon Minchul thought he still had many questions for Jormungand, but it seemed unlikely that he could awaken him. The hunter noticed that there was not a single soul around except for Jormungand. The mana here was dense and the water pressure had reached the 50th level. This place was far better than the gate. Jeon Minch reflected that with 3 100-hour training sessions completed, he was now going to make the most of them. The hero returned to town and stopped by the tavern where he had once met Gerard. The man remarked, "Why don't you stop spending so much time with the newcomers?" They had shared a bond over several hours of companionship, and now Gerard believed the young man had perished, moved to the point of shedding tears. His conversation partner tried to comfort him, saying it was best to let it go since Gerard had already done his best. Gerard then looked up and saw young Menchel standing alive and unharmed before him. He had survived after all. The hero smiled and asked, "Isn't it a bit too soon to consider me gone?" Young Min Cole added that he had a very successful trip. As it turned out, he had spent 12 days in the Abyss. He was able to accomplish a lot during that time. Our hero took the time to prepare himself physically and work through his weaknesses. He was also able to refine the martial arts he had used so far and learned several new styles, such as the Boundless Heaven technique and the Triple Hidden Blade technique. In addition, there were double characteristics. The protagonist decided that it was now safe to return to Earth. However, there were still things to be done. He needed to seal the gate, unleash the second level of the Dark Star, check if Martin was up to his task. Before that, though, it was worth seeing Gerard for the last time. Gerard admitted that he wasn't sure if the hunter would be able to return alive. The man added that he had decided to honor Jeon Minch's memory with a drink in this regard. Gerard once again admitted that he was glad to have the man back. Jeon Minch remarked, "If the person he's talking to is very happy, can't he stop his tears already?" Gerard calmed down and congratulated his interlocutor for completely passing the second floor. He couldn't believe that someone had actually completed all 3 tests. It was the first time he had ever seen such a person. Jung Min, over a mug of beer, thought about how, in the history of the tower, no one had ever passed these tests so quickly. Jared said as he watched the young man that he involuntarily remembered his first trip to the tower. He decided then that he would once again face her trials despite all the adversity. Just like in my best years, Jeon Minchul said, I wish you good luck, Gerard, and I will be worried about you. The young men shook hands, agreeing to see each other again, either on Earth or at the top of the tower. The system reported that the hero had returned to his home dimension. The next time he entered the tower, he would be moved to the 3rd floor. Our hero crossed the gate where he had parted with Ellie. As he looked at the city, the protagonist thought, how long had he been away from Earth? Probably 25 days. A car stopped in front of him, and Mr. Martin looked out. The short man greeted the young hunter with tears in his eyes. The Guild Branch head said that this hunter had managed to return alive. Jeon Minchul squinted at the bright light. This wasn't what he had hoped for when he left the tower, the boy thought. Ellie said, I'm glad that young Menchel is safe and sound. Jeon Minchul replied, I couldn't help but come back. They had agreed to have dinner together. Mr. Martin was disappointed. The hunter ignored him, but replied to his assistant, Ellie. Jeon Minchul told the branch head, we're attracting too much attention. He suggested a change of scenery. Mr. Martin said, I'm fine with it. Jeon Minchul asked the head of the guild branch, how's the construction of the training ground going? The short man replied, the training ground is ready. Young Minchul wondered if he had just heard that. He had only made the request a month ago. Martin replied, we started work immediately. The head of the guild branch said, we didn't approach the matter half-heartedly. After all, I am a serious businessman. Dwarves are a race with exceptional crafting skills. If he's proud of his work, it's probably really top-notch. Martin suggested, you should move closer to the training ground. I don't want you staying in the rented apartment you're living in. Jeon Minchul thought his interlocutor was a genius. The boy said that he agreed. Mr. Martin replied, then I will add the dwelling to the construction plan. Jeon Minchul said he wanted to buy something. Martin replied, I will get whatever the hunter needs. Our hero stated, I need 10 kilograms of methyl and 5 kilograms of orichalcum. Martin noticed that it was quite difficult to obtain this rare ore on Earth. Even if I were the only buyer on the entire planet, it is unlikely that I would be able to find it very quickly. Jeon Minchul said, these ores are the necessary resources to release the 2nd level of Earthstar. Is there nothing left for me to do but wait? Martin asked if the hunter might want to participate in the auction. The branch head added, the Interstellar Union has scheduled an auction in 2 weeks, but there is no guarantee that the right ore will be auctioned. Ellie showed the list of items on the auction block. Martin said, it's illegal. The girl wondered if the branch manager always obeyed the laws without question. Besides, Mr. Jeon Minchul is not a stranger. After studying the information, our hero said, I can trust my partners. Martin replied, I'm happy to oblige. Our hero didn't think that he could find not only the necessary ores here, but also a fragment of the key of the shingle. He seemed to have an extra incentive to participate in the auction. The guild representatives showed the hunter the training hall. Our hero said, it's excellent. Everything is just as I wanted, even better. Mr. Martin said, this is the site, some of my best work. Although it was obvious that the architectural design had been done by someone else, Jeon Minchul stated, you did a great job. Everything was done at the highest level, from the selection and delivery of materials to the construction of the building with the inscription of magic circles. Such things are extremely difficult, even for a dwarf. The boy thought that the head of the guild branch had put a lot of effort into the assignment. Mr. Martin added, this site isn't far from our branch, so the hunter can always reach us at a moment's notice. All in all, the site was a success. Prior to the auction, our hero decided not to mop up any gates and just concentrate on training. It would be a sin not to take advantage of such an excellent training ground. The young man concentrated a glowing energy ball in his hand. Jeon Minchul thought that it had been a long time since he had practiced this. Finally, our hero had the perfect place to practice the techniques of the ancient Celestia. The tower held many secrets, but there were no guarantees that places like the Abyss existed in other corners of the world. So, practicing here was a solid option. In addition, our hero wouldn't have to rely on the energy of stars or mana crystals. He had found an excellent substitute for them. Thanks to this energy, he could easily relieve his body's fatigue, eliminating the need for sleep. In other words, the protagonist could train for days on end. However, the energy seemed familiar to our hero. Could it be dark mana? A squad of hunters approached the portal at the edge of the forest. Viri said, to this day, my talent remains an unrivaled marvel. He expressed hope that they could at least amuse him. There was a phone call. Who cares to disturb me at such a momentous occasion? Verde thought. He looked at the screen and saw that the call was from the strongest and greatest, Jeon Minchul. Verde answered, he can expect a call from the one and only. Young Menchel interrupted. What are you doing in Yong's Sun? Verde replied, I'm in Nabju now, about to enter the gate with my colleagues. But if you need help, I'm ready to show up at a moment's notice. Young Menchel thought for a moment. Was I wrong? He wondered. Verde couldn't have lied to him. He felt the dark mana. His mind immediately went to Verde. Come to think of it, there were 4 other demons on Earth besides him. Could this be their work? The protagonist wished Verde good luck with the gate, but he knew he had to figure it out for himself. First, he must track down the source of this man. There's no telling what pandemonium might arise if they tried to take over Earth. We can't turn a blind eye. Jeon Minchul appeared on the mountain path. Powerful dark mana spread throughout the mountain. Who are these creatures, he thought, trying to use dark mana right in the middle of the city? Jeon Minchul sensed the danger. Instinctively, he deflected to the side. An arrow flew nearby. Our hero pulled out his dagger and wondered who was shooting arrows at him. The stranger, peering out from behind the ambush, prepared to fire another arrow. The villain thought that this guy wouldn't be able to dodge a second time, so he drew the bowstring. However, the villain didn't have time to shoot. Our hero used a hidden, hovering blade. The arrow was sliced in 2 by the dagger. The shooter was also injured. Blood was everywhere. Jeon Minchul leisurely approached his opponent and asked, "What do you want?" There was no reply. The villain was destroyed. Our hero thought he knew it. As soon as he saw the arrow, he immediately thought of them. Dark elves were evil by nature and easily came into conflict. So our hero had a strained relationship with them. The dark elves off to the side determined that there was an intruder approaching them from the south. Despite their weakness, they were very proud to be elves. They were extremely skilled in dark magic and archery, so fighting them in an area with obstacles was quite difficult. However, this did not concern our hero. The dark elves used magic and said that the opponent would not pass. The darkness would consume him, and he would perish in misery. However, our hero would not be intimidated. He evolved their techniques well. The protagonist applied the sweep of boundless skies and destroyed the dark elves' magical barrier. After deactivating his opponents, Jeon Minchul asked, "What are you doing on Earth?" The dark elves replied, "We won't answer. You'd better destroy us." The elves said they served the Great One. Jeon Minchul responded, "I hear that all the time, no specifics." Jeon Minchul added that he didn't expect an answer, so he would fulfill their wish and grant them doom. Jeon Minchul thought that mercy was not an option in this case. If he let them live, they would only take up their cause again. In the center of the magic circle in the forest clearing sat a rather strong dark elf. It was a dark elf with a huge amount of mana. Could it be that all that mana belonged to him? That was very strange. Dark elves are usually very caring when it comes to their kin. A supreme dark elf like this would have attacked with dark lightning long ago. The reason why this elf didn't do anything was because he was preparing a spell. Jeon Minchul swung his sword and asked one last time, "What are they doing in this country?" Although the elf realized he probably wouldn't get an answer, he finished the spell and said, "In the name of the great Demon King Deimos, the Overlord will appear in this world again and wreak doom everywhere." Jeon Minchul thought he understood now, so they were Deimos' minions. Our hero grabbed his opponent by the chest and told him he would not listen to this nonsense. Jeon Minchul was surprised. This elf had committed suicide by draining his own mana. He had no right to die yet, as he hadn't shared the information. Jeon Minchul was furious. How dare this elf impersonate him? The phone rang. The girl answered it. The caller said it was Jeon Minchul. They had run into each other during an exam. The young man then offered to pay for her dinner sometime. The girl remembered their encounter in the dungeon. She replied that she had to wait quite a long time for that call. Jeon Minchul apologized. He hadn't had a single free minute lately. He had one question for her. The girl expressed her hope that this question wouldn't be about her personal life. Jeon Minchul said, "The dark elves have come to Earth." The woman wondered how he knew about it. Our hero asked, "Is the dinner offer still on the table?" Jeon Minchul couldn't calm down. How dare these scoundrels use his name? What were they up to? The dark elf was inside a magic circle that amplified mana with a certain wavelength. In other words, this circle alone was useless. It seemed like there were several other circles, though. However, it would be almost impossible to figure everything out alone. Jeon Minchul thought that he needed more people and more information. Fortunately, our hero had nothing to worry about because he had an extremely helpful assistant. Verde couldn't be reached. Jeon Minchul remembered that the guy had gone to the dungeon just when he needed help. He'd gone to clean up the dungeon and might not be free for a while. The Hunters Association or the Interstellar Alliance wouldn't help our hero much. They might draw the wrong conclusions. In the Interstellar Alliance, he only has ties to the Jansen branch. Jeon Minchul started tearing his hair out. What should he do with the Dark Elves? It dawned on our hero. The Elves and the Dark Elves had the same origin. At some point, the Radical Elves joined the Pandemonium, which led to the division of the race into 2 parts. They considered each other sworn enemies. Jeon Minchul thought, good thing he remembered Shiny Yu. She will definitely help him. She is a half-elf. One of her parents works at the Elven Embassy, while the other is an ordinary human. He had only briefly explained the situation to her, but the girl had sent a squad of elves to him without too much thought. Jeon Minchul looked at his watch and thought they should arrive any minute now. our hero was approached by an elf who asked if he was the hunter, young Mench. The boy replied, "Is it from Shinyui?" The elf confirmed, "It is. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Griff. I was sent by the elven embassy." Young Mensch thought, judging by the elusive fruit scent coming from their spiritual energy, it was safe to say that they were indeed elves. Judging by the brooch, these elves were from the lifeguard. In the elven community, the rank of an elf depends on the number of leaves on their brooch. Jeon Minchul led these elves to the dark elves that were destroyed. Griff wondered, did his companion really stop the dark elves all by himself? Griff added that there were rumors that young Mensch was being tested with their mistress. He asked if they could have a sparring session. Judging from the burning eyes, this elf was serious. However, how could one think about such things in the current situation? Our hero wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it turned out that it wasn't an elf, but a bloodthirsty demon. Young Mensch asked, shouldn't they help him deal with the aftermath of the dark elf invasion? Griff apologized. He instinctively reacted as soon as he felt the powerful energy of his interlocutor. The elves performed all the necessary procedures. The magic circle was subsequently cleared. The elves called upon the spirits to cleanse the place of its filth and restore it to its original purity. Young Menchel thought that in such cases, there was no one more useful than elves. They were able to utilize and combine natural magic with spirit magic, thus being able to remove dark mana in an instant. Our hero was introduced to a chaperone. Young Mencho explained that the young mistress had invited him to the banquet. Our hero thought he would certainly like to talk to Shin Yui over dinner, but this was a great opportunity. It would be possible to find out the dark elves' intentions and learn more about the elves. He was determined to destroy anyone who dared to cover themselves in his name, even if he needed to use them. The young men arrived at the elven embassy. Our hero had a strange feeling. In his previous life, whenever he crossed paths with elves, a fight would immediately break out between them. The only elven empire in their dimension, Vanaheim, was on the side of Elysium. No wonder they hated Pandemonium, but they had a pretty warm relationship with humans after the second great cataclysm. The elves began to actively build friendly relations with mankind. Thanks to this, Earth had an extremely favorable impression of the elves. In the past, our hero considered them beautiful, but very weak creatures. Shiny Yui said hello and mentioned that she hadn't seen Hunter Young Mench in a long time. Jeon Minchul replied, "This is our second meeting." The girl added, "I've waited a long time for you to make contact with me." Jeon Minchul was genuinely surprised. Why did Shiny Yui wait? The girl responded, "I'm the kind of person who always repays a debt." However, she continued, "It wasn't because of that promise that I invited you here." Now, Shiny Yui said, "My father wants to meet Hunter Young Menchel in person." She warned, "I'm telling you in advance so you won't be surprised when you see him." Young Menchel replied, "It's not often in life that an opportunity like this comes along." The girl remarked, "If today's banquet was initiated by my father, my promise still stands." Young Mench replied, "I agree." Shiny Yui said, "Young Mench hasn't changed at all. There isn't a bit of excitement on his face, just like during the battle with the Blue Guardian." Jeon Minchul wondered why he would worry. After all, elves are kind of like humans in some ways. Shiny said that's exactly what she likes about him. The young man entered the room, and the girl told her father that she had brought him. The elf asked, "So this is the hunter Young Minchul who discovered the traces of the dark elves?" The man replied, "I am the ambassador of Vanaheim, and my name is Visalin Young Mench." He added that he had heard the surname Silin before, as it was a side branch of the imperial family. The ambassador was surprised. Is the young man really interested in the culture of the elves? Jeon Minchul replied that anyone would know the elves consider Earth to be an extremely important place. Varys is one of the strongest elves in Vanaheim. Our hero wanted to fight with him to match his strength. Varys said he could see the fire in the young man's eyes, but unfortunately, his wish would not be realized. Varys told the hunter to take a seat, and his little princess would sit beside him. The ambassador said they were probably all hungry and suggested they continue the conversation after the meal. Our hero thought they would eat something simple, but it seemed the elves had spent a lot of effort on this dinner. However, all the dishes were made exclusively of vegetables. You couldn't expect anything else from the elves. After dinner, Varys told his daughter that he would like to speak with Hunter Jeon Minchul alone. Varys reiterated that it had been reported to him that the young man had discovered a troop of dark elves and destroyed them. Jeon Minchul said that he was just lucky. Varys remarked that the young man was very lucky. Young Mench thought that his tone had changed. He probably wanted to get right to the point. Varys said that this hunter was their benefactor. They knew of the appearance of dark elves on Earth, but could find no trace of them. Dark elves are as strong as bang hunters and would be extremely difficult for a young man to deal with such an enemy. Varys added that he found it very suspicious that such a unique hunter had ties to his daughter. After all, the young man had been planning this since the hunter exams, hadn't he? Our hero laughed in response. The man was surprised. What's so funny about that? Jeon Minchul asked, do you really think, Mr. Varys, that the whole world revolves around elves alone? Varys said that he couldn't help but be suspicious of the hunter. Jeon Minchul wondered, does all the suspicion stem from the fact that I couldn't defeat the dark elves alone? Varys said he did and activated the spiritual barrier. This skill blocks all mana flows from outside. Even A-rank hunters would have to struggle to break this barrier. Jeon Minchul wondered, is this how elves thank for kindness? He thought that was why he didn't like elves. Our hero couldn't believe that the elves thought he was a pathetic amateur. Do they really think they can catch dark elves with such pathetic methods? Varys said he would decide what to do with the young man when he received the report from the investigation team. He asked that there be no resistance. He didn't want to do that to a man who had done them a great favor. Jeon Minchul thought that the investigating squad were the ones who stayed in the forest. They could use spirit magic to find out how he defeated the dark elves. Then he would be cleared of all suspicion. Right now, however, our hero was unrealistically angry. Varys said it was useless. The young man wouldn't be able to break the barrier with his strength. The protagonist used the first form of the Seven Stars demonic sword, a blade that sliced through the stars. He broke the barrier and held his sword forward, asking, where are they? Varys apologized and added that he had grossly underestimated his interlocutor. Now it was clear why his interlocutor thought he was weak. It was hard to believe that he could create a blade of spiritual energy in such a situation. Varys admitted that he had not suspected the young man was hiding such power. Jeon Minchul said that he wanted to get straight to the point. First, I never hid my strength. It was the interlocutor who didn't believe my words. Jeon Minchul thought that he was already busy looking for imposters, so he had no desire to waste his energy on squabbling with elves. Varys said, if the young man puts his weapon away, I will not threaten him with my blade either. But why did the hunter choose not to fight? Jeon Minchul replied, if I wanted to destroy my interlocutor, I would have done it much earlier. Besides, pointing a blade at an ambassador is a serious offense. I wanted to avoid unnecessary interracial conflicts. Jeon Minchul added, if Mr. Varys wants to fight, we can have an official duel. Then we won't have to take responsibility. The ambassador said, it was a joke. Jeon Minchul was surprised. He thought his opponent had chosen a bad time to joke. The young man asked the ambassador, are you sure you should submit the report right now? Varys replied, it's also about Mr. Jeon Minchul, so he has the right to hear the report. The young man said the goal of the Dark Elves is to awaken the evil imprisoned in the old dimension. Jeon Minchul wondered, could it be that the elves were able to figure this out as well just by studying the magic circle? It seems that they are not as useless as he previously thought. However, the Dark Elves' plans are beyond all limits of reason. The multidimensional universe consists of a huge number of dimensions. Among them, there are both new dimensions that have been born recently and dimensions that have existed for a long time. It would be glorious if the dimensions could live and develop in peace. But there are some that are destined to meet their end. Destroyed worlds are called old dimensions. The ambassador asked the young man, do you have a guess as to the identity of this evil? The guy replied, apparently, the Dark Elves have sworn allegiance to Deimos, the god of war. Young Mensch thought it was a mistake, but Deimos died long ago, he said. The young man added, it's safe to assume that the Dark Elves are trying to find a way to revive Deimos. Young Menchel thought that was a false trail. Deimos is dead, and his reborn version is sitting right here, he said. Vera remarked, they are just crazy. No doubt they are hiding something. We need to report this to Vanaheim and Elysium. The young man added, unfortunately, we couldn't figure out the location of the other Dark Elves. It would take about 2 days to complete the ritual. Varys said, if we can't find any clues, then it could be assumed that the Dark Elves had succeeded. Varys asked his guest, did he say he could track dark mana? The ambassador added, in that case, couldn't the young man help us? The god of war, that is the creature known on Earth as the Demon King, may reappear. Help is needed to save this dimension. Young men thought, it seems like the ambassador finally realized what he was dealing with. The only one who can find the Dark Elves quickly is me. And if I want to get rid of the imposters, I'll have to work together with the elves. Young Menchel wondered, if they care so much about the Dark Elves, why did the ambassador threaten me earlier? Young Menchel said that he had memorized well how elves thanked for good deeds. Young Menchel headed for the exit. The ambassador asked the hunter to forget about the misunderstanding that had occurred. Our hero, he said, I am a rather petty person, so I am unlikely to forget it. Immediately, Varys took our hero by the hand and said, the fate of all mankind depends on it. Jeon Minchul said that in order to heal a wounded heart, you have to pay a hefty price. Bor said, I'm willing to handle the situation. Young Minchul stopped and advised him, don't forget your promise. Our hero thought that, in such situations, one should be able to make the best of it. In his hands, he held a check. All that was needed was the amount to be written in. The guy was ready to take everything he could from them. The elves first noticed the dark energy about a month ago. They were barely able to get on the trail of the Dark Elves, and that was only because of him. Unfortunately, the ritual was almost complete. Both sides were doing obscure things, so they were on equal footing. But even so, our hero wasn't going to forgive the Dark Elves. First of all, we need to find dark mana, he thought. If our hero had the time, he would personally interrupt each of them, but the deadline was looming. The protagonist had no choice but to use a new technique, a mana control method he had learned in the Sea of Doom. It was synchronization. Our hero activated the dark powers and said, "They will be my hides. I must find the signals sent by the dark mana. And even if the hunter has to search the entire capital, he will surely find the Dark Elves." This procedure wasn't easy. The guy almost died while searching for them. As soon as he threw more chaos energy into the atmosphere to expand the search area, he started to feel like his brain was about to explode. Jeon Minchul had spotted about 10 suspicious locations. All of these spots had roughly the same amount of mana, so he couldn't identify the main magic circle. After sending the necessary information, the guy realized that the elves were waiting for his message. Our hero would like to deal with the Dark Elves himself, but the quest had exhausted him greatly. Now he could only use 20% of his power. He needed to recover first. Nothing helped better than the flow of energy. Jeon Minchul used the ancient Celestia technique to melt the Peace Stone. This way, our hero was able to separate two types of energy from the Peace Stone, light energy and the energy of darkness. The power of chaos increased. The effectiveness of the ancient Celestia technique grew. Our hero was feeling much better now. However, he noticed that he could sense the chaos energy elsewhere. Did he miss it because he had been busy searching for dark mana? It was a feeling our hero was familiar with, but this time, it was a gate breach in one of the nearby neighborhoods. This energy felt the same as when the Black Gate broke through. The kobolds that emerged from there had the energy of chaos. Could this new breach be caused by the activities of the Dark Elves in the city? However, there was no evidence to suggest this. Our hero could not miss the chance to devour the chaos energy imprisoned in these monsters. The protagonist began to move quickly in the right direction. The young man said he would deal with this gate on his own, he muttered. The great ritual was finished just in time. Everything was happening according to his predictions. Jeon Minchul crossed the gate. It looked like the breakthrough hadn't started yet. It was now clear what the dark gate looked like from the inside. There was very little mana here. Not to mention, he couldn't feel any life. It seemed as if this world had already been destroyed by someone. It was a world that had met its end. Most of the astral bodies had been destroyed by the war that had broken out between the gods centuries ago. Young Mench smiled. He thought it was customary to say bingo on such occasions. The rituals that the Dark Elves performed in different parts of the capital were necessary to open these dark gates. Young Mencho sensed the appearance of a bloodthirsty monster. Young Mencho said, "It's a very warm welcome." He didn't expect his elixir followers to gather in one place to greet him. Young Mench met Dark Elves and bloodthirsty wolves. The Dark Elves said, "This man is quite brave for a member of an inferior race. He'd gotten bored guarding those gates, so it was time to have some fun." The Dark Elf said, "Despair will consume this man," and commanded the animals to pounce on his opponent. Jeon Minchul laughed and said, "All the villains will die today." The protagonist used the Great Palm Strike and the Lightning Emperor's Destructive Fist. The attacking monsters were destroyed. Dark wolves were almost no different from kobolds. C-rank monsters with B-rank characteristics. They were not difficult to deal with, so using chaos energy techniques would be a waste of energy. The Dark Elves were surprised that this man had massacred the Dark Wolves alone. The remaining beasts turned around and headed in the opposite direction. The Dark Elves called them cowardly wolves. Our hero surrounded his body with holy fire and declared none of the Dark Elves will leave here alive. Jumkol grabbed the Dark Wolf by the neck and lifted it off the ground. He said, "I was able to absorb quite a bit of chaos energy thanks to you, and these monsters are quite juicy." Even despite the recent battle, the protagonist didn't feel any fatigue. He was even able to use martial arts while covered in holy fire. It turned out to be quite effective. Young Mensch told the Dark Wolf, "I'm very grateful to you. How can I repay you for this chance?" The hunter tossed the destroyed beast aside and headed toward the Dark Elves, sitting in the center of the magic circle. Our hero said, "Whatever you're doing, I advise you to stop if you don't want to end up like the others." Young Menchel asked his rival, "Haven't you realized the situation you're in yet? All of his subordinates have already died. What is he laughing at?" The Dark Elf said his comrades followed the path of the great demos. They were proud of their sacrifice. Thanks to their dedication, the ritual was completed, a component in vain endeavor. Young Mencho thought that it looked like he would have to get his fists dirty again to shut this man up. The guy asked, "What's the point of following a Deimos if it died a long time ago?" The Dark Elf said the man knew nothing. They were not following the dead god of war. The Dark Elf said, "After him." And our hero heard some strange sound. The opponent raised their hands in the air and said, for their overlord to come, wake up from his slumber and plunge this world into chaos. The Dark Elf said, for a human, an inferior being, to be afraid. He would be unable to stand up to their lord. Young Minchul said that it looked very strange. Jeon Minchul wondered why their overlord still hadn't shown up. The Dark Elf said that it was impossible because they had done all the rituals according to his instructions. Young Mench wondered if this was about those magic circles. Young Mench every single round. The hunter thought the elves did an excellent job. Smiling, our hero noted that it was worth it. Squatting down his opponent, the protagonist said that he wanted to continue this conversation. Who ordered them to do this? The Dark Elf said it was the demon Lord Demos. Menchel warned that he would cut off one finger every time the interlocker talked nonsense. It was a pathetic sight. Dark elves have no concept of honor, unlike their light counterparts. Jeon Minchul raised his head up and was surprised at what he saw. Then I thought he was really in trouble. The Dark Elf said he had succeeded just like he said. Jeon Minchul wondered what had happened and who was imprisoned in this dimension. From the split sky, a huge monster was descending upon the earth. These scoundrels summoned a truly terrifying creature. Fenrir, the divine beast. The creature lost its mind as a result of severe shock. It was a monster of the mythical age. A devourer of the gods, Fenrir, a beast with black fur and mad green eyes, a monster of the mythical era, and the brother of Yorgamun, a destroyer of the gods who eradicated the Aesir as punishment for their crime and a harbinger of chaos who destroyed more than one dimension. The Dark Elf rushed towards the monster and said, I am the one who awakened the great Fenrir. He held his hands up and said to the destroyer of gods, plunge this world into the abyss. Fenrir roared, swung his paw, and the Dark Elf was destroyed. Our hero was surprised, but the monster had only swung his paw. Jeon Minchul thought that something was wrong here. This attack was completely illogical, not to mention its power. Was Fenrir weakened because of the summoning to another dimension that occurred, despite the destruction of all the strengthening magic circles? Judging by the look and expression on his face, the protagonist realized that Fenrir was about to attack him. Now, the boy realized that he would have to fight because he was too far away from the gate. It was a strong enemy that our hero never expected to meet here. His opponent was a slave, guided by his own instincts and bloodlust. This was going to be an interesting development. Jeon Minchul thought that he had a good chance of winning. After all, he was Jeon Minchul, the god of war Deimos. Our hero swung his sword and said, this Fenrir will get it from me. Now, the protagonist considered himself to be the strongest fighter in the entire universe, both past and present. Young Menchel executed an attack using the Great Palm Strike. The moment he did, the guy realized that he was going to have a hard time. Due to the difference between his attack power and Fenrir's defenses, the holds were nearly damaging. The young man became angry and used the blade of the 5 tigers, but Fenrir was still impenetrable. The protagonist thought that because of the thick fur, his attacks never reached the flesh. He realized that if he got hit by his opponent, he would be in serious trouble. He decided to ignore the weak damage, trying not to get hit by fatal blows, and to attack only in between the strikes of his opponent. Fenrir attacked his opponent and did nothing to defend himself. Young Mench thought, does this beast think that he won't hit him back? Our hero used Hellfire. Most of his powers were sealed, but even so, he remained a monster of the mythical age. Even the Hellfire didn't do any significant damage to him. The monster attacked our hero with a breath attack. Young Minchul couldn't believe that his opponent had decided to use such a powerful technique. Young Minchul decided that he would not sit idly by. If one punch didn't work, he'd just throw a few more in a row. Young Minchul swung his sword and once again attacked his opponent. As a result of another attack, our hero was able to cut through the opponent's mech. It was necessary to continue attacking him, resembling drops of water destroying the stone. Jungshul used the Lightning Emperor's destructive fist. The monster was very strong. Our hero had about half of his total energy left. Jeon Minchul was fighting an opponent who could send him to the other world at any moment. The guy thought that this was what a real battle should be like. Suddenly, the sky split open and the monster roared loudly. A world that had met its end. Most of the astral bodies had been destroyed by the war that broke out between the gods centuries ago. The boy thought, had they fought too fiercely? The monster continued to growl loudly. Young Mench thought that the world was beginning to collapse. Was it really because of the energy released by their attacks? However, as if that wasn't enough, Fenrir kept attacking relentlessly. Our hero weakened him blow by blow, but not enough to destroy him. The protagonist thought his chaos energy was about to run out. Jeon Minchul found himself witnessing Fenrir destroy the ground beneath them. Does the opponent really want to restrict his movement? The more Fenrir attacked, the less time they had left. His actions became more deliberate, and he gradually regained his sanity. Jeon Minchul told his opponent, "If you think this will stop me, you are sorely mistaken. The guy could move even in the abyss." Now it was a race against time. Our hero used the 7-colored blessing. The user's energy was restored. The guy thought that even God's ruling dimensions had at least one weakness. He was sure that Fenrir was no exception. Jeon Minchul advised his opponent to calm down or else the place would be destroyed. Our hero decided to find his weakness and tie him up. Jeon Minchul swung his sword and said, "It's time for round 2. The cracked sky was part of the world, indicating the imminent destruction of the dimension. There were only 15 hours left, Jeon Minchul thought. He thought that it looked pathetic. A god-eater and destroyer of worlds. The monster fought without the slightest dignity like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with madness. Fenrir's gaze had lost its majesty. It reminded our hero of him. He had once tried to split his body to descend to Earth, but only ended up dying at the hands of a human hero. He could now return to his original body, so he was reborn as a human. This dimension would soon be destroyed. If nothing was done, Fenrir would drift forever in the space of a ruined world. Jeon Minchul attacked all the places where the monster's vital organs could be. However, the only point that had any effect was the neck. It was the monster's weak point. The protagonist used the first form of the demonic sword of the 7 stars, a blade that slices through the stars. Our hero was right. There was something stuck in the monster's body. That was its weakness. The second form of the 7 stars demonic sword, the shooting star, was used. The monster suffered catastrophic damage. Our hero didn't expect such a reaction. Was this crystal really his weakness? Jeon Minchul realized that he had to finish the fight. He decided to cut off the monster's head. The boy wondered, had Fenrir's sanity returned to him? The monster asked, "Where am I? Who are you?" Jeon Minchul replied, "I am Fenrir." The beast asked, "He fought the gods. Was he released to fight them?" Jeon Minchul said that the beast was confusing something, and devoured the strongest gods and destroyed several worlds. Fenrir repeated, "I definitely fought gods." Jeon Minchul paused. Lass, is he really like a god? Fenrir said that the inferior being in front of him was a human being. Jeon Minchul told the beast to listen carefully. His family had been destroyed by the gods, while his brother Jorgemon took the throne as one of the 72 lords of Pandemonium. The beast asked, did Jorgemon defect to the demon side? Fenrir added that it was very strange. He couldn't remember anything. Jeon Minchul thought that Fenrir didn't believe him. Jeon Minchul pulled out the cape and offered the beast a look at it. Fenrir said that he could feel the power of Jorgemon. Fenrir then said it couldn't be. Jorgemon was preparing for war with the gods with me. Jeon Minchul thought there was definitely something wrong with this beast's memory. Jeon Minchul wondered, was it really the crystal he had broken that was to blame? He asked, what was the beast's last memory? Fenrir couldn't remember his last memory. Jeon Minchul thought he couldn't leave things as they were. There was nothing worse than traveling through the void between dimensions for an eternity. Jeon Minchul performed the necessary transformation, and thought that by doing so, he was doing the beast a favor. Fenrir asked the man, isn't angry about calling me an inferior being, is he? Then you could lower your sword and we could talk. Fenrir said that he just wanted to live. Jeon Minchul replied that the beast was too strong, so he wouldn't lower his sword. Fenrir noticed that the gods had said the same thing, so they chained him up and tortured him, even though he hadn't done anything. Fenrir said he didn't want to die. He was only fighting for his right to live. Fenrir added that he would serve the man. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Is this beast really willing to serve me? A creature from the mythical era, whose power was comparable to the angels of Elysium, wants to serve me. Fenrir said he was ready to swear an oath of obedience. Jeon Minchul thought about the monsters of the mythical era that possessed ancient magic. They were extremely prideful. They would rather die than agree to lick boots for survival. Our hero knew this because he had fought such monsters several times in his past life. The man couldn't believe it. One of those monsters wanted to swear allegiance to him. Jeon Minchul said he agreed. Fenrir thanked him and said that the man wouldn't regret it. Jeon Minchul thought the beast looked very happy. The beast said, I am Loki's son, Fenrir, swearing on my soul that I will serve you as my master. The animal jumped to its feet, wagged its tail, and thanked its master. The boy thought the animal had changed dramatically. Fenrir said, my neck is hurting a lot. If it's okay with you, I'll take a little break. Jeon Minchul said he would help the animal now. The man used holy fire, and the life-giving power penetrated the target's body. Jeon Minchul remarked, the beast should not talk, or it might get an infection. Fenrir began to act like a dog. Jeon Minchul asked, can Fenrir run? The beast replied, my legs and neck still hurt. I would most likely only be able to move after a little rest. The man said, we need to get out of here or we won't get a one-way ticket. There was a little over 5 minutes left before the destruction. Fenrir said, I can't run. You'll have to think of something. Jeon Minchul asked, can the beast shrink? Fenrir shrank and transformed into a small poodle. Young Menchel wondered, did I really risk my life to defeat a creature that can't even reach my knee? But Fenrir seemed pleased. Does this size suit humans better? Jeon Minchul realized he didn't have time to argue about appearances. He tucked the little dog under his arm and rushed out of the collapsing dungeon. Fenrir muttered, I don't like being carried this way. Jeon Minchul replied, then staying here would only put you in danger. The hero approached the gate with just a few steps left before escaping. He felt drained, having spent too much energy in the battle with Fenrir. Turning back, Jeon Minchul witnessed a scene resembling the end of the world. Two figures were seated at a round table. On the table rested a glowing orb. One of them remarked that the mana in this dimension had spiraled out of control. We can no longer observe what is happening, he added. The other figure responded, I truly cannot believe this. The first asked, what is it that you cannot believe? The man declared that the ritual should have succeeded, but the outcome had failed. His counterpart calmly replied, what was needed was just a little more time and power. The man retorted sharply to me, such excuses are nothing short of a grave mistake. No one is allowed to let him down. The interlocker, apologizing, said it wouldn't happen again. The balloon in the middle of the table grew bigger and bigger. The flame demon told Zay to beat the professor and help him with his next assignment. The flame demon said that he was expecting success and should not be let down again. Ted said, I know, and I will not let the master down. The fire died out. The voice said that their efforts would not be in vain and that he would reward them according to their success. Now Zid has to listen for orders. He can't believe he has to work at the behest of a pathetic man. Jeon Minchul managed to escape from the dungeon, bringing his poodle with him. At the exit, our hero was already being met. The guy wondered, were they really here to meet him? Shiny Yui said that when they arrived, the gate was on the verge of closing. Jeon Minchul replied, that's why I had to come out in a hurry. Shin Yumi wondered, did something terrible happen inside? Young Mensch replied, I'm fine. The girl said that they waited at the gate, preparing for the worst-case scenario, because the young man went there alone. Young Mensch asked, was Shinny really worried about him? The girl wanted to say that his demise would bring a lot of trouble to her father. Shiny asked, are the Dark Elves trying to resurrect the Demon Lord through a ritual? Young Minchul replied, I don't think so. The girl asked, then what was their purpose? Jeon Minch said he didn't know. The ritual had failed because of the destruction of the strengthening magic circles. The guy figured he wasn't taking on trouble if he told them about Fenrir. Shiny said, anyway, she can't even imagine what they would have faced if the hunter hadn't helped. Jeon Minchul said that if they wanted to thank him, they could give him a decent reward. Shiny looked at the poodle and asked, is it a puppy? Young Mensch replied, it is a puppy. Young Mensch thought that the girl shouldn't recognize him as Fenrir. Shiny wondered if the hunter had taken the puppy with him to the gate. The boy replied he picked up the animal on his way here. Jeon Minchul added that he thought the puppy had been abandoned by its owners as he couldn't leave this defenseless animal on the street. The puppy rumbled, thinking that no one had abandoned him. Shiny asked, what was the hunter thinking when he took this puppy with him? He shouldn't have done that even if his skills allowed him to protect the animal. After the gate closed, representatives of the Elven Embassy began searching for traces of the Dark Elves, but found nothing. Yet they managed to capture a few criminals while destroying the reinforcing magic circles. The rest fled the battlefield, covering their tracks as if they were never there. The ambassador, Verisilin, personally asked our hero for help. Our hero absorbed the chaos energy of the creatures from the Dark Gate and also found evidence that the Dark Elves served non-demos. Finally, our hero picked up Fenrir. What good could the elves offer him? Young Mensch said he had done enough and had to refuse the ambassador. Varys replied, saying they really shouldn't rely on the hunter's help all the time. Jeon Mensch expressed his hope that he would be properly rewarded for all his exploits. The ambassador assured him that the young man would not be disappointed in the city. Guy asked to be notified if the ambassador learned the identity of whoever was behind the Dark Elves. If our hero finds out that the Dark Elves do not worship him, there is no doubt that someone else is behind them. Once the protagonist learns the identity of this demon, he will destroy it with his own hands. Fenrir told his master that he was hungry. Young Mensch was upset. He had thought he could finally rest. Fenrir tossed aside all the food offered and said he couldn't eat it. Young Mensch was surprised. When the puppy was asked about his preferences, he had said that any food would do. The poodle noticed that he couldn't eat anything sour, spicy, or salty. It was the man's own fault for giving him inedible food. Fenrir said he didn't know what he could eat yet himself. In the past, he was always full, even though he ate nothing. Jeon Minchul thought he shouldn't forget that this wasn't an ordinary poodle, but the god Fenrir. Why were his taste preferences so different from a normal dog's? Shouldn't he be fed like a werewolf? Jung Shul thought that she was the only person who could help him with this. Ellie grabbed the poodle in her arms and said, he's cute. Our hero didn't know this girl had such a side to her. Ellie asked, what kind of family is he from? Fenrir thought he didn't know. He'd have lost his memory, so he couldn't even accept his true appearance. Ellie assumed that the dog came from a very ancient family. He smelled of power. Not even the noble families had such an odor. Ellie said, "The hunter really surprised me when he called and asked about the werewolf diet. I couldn't even believe my ears. I thought he called me because he knew about it." Young Mensch wondered, is Ellie really a werewolf? Ellie asked, "What's his name?" The poodle answered, Fenrir. Young Mensch replied, Pangu. Due to his memory loss, the dog had developed mythomania, so he told everyone he was Fenrir. Ellie even cried when she heard the diagnosis. Young Mensch thought the dog wasn't happy with what he heard, but he couldn't stop wagging his tail because he was being hugged by the girl. He didn't look like Georgian at all. Young Mencho thought to himself, so Ellie wouldn't let herself be fooled. Even though he looked like a poodle, he was actually a monster that had been around for over 1,000 years. Our hero never shook the feeling that he had lost to some dog. The youngsters went to the Interstellar Alliance office and visited a local restaurant. The poodle had lunch and said it was very tasty. Young Menchel thought he had come here to find food for Penguin. However, he didn't expect the girl to give him ruby meat for 200,000 coins. The monsters of the mythical era were very fussy. He could do with ordinary noodles or canned food. Ellie asked the hunter when they would see each other again. Young Menchel was surprised as they hadn't broken up yet. Ellie reminded herself, hadn't the hunter said he'd buy me lunch? She didn't think it was about a business meeting like this. Ellie said she had been watching the young man for a long time. The girl added that young Menchel didn't know how to hide excitement, just like right now. Young Mensch thought that she had figured him out. He admitted that he had forgotten about his promise. Ellie, smiling, said that she wouldn't order anything expensive. Mr. Martin appeared nearby. He shouted that he didn't know Hunter Young Mencho had arrived. Martin asked if he could join them. Young Gencho said he was fine with it. Youngen asked if Mr. Martin was sure he should drink. After all, he was the head of the department. Mr. Martin replied that beer was like sweetened water for dwarves. At Mr. Martin's office, our hero said he needed the help of the head of the branch. Young Mencho pulled out the cape and asked if Martin could glamorize it. Mr. Martin said, "This item looks incredibly valuable. Where did the hunter get it?" Young Mencho replied that he got it from the tower. After examining the cape, the guild branch head said that this item was blocking his recognition skill. It would be difficult to enchant this item. However, what is it? He asked. The protagonist said it was a cape made from the scales of the world serpent. Martin, in surprise, said that it was the first time he'd ever touched something so valuable. Young Mencho interjected, "So, Mr. Martin can't do anything?" The dwarf said that probably only his teacher could handle this request. Young Menchel asked if Mr. Martin could find someone to take on this order. The short man replied, "I know a few craftsmen. Who would be interested in it?" Jung Shol held out a dagger to Mr. Martin and said, "I want you to make 10 of these." Martin examined the dagger and said, "It's an interesting design. Its shape and the placement of the center of gravity are great. Is it meant to be thrown?" "It's the Dark Star," Jungman explained, "a triple hidden blade." "I see," Martin said, nodding. "You're planning to tie strong threads to your hands to control it then?" Jungman nodded. "Exactly." Martin thought for a moment. "In that case, I'd recommend using some sort of arachnid wedding. The triple hidden blade technique is an art," Jungman added, "and it requires the use of 10 daggers. It's better to collect the entire set." Suddenly, a call rang out. The short man looked at his phone. "It's a call from a man who's building a training ground. It must be work-related." Talking on the phone, Mr. Martin said, "Hunter, I've been asked about a magic circle drawn on the training ground." The guild branch head continued, "As soon as my partner saw the magic circle, she immediately became eager to meet you." Young Menchel wondered, why would she do that? Martin said she wanted to buy the formula for this magic circle. A red-haired girl appeared in the guild room. She said that she was interested in the magic circle. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Haran Linwood. She was the head of the Linwood Construction Company. Our hero also introduced himself. Looking at the girl, he thought she was a dwarf. She had a very interesting way of speaking. Mr. Martin said that she started her company because she didn't want to work for the Interstellar Alliance. Dwarves are a race that specializes in crafting just like the dwarves. However, there is one small difference between the two. Dwarves are engineers by nature, while dwarves are more scientists. Haran asked the hunter, Young Mensch, was he the one who drew that magic circle? Our hero nodded affirmatively. Delighted, he said that no one on Earth has the knowledge for such a thing. This magic circle consists of 18 rune words. However, if you look closely, you will notice runes that are only used by celestial creatures. Young Mensch thought about how Haran, a human, was able to use runes that only angels and demons knew about. The hunter asked his interlocutor if she knew what the circle was for. Haran replied, all the runes are inscribed on one side of the circle. It's a formula for concentrating mana. In other words, the circle collects the surrounding mana. Young Mensch said, that impresses me. Now I understand why Mr. Martin works with Miss Linwood. The girl bragged, "I'm 10 times better at my job than this bearded guy." Harem Linwood told the protagonist, "I want you to teach me the heavenly runes." Jeon Minchul refused. "You wouldn't be able to learn them with teacher training. To control the runes, one must have a predisposition on a spiritual level." Harem was surprised, but after all, her interlocutor was human. The language of celestial runes was a special power that could only be used by spiritually advanced creatures. "Even if I agreed," Jeon Minchul continued, "you are unlikely to be able to control this power. However, people who know their business are drawn to it." He then took out a magic sword and showed it to his companions. Finding celestial runes among 18 ordinary runes was an extremely impressive result. The girl thought, does he really want to destroy her? Because she found out he wasn't human. Young Menchel drew a magic circle on the floor with his sword and told Harem Linwood to let mana flow through that circle. It would be enough to pass through, he said. Harem responded that the dwarves were too weak, so they were willing to do whatever they were ordered to do. Young Mensch thought that this was a six-formation trap, a technique passed down from generation to generation. In one of the most famous families on the martial arts continent, the Chagall family, their hero was able to shut off his senses whenever. Right now, they had lost their sight, but over time, they would be paralyzed in all 5 senses. The circle must be erased before that happens, young Mensch muttered to himself. Mr. Martian and Heron shouted as they began to see again. Young Mensch asked, "Can Heron Linwood tell me how this circle works?" The girl shook her head negatively. Young Mensch thought that this girl reminded him of something from his own youth. The guy said it was a trap. Heron asked, why didn't the hunter show her this technique? Before our hero was willing to do anything to become stronger, he knew how to treat the girl. He would fulfill her wish. Young Mensch said that he wanted Harn to help him. If she can't learn the heavenly runes, he suggested, then just teach her something else. Dwarves were a race living in peace and harmony due to their exceptional knowledge of magic. In exchange for a quiet existence, they gave up their ambitions. However, Hera Linwood once declared that she was fed up with this boring life. This girl was different. She gravitated toward new knowledge and material wealth. So the other dwarves thought she was strange. Heron said she would leave the sea, travel to the edge of the world, and find her own adventure. Life on her home planet could not satisfy her curiosity or craving for money. Taking advantage of her exceptional knowledge of magical artifacts, she was able to get a job with the Interstellar Alliance. Harn thought there was still room to grow. Her ambitions were still unfulfilled. One day, in a distant dimension, the sea stirred like a storm. It was the site of the Tower of Trials, built to resolve the conflict between Elysium and Pandemonium, a neutral zone that suited both sides. Heron said, "This is my chance." The Earth attracted this girl. Mr. Martin wondered why Heron had left the company. After all, things were going well. The girl replied, "I wanted to satisfy my ambitions. I never run away from problems, so I trusted my intuition and left the Interstellar Union." Heron discovered an incredible magic circle. She immediately wanted to meet its creator, eager to learn the runic language. After our hero told the girl that he wanted her help, she, without expecting it, received an extremely tempting offer, the circle trap. Heron, with her vast knowledge of magical artifacts, now faced a technology that was beyond her comprehension. She thought that as she learned how to master this, she could break away from the competition in a big way. She didn't have a single reason to refuse young Mensch. Jeon Mensch, on the other hand, thought that now he wouldn't have to worry about money since he had a contract with her in Linwood. The first condition of the contract was a fee. Young Mensch would teach the girl how to use the circle trap, a technique only described in legends. In return, she would pay him a fee for each construction she created using this method. Our hero was the only one who knew how to use the circle trap. The martial arts continent didn't last long. The inhabitants of that world were skilled in the use of internal energy, but they were unable to excel in other areas. In addition, they had little interaction with the inhabitants of other dimensions. The fact that our hero was able to visit this place was a true miracle. Jeon Mensch thought that it would be a good idea to use trap circles in construction. They are as effective as magic, he said, but they work on a completely different principle. The second condition is confidentiality. Huron is forbidden to reveal his true identity. Young Mensch believed that the bigger the Linwood Construction Company became, the richer he would get, and if it went bankrupt, he wouldn't lose anything. In the past, our hero had met a couple of people with fire in their eyes. Like Heron, she walks confidently toward her goal. It is her ambition that will make her rise from her meads each time until she reaches her goal. Heron has the eyes of a person who chases her dreams no matter what. During the negotiations, the girl secured an investor of the Interstellar Union. Our hero was just giving her Linwood a little nudge forward. The contract was done. And that's excellent. Heron Linwood said to Mr. Young Menchel, "Teach her how to use the trap circle as soon as possible." Young Menchel replied that they would look into it after the auction ended. The girl wondered, why wait so long? Our hero replied that he had something he needed to take care of. He had another very important matter to deal with. the training of ancient Celestia's techniques. He had spent a lot of money on the training ground, but never used it for its intended purpose. The energy he absorbed was only a fraction of what he could actually use. If he didn't get his act together, he wouldn't be able to tell when the peace dome was empty. There were only 10 days left until the auction. If our hero could process the energy of the peace dome with ancient Celestia's techniques and absorb it, that would be great. In that case, the microcosm inside his head would come closer to the ideal. It had been 10 days of intense training. The protagonist activated the characterization window. The results had more than doubled compared to last month. He could even compete with rank hunters now. The chaos energy had reached a steady level. The holy fire techniques of ancient Celestia drew upon this energy. In theory, the hero was now capable of fighting 2 or even 3 A-rank hunters at once without much difficulty. Jeon Minchul regretted not having advanced his level during this time, but now was the moment to do so. Fair, he said, Master's aura has grown much stronger. Young Mench was surprised, and the dog really sensed that. He wondered. Fenrir replied, you might not notice, but I have a very sharp nose. Young Mench muttered, well, Fenrir is literally a dog. Still, he thought that Fenrir's abilities remained somewhat limited even after all this time. The dog grumbled, Master should take better care of himself. The hero reflected that Fenrir was already powerful, yet he still wished to restore him to his former glory as one who once devoured gods. Fenrir added, at the very least, take a proper bath before hugging me. Jeon Minchul thought that in any case, he would need to freshen up if he was going to attend the auction. Upon arriving, the hero wondered why he was being greeted by someone other than the official hosts of the event. Young Mench wondered why Ellie was here. Doesn't she have something to do? The girl replied, I'm here to meet our dear customer. Young Mench noticed that Ellie was as beautiful as ever today. She looked, without a doubt, completely different than usual. Ellie then wondered aloud, the hunter isn't going to go to the auction wearing that, right? Jeon Minchul asked, what's wrong? He seems to be dressed rather formally. Ellie explained the auction will include some of the most famous personalities in this world. The hunter can't go in that. I won't let anyone look down on our business partner. Ellie brought the hero to the right place and said, this gentleman needs to be cleaned up immediately. The specialist replied, if Ellie asks for it, we'll do it quickly. Young Minchul mentioned that he had never had any makeup done before. Ellie saw him and remarked, they really do say a man is met by his clothes. The guy wondered, when can Ellie have time to prepare a formal outfit? The girl replied, I had this suit specifically tailored to the hunter's dimensions in advance. Just in case, Young Mench thought. He had never told her about his size. Did she really find out about them just by looking at him? Ellie said she had to go. The companion wondered, wouldn't they be going together? The girl replied that she was very busy. She barely managed to find time to meet the hunter. Young Mench thought it wasn't surprising that the auction was being organized by the Yongan branch of the Interstellar Union. As a direct subordinate of Mr. Martin, she must be very busy. Jeon Minchul told the girl, you look great in that dress. Ellie looked back, wondering what had gotten into the hunter. After all, she looked great in any outfit. Jeon Minchul thought the girl really looked different in that dress. Walking around the hall, the protagonist thought, is this really the place where the auction is being held? It looks more like some kind of banquet. Many famous people were gathered here, actors, politicians, and others. Our hero looked at the girl in red and thought, who is she? The girl held out a business card and introduced herself. She was Xian Jiang. The protagonist said his name in response and thought he had seen her somewhere before. Hearing the girl's name, the guy realized that he definitely knew her. Xian Jiang, he muttered to himself. After all, as the head of the Divine Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in the entire country. This guild was directly under the Divine Group, the largest corporation in the country. Xian Jiang was also the youngest daughter of the head of Xian Yusum Corporation and a part-time founder of the guild. Young Mench admitted, I didn't even recognize the girl at first. Xian Jiang asked, but did he recognize her now? Jeon Minchul thought that Divine Group was a powerful corporation, but only within this country. There were several corporations around the world that had more prestige than Divine Group. However, our hero had no reason to be rude to the girl. Chan Zhong said, we've wanted to invite a hunter to our guild for a long time. We finally got the chance to meet you. The girl added, I've called you several times, but it was all to no avail. Young Mench was surprised. Did this girl really call him? Chan Zhong said that it was right after the hunter passed the exam. At that time, our hero's phone was ringing off the hook, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Young Mench said he had to go. The girl suggested that the guy might stay a little longer. Jeon Minchul looked around and wondered when had so many people managed to gather here. All these people were looking at him and Chong Jiang. However, the guy didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Did they really all come to talk to him? The girl suggested that Jeon Minchul didn't quite understand what was going on here. Right now, the young man was considered to be a real troublemaker. The young man had outshone all the other participants with his performance. In addition, he won first place despite the fact that members of the largest guilds in the country participated in the exam. The girl added that Jeon Minchul's show had wreaked havoc on the entire hunting community. Jeon Minchul said that he's not going to join guilds. Chanji Yang replied that she knows, so she's not adjusting anything like that. However, she can't vouch for the others. Young Menchel wondered why on earth did the girl start this conversation. Chun Jung replied, I would like to build a buddy relationship with Hunter Jeon Minchul. Jeon Minch thought, is this really all because he got first place in the exam? That seems like a weak reason. The girl said, I came across a video of you fighting a blue guardian. As soon as I saw the video, I immediately realized that Jeon Minchul would become the strongest hunter in the country. Jeon Minch thought, back then, I was just a beginner who had barely started learning martial arts. Did she really see my potential and draw conclusions just from that video? Chun Jung stated, I would like to be friends with the strongest hunter in the country. Jeon Minch thought, this girl is far from ordinary. Jeon Minch told the interviewer she is wrong. Jeon Minch said, I will be the strongest hunter in the country. I will also become the best hunter in the world. Our hero thought that this girl had great intuition. Chun Jung smiled. The interviewer asked, she wasn't laughing at him, was she? In this girl's gaze, you could see the firm self-confidence and pride in her strength. There was no fear or false flattery in Cheon Jung's words. She said, in that case, I want to become the friend of the best hunter in the whole world. A loudspeaker announced that the auction was about to begin and all guests were asked to proceed to their seats. The young man told the young lady that there wasn't much time left before the auction and offered to walk her to the VIP box. Chun Jung told the hunter that she hoped to meet him in the near future. Young Mench gave the girl a glance and remained standing with his dog in the middle of the empty hall. Fenrir said, this girl is beautiful, just like Ellie. Young Mench was surprised. Is it really that important? The dog added, words and actions are different things. There are always a lot of beautiful women next to that person. At the entrance, our hero was asked to show an invitation. The guard checked the invitation and scanned the protagonist's identity. Young Mench wondered why the security here was so tight. The guard also scanned Fenrir. The man was asked to put on a mask before entering the hall. The boy thought that the Interstellar Alliance had gone to a lot of trouble organizing this auction. Our hero decided to take the mask of a bald lion. The system reported that the illusion effect was activated and the lion illusion was applied. The dog turned out to be wearing a mask too, although he said that he didn't like such tight things. Jeon Minchul said, if Fenrir is without a mask, then everyone will reveal the identity of his master. The young men took their seats in the auction hall. Fenrir noticed that there were a lot of people here. Mr. Martin gave a presentation and tentatively introduced himself to those in attendance. He thanked everyone for taking the time to attend this modest auction. Young Menchul wondered why Mr. Martin looked so excited. Had everyone really come to watch the insecure dwarf try to overcome his stage fright? Ellie came on stage and thanked everyone for waiting. As he left the stage, the branch head thought that the hunter Jeon Minchul was laughing at him right now. Fenrir said, Ellie is a beauty. The man reminded them that no talking was allowed until the auction was over. Earlier, our hero had already seen the list of items. It included the Guardian's bracelet, the blade of the Nameless One, and a cockatrice egg. Ellie announced the successful sale of another item for 2,100,000 green coins. Young Menchel thought that none of the items were truly necessary. Mr. Marthin's equipment was far superior. Ordering directly from him would be much more profitable than buying here. Next, Ellie presented another item, an unknown shard. It was a mythical artifact that appeared after the defeat of the rank B gate boss, Dranka Key. Without the eyes of truth, no one could discern its real value, so almost nobody wanted to bid on it. In the end, Ellie declared that the shard had been sold to guest number 55, the only one who made an offer. Young Mench thought this was a pretty good start. The hostess then announced the sale of 10 kilograms of methyl and 5 kilograms of orichalcum. Young Mench's mind immediately turned to the main course he was waiting for. The ore needed to improve the Dark Star had appeared. Intensive bidding began. There were a lot of people willing to purchase this lot. Our hero decided not to beat around the bush and offered twice as much. The hostess announced guest number 55 has doubled the bet. The bidding continued. The price went up another 10%. Young Mench wondered, what kind of blue dog is this? He couldn't believe it. Was this contestant really challenging him? Bald Lion doubled the bet again. Guest number 79 raised the rate by 10%. Bald Lion increased the bet by 1.5 times. Blue Dog added another 10%. Ellie announced the current bid is 13 million green coins. Jeon Minch wondered if Ellie was getting too excited about his emptying wallet. Jeon Minch decided it was time for a blank check. The ambassador said that if Hunter Jeon Minch needed another blank check, they were willing to accept his help. Bald Lion raised the rate by 10%. The hostess announced the lot has been sold to guest number 55. Young Menchel thought that this blue dog should have given up much earlier. Our hero had purchased all the items he needed. The auction could be considered a success. It reminded our hero of the times when he used to get his hands on whatever he wanted. The auction was fun, but now the guy would like to pick up his purchases. A stranger approached the young man and introduced himself. Alfred Graf, he said, "Do you have some time?" Jeon Minchul apologized and said he had business to attend to. Alfred Graf replied that he needed mithril and orichalcum, the items the hunter had bought. Jeon Minchul was surprised. How did this person know that he was the one who bought them? The foreigner smiled. "I know everything." Mr. Jeon Minchul bought mithril and orichalcum. Mr. Jeon Minchul thought, is this really the guy with the blue dog mask? Alfred Graf said, "I love dogs." Jeon Minchul asked, "Are you the blue dog?" It still seemed strange to our hero. The masks were covered with illusion magic. Even his eyes of truth couldn't see through it. Who was he if he could see his name through the mask? After applying the eyes of truth, the protagonist realized that before him stood an angel wielding divine magic. One of his abilities was black baptism. The young man asked, "Why is Hun here?" While standing on the roof of the building on the helipad, our hero asked, "In a month's time, the interlocker will have 20 million green coins. He plans to use this money to buy back the ore." Jeon Minchul realized that the person's main goal was to obtain Mel and Oracle. Alfred Graf said the hunter would be incredibly wealthy in a month. Young Mench couldn't understand why this man needed these metals so urgently. He was also curious about the origin of his black baptism. The protagonist felt the same energy from his interlocutor as from Verde, but he did not see the mark of a fallen man. Most likely, this person was still an angel. However, it was clear that someone was pulling the strings behind him. It was necessary to uncover his motives. Jeon Minchul asked, "Can you use translation magic?" His manner of speech was very annoying. Graf said he already uses that magic. He can't understand anything without it. Young Mench wondered, wasn't this a basic spell for angels? At the same moment, the interlocutor glowed. How does a person know his true identity? Alfred Graf stated that he must know the answer to this question. Fever asked the host, will they fight? Young Minchul stated that he doesn't know. He has a lot of questions, so he needs his opponent alive. Jeon Minchul told the angel to take a closer look and not to be fooled. Bush. Holy fire gives life and draws away all infirmities. If the interlocutor is really an angel, he must recognize his authority. The protagonist wondered, does the child not recognize him? The holy fire was activated. Alfred Graf bowed, resting his head on the ground, and said that he welcomed one of the 7 strongest angels, Mr. Michael. Jeon Minchul said to start with the angel to moderate his energy. Young Menchel told Alfred Graf to raise his head. The interlocutor replied that he had no right to talk to the gentleman face to face. Young Menchel asked, probably wondering how the angel ended up in this world. Our hero said, the truth is that Elysium has been infiltrated by infidels. The proof is in the Baptist energy of this angel. Graf replied that he followed the instructions of his superiors, so he didn't know anything about baptism. Young Menchel asked, who bestowed black baptism on the interlocutor and sent him to Earth? The angel answered, it was one of the pillars, Edel. Our hero had never heard of him. No wonder, he was a lowly 6th rank after all. Young Menchel asked, why did the angel come here too? Graf explained that he had heard a ritual was going to be performed, which was why he needed mithril and orichalcum. The protagonist thought it was suspicious, dark elves and angels performing some kind of ritual. Young Menchel felt that this was too massive a job for 6th rank angels. Whoever was behind all of this must be no lower than the level of the monarchs of Pandemonium. Anyway, this guy didn't know anything, just like Verde. Alfred Graf is just a pawn. A voodoo doll commands him from the shadows. Jeon Minchul told his interlocutor, when trouble comes, there are people who try to corner the lamb. The holy fire has been activated. It's up to our hero to win this angel over to his side. Alfred Graf felt warm, the master forgiving his sins. Young Minchul said, I have an assignment for the angel. You will be his undercover agent in Elysium. The protagonist thought, today I've met someone I can finally trust. Alfred Graf became an undercover agent. He said, even if my body is covered in fire, I will follow my master's orders. I will do anything to justify his trust. Thanks to the angel's gullibility, our hero was able to roughly understand the situation. In this regard, he instructed, find out the details of the ritual. Whoever is behind this, I won't let them impose their will on Earth. Young Minchul told the dog, we're going to pick up our purchases. Fenrir thought that his master was definitely not an angel. Mr. Martin said that Hunter Young Minchul got everything he wanted. The hunter said that the head of the guild branch was only helping to fill his wallet. Mr. Martin wondered how the hunter had managed to get a blank check. It actually had Verisilin's signature on it. Young Mench replied that it was a secret. Our hero took the glove of the Black Star. He had waited a long time for this moment. For now, the metals he had paid for belonged to him. Young Menchel thought that the gloves should absorb everything. The short man was frightened. What is Mr. Hunter doing? It looked like the Black Star was very hungry. After all, it was devouring metals so greedily. Young Mencho thought that his Fenrir was quite the gourmet, but the Black Star wasn't so picky. Mr. Martin was very frightened when he saw that the metals were gone. In fact, they had been absorbed by the glove. Our hero stated that he had thus unlocked the second level. If our hero can only create weapons from his memories, then it is left to him to hone his handling of them to perfection. The Black Star is a black blade of vengeance. The second level elevated the Black Star to a unique rank. Jeon Minchul thought that this was quite enough. As long as our hero could recreate weapons for each martial art, his strength would only increase. Young Menchel turned to Mr. Marthin. He would like to take the order for the gate. The hunter asked the short man to find something closer. When you get a new weapon, the first thing to do is to try it out in battle. The next day came. The gateway to Panjuchu Kanyam, a rang in the rainforest, was ready. A huge orc with unique abilities shouted loudly. It was a forest tyrant, a skilled hunter, a digger with monstrous strength. Jeon Minchul asked who wanted to snack on them and used the Black Star Titanic Gauntlet against the monster. The Lightning Emperor's destructive fist was applied. Jeon Minchul was ahead of his squad and pounced on the other monsters. Our hero knew that breaking the second seal was worth it. He liked the excellent work of this artifact. The commander of the support squad couldn't believe that it was even possible. The hunters remarked that it was the first time they had ever touched such tough flesh. Of a destroyed monster, Fenrir asked his host if he could eat the orc's soul. Jeon Minchul responded, "Can you do it?" The dog replied that he could. The consciousness left the orc, but the soul remained in the body. Soul absorption is a unique skill possessed by some demons of pandemonium. By devouring the souls of fallen foes, they grow stronger, overcoming the limits of their bodies. However, if the negative emotions have not left the soul, its absorption may come with side effects. If evil consumes the person's soul, they lose touch with the world and begin to deteriorate from the inside out. Young Menchel told the dog he could proceed. Fenrir thanked the food and began to devour the monster's soul. The support squad sensed the absorption of the monster's soul and mana and wondered what was happening. Fenrir, using his demonic mana, absorbed the soul of the dead orc. The people around him flinched. Fenrir told his master that his seal had weakened. However, our hero disagreed. The dog's characteristics had increased. Albeit slightly, young Menchel thought no matter what he did, he couldn't succeed in breaking the seal. The Fenrir said he wanted more. Our hero realized that all this dog needed was to devour souls. Young Mensch thought that if that was the case, he could easily bring Fenrir back to his former glory. Our hero said he would get the poodle a lot of food. Hovering hidden black star blades, bloodthirsty orcs glaring insatiably at the hunters who had invaded their territory without warning. One of the orcs roared loudly and said, releasing demonic energy to destroy this man. The orc activated a fireball and aimed it at his opponent. Jeon Minchul thought that if this fireball reached Earth, this place would turn into hell. It was necessary to destroy it before that happened. The protagonist used the Blue Dragon Black Star Blade. Our hero unleashed the Blue Dragon's fury on the opponent's fireball. The monster did not expect that his fireball could be deactivated and would not reach its target. Young Mensch swinging his sword. He approached his opponent. Jeon Mensch activated the Emperor's Sword skill. The monster had no chance of escape. Our hero, exerting the strongest pressure, delivered a slashing blow to the monster's body. The monster screamed and was then dismembered into 2 pieces. The protagonist said, "One is ready." The support squad leader told the hunter that the other monster had maintained its distance. It was necessary to be vigilant. Young Mensch looked around and saw Fenrir approaching him. But what is the puppy doing here? He wondered. Fenrir raised his head and, like a true demonic monster, roared loudly. The support squad was surprised and frightened. No one expected such actions from a small poodle. Fenrir turned into a true monster and asked, how dare this lowly orc attack these people in his presence? The orc screamed even louder and uttered only one word. Berserk! Fenrir growled for the monster to be silent immediately and sank his teeth into it. Fenrir tore off some of the monster's flesh and swallowed it. The orc fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. Fenrir shouted, "This is disgusting." Ruby Beat was 1,000,000 times better. He sprinted away from the orc's body. The orc shouted, "This monster is too strong." Jeon Minchul wondered, where is this monster going? Our hero grabbed the monster by the head and delivered a staggering blow with his unique gauntlet. The Lightning Emperor's destructive fist was applied. The support squad commander was surprised. Even orcs could run away in fear. Jeon Minchul said, "This is to be expected from A-rank monsters." Fenrir turned back into a poodle and asked his master, "Is he good?" Young Menchel replied, Why did the dog do that? After all, orcs already in a warm-up for him. Fenrir wondered, why didn't the man deal with him himself? Jeon Minchul said he was joking. Fenrir can continue to keep protecting people. Our hero thought, if it wasn't for this dog, someone could have gotten hurt. This is an A-rank dungeon, so by the looks of it, the protagonist is going to have to go all out. The monster said, I can't believe that a human got ridden to the king. However, a human like him was not a hindrance to them. It was the boss, the two-headed ogre. Young Mensch wondered, did this monster really think he was a king? Young Mensch laughed and said that he was allergic to nonsense. The monster shouted, I am the real king of the ogres. How dare this man be rude to the king? He doesn't know what ethics and subordination are. The monster growled, I'll crush him. Young Mensch raised a finger and asked, does he have enough strength? The ogre king snarled, I'll tear this man apart, then devour him. A shockwave surged through the air. Young Mensch thought, what an incredible amount of energy is being released. This skill doesn't require any finesse. They just want to crush him with sheer force. Our hero applied the Black Star Blue Dragon Blade. After that, the Blade of the Five Tigers. The protagonist decided to shatter this shockwave. Junko activated the Black Star Snake Whip and struck his opponent. The barrier of the second conceal broke. The Black Star became capable of enhancing its master's martial arts. The hunter used the 7-star sword. Jeon Minchul realized that, yet he was still too slow. More training was needed. Our hero jumped over the monster, swung his sword, and said, I'm about to show you how to cut kings properly. This monster would be a stepping stone to our hero's power. The gate to Pangju Chuksum stood before them. Hunters were yawning as they waited for the monsters to appear. The young man wondered if his colleague was nervous. After all, this was their first mission to guard the gate. The hunter replied, there's no need to be nervous. We can relax. These dates have only recently appeared. Even if we are ignored, there's hardly any chance of a breakthrough here in the next 2 days. A colleague asked, what would happen if there was a force majeure? The hunter answered, in that case, we would have to run away. He added, the thing to fear is not the monsters, but the fact that we might have to stay here until late at night. The young man stated, I've received a message from the group, but they had only recently entered there. It was assumed that the colleagues went there for reconnaissance. It's not surprising, since the hunter Jeon Minchul is the only one who can fight, so they'll have to stay here late. However, the support squad returned. The young man asked the commander, are you tired? The commander replied, we are not tired. The hunter asked, what time is the next gate entry scheduled? The support squad leader said, we've already finished everything. It should be reported to the association. Hunter Young Minchul is too strong, but it's still very surprising. How can you defend an A-rank gate alone? The hunters guarding the gate noticed that the gate was already closing. Fenrir said, the souls are very tasty. The sweep only took 2 hours. Jeon Mench used the body of a two-headed ogre as a training dummy. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground when he had almost mastered the Black Star techniques. Our hero awakened the memories of Deimos, the god of war, stored deep within his soul while in the body of an ordinary man. Young Menchel. It was much more effective than practicing alone. Young Mensch thought that he had cleared the gate much faster than he had planned. He had even gained a new level, absorbing the Peace Stone, training in the Sea of Doom, and overcoming the second level of the Seal. Maybe it was because of this that our hero was able to become so strong in such a short time. Also, we can't forget about Fenrir. The dog protected the people behind our hero, allowing him to focus on the monsters. Jungmin Shoba thought that he might even be able to push further. Ellie told the hunter that she'd have found another gate for him to enter tomorrow. Young Mensch said he could count on her. Ellie asked if the hunter was really grateful to her. Why wouldn't I do something special for you? Young Mensch replied. He would think about it. A phone call rang. Young Mensch answered, I'm listening. It was Har on the other end. The girl said that a small, weak dwarf was on the wire. Har added that the auction was long over. Why didn't you call me earlier? Our hero remembered that he had promised to teach her how to use the trap circles. Jeon Minchul apologized and suggested meeting later at his house. Ellie wondered, has Mr. Hunter forgotten the promise he made to Miss Linwood? In the afternoon, our hero finished clearing the gate. That evening, he met with Heron to teach her a new technique. Since she needed to understand the meaning of each symbol to use the magic circle effectively, he wrote them in a language Heron could easily grasp. He rearranged them slightly and then explained the circle in detail. The girl exclaimed, that's incredible. Young Mensch asked, can you do it again? Heron smiled and replied, I'm a professional. Our hero decided to alternate between clearing A-rank and B-rank gates. The B-rank gates provided much less experience, but he had no choice. Hunters were fiercely competing for access to the A-rank gates. He didn't take a single day off. Having already gathered enough chaos energy, he now needed to focus on training his body. Jeon Minchul distributed his bonus points into strength and agility. He was almost at level 30. Young Mensch told the dog, "I'll leave the boys in your care." Fennever replied that he would not let them down and would honor his trust. The gate to Puyo Guimian stood before them. The hunters were in an open area, so the protagonist had no fear of being caught off guard. Members of the Vulcan tribe lived at this gate. The Vulcan tribe were the original inhabitants of the Vulcan dimension. They were naturally strong, often coming into conflict with demons who also relished battle. In his past life, the hero often hired them as mercenaries to fight in the wars between dimensions. Young Mensch said, "I thought I could beat some real warriors here." "What a pity," the Vulcan asked. "Is this hunter trying to insult us?" Young Mensch thought these weren't the true warriors of the Vulcan tribe, but rather ordinary puppets protecting the core of the gate. The guy said, "If that's the case, let's see what they can do." The puppets were far weaker than the originals. Young Mensch used the titanic blacker glove against the advancing Vulcans. The Vulcan leader said, "I'll make you regret your words." The battle cry of the Vulcan warriors echoed. Considering that they were fake, the hero prepared for what was to come. It sounded pretty good. The Vulcans didn't stand a chance against Black Star's titanic gauntlet. Jeon Minchul said, "It doesn't give the opponent the right to be called a Vulcan warrior. He needs to become twice as strong to catch up to the original." The system reported that the hero had received the long-awaited 30th level. On the 15th level, the guy had received a pleasant bonus, so he thought that the 30th level would also bring something unusual, and he was right. To search for traces of souls, the power inside the hero was awakened. Demon Seraphina's power is the ability to bewitch anyone and take away their ability to think straight. The former owner of the charm was a demonist of the 55th rank, Seraphina, a former lord of the undead, a demon of the 15th rank Zarin. The demon Zurin can summon the undead by placing a crystal in the victim's body. Zarin was a master of necromancy. Our hero always found his methods tasteless because the necromancers always stood behind him, raising more and more dead. Still, this ability is far more useful in combat than some sort of seduction. The power has been transformed this time as well. The hero is now able to grant immortality. When a being who has been granted immortality dies, its body and soul are absorbed to rise as the living dead. Jeon Minchul thought that the power of immortality could only be used on living beings, so he wouldn't be able to test it right now. Our hero decided to start with the Army of Light and activated the appropriate option. Angels appeared in front of the protagonist and greeted the Lord. Jeon Minchul thought, "Are there really chicken wings again?" The guy couldn't recall Elysium having guys like this. They look like angels, but their energy is much different. Judging by their characteristics, they're much stronger than Vulcan warriors, roughly on par with orcs. I'd like to know how useful they are in real combat. Young Mensch saw the Vulcans approaching and thought they were just in time. The hunter showed the angels a squad of Vulcans and said they needed to be dealt with. The angels said, "We must return in victory. The enemy will now see the justice of the light. Punishment will come down on them from heaven." Jeon Minchul thought that these warriors were real weaklings who were nothing. However, the Vulcans were destroyed. The wounded angels said that they were willing to continue to do whatever the Lord ordered. Jeon Minchul thought, "Is this some kind of joke? Not only do they fly poorly, but they fight by just swinging their sword from side to side." Jeon Minchul realized that they had won, but with such characteristics, it was possible to do so without a single injury. Jeon Minchul told the angels to line up. The guy didn't understand what he should do with these angels yet. Jeon Minchul said, "These guys simply don't know how to use their power. None of them have found a worthy use for the increased mobility and high performance." Jeon Minchul continued, "That's half of it. Do they even realize that a sword is a weapon? Weapons are designed to stab or pierce your enemies, not wave them from side to side." Jeon Minchul said that treating these weaklings with magic was a waste of his powers. Our hero used holy fire and the angels' wounds were healed. The protagonist saw no point in summoning these angels to join the fight. It would be much easier for him to fight alone because they could evolve. But with such worthless knowledge, they were unlikely to learn anything. One of the angels apologized for his impertinence and said he wanted to object. The angel stated to the master that they were not weak. Young Mensch remarked that the battle between the angels and the monsters had convinced him otherwise. Had their pride been hurt, the angel added, "We only fought badly because we were suddenly called up." Jeon Minchul moved closer to the inner locker and told him to attack. The boy added that the angel should fight him. He realized through experience that he was wrong. "Young Mensch," he said, "this is my master's order. You should attack with whatever you can." Our hero felt that he just had to teach these guys a lesson. After the failed attack, the angel thought that after all, he was much faster and stronger than the Lord. But none of his attacks ever reached the target. Jeon Minchul noticed that his opponent's movements were too predictable. The protagonist put his sword to the angel's face and said, "This is what failure to use the power given to you leads to." Hunter said these angels are an exact replica of grouse-winged wimps. He's too disappointed. Jeon Minchul thought that these four could become stronger if they practiced, but he wasn't willing to put up with their hubris. Jeon Minchul wondered, are they really refusing to admit defeat? One of the young men said that his sword was meant to protect the Lord. He realized how weak he was. However, he only wanted to ask the hunter for one thing, to teach him how to swordplay. The other angels expressed the same wish. Jeon Minchul thought, did these guys really get over their pride? It's even interesting. There's no way the angels would have given up so easily. Jeon Minchul stated that he can't do that right now. The opponent said that he is asking and is willing to do anything. Our hero stated that they should concentrate on the enemies in the gate. Even if he does, it will only be after the gate is cleared. Jungkook told the dog that these angels would be his subordinates. The departing protagonist was told by one of the angels that they can't follow the commands of some insignificant being. The master is the only one who can order them around. Young Menchel said, let Fenrir show his superiority. Poodle transformed into a huge monster and demanded, repeat what you just said. The angels immediately swore allegiance to Fenrir. To use the power of eternity, the target must be a living being. So Fenrir granted the monster eternity. When it died, it would become a living dead. Jeon Minchul saw the Vulcans and remarked, there is someone to try it on. Our hero used the power of eternity and attacked the Vulcan. Upon its death, he would be able to use the living dead. After striking his opponent, Jeon Minchul declared, it will die, then rise again. The system reported the target's death. The creature's abilities and the karma of its soul would be considered when it was reborn as undead. The Vulcan was reborn and greeted its lord. It was an immortal warrior capable of absorbing life force. Young Mensch thought this warrior's characteristics are even higher than the two-headed ogre. It would easily be able to fight an S-rank hunter alone. Young Mensch said to let the immortal warrior destroy the Vulcans. Looking at the immortal warrior's reaction, our hero remarked that he was very good in battle. It was a low-ranked warrior in the hierarchy of the undead army. Apparently, the power of eternity is much stronger than the army of light. If these angels fail, even after training, the protagonist will never recognize them again, he thought. The support squad leader didn't think Hunter Jungcho could summon such monsters. They have a very strong aura. Just how strong has this person become? At the moment, our hero could only summon 5 living dead. Conveniently, he'd keep them in a special space, the power of eternity. It's a pity, of course, that they are extremely clumsy because of their size. At this point, the protagonist decided to teach the angels how to fight. Young Mensch immediately warned, if you don't learn anything from this training, you will never see each other again. The angels made their wings invisible to avoid arousing suspicion. Jeon Minchul said, we will start right away with practice, so you need to watch carefully. Our hero didn't think these angels could learn his martial arts. There is a very flexible style of swordsmanship designed for fighting in the air and allowing you to taunt your enemies. No one guarantees that angels will master this style after only seeing it once. This is virtually impossible, even for talented martial artists. When this style is skillfully used, the blade should exude the fragrance of plum blossoms. The angel said, we will be able to master this style if the master shows it again. Young Mensch was surprised. Had they really internalized this? These guys were terrible in the first fight, but they seem to have actually turned out to be true martial arts geniuses. After watching these warriors in action, the protagonist cooled down a bit. He had thought they were martial arts geniuses, but it seemed he was a bit mistaken. However, the guy couldn't believe that they had mastered Wingust after only looking at the technique twice. It's not just talent, it was a true soul synchronization. The experience and skills deeply slumbering in their souls were awakened when Jeon Minchul used martial arts. His knowledge is transferred to them automatically. Jeon Minchul couldn't believe that they were getting stronger because of his skills. The guy took back his words. The army of light was not weaker than the power of eternity. Our hero wondered just how much stronger they would become if he continued to train them. That's enough for today, young Mencho said. Truth be told, he was very disappointed with them at first, but now the young men had proven their strength. The commander said, I'm issuing an order. The angels must practice the cherry blossom style in the gust of wind until they reach 3 stars. They need at least 3 stars to use it in real combat, he continued. When they're stronger, I'll allow them to become my blades. The angel responded, this technique is much stronger than the light swordsmanship we used before. While the angels were practicing, the protagonist used his chaos energy to absorb the energy of the peace stone. Thanks to this, our hero was able to accumulate a huge amount of chaos energy and take ancient Celestia's art to the next level. This energy cultivation method had removed all of his fatigue so that he felt invigorated. The next day, Jeon Minch asked, did the angels really train all night? One of them replied that they had to train as hard as they could to absorb the knowledge. Jeon Minch thought, even though they were in a place with a high concentration of mana, it was still unbelievable. They were much stronger than he had thought. Our hero said that time was flying by and he had to go to work. Ellie, petting the poodle, said, Hunter Jeon Minchul is late today. The boy asked, "Are we going to Inn today?" The girl handed the young man a box and said, "The head of the department asked me to give this to you. I don't know what's inside." Opening the box, our hero saw the daggers he had ordered. Had the short man made all 10, it was a triple hidden blade. After examining the daggers, our hero said, "This is just perfect." The triple hidden blade itself was nothing special, but the rare rank for this item was a real miracle. With it, one could defeat anyone. Ellie was anxiously talking on the phone. Jeon Minchul realized something was wrong. Ellie said, "I need the help of Hunter Jeon Minchul." They had received a request from the association to work together to clean up the gate. The association rechecked the length of the magic gate and learned that the space inside had doubled in size. It would take at least 2 guilds to clear such a gate. Young Mench replied that he could do it alone. The girl apologized for the trouble she had caused. However, the more people involved in the raid, the more surprises could happen. Ellie said, "I will find the hunter another A-rank gate as a token of my gratitude." The gate at Dawn and Chan Station was very large. Which guild would be participating in the sweep, she asked. The girl replied, "It's the Guman Guild." Guman was the 3rd strongest guild in the country. There must be a lot of hunters in it, but the more people involved in the raid, the greater the chance of someone making a mistake. A hunter approached our hero and said, "I am the captain of the Gumzian Guild's 2nd attack squad, Oh Chun Woo." Young man Shul said hello, introduced himself, and said, "I'm from the Interstellar Alliance." Oh Chun Woo said that he was counting on this hunter. Oh Chun Woo asked, "Where are the other Union hunters?" Young Minch replied, "I'm the only one who came." The captain of the 2nd attacking squad became frustrated. Is this guy really the only one who's going to participate in the raid? He thought. Oh Chun Woo had expected the Interstellar Alliance to send more people to help, but this hunter had come alone. Ellie hoped that young Minch wouldn't let them down. The bald man, upset, turned around and walked in the other direction. Young Minch told his companion, "This captain of the 2nd attack squad is looking for a fight." The girl replied, "I thought so too." Our hero didn't know what was going on. But why was this bald man so unfriendly? Oh Chun Woo told the Interstellar Union hunter to get ready to enter the gate. Jung Chol, smiling, thought they would still be the ones to see who could let who down. An earth-shattering stomp was heard at the gate. A tribe of skeletons appeared. The bald captain of the 2nd attacking unit grimaced with anger and tension. He ordered everyone prepare for battle. Jeon Minchul said that there was no need to rush. Do they really want to use the mining information? The captain of the support squad asked his commander, "Won't Hunter Jeon Minch help us?" Jeon Minch replied, "The skeletons are low-level undead, so there shouldn't be a problem." Looking at the bald man, our hero said, "These are experienced hunters, B rank or higher, not like Harn. They are unlikely to lose to undead D rank, but even they have yet to realize that this is the Valley of the Dead. The ground here is dark not because of the sand, but because of the undead beneath it. Skeletons can appear from anywhere. Moving forward without thinking about their defenses is like moving toward their doom. Any hunter with research skills would have realized that immediately, but they were in too much of a hurry to clear the gate. However, in order to mop up the gates of the Valley of the Dead, they need to stay here and protect the people." Jeon Minch summoned his aides, the Eternal Warriors, and told them to protect his fellow Gumson Guild members. Guy said have Fenrir keep an eye on them too. The Poodle said he wouldn't let them down. Young Mensch thought that the hunters wouldn't accomplish anything, even if they destroyed skeletons for days on end. In order to leave this place alive, they would have to defeat those who rule over the Valley of the Dead. Usually high-level undead, they are most often found near a large accumulation of energy. While approaching a large cluster of energy, our hero managed to dodge the enemy's attack. The opponent said, "A living soul was able to dodge my attack." He was impressed. Our hero thought that he had found the undead faster than he expected. The supreme undead was Dullahan. Lal Undead is a world created by the vengeful spirits of the dead. He is most likely one of those who maintain this dimension. Looking at the hunters, our hero decided that they must be fighting hard right now. The low-level undead would rise as long as the core existed. Dullahan soon said, "The man is worried about the lives of his colleagues." However, there was no need for that. Very soon, it would all be part of his glorious army. Our hero activated Holy Fire and declared, "This undead must be destroyed." The young man also activated the Dark Star, a triple hidden blade. Young Min made an attack on the Headless Horseman. However, the rider was unharmed, though the attack left an impression on him. Dullahan said, "Quite the games." He ordered his soldiers to rise up and tear the man apart. Young Men Shaw thought they were mid-level undead dark robes. They specialized in magic, meaning he wouldn't be able to fight them in close combat. The man said that if they tore him apart, Dullahan wouldn't be able to raise him as an undead. Dullahan replied that it was not what the man had to fear, and again ordered his soldiers to destroy the hunter. Young Menchel attacked the undead with daggers, thinking, does the sense of humor die along with the soul? The protagonist called Dullahan a very boring type. The man decided to end the battle with one blow. Our hero applied the hovering, hidden blade style. The mid-level undead dark roads were imbued with a terrifying hang energy. Dullahan didn't expect such an attack on his soldiers. He ordered an immediate retreat. Dullahan shouted, I will destroy the man with my own hands. Young Mensch replied, the undead would do you a huge favor if you got close. Fighting against the skeletons, the bald captain of the second attacking squad of the Gumson Guild was surprised. Why did all the skeletons suddenly fall to the ground? Oh Chun-Woo, looking at the interstellar Union Hunter, didn't understand what had happened. Young Mensch knew that if the supreme undead were destroyed, all of his subordinates would also die. He alone would inherit all their experience. The bald man bowed and asked our hero, was he the one who stopped the skeleton invasion? How did the hunter do it? Young Mensch replied, I destroyed the supreme undead that summoned them. Otherwise, they would have continued to appear. It was Gillahan. Oh Chun-Woo wondered, did young Mensch really risk his life and destroy Dohan by himself? The first time Oh Chun-Woo heard of Hunter Mincho was 3 months ago. He had wiped out their rising stars, the Dark Trio. These guys were the disciples of the man who also trained Oh Chun-Woo. Baldy afterward wanted to show Jeon Minchul how scary Gum's guild members were in anger. Back then, he thought that Hunter Jeon Minchul was an arrogant rookie who mocked his teacher. Oh Chun-Woo realized that he was wrong. Hunter Jeon Minchul is truly a noble man. Oh Chun-Woo thought that they had rushed into battle without any strategy, putting themselves in danger. So, young Mensch took the risk to save them. Young Mensch told his interlocker if he thought it was dangerous, he should just watch from afar. Baldy thought that Jeon Minchul was very concerned about them. That's a very honorable hunter. He's a real hero, he said. Oh Chun-Woo told his colleagues to show Hunter Jeon Minchul how strong they were. Jeon Minchul wondered, why didn't they suddenly get excited? Could it be that after learning the secret of this gate, they wanted to take my precious monsters? They should have left them to fight the skeletons for a while longer. The monster said a living soul is very brave, if it came to him alone. Young Menchel attacked the monster with his sword and said, you talk a lot. It was the ultimate undead, the Soul Eater. It was destroyed in just one blow. This action was repeated several times, our hero destroying the higher undead with a single strike. Thus, he destroyed 4 cores. Jeon Minchul thought there was only one monster left. The boy felt the energy of the dead begin to gather in one place. The last core was beginning to form. A huge monster, unlike any other, appeared in front of our hero. The last monster was the creature. Jeon Minchul had encountered it several times in his past life, but this nasty carcass was hard to get used to. The creature was a merged dead man, possessing a touch of rot and the breath of doom. Baldy sent to the hunter, young Mench, leave immediately. We won't be able to handle it. We need reinforcements. Jeon Minchul told the other hunters to leave and hide. I will destroy this monster alone, he declared. Our hero added, so that the bald man would not interfere. Holy fire neutralizes the effect of negative energy. The monster said, for a living soul to join us, we crave warm blood and flesh. Jeon Minchul thought that this monster was definitely strong, but that didn't mean he would let others destroy his monster. The reward after destroying this piece of meat would be incredible. Oh Chun-Woo thought that Hunter Jeon Minchul was fighting alone to protect them. A creature is a monster born from the fusion of several vengeful spirits and their dead bodies. It would take at least 10 dead people with consciousness to control this body. The monster screamed, I will destroy a living soul, and it will become part of me. In other words, it was a bunch of dead people controlling one body. Possessing tremendous power, they were unable to unleash its full potential. Our hero used holy firepower, the Emperor's sword, pressure, and the sweep of the boundless heavens. Jeon Minchul activated the hellfire and directed it toward his opponent. Memories of a past life did not fail our hero. It was indeed a single body with several souls controlling it. The more body parts he cut off, the weaker the monster became. If you cauterize the severed limbs with hellfire, he won't be able to regenerate them, even if he had such a skill, said the hero. Our hero only has to worry about the opponent's strength, which exceeds 600 points. If the protagonist doesn't get hit and continues to cut off limbs, the monster will quickly lose its characteristics. After destroying the monster, our hero thought that he was very tired. Thanks to Fenrir, he had experience in fighting big monsters, but the battle was still not easy. He had to use the R Rainbow Ring skill, and he had already run out of all the chaos energy. The fact that he was still moving was a great miracle. However, Jeon Minchul was able to destroy most of that thing. The hunter said, I need 2 Eternal Warriors. Jeon Minchul told his subordinates, the Eternal Warriors, I'm leaving this monster to you. The Eternal Warriors pounced on the monster, saying, the Lord has ordered its destruction. The task was completed, gaining 42% experience. Young Menchel thought that this monster was simply enormous. Was it really because of the sheer number of people it destroyed? Be that as it may, it was a worthy reward for destroying such a monster. It's unlikely that the support squad will be able to do anything with that pile of meat. That's why people don't like gates with undead. Our hero had an undead core in his hand. The only thing that fell out of this monster was the undead core. This horrible little thing will continue to summon undead if left here. Young Mensch decided to take this cannonball with him out of harm's way. He told his warriors that they were returning. On the way, our hero saw the Gumson Guild. Had they been waiting for all this time? Jeon Minchul inquired as to what they were doing here. Oh Chun-woo replied that they were waiting for the hunter because they had something to say. He apologized for being rude when they first met. He was very wrong. The bald hunter bowed and thanked Young Mensch for saving his squad by taking the risk. Young Mensch realized that the bald man was apologizing, but what was he thanking him for? After mopping up the gate, our hero had to take 2 blows of faith. Ellie said that the support squad had asked for a short break. Besides, there was a real war going on in the gate market right now. Therefore, she couldn't find a gate for tomorrow. Heron said it would be her first time incorporating Serpal Trap technology into a building, so she wouldn't be able to see the hunter today. Young Mensch thought he was free until tomorrow. Shouldn't he spend that time practicing? The angels congratulated their master on his return. Young Mensch told them to keep practicing. Angels gain experience by synchronizing with knowledge from his past life. Martial arts training should be supervised by a teacher. They don't need to be. In addition, the sheer amount of mana in the hall resonates with the holy power of the angels. Therefore, every swing of the sword makes their body stronger and also increases their training efficiency. Junks thought, what if the darkness energy coming from the undead core was used to absorb the energy of the Peace Stone? In theory, it was possible. The undead core is like the poison of living things. Using its energy would cause pain, but one must endure it. Young Mensch will endure it until the energy enters his world. We must continue to stimulate the Peace Stone. In the end, it worked out. The undead core energy is very strong, so this method is more effective than using chaos energy. The Peace Stone tries to supplant the influence of the undead core. It gives off a huge amount of energy. The hero's body has been greatly strengthened. Successfully absorbing the energy of the Peace Stone resulted in an additional increase in chaos power. If Jeon Minchul gave the undead core to a Pandemonium artisan, he would be able to obtain a legendary rank item. But compared to the exaltation of star system techniques, it was a waste of resources. The most interesting part begins when the 6 stars are reached and one can gain the ability to create constellations. Few cultivation techniques can rival the star system technique. Constellations are the main reason why the star system technique is better than all the others. When Jeong Manch was a Dios, he could only control the power of the Dark Nebula, but now he also possesses the power of the Light Nebula, expanding the list of potential constellations. The number of available constellations is 5, the constellation of Sin, Doom, Lord of Light, Holy Fire, and Sphere of Chaos. Some of these are familiar to the hunter. Given that he can only choose 3, it would be better to select the ones that will make him stronger. It is worth starting with the one he already knows. First, he needs to create the constellation of Sin. This is a fortress located on the lowest levels of Pandemonium. Next, he creates the constellation of Holy Fire. This constellation holds the blessing of Michael, the divine protector of the Holy Fire. Finally, the constellation of the Sphere of Chaos. The hero decides to choose it because this constellation belongs to the power of chaos, which he is most interested in. However, a hero fails to form the constellation of the Sphere of Chaos the first time. It's because he used the Dark Nebula's energy. Maybe we should merge the 2 stars. Jeong Menchel decided to try again, and the result was the same. What's the reason? How can he do it? Young Mensch thought that maybe he should create another constellation, but he didn't want to just give up. Our hero decided to use a method he hadn't tried yet. The piece of stone sun was not used in any constellation. Maybe we should place it between the 2 nebulae and merge them. Jeong Shou didn't know if it would work out or not, but he should try. From Light Nebula to Dark Nebula, all that was left was to unite using the sun. The system reported that the constellation of the Chaos Sphere was formed in the star system technique, resonating with the energies of the nebulae and the achievements of the hero's soul. The constellation of the Chaos Sphere has been transformed into the constellation of Infinite Conjunction. It ignites 2 opposing nebulae by means of the Chaos Sphere. Apparently, the Sphere of Chaos is the Son of Peace. So, Young Mensch acted wrongly from the beginning. However, because of this, he was able to create a stronger constellation. Our hero is now able to utilize advanced sword energy. He is beyond the peak of martial arts skill, standing between an ascended being and a creator of dimensions. The angels congratulated the gentleman on receiving the blessing. Jeong Minchul smiled, waved his hand, and told him to go back to practicing. Fenrir approached his master and said, "I'm hungry. I need to be fed." Young Menchel was surprised because the dog had recently eaten. Fenrir recalled that the last time he was fed was 24 hours ago. Young Mensch was surprised, as it really take that long to create constellations. Then there was a phone call. Our hero answered it. The caller said, "I've already called many times." Young Menchel asked, "Have you tracked down the Dark Elves?" The caller replied, "Not yet." Verne added, "The Elven Embassy is handling it, so I'm not aware of it." Young Mensch was surprised. "Then why would you call me?" Verne said, "I finally got my second order." Our hero had a visitor. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Young Mako wondered if he was a little early. It was still 10 minutes before the appointed time. "Very," he said, "I can't keep my master waiting." Verdi stepped away for a moment and returned with a cup of coffee. He said he had discovered which coffee the gentleman liked best. Americano on the rocks. The perfect drink for such a great man, he added. Verdet remarked that only this coffee could extinguish the hot flame inside the Lord. Young Mako told Verdi to stop yelling at the world that he was Ifrit. Verdi immediately apologized. "Young Mako," he asked, "what are the orders?" Verdi replied, "They want you to help the Dark Doom Society settle in the country." He added, "It's a major criminal organization, the leading force of the Darknet." Young Mako had no idea what his interlocutor was talking about. The Darknet, Verdi explained, is a global community made up of criminals like the mafia or drug dealers. They own black markets all over the world where you can get stolen or illegal items. They also have mercenary squads that can be hired to eliminate anyone for a proper reward. The Dark Network is responsible for almost all illegal transactions that take place in the world. The Dark Doom Society is based in a neighboring country. Verde added that's why he has to help them settle in that country. Young Minchul stated, "I understand that this country also has its own dark network. Elysium and Pandemonium have a deep interest in this country. On top of that, the country has good national security, so there aren't many criminal organizations here." Young Mensch asked, "So his current assignment is to help the Darknet branch out in the country?" Verne confirmed. However, he didn't know the details because he had no previous interest in that area. Jung Scholl didn't think they had resorted to using black baptism and demon help just to expand the criminal organization. So someone wants to expand Pandemonium's influence in the country. But who is behind it? Young Minnow asked, "How are the Dark Elves connected to the Darknet?" Verde replied, "If they were able to sneak into the country illegally, it was only because of its help." Jong Mencho said for Veridai to follow that order and continue to act as he had done so far. The interlocutor replied, "I will not let my master down." Young Mencho thought that it would be very difficult to deal with them now. However, he was already happy that he had learned about the Dark Network's connection to Pandemonium. Young Mencho said, "We should wait for the villain to reveal himself. I'll wait patiently until it's my turn." Ellie asked, "What do I owe to such an unexpected visit?" Young Mencho replied, "I have nothing better to do." The girl said she was always happy to meet him. Working with the hunter was her top priority. Young Mencho asked Ellie, "What are your predictions for the next raid?" The girl replied, "There are several guilds competing for the gate, so I can't give a clear answer. It had been a month since young McColl had cleared the gate at Dongan Chong." Ellie added, "Getting a right to sweep the gate was harder than I thought. Buying the rights to go to the Lost Lands is a real problem. The Lost Lands is forever lost territory. It is the place where a breakthrough in the underground happened, which led to the merging of the gate with reality from where monsters now appear. The regions that were lost in the first cataclysm came to be called the Lost Lands in the country. The northern regions of Gangwando are considered such lands. Guild units are stationed there most of the time. The Hunters Association occasionally helps the guilds to hold back the monsters. Now the big guilds have returned to the country, so the fight for the gate is ongoing. Our hero needs to raise his level and increase his characteristics as much as possible. We'll have to go to the tower again." Young Menchel told the girl to cancel all gate requests. Ellie asked, "Does the hunter really want to go to the tower again?" The guy remarked that Ellie is very perceptive. Ellie said that it looked like the hunter had forgotten something. Young Menchel wondered, what could he have forgotten? The boy wondered if there was anything else besides the gate. Ellie was getting nervous. It wasn't directly related to the gate. The girl shouted, "I thought the hunter was pretending, but he had really forgotten about it." Young Menchel couldn't understand what was being said. Ellie said that the hunter promised to give her a treat. Young Mensch apologized. He really forgot again. Young Mensch asked the girl if she wanted to have lunch with him. Ellie snorted and said, "Doesn't she have anything else to do?" Hunter asked when Ellie would be free. He could wait. The girl replied that she was very busy today, so she would be free closer to nightfall. Would that satisfy the young man? John Mensch asked her to call when she's free. He lived nearby anyway. The most important thing was that she called and until he fell asleep. The young people met at a restaurant. Ellie said that the food here was really good. Young Mensch thought that was to be expected. Young Mensch thought that he only saw this girl as serious during work. In her free time, she was completely different. Looking at the companion, our hero thought that she looked so happy, as if she had acquired all the riches of the world. Also, the girl took young Mench to a GOP-chan. He was the one who was supposed to treat her. He didn't know that trait of hers yet. Looking at Allie, the protagonist wondered, when did she have time to eat everything? The girl said that the food here was really good. Young Mench could tell by how quickly she ate everything. Ellie wondered how Jeon Minchul knew about this place. After all, he must be a VIP here. Jeon Minchul thought that his companion knew him as the reincarnation of one of the higher beings. Our hero used a VIP code to gain access to a warehouse in the dimensions. That's why Mr. Mark and Ellie don't consider him an ordinary person. Maybe they're right. All he's doing right now is playing that role. Jeon Minchul was an ordinary student until he was pierced by the divine sword Khaled. 6 months ago, Jeon Minchul awakened memories of his past life. Since that day, his life has changed a lot. Demo's young Mench, each of them is our hero. The protagonist thought if he continued to play, he would cease to be himself. The guy told his companion he may be a VIP, but he still wants to live an ordinary life. Hunter decided to clear things up here and now. Jeon Minchul said that he is always extremely serious when working with Ellie or Mr. Martin. He was deeply grateful to them for all the help they had given. They were truly valuable partners. Young Menchel did not want the girl to think that his life was something to be taken lightly. The young man said anything could change. Set aside the talk and start eating. Ellie said, the department head asked me to pass on his apologies for not being able to say goodbye in person this time. She then asked, when will the hunter return from the tower? Jeon Minchul replied, it will be soon. He thought that Pandemonium and Elysium were plotting something, so he shouldn't be away for too long. Ellie thanked the hunter for taking their relationship seriously. Young Menchel believed it was her response to what he had said yesterday. After all, they were important partners. As they parted, the hero said, we'll see each other soon, and waved his hand. Jeon Minchul realized he could no longer pretend to be unaware. He needed strength to safeguard his life against unstoppable events. He had to become stronger to protect the people he cared about. Far away, a demon murmured in surprise, a tower of trials. What is that supposed to be? The dark elf replied, it is a treasure trove of secrets where many powerful beings from my past dimension have gone. The tower is connected to other worlds. It challenges strong warriors from different dimensions, offering them the chance to climb to the top. Each floor contains a special challenge. Whoever can overcome all the difficulties will be richly rewarded. The demon said, that sounds pretty interesting. The dark elf continued, the trials are so severe that people die while attempting to complete them. The increasing difficulty of each trial pushes the hunters to their deaths. However, the tower will generously reward anyone who overcomes all the challenges. Our hero once again found himself at the gate leading inside the tower. The tower grants unimaginable power that surpasses human capabilities. The system reported the hero has entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. The 3rd floor was called the Black Fortress. Our hero needed to defeat waves of monsters and protect the core of the Black Fortress. Skeletons stood by our hero, but they were of no use. The crystal ball at the far end of the fortress was likely the core. However, it is not guarded at all. Jeon Minchul saw a house and wondered, is there an administrator here? The blackbird was surprised. Is this a new hunter? The bird said, her name is Raven, and she is a local merchant. Young Menchel replied, Raven doesn't look like a merchant. The hunter said, I expected to see the administrator, not a merchant. Raven replied, it's not easy to meet the administrator. Jeon Minchul stated, if it's not the administrator, we have nothing to talk about. Raven called the hunter an impatient fool, adding, you'll regret not listening to me to the end. Young Minchul wondered, why would I do that? After all, I can buy information for points. Raven said, the task of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials is the defense of this fortress. Monsters will appear from a distant wormhole and head here to attack. Hunters must defend with 3 bases until the monsters stop attacking. At each base, undead will appear to help the hunters. The hunter is able to move between bases. After each wave of monsters, if they have not been destroyed, it is worth noting that each base has a different strength. You should keep a close eye on this. The hunter can use points to subdue bases and fortresses, but it will cost 10 points per fix. Raven added, the hunter would have to use the goggles anyway. The boy knew it would be difficult, but did he really have to go through this ordeal alone? Were there no other hunters around? Raven said, the man is very perceptive. The truth was that the test could be completed by a group of 5 people. Young Mench thought that the merchant had purposely left out the other hunters at the beginning to get as many points as possible. Young Mench asked, how can I get a group together to take the test? Raven replied, about 12 hours ago, one group completed the test. So, you're the only one on this floor. Jeon Minchul thought that he couldn't waste people's time for the group. Raven said, I have a special merchandise meant for those who want to go through the trials alone. Young Mench said, I won't buy that item. Raven was surprised. A hunter isn't going to go through the trials like that, is he? The merchant said that it was too irresponsible. Jeon Minchul replied, if I don't try it, I won't even know about it. He then called for the help of the Eternal Warriors. We don't have much time, Jeon Minchul stated, urgency in his voice. Raven was still in disbelief. Our hero sent part of the warriors to the first base and another part to the second. Jeon Minchul realized that he, along with the missing group, could be replaced by something else, such as these Eternal Warriors. The test of the third floor of the tower had begun. The first wave of attacking monsters was on its way. The protagonist stood ready for the encounter. Our hero had already fought such trolls at the gate in the Palbach area. Good thing he had picked the most destroyed base. It was unlikely that those skeletons would be able to stop even one troll. The only useful thing here was the ballista. When the trolls were wounded, they said, it hurts. But the ballista wouldn't do much to them. Their regeneration was too fast. Our hero didn't want to waste points boosting the ballista. So, he'll have to deal with everything on his own. Thanks to the infinite link constellation, he no longer has to worry about wasting energy. Young Mensch drew his sword, descended from the fortress wall, and confronted the trolls, destroying them in one fell swoop. He thought these trolls were at least B rank, but he was cutting through their flesh like a butter knife. At this rate, he would truly be able to handle everything alone. The hero moved to second base to avoid wasting time. The troll attacking the base shouted, I'll blow the hunter's head off. However, the Eternal Warriors entered the battle, swiftly consuming the lives of these trolls. Even the protagonist didn't expect this. Young Mensch thought he certainly didn't doubt them, but these guys never ceased to amaze him. The advantage in strength, speed, and size was on the side of the Eternal Warriors. He believed he had won before the battle had even started, but since only a few warriors were guarding the base, they might miss one or two monsters. One such monster came close to our hero. This monster was dealt with by the hunter himself. The guy said, get the Eternal Warriors to go to first base as well. You have to keep your eyes open for missed monsters. Young Mancho thought if Fenrir went with him, it would be much easier. However, the dove said that he couldn't go to the tower. The guy thought that he would definitely load that poodle with work when he returned to Earth. The first wave was successfully mopped up, with the protagonist briefly returning to the fortress. When Jeon Minchul arrived at first base, he saw the two Eternal Warriors destroying the trolls with ease. However, it couldn't deal with 20 monsters at once. Some trolls managed to deal damage. Luckily, our hero was able to deal with everyone thanks to the triple hidden blade, but he needed to figure out a more reliable way. Raven suggested put more ballista in place and offered a 10% discount for them. Young men thought that judging from the condition of the bases, he would need at least 10 ballista for each one. He wondered if he could take them with him to the next floors. The Raven applied in denial. Did the hunter really think it was possible? Jeon Minchul realized that he would have to use points, but he didn't want to spend too much. Balasti wouldn't be able to defeat all the monsters. Did he really need them that much? Maybe he could find something more worthwhile. Our hero remembered the administrator, a bald lion, saying that you never know when something might come in handy. Young Menchel told the Raven that someone had given him one useful thing. The hunter showed the Raven what he had gotten from the administrator. The merchant was surprised. Surprised, he said. I've never seen anything like it. Where did you get this? Jeon Minchul replied that it was none of the crow's business. It's the key to the treasure room, he explained, from the zero-floor administrator. If you use it, you might be able to find something worthwhile. The token began to glow, its beam pointing in a specific direction. The Raven squinted at the light. That beam is leading to a wormhole, he said. Is the treasure room really inside it? Could it be that if one went there, they could destroy all the monsters at once? Raven told the hunter, don't even think about it. The merchant added, you won't be able to clear the wormhole. Raven went on, you're not the only one who has thought of it, but no one has ever succeeded. He paused. The wormhole is guarded by a monster of immense power, far stronger than all the creatures attacking the fortress. Anyone who tries to run away and return will still be struck down by it. Jeon Minchul thought to himself, if I can't defeat this monster, the trial will end in failure. He told the crow, I won't give it a try. An ordinary hunter would have already returned to base, but he was not like that. The protagonist believed it would be foolish to hold the key to treasure, yet avoid the wormhole. Treasure and danger always walk hand in hand. As he approached a certain point, the hunter became convinced he had reached the wormhole. He heard a voice call out, do not take another step. Jeon Minchul asked, what kind of powerful monster guards this wormhole? The one before him was Jing-sai. The hunter is quite perceptive. Jing-sai said, the bodies of the Jungda had already been destroyed by a special necromancy skill. In the martial arts continent, they were controlled with skills, medicines, and spells. Jungda asked, is the hunter from the martial arts continent? Jeon Minchul replied, no, but something connects him to that continent. Our hero thought, judging from the color of his red skin, that this was a blood Jiangshi from the blood cult. Blood Jiangshi were a horror that terrorized the entire continent. To create them, people used the bodies of destroyed martial artists treated with special tinctures and human blood. These Jiangshi were very powerful, considering it took at least 10 lives to resurrect them. They were the main weapon of the blood cult. Jiang Shi asked if he and the hunter shared the same homeland. Jeon Minchul thought that it was no wonder Raven had discouraged him so much. Jeon Minchul was surprised that this monster's characteristics were higher than the man in Fenrir. Our hero knew someone was guarding the wormhole, but he never thought it would be a bloody Jiang Shi with a mind of his own. The monster replied it was part of the contract. Young Mensch said, fate itself has tied us together. But Jiang Shi was unlikely to let him pass, right? Jiang Shi replied that it was impossible. The monster drew a line and told the hunter not to cross it, for he was a blood Jiang Shi. Zhao added that he didn't want to spill the blood of innocence. Young Mensch thought the monster in front of him was very cocky. He wondered why is his opponent talking like he can beat him, that he shouldn't go forward because the monster is sure of his victory. Jiang Shi added that it was not worth depriving his precious life in such a place. The hunter went for the provocation. He stepped over the line and said so. Jiangmo became angry and growled menacingly. He didn't like the fact that this hunter ignored the threats. Jiangmo began to concentrate his dark energy, showing that he was preparing to attack the hunter. Young Minchul grinned. He had already tensed up, and it turned out the monster was only calling out to his comrades. Could it really be the Iron Jiangshi with amulets on their foreheads? The hunter had said there were only 5 of them, so their strength was equal. Zheng Menshao told his eternal warriors to deal with the Iron Jiangshi. The bloody Jiangshi laughed. The hunter wondered, had he gone completely insane? What is he waiting for? Zheng Mensch pulled out his sword and told his opponent to attack, not to waste his time. In the process of the confrontation, our hero's holy fire burned away the bloody Jiang Shi's impure energy. The hunter wondered, is this really it? Zhang Mensch decided to strengthen the blade with his energy because the monster couldn't be defeated by normal methods. Blood Jiang Shi came up with a new method of attack, but it also did not yield a positive result. Each of the opponents was left to their own devices. Zhang Mensch responded by attacking the monster with his sword while wondering if Jiang Shi thought he was Cicerons or Wolverine. The protagonist thought that this bloody Jiang Shi had used his poison and retreated. How should he understand it now? Was the great blood Jiang Shi really scared? Our hero wounded him with holy energy, but even so, the monster continued to spit poison and regenerate. Observing his opponent, the hunter said, he still looks dangerous. It started raining bloody energy. Not only was it destructive in itself, but these drops contained poison. This was taking an unexpected turn. The monster applied the blood art, Blood Rain. Now, our hero understood why everyone hated the blood cult so much. Jiang Mensch decided there was no need to dodge this rain and activated the protective demonic energy. Blood Jiang Shi, he muttered as he remembered they were created from the bodies of the finest martial artists. But necromancy had its limits too. This monster's pathetic tricks were nothing compared to its true power. The protagonist used the first form of the demonic sword of the 7 stars, the star-slicing blade. The monster received a bloody wound but continued to defend itself and activated Blood Rain again, this time in torrential mode. Jeon Minchul thought that his opponent wanted to weaken the powerful defensive energy. However, he was too far away to be hit by the shooting star. Jeon Minchul decided that he needed to get closer and activated the dark star blue dragon spear. Our hero had severely cracked the Jiang Shi, so now the Yue clan's spearman technique could be applied. Blood Jiang Shi laughed. Our hero activated the Hell Flame. Jeon Minchul said that the opponent shouldn't have relied on his regeneration so much. If martial arts doesn't work, he thought, I'll just use power. Young Menchel believed that no matter how strong the blood Jiang Shi was, it was still vulnerable on the inside. It was possible to burn him from the inside out. Just because he couldn't feel pain didn't mean his body would survive it. Jeon Minchul approached the monster and saw it burning from the inside out. Our hero thought it was nice. Gaining experience here was much more efficient than the gate. He knew he had made the right choice by going to the tower. Young Menchel reflected on the situation with the Iron Jiang Shi. The Iron Jiang Shi, with amulets on their foreheads, tried to oppose our hero's eternal warriors. The eternal warrior swung his axe and said, the lowly dead man before me. Chong Mench was surprised that his eternal warriors had never destroyed a single Iron Jiang Shi. The protagonist thought that he wouldn't be able to grant eternity to the Jiang Shi since they had already died. Also, it wouldn't be easy to swat them since they were very fast. On the other hand, Iron Jiang Shi couldn't harm the eternal warriors since they needed to pierce through thick armor to do so. In other words, it was a battle of the shields. At this rate, they'd never finish. It was time to intervene. Our hero stepped in and restored order. He said, the Iron Jiang Shi is finished. Jeon Minchul said to have the Eternal Warriors guard this place, though he didn't think there could be anyone else hiding here. Taking out the token, the protagonist wondered what awaited him inside. Could it be the treasury on the third floor? At last, he would find out what she harbored within her. The fragment of Orion had been found. Orion's treasury, hidden on the third floor, was now open. Young Medj saw the armory and thought, is this really the treasure room? Our hero's eyes went wide. In front of the hunter was an entire room full of artifacts. There were several thousand of these artifacts in the room. Could he carry them all? The system reported that the hunter could only select one item from the orange treasury. As soon as he touched an item, it would be considered selected. In this case, the protagonist decided not to choose an item at random. If they wanted to give me a random item, they would have just given me a box, he thought. This was a challenge that tested the hunter's ability to choose a worthy artifact. Fortunately, our hero knew one way to help verify the value of an item. To begin with, the hunter decided to use a bit of heavenly technique energy. All artifacts exuded mana, and rare artifacts surrounded themselves with more mana. All he had to do was find the artifact that drained the most mana. The first sorting resulted in 189 items being selected. The hunter thought that was quite a lot. Now, he used the Eyes of Truth to go through each of them. The following were selected: a replica of the legendary Infernal Sword of Annihilation, a replica of the legendary Spear of Fate, and a replica of the legendary Book of the Dead. The protagonist had less than a minute to choose his target. But there are a lot of weapons used by angels and demons. Young Mench stopped in front of the armor. Was this really the item he was looking for? A transcendent rank. It was a shadow of the Origin's armor. Part of the damage received is transferred to the user as mana. Available skills: regeneration of form. This armor has a huge protective value. In addition, thanks to the skill, it is able to convert the received damage into mana. It also has a self-healing skill and a shape-shifting skill. Young and Cool thought that, theoretically, it was indestructible armor. Changing the shape would allow anyone to wear it. It looked so unremarkable that it would be hard to find without the Eyes of Truth. Jeon Minchul thought that it wouldn't be easy to wear the armor like this, so he should change its shape. After changing the shape of the armor, our hero thought it was perfect. It would be much easier for a martial artist to wear such equipment than heavy armor. Jeon Minchul thought as he dealt with the blood Jiang Shi guarding the wormhole, and found an unexpectedly good item. All that's left is to wait for a new wave of enemies to appear. Raven, looking at the door, wondered how the upstart was doing. The merchant thought that he hadn't seen any death notice yet. Most likely, this hunter had just decided to give up. It's no wonder, as the Blood Jung is an extremely difficult opponent. Its skin can block any aura, as well as any spell below rank 5. If this upstart has any brains at all, he won't fight the Blood Jung. It's been a long time, but this hunter is still missing. It is almost impossible to defend 3 bases alone, so he must use points. Raven thought he was tired of sitting in one place, so he decided to fly around a bit. From a bird's eye view, the Raven saw an unexpected sight. Could it be that all 3 bases were in order? The merchant didn't see any traces of the battle. Did this guy really defeat Jiang Shi? But that's impossible, isn't it? Raven, flapping her wings, couldn't figure out how to feel about it. In front of the bird was a burning wormhole. The hunter and his eternal warriors were near it. The merchant thought he had never seen anything like this before. Looking at the hunter, the Raven wondered, did an unexpected variable appear? Raven decided it was his duty to report this to the administrator. The wormhole had been successfully cleared. By using Hellfire on the wormhole and its surroundings, our hero had been able to eliminate the monsters the moment they appeared. And even if someone managed to escape the trap, the Eternal Warriors were quick to deal with them. Thus, the unquenchable flame continued to consume the monsters, growing and becoming stronger. The 10th and final wave of monsters was approaching. The monsters were shouting that they were very hot and needed to get out immediately. They were S-rank giant monsters. Smaller and weaker than the real giants, they still should not be underestimated. Jeon Minchul told the Eternal Warriors that they must not let the monsters pass. It was necessary to deal with the uncleanness. The monsters in the vanguard shouted for their companions not to dare lose. They would die if they did nothing. The Eternal Warriors shouted that their lord had ordered them to stop the monsters. So they must perish in the flames. Jeon Minchul thought that even S-rank monsters would die if they stood long enough in the infernal flames. At this rate, they could be dealt with quickly. One of the monsters shouted, "Spread out of the way. I will open the way for you to advance." Jeon Minchul saw that this monster had an icy breath. What would that mean? The monster screamed loudly, announcing, "This place is now mine." The protagonist couldn't believe that the ice giant stood before him. Had he met the monster of the mythical age again? Jeon Minchul was surprised that this monster could push back the hellfire with its icy breath. But it wasn't enough to suppress the flames completely. The reason was simple. This monster was not a real giant, but a creature recreated by the tower. The ice giant confronted the eternal warriors and the protagonists. The ice warriors screamed, "How dare they get in my way?" The system reported that one eternal warrior had been destroyed. The ice giant once again declared that the ignorant creatures in front of him were nothing. Jeon Minchul told his opponent, "Look around, see where your companions are." The ice giant saw that all of his colleagues were destroyed and screamed, "This can't be happening." Young Mensch couldn't believe that this massive creature had defeated an eternal warrior who had grown stronger by absorbing countless lives. He said, "You should take care of your subordinates before boasting about your strength." The monster shouted, "This boy's ignorance knows no bounds. I'll blow his head off his shoulders and take back my throne." Our hero, using the power of eternity, lowered the monster's characteristics by 10%. Jeon Minchul said the ice warrior talks too much. He should close his mouth and attack. The monster shouted, "How dare this man look down on me?" and swung his sword. Jeon Minchul thought that the monster's characteristics were higher than the blood gems. It could become eternal with a rank greater than his warriors. Realizing the danger, he knew he had to avoid being hit by this gigantic force. The monster, having cut off our hero's escape route, told him, "See with your own eyes the greatness of the one who controls nature itself, myself and ice sculpture." The ice giant realized that he couldn't hit his opponent with his speed, so he blocked the escape routes and tried to run over the ice mass. Junko thought that the opponent had really planned things out quite well. However, the monster was unaware that he had something against this opponent. The protagonist used the ancient Celestia technique and holy fire. Young men shouted, "How dare this monster think he was a king?" The hellfire was activated. Jeon Minchul thought that the battle with this ice giant was similar to the battle with the creature. Our hero decided to use the steps that appeared. The monster asked, "What is the hunter going to do now?" The protagonist approached the monster and cut off one horn. The hunter said, "It's not too bad, but it's pretty boring." Jeon Minchul said, "The monster is only great in size. Its fighting skills are worthless." The hunter added, "For the sake of this monster, I'll end things very quickly." The system reported that our hero had gained a new level and 17% experience. The guy thought that he had already leveled up 3 times since he entered the 3rd floor. The Eternal Warriors said they were ready to do their lord's bidding, as always. 3 of them survived, after all. One of the Eternal Warriors was hit by one of the opponent's attacks and was destroyed. If that's all the casualties, they did a great job on defense. Hunter thought that one of the 2 dead Eternal Warriors could be replaced. The system reported that the target of the Eternity Curse had died. A new body had been discovered. A creature's abilities and the karma of its soul would be taken into account when it was reborn as undead. Our hero's understanding of doom had increased, so this was one way of developing his power. The undead's points had increased significantly. The Eternal Knight saluted his lord. Jeon Minchul thought that the knight not only knew how to use a sword, but also Akira's sword technique. Sword Demon Ares was a demon lord of the 30th rank, a demon obsessed with reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, who had done everything for it. Our hero didn't know how he had mastered a technique equal to the techniques and knowledge of the martial arts continent. The knight said that he could change his size according to the lord's wishes. Young Mensch thought that this knight would make a good partner for sparring with the angels. The system reported that the hunter had successfully completed the defense of the 3rd floor of the Black Fortress. Young men decided that it was time to count the reward. The protagonist got a lot of points and an elixir as a reward. Could this be the elixir he is thinking of? The source of eternity is located somewhere in Elysium. An elixir is a potion made from the water of the spring mixed with a variety of miraculous medicines and blessings. Jeon Minchul thought that he should save the elixir until there was truly a need. Jeon Minchul decided to himself that he had completed the 3rd floor completely. Now it was time to go 1 floor higher. His next challenge awaited him. Climbing up to the 4th floor, our hero couldn't believe that there were only gray brick walls. It's a very boring place. The protagonist was waiting for another quest, a test of adversity. It is necessary to pass through the corridor filled with traps, safe and sound. Since there was only one direction, our hero decided that he would definitely not get lost. The administrator congratulated the hunter on safely passing the 3rd floor test. Administrator Rand apologized for catching the young man off guard. Jeon Minchul thought that he still couldn't see the information about the administrator. He still had a long way to go. Jeon Minchul said that the administrators definitely liked to tease the others. The interviewer said he wanted to introduce himself. The maskman bowed and said, "I am the administrator of floors 1 through 5. My name is Rand." Young Menchel thought that this Rand was pretending to introduce himself, but he himself cast a magic on him with his gaze. Rand explained that the 0th floor administrator had said that a rookie hunter was someone to look up to. Young Mensch was surprised. Was that really the only reason why his interlocutor appeared here? Jeon Minchul thought that his opponent must think he didn't understand anything if he didn't say anything. The hunter remained silent only because the magic was harmless. He would make the administrator regret what he had done. The protagonist thought that dodging the traps wouldn't be easy since they didn't show bloodthirstiness. He would only be able to get through this place if he used all 5 of his senses. Our hero used gravity-enhancing magic because he saw a trap below. Jeon Minchul felt that his sword was stopped and he wouldn't be able to lean on it. This area was currently under the protection of the tower system. The system reported that the hunter would not be able to pass the test using brute force. It was necessary to move along the path indicated for the test. Jeon Minchul couldn't believe that the walls were also given the functions of the system. Climbing out of the crack in the floor, the protagonist thought the 3rd floor was too easy. The organizers wanted him to stay relaxed. If our hero hadn't used the enhanced demonic defense energy, he would have definitely died. Did those spikes half pierce the enhanced demonic defense energy? Jeon was determined that he wouldn't let himself get caught again. The guy had applied Celestia's ancient tech techniques and holy fire at full power, and would remain vigilant at all times. Exposed to a new trap, our hero said, "It's getting ridiculous." Young Mensch didn't realize how much longer this would last. All of the hunter's senses were strained to the limit because of the emergency situation he found himself in. The hero received the 6th sense specialty. Young Mensch was surprised. His senses were already more subtle than those who had awakened the 6th sense. The peculiarity interacted with what the hero had already achieved. The 6th sense transformed into a super sense. Administrator Ran used clairvoyance. Ran thought that the hunter was a completely different person from the one who had come in here. His characteristics were at least twice as high as most A-rankers could reach. Even after awakening the 6th sense, it's impossible to avoid all the traps as if you know where they are beforehand. What kind of magic is that? Administrator Ran asked the Raven if he was the one who reported this challenger. Raven confirmed and noted that this player had not broken any rules during the challenge. Administrator Ran never expected this when the Zero Floor Administrator mentioned that hunter. He thought that perhaps this person might one day reach the rainbow level, standing alongside the 7 emperors. Still, Ran found it hard to believe that someone from Earth with no formal rank could rise to such a level. He stared at the screen and heard the hunter seemingly speak directly to him. Could the man really communicate through the screen? It seemed impossible. Jeon Minchul pointed toward the camera and told the receptionist not to avert his gaze because he was speaking to him. It is often said that, when faced with great danger, a person may experience a moment in which their entire life flashes before their eyes. This phenomenon occurs when the brain rapidly processes all accumulated information in an effort to find a way out of the crisis. However, an ordinary mind cannot endure such overwhelming strain, especially when the pressure multiplies endlessly over time. Yet, the super sense possesses the ability to push beyond the natural limits of the mind, unlocking greater perception for its user. Therefore, he who applies it is able to bring himself into a similar state. Thanks to the awakening of the super sense, the hero is able to slow down his sense of time to the limit. It is automatically activated when extreme dangers are detected. The user can also activate it himself. Normally, a super sense is something that only a demon lord or archangel can awaken. Jeon Minchul couldn't believe that he would gain the ability he needed to surpass his past self. Thus, he was now able to slow down time to 1,000th of a thousandth and react accordingly. The sense of time seems endless, and the hero can analyze any approaching danger. This means that the hunter will no longer have a problem passing this test. Jeon Minchul said that the test tower is the best. The protagonist made it to the exit. Our hero was able to get through it all without any problems. Thanks to his super sense, he'll make it to the 5th floor if he keeps going. However, before that, it's worth finding out why someone would break the rules for him. Jeon Minchul saw that Administrator Ran was now watching him with clairvoyance. This was a violation of the tower's rules. Jeon Minchul told the receptionist, "It's time for us to talk." The receptionist appeared and was thanked by our hero for his time, even though he must be very busy. Jeon Minchul told the administrator that he had received a rule violation notice. Did Gran have a good time? The administrator realized that the young man had just discovered he had appeared behind him. Unlike last time, the hunter said, an admin meeting with a player and secretly using clairvoyance is a violation of the rules. Ran wondered, how did the hunter know that? The administrator asked how the hunter from downstairs knew about it. Jeon Minchul replied, "That's not the interviewer's concern. You should tell me how you're going to make up for the inconvenience." Jeon Minchul added, "Administrators are not allowed to interfere with players' trials." Ran said the hunter will be punished according to the rules. Jeon Minchul thought the administrator must be curious about how he knew the tower's rules. The system had simply told him about them when this administrator looked at him with clairvoyance. Jeon Minchul told his interlocutor that information about secret places or keys that unlock such places would be useful to him. Administrator Rand thought that this hunter seemed to be using them. However, compared to what he could be reported for breaking the rules, it was insignificant. Rand gave our hero the scroll and said, "I never thought I would have to give this to anyone." Jeon Minchul thought that the Zero Floor administrator had already given him the map and the key to Oren's treasure room. That kind of compensation wasn't against the rules. The administrator trader said that he couldn't tell a hunter where to use it. However, this was expected for our hero, but it couldn't be a problem because he had the eyes of truth. In the young man's hands, the ancient Peen scriptures turned out to be. On the ninth floor of the Tower of Trials, there was a very ancient temple where a forgotten god had once been worshipped. In order to unravel the hidden secrets of the temple, it would be necessary to recognize the cipher inscribed in the ancient scriptures. The administrator couldn't even imagine being threatened by a player like Jeon Minchul. He was in a lose-lose situation after talking to that hunter. Jeon Minchul said that either way, their deal was done. As they parted ways, Jeon Minchul told the receptionist it was extremely unpleasant to meet him. "I hope we don't see each other in the future." Rand replied, "I hope we don't see each other in the future either." Jeon Minchul decided that he needed to go up to the 5th floor, but he was surprised. The Tower of Trials stood right in front of him. The hunter was taken aback. Did he really choose to go back to the ground? However, there was no such thing. The mana in the atmosphere was at least twice as dense as it was on Earth. This wasn't Earth. Test Tower, 5th floor, air garden. Every 5th floor of the tower is connected to an aerial garden where large-scale residential complexes are located. There are no trials here, and various players settle down to live their lives. They stop here to take a break, gather information, and team up with other players to tackle the next floor. Jeon Minchul saw a group of people. It must be the other players, right? The protagonist felt some kind of magic flowing through his body. Jeon Minchul recognized that the player Gyrus had applied research to him. These players were trying to steal information about him without even asking for permission. Jeon Minchul had just gotten to the 5th floor, so he decided to observe the situation for a bit. He would focus on suppressing his energy and hiding it from the others. After studying the newcomer, the other players didn't understand how he ended up here. How could someone with such stats have reached this point? One of the players asked our hero, "After all, isn't he the hunter Jeon Minchul?" Young Menchel recognized him. It was the association's agent, Yong Sung-hai. The young men got to talking, and Jeon Minchul was surprised to hear that his companion was also climbing the tower. Chong Sung-hai said that the fact the hunter still remembered him was a great honor. Jeon Minchul told the interviewer, "These guys just checked the information about me with magic. Is that normal here?" Jong Sung-hai replied that they look at the characteristics of all players who come to the 5th floor for the first time to see if they should be recruited. Young Menchel was surprised. "Does everyone here really wear glasses?" The interlocker replied, "It is an item used for inspection. It allows you to see the characteristics of another person. There are many amazing items in this tower." Jung said that he didn't like it at all. Jong Sung-hai warned there have been some changes in the tower. The competition is a bit high now. Yang Sung-hai said, "Everyone is excited about the appearance of the incredible rookie. It is said that he dryly broke the record of the 7 emperors in the training trial. Rumor has it that he defeated the secret boss of the 1st floor single-handedly. He also collected all the gems in the abyss on the 2nd floor in record time." Jong Sung-hai said, "That's why everyone wants to recruit this rookie." Young Mench thought, he's the one who did all of this, right? Since Jong Sung-hai arrived on the 5th floor before Jung Chol, they decided he would show everything, since they happened to meet. The young people visited the Leaf in the Wind Tea House. Jung Sin-hai said they use glasses as currency inside the tower. The interlocker said it's full of new and amazing items. Young Mench agreed. He felt as if he had entered a new dimension. Jong Sung-hai asked, how did Jong Mench pass the 0 floor test? Jong Mench started coughing in response. The interlocutor said, "You shouldn't worry so much. The 0 floor tests are passed by everyone." Jung Mako thought, did this guy ask him that on purpose? After all, the 0 floor trial was considered passed regardless of whether the monster was defeated. Jong Mench asked, when did Jong Sung-hai realize that? The guy replied, "I guessed it when I saw that the first place on floor 0 was taken by Hunter Jong Mench." Judging from the reaction, Jong Sung-hai assumed that his interlocutor had broken the record. Our hero thought that he had been fooled by Jung Hae's appearance. Jong Mench said, "You better work as a tour guide and not ask too many questions, or you'll have to pay for your jokes." Jong Sung-hai decided to talk about the air garden, holding a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball turned out to be a holographic map. The air garden was divided into 4 zones. The city looked quite large on the map. The population here is about 100,000. Young Mench wondered, how could so many hunters refuse to climb the tower? Jung Sin-hai showed the item and said that it was a return stone. When someone feels like they can't make it through a level, they can use the stone and return to the 5th floor. Each stone costs 10,000 points, but that's cheap, considering it can save a life. Everyone is also given the option to return to the 5th floor after clearing a new level. This place has become something of a base, and the population has grown as well. A community is a group of players who get together and conquer a tower. It's kind of like a guild by Earth standards. The largest communities are led by the 7 emperors. They are the strongest among the players at the moment. The only thing they want is to climb to the top of the tower. Recently, though, their progress has slowed down a lot due to the fact that they are competing with each other. The community is trying to win over strong newcomers like Jeon Minchul, who are climbing to the 5th floor to increase their strength. Jeon Minchul asked if Jeong Sung-hai also wanted to recruit him when he heard about him from the community. Jeong Sung-hai said that his community was connected to the association. He was tasked with recruiting all the former colleagues because of the association. That's why he was waiting there. Yeon-hai handed the holographic map to his interlocutor. Jeong Mench wondered why this guy was being so generous with him. Jeong Sung-hai replied that Jeong Mench was the one who inspired him to make the decision. Jeong-hai said that he was climbing to the top because of Young Men. Jeon Minchul was surprised, as this was only their second meeting. Jeon Minchul thought that even a brief encounter could be fateful. Our hero didn't stress about the places he occupied when he started to conquer the tower. Now he thought it was a mistake. Jeon Minchul didn't think there would be public announcements of places and achievements on the 5th floor. The protagonist couldn't believe that it made so many people take notice of him. In any case, what the hero had just heard was the blacksmith being mentioned. Jeon Minchul thought he was in the right place. The blacksmiths in the Western Air Garden were everywhere. This place was smaller, but it reminded the hero of the Pandemonium's armory. There might be someone here skilled enough to seal Jorgmund's cloak. Based on Mr. Martin's words, it would have to be an experienced blacksmith, at least at the maestro level. In that case, our hero decided it would be best to go into the tallest building. The young man was greeted at the entrance. He thought the place looked like it belonged to an interstellar alliance. The man asked, "How can I help you?" Jeong Min-cho stated that he needed to put a seal on an item. He then inquired, "Is there a maestro-level artisan here?" The man looked at him curiously, wondering if the Earthling was sizing him up. He asked, "Do you belong to any community?" After receiving a negative response, the man thought that this was just another regular player. "We're not accepting new orders right now. Our queue is full," he explained. "But if you'd like, you can fill out an order form in case someone becomes available." Young Mench asked the dwarf, "What's your name?" The man replied, "Art Hammered." Jeong Minchul showed the snakeskin cape and said that this item should be sealed. Folding the cape back up, the protagonist replied, "If it can't be done here, I'll have to go elsewhere." Art Hammered nodded and told the visitor to wait. Jeong Minchul thought to himself, "I'm not going to entrust my belongings to someone who can determine the prices but can't recognize a valued customer." Hammered continued waving his arms and pleaded, "Please don't leave." Jeong Minchul considered the situation. There must be more than one maestro-level artisan in this place. If there is, we could return to the Bark Forge. A quick look around confirmed that the standards of the other forges were also quite high. Even the goods on display outside were rare and hard to find on Earth. However, finding a craftsman with exceptional skill was still difficult. Our hero had seen many master-level artisans but had yet to encounter any master-level ones. Looking around, the protagonist noticed the steady rhythm of hammering coming from the neighboring room. Could such a rundown forge really be tucked away in the back of the neighborhood? Be making such a sound. The weapons outside didn't impress the protagonist either. It's already considered quite high quality, even among unique items, but its functions are limited. Is it really all about lack of maintenance? The blacksmith who threw it out intentionally reduced its functionality. Jeong Min-cho walked to the next room and asked, "Who did it?" Jeong Min-cho told the blacksmith that he wanted to place an order. The blacksmith was Hakinia, a master-level Vulcan. The blacksmith asked, "The visitor saw the items displayed in front of his store before he decided to place his order, right?" The visitor certainly doesn't know much about quality weapons. Jeong Minchul didn't think that someone of the maestro's level should express himself like that. He probably has his own circumstances. The smith stated that he would not be held liable if the customer was not satisfied with the final product. Upon seeing the cape, the blacksmith asked, "Where did the hunter get it from?" Young Menchel replied that he didn't think the blacksmith should know about it. The maestro stated, "This cape is almost ready. What needs to be done to it?" This artifact can only be completed by the application of a seal. The customer would like the blacksmith to engrave the seal for him. Young Mensch thought, "Is this blacksmith having doubts? After all, this is a material that any blacksmith would give his life to work with." Our hero said, "If the person I'm talking to isn't sure he can handle it, you can just turn the job down. I'll go to a bigger place like Bark Forge." The maestro shouted that he would fulfill the order. Could one be so fickle? Young Shaw made an advance payment. The blacksmith was surprised. Didn't the hunter have any hesitation about such a large sum? Jeon Minchul replied, now it's an official transaction. Everything has to be done to the highest level. Saying goodbye until the next day, the young men introduced themselves to each other. Jeon Minchul warned, I'll be back tomorrow as we agreed. The blacksmith told the hunter, you look like a rookie who's just climbed to the 5th floor. Young Mensch wondered, was it really that obvious? He added, I just want to warn you, there are all sorts of vermin swirling around. Jeon Minchul said that there was no need to worry. He was capable of standing up for himself. The boy added that he thanked him for his concern. Maestro noticed that it was not what the hunter thought. Jeon Minchul took a few steps and stopped between the buildings. The young man said it was okay to come out. The dwarf looked out from behind the wall and said, this hunter has quite a keen eye for a newcomer. Young Mensch asked the dwarf, his name was Arden Hammerding, wasn't it? The protagonist thought so. Something must have happened after he showed this man the Yorman cape. It turned out that this dwarf was following him. People appeared in front of our hero. One of them said that it was an incredible coincidence to meet a hunter in this nook. Young Mensch wondered, is it really a coincidence? Young Mensch pulled out his knives and said that he wasn't that knave. The villains were attacked and got what they deserved from the protagonist. Hammerdin was frightened. What had this hunter just done? Young Mensch said that he wanted to finish them all off with his first strike, but each of them turned out to have good instincts. It seems that only 3 of them were able to be eliminated. The villain was angry at the dwarf. Why did he say it was a newcomer? The 5 barely avoided being hit in vital places. After assessing the assailants, our hero said that there appeared to be about 20 men among them, including the wounded. When our hero showed Hammerdin the cape, an idea came to him. He knew it would be fun if something happened. Young Menchel thought that now he could personally deal with this dwarf. One of the forwards asked Beirut about the rookie's performance. Beirut replied, from what the glasses say, his rank is about B or B+. The stranger stated that they had a bold newcomer in front of them. The villain asked, does this hunter dare to behave like this despite knowing they are wild wolves? The leader of this group was Vice Captain Kroen. Jeon Minchul wondered, are these guys some kind of celebrity community? Hammerdin shouted from above that Kroen should take the cape from this hunter. Kroen responded by telling the yard to be quiet. It doesn't look like this guy is a rookie. There was a monster. Among those present, someone shouted for, everyone, head forward and capture this hunter before he starts throwing daggers again. Jeon Minchul thought that the characteristics of the attackers were on average A rank. They were mostly on par with Jung Sean Hai or even weaker than him. He thought that he should pay more attention to fighting against other players next time. Our hero decided it was time for him to start fighting seriously. The result wasn't long in coming. All the attackers were destroyed. The dwarf was frightened. Had one newcomer defeated them? Cronin, having been seriously wounded, thought he had unleashed his full aura, but he was only able to avoid the critical attack. But after all, this hunter was only supposed to be a ranker. Young Minchul walked up to his opponent and asked, how could you call an earthling with no rank a monster? After all, that's rude. Cronin wondered if he wasn't a ranker. Young Minchul told his opponent that because of him, he remembered what it was like to fight against a large group of people. Jeon Minchul swung his sword and thanked his opponent for being another stepping stone for him. The protagonist said he only had one unfinished business here. Hammer thought he needed to escape urgently. He had to get out of here right now. Jeon Minchul caught up with the dwarf using a technical glove with the gravity effect and asked, didn't they have some business left? Young Menchel told the dwarf to take him to the rest of the wild wolves. Hammer led Jeon Minchul to the building and said it was the office of the wild wolf community. Jeon Minchul said it was a great job and added that promises should be kept. Mr. Hammer's mouth watered as the dwarf fell to the ground, impaled by the sword. He asked, for what? Jeon Minchul reminded him that he had warned the dwarf there would be consequences if he did something stupid. The man added that he knew Hammer had sent the signal by pressing something under his vest. Looking up, Jeon Minchul said that he knew someone was there, so it was okay to come out. A dark elf appeared on the wall, saying he was a brave newcomer if he dared to act so bold and cocky. Jeon Minchul inquired, should the captain of the wild wolf just be in front of him? The interlocutor said the hunter got it right. The captain replied, thanks to this hunter, the vice captain position in our community has been freed up, hinting at Croden's destruction. The captain added, I like that the opponent is able to take an outside perspective. The dark elf stated, if the hunter joins us as vice captain, I will forgive all that he has done. Jeon Minchul wondered, is she saying this? After gathering all her henchmen, our hero questioned how a dragon's head could fit on a snake's body. The captain remarked that the newcomer apparently needed to be taught a harsh lesson. However, the attacks of the wild wolf community did not reach the target. Young Menchel thought that attacks without aura were no threat to him. Our hero activated the enhanced defense energy. Jeon Minchul decided to summon the Eternal Warriors for help and called out to them. The protagonist told the knight in charge, "Lead the Eternal Warriors and slay the opponents." The Eternal Warriors, led by the knight, proceeded to execute the order and pounce on the wild wolves. How dare these wretches stand in the way of their lord? Jeon Minchul, nudging his sword, approached the captain of the wild wolves. The captain of the wild wolves shouted, "This hunter is behaving severely unscrupulous for a rookie." Jeon Minchul replied to the wild wolf captain, "I can also be quite good at dark sword techniques." The dark elf inquired, "Was the martial arts dimension player in front of her?" Jeon Minchul responded, "I'm from the ground." The captain of the wild wolves didn't believe it. She said, "The hunter is cheating," and released the dark spirits. The protagonist took out a spear made from the unicorn horn of the Dark Star. It was a very powerful weapon. Jeon Minchul told his rival, "You keep putting all sorts of little things on me." The captain of the wild wolves summoned Magarus, and the monster swallowed our hero. At last, this hunter was trapped. The captain declared, "I will make this man pay for everything he has done." Jeon Minchul, while in the monster's mouth, said, "That's not a bad idea." Using his internal energy, Jeon Minchul tore the monster's head off, and he was free once again. Jeon Minchul looked at his opponent and noticed she was staggering within a mist of energy. Perhaps it was a side effect of her magic being disrupted. He thought that the Shadow of Origin armor, a transcendent-grade equipment, was truly on another level. Even without activating an advanced defense technique, he had taken no damage. The captain of the wild wolves shouted angrily at the newcomer who dared to challenge her. Jeon Minchul advanced with his sword in hand, thinking that minor attacks like magic bullets were not worth his concern. As he closed in, he leaped forward and swung his blade, saying, "It's time to bring this to an end." Afterward, Jeon Minchul asked the blacksmith if the preparations for the seal were complete. Haken replied that the hunter had arrived just in time. The blacksmith noted that a strong battle aura still lingered around him. Jeon Minchul explained that he had been dealing with troublemakers since the evening. He thought that he had finally taken care of the remnants of the wild wolves to prevent further problems. It had taken him an entire month just to handle those who had escaped from the battlefield earlier. It was always better to take care of those who might hold a grudge. Hawkins said that it was necessary to sprinkle the cape with blood to complete the seal. Jeon Minchul thanked the blacksmith for doing a good job. Hawkins stated that he, too, had learned a lot from working on it. Jeon Minchul made a cut on his finger and dripped blood onto the cape. The magic seal began to interact with the energy of the cape's owner. The protagonist's karma was engraved on Yordaman's cape. The shape of the cape was transformed according to the wishes of the owner. Jeon Minchul thought she had incredible physical defense and complete immunity to poisons, and the skills didn't fail. Jeon Minchul added, as expected of a transcendent rank. Our hero thought that he wouldn't forget the serpent's generosity. Jeon Minchul thought that he only had one concern left on the 5th floor. Our hero still had those things from the Yongo Gate and the auction. Hunter stuck his hand into the spatial bag and counted 5 fragments. However, when did they have time to connect? It turns out that they had automatically come together when he went up to the 5th floor. In the hunter's hand, the shingle key was completed. The hero could visit the hidden level shingle test on the 5th floor. Mr. Martin had said earlier that it was an object from the tower, the purpose of which even he could not determine. However, it had ended up on Earth. It was too much, even for a mere coincidence. Jeon Minch thought that there was no way to figure all of this out right now. The hunter decided to use the key right away and inserted it into the correct keyhole. The girl said, "I don't like it." The interlocutor wondered, how should he know what she and not the 45th floor to find new talents? However, which newcomers have proved themselves recently? The young man said the most famous would be Ralda Goldrian. At the moment, he's conquering the trials of the 8th floor and is comparable in rank to the Emperor. However, this RL is a race of dragons. Dragontooth will most likely take him under his wing. Are there any other newcomers? The young man replied, there's a rookie who recently won first place in the 0th floor trial. The host said, we need to get him in urgently. The interlocutor said, this hunter is undergoing a tower test. The vice captain inquired, what's his name? Why haven't I heard of him? Could it be that he came from the martial arts continent? Mito said, the second we find him, I'll grab him in my arms and bring him to Atrox. The interlocutor thought the vice captain thought too highly of himself. The young man added, there's someone else. I've heard of a rankless player who single-handedly trashed the Will-Wolf community. The vice captain's interlocutor said, the Will-Wolf community has 80 members. Their captain is slightly weaker than S-rank. Mio asked, why didn't young Mench make it to the 5th floor? The interlocutor replied, the details are unknown to me. Mio continued, the two notable newcomers showed up at the same time. For now, we should focus on gathering information about Jeon Minchul and finding the rookie who slew the wild wolves. It looks like there's a chance to get a reward from the captain. The hero received a report that he had reached the site of the shingle test. It was an ancient temple. The pattern on the stone resembled a constellation of infinite connection. Maybe they're connected somehow, he thought. Jeon Minchul considered they might have prepared something interesting. In the temple, where Dranka had previously worshipped the origins of the world, untold treasures were hidden. The mana sequence must be uncovered. Jeon Minchul thought that he had a confusing mana sequence to figure out. It was a slightly different situation from before, but it was something similar that our hero had tackled previously. The entrance to the warehouse in the dimensions of the Interstellar Union had been similar to this. Jeon Minch thought it wouldn't be that hard. Our hero decided that he would only need 10 minutes for this task. After a while, the system reported that the hero had passed a shingle test. The protagonist thought he was rusty. It took him 11 minutes. Perhaps he had focused too much on amplifying his internal energy, making it harder to control, just as he had before. The participant was rewarded with points and infinite space. It turns out that the personal dimension is only for him. It holds twice as much stuff as the storage bag Mr. Martin gave him. It's much better because he can store more things in it, and he won't have to carry anything himself. Jeon Minch said that he would spend the 100,000 points he had just received to expand. After that, the weight limit in infinite space was doubled. Our hero wondered, was this not the end of the ordeal? Turns out there's something engraved on this stone. The guy has never seen these symbols before. They are ancient writings. However, a hero is unable to decipher what is written. As the skill was not developed enough, Jeon Minchul wondered, is the text really that high level? If he couldn't decipher it now, he would have to take the stone with him. The system told the hero to select the correct type of item. It could be moved inside infinite space. Jeon Minchul thought there was no way to take the stone since it was part of the quest. He decided that if he couldn't take it with him, he would copy the text instead. One day he was sure to figure it out. The sealing of Yorgamon's cloak had been completed. The protagonist had also received ancient writings that he couldn't translate yet. The young man thought he'd have gotten a lot out of the 5th floor. Jongbin Shaw thought that he would like to immediately start conquering the 6th floor, but there was too little time left for that. The real difficulty started on the 6th floor. The venues grew much larger, and the difficulty increased dramatically. It usually took at least half a year to get through. Right now, the actions of the Black Doom Society and the Angels had to be kept in mind. He couldn't give so much time to conquering the power. Young Menchel realized that he had to protect what was his. He couldn't let Elysium or Pandemonium rule his territory. Our hero decided to return to his world. It had been a week since Jeon Minchul had come back from the tower. Viri and Taniel brought news of what was going on. In Pandemonium, the Black Doom Society, a major underground family from a neighboring country, operated in secret to strengthen their roots in this country. In Elysium, they were gathering materials for a certain ritual. However, the ritual had to be postponed due to issues with the supply of methyl and orichalum. So far, neither side had taken drastic action. Our hero had started to figure out how to notice energy flows. It was very cool that, after creating a constellation of infinite connection, he could increase the chaos energy simply by practicing breathing meditations. Junkol taught the angels sword-wielding techniques, concentration techniques, and even the mystical technique of Purple Dawn, the peep martial art of the sect, along with Pua, the mystical technique of Purple Dawn. Angels possessing the attribute of light are perfectly suited to this technique, as it possesses extreme yin energy. Young Mensch was satisfied with teaching them the martial arts of the manhwa section. When they got a little more pumped up, he would be able to use them in real battles. The phone rang. Ellie was on the line. The girl said that they had just received an emergency request to raid the gate. Young Mensch heard that it was a rank S gate, but what was so special about it? Ellie replied, "This gate still hasn't been in the news. Plus, it was you, Young Mensch, who was requested." Young Mensch saw the young men and said, "I didn't expect to meet in this way." The girl responded, "It would be fine if our meeting happened under better circumstances." It was Chan Jian from the Gods Guild. Ellie had told the hunters something before he came here. It would be fine if the information about the S-rank gate was already all over the internet, she added, but I'm not sure why Young Menchel had been requested in the first place. Our hero said, "I would like to hear the details of what is happening first." Chan Jian explained that 2 squads of their guild had entered the A-rank gate, after which they had mutated. Their rank had increased to S. The girl added, "That's how it happened. They've become a gateway that must be destroyed, a kill zone from which you can only escape by closing the gate after passing through." She continued, "Moreover, the maximum number of hunters that can enter is 5. Our main squad is currently busy raiding other gates, so they can't send proper reinforcements." Young Mensch said, "That sounds dangerous. Are you sure it's a good idea to take newbies like me along?" The female companion grinned when she heard Jeon Minchul refer to himself as a rookie. "The gate at Dong and Zhong Station is just as dangerous," she said. "I only take people I'm sure of with me. One look at the gate's sweep report was more than enough to find a reason to hire this hunter. Young Mench thought that the girl had discovered he had cleared the A-rank gate alone. Jeon Minchul said, "You have good instincts." The girl thanked him, but she wanted to hear his decision about it. Jeon Minchul said his answer was positive. The young people shook hands. They said that they would count on each other. Young Mench thought that this was an S-rank gate. He had no reason to refuse something like this. The young men scattered in all directions from the huge roar. Huge monsters appeared from behind the trees. They were black tyrannos. Young Mench was surprised. Could it really be 3 of them at once? The S-rank gate was another matter. It was definitely his prey. The black tyrannos had fangs sharper than blades, each one about a meter long. The powerful mana covering their entire bodies prevented normal attacks from leaving even a scratch. This ancient monster was on par with mythical creatures. Was it really 3 black tyrannos? The S-rank gate was definitely something else. Jeon Minchul said to Chan Ji-young, "Keep your guys out for now. They shouldn't waste their energy." Jeon Minchul added, "These monsters are my prey." The hunters wondered what Jeon Minchul was doing. After all, a huge monster like this was much stronger than an ordinary one. They need to work together to defeat it. He replied, "The way you're being offered is how weaklings fight." Our hero activated the Dark Star, the Blue Dragon Blade, and the Emperor's Sword. He intended to do double damage. Thanks to a week's worth of hard training, he now had the ability to use a different technique in each hand. Jeon Minchul ordered his aides to act according to the circumstances. Black Tyrannos decided to attack using all of his demonic abilities. Jeon Minchul thought that these monsters were on a completely different level compared to the giants he met in the Tower of Trials. It would be difficult in a direct confrontation. A super sense was activated. Our hero thought, if I can see all the monsters' movements with my super sense, it won't be hard to dodge their attacks. The experience from the battle with Fenrir would also come in handy. The boy activated the firepower. Jianzhong and her warriors couldn't believe that all this was really happening. This hunter was really fighting black tyrannos single-handedly. The girl wondered who Hung and Chol had summoned. She had never seen someone like that before. Chanjiang couldn't believe that this guy was dealing with monsters without her guild. The girl thought even an A-rank hunter like her wouldn't be able to deal with the black tyrannos with such ease. Its rank was at least S-rank. Shanji realized that it wasn't just physical strength. How could he literally dodge and counterattack at a hair's breadth? Who had he really called upon to help him? This battle was far from over, but the odds were stacked against him. What people were saying about his accomplishments in the gate at Dong and Chong Station was definitely not an exaggeration. The guild head thought that she needed to maintain a good business relationship with this hunter. Jeon Minchul told his personal knight that it was a great job. Jeon Minchul said that they were able to win the first battle against the Black Tyrannos without much difficulty. The Eternal Wars suffered some damage, but were able to recover with life force absorption. The hunter was pleased that he had gained a lot of experience points, but Moon Suan's gate was different from what he had been told. Our hero never thought that their area would increase. Even after concentrating the chaos energy in his eyes, he couldn't see the end of this gate. This meant that the place was at least 11 kilometers long. It was a medium-sized gate, or even larger. John Wall told his colleagues from the other guild that his words were confirmed. He wouldn't be able to complete this raid quickly. Shenji asked Sun Tzu if he had figured out the details of the gate. In that case, he said, we can start the briefing. Sun Tzu replied that the gate was about 15 kilometers wide. It was home to monster beasts such as the Black Tyrannos, White Centaurs, and Dark Pteranodons. Jeon Minchul thought it hadn't been long since they had entered the gate, and yet his colleagues had already gathered so much information. There was a reason why they were among the top 3 guilds. Jeon Minchul also thought that the team Changji Yan brought along was most likely only the second strongest in his guild. The core members were busy raiding other gates, so they had sent these ones. Despite this, the squad quickly investigated the gate and gathered all the necessary information. John's men analyzed the monster's strengths and weaknesses and were preparing special equipment that would work against them. This is what real professionals look like. There is something to learn from them, Chanjong said. He suggested that if that were the case, their exploration of the area would slow down. Jung Cole intervened in the conversation. I can solve the problem, he said confidently. I have a trump card up my sleeve. The guy figured that if he was hired, he'd throw them a free favor. The protagonist spoke up, saying, I have guys who are useful in situations like this. The angels expressed their homage to the Lord. The hero applied the army of light and summoned the angels. They asked, Lord, give us an order and we will carry it out, even at the cost of our lives. Jeon Minchul thought to himself that he was making them train very hard. The angels were so eager to act that they almost felt pity for them. The power of the holy fire surged through Finus' body. He said, I can feel the power building up inside me. The power of the beings controlling the energy of light. It's increasing. Young Menchel thought that holy fire really enhanced the angel's abilities. Although there was a certain loss in efficiency compared to the use of holy fire, this increase in performance was also very good. Junko told his warriors that there were hunters wandering in this gate. It was necessary to find them. Seeing the purple energy in the sky, our hero decided that the angels had properly mastered the techniques of the meta section. They were now completely different from the ones he had first summoned. Kanjong couldn't believe that this whole area was inhabited by monster beasts. The woman hoped her hunters were safe now. Our hero looked into the tent at the head of the Gods Guild. The woman asked, "Have they found the hunters yet?" Jeon Minchul said that the people were found 1 kilometer away from here. Jeon was happy about this information. Chanji said that it was necessary to move out in that direction immediately. Jeon Minchul asked one of the angels if there were any monsters around. After receiving a negative answer, he told the angels to guard the perimeter. He would be back soon. Jeon Minchul found the lost hunters and said, "You can all come out now." The hunters, peering out of the bushes, thought, "Has reinforcements arrived? Is he really here to help us?" The hunters were glad they had survived, a huge relief, but something seemed strange to our hero. There were 30 men in the missing party. The young man explained that because the gate had suddenly mutated, everyone had been divided. Jong asked, "Doesn't he know where the others are?" The young man grabbed his head and said, "I don't know where the others are." Jeon Minchul thought it was getting more difficult. Even if they stayed together, they would still be in danger. It was necessary to find the others. One of the angels reported to the Lord, "We've discovered another group of people. There are 7 of them, but they are not in a good position." Jeon Minchul praised Casper for doing a good job. Casper replied, "The hunters are fighting a black Tyrannus there. In addition to the black Tyrannos, there's a white Centrus. It will be hard for the hunters to win." Jeon Minchul turned to Casper and said, "Help those hunters and buy them sometime." Che and Jong said anxiously, "We should rescue the hunters as soon as possible." Jeon Minchul remarked, "He's quite far from here, and there are many monsters along the way." The woman replied, "Even so, we should keep moving, even if it means facing some obstacles." Jeon Minchul explained, "The distance is long, and there are countless creatures. If we make a mistake, we'll easily draw their attention." Jiang asked, "Then what should we do?" The hero answered, "We need to move without being noticed by the monsters. There is one way to do that. I have just the right artifact." The black Tyrannos and white Centrus were among the strongest and most dangerous creatures. The protagonist donned Yorgamun's cloak and activated the invisibility skill. With it, he could traverse the territory undetected. Using this artifact together with his skill, Hunter Jeon Minchul moved ahead of the group. Normally, potions or magic spells for invisibility never work perfectly, but Yorgamun's cloak could render the hero completely unseen. Jeon Minchul thought if he could learn the martial arts techniques of assassins and use them together with this cloak, it would be perfect. The hunter asked Casper, "What is the situation now?" The angel replied, "No one has died yet. Fighting against the huge monster, the hunters used Iron Wall and Star Shield. Also, the black tentacles were activated to defend against the black Tyranno's attack. The monster, calling for help from its companions, roared loudly. The hunters were suffering damage, but Casper realized more time had to be gained. Casper shouted, "I will not allow myself to fall here against this lizard." He then called out, "Look at this new power my master has bestowed upon me." With his sword forward, the angel went on the attack. The hunters wondered, where did our unknown ally come from? Using respite, they had the opportunity to move to a safe distance. None of the people present knew what kind of winged helper it was, but it was definitely powerful. At one point, the angel noticed that he was too close to the black Tyranno's huge fangs. Angel apologized to his master. Casper was withdrawn, having taken too much damage. Jeon Minchul said Casper could care less. He was quite helpful. The protagonist added that the hour earned by the angel was enough. Our hero approached the huge monster. After assessing the situation, he realized that 2 of the hunters had been deactivated, but no one was dead. Taking out his swords, Jeon Minchul said, "In that case, I'll start hunting." Thanks to Casper's persistent efforts, the hunter arrived on the spot in time to deal with the black Tyrannos without any problems. After that, the raid squad safely reunited, and the tanks wounded by the black Tyrannos received first aid. We can say that such a result was achieved due to the incredible mobility of angels and the invisibility skill of our hero. The Gods Guild was not idle either. They had defeated the ancient Tricer. Watching the hunters work so well, our hero thought that Cheon-jong did become the head of the guild because of her family. The woman fought very aggressively. The hunters she brought with her are also quite capable. They create a trap strong enough to hold the ancient Tricerus in place. These hunters are also proficient with the mana cannon. They even make proper use of this expensive weapon. Young Mench thought that he could safely leave this place to the Gods Guild. The angels scattered through the air, reporting to the Lord on the locations of survivors in the distance. They then acted as bait when things took a bad turn. Because of this, our hero was able to put together a second squad in no time. Jeon Minchul was able to save everyone without any casualties thanks to the smooth work of his assistants. Jong bowed and thanked the hunter, Jong Macha. They had made it through thanks to him. Jung added that they now needed some time to regroup. Although everyone was rescued, this was only the first stage of the raid. It was necessary to defeat the boss if they wanted to get out of here. However, there were also hunters who had been seriously injured. They needed rest to heal and regain their strength. Due to the circumstances, the protagonist told the guild leader that he would advance alone for the time being. Jung tried to find out the reason. Jeon Minchul said that he was worried about the gate breach and wanted to gather more information. Chan Zhang asked that the hunter not overwork himself. In fact, that wasn't the only reason. This gate was crawling with monsters of the beast rank, which gave a huge amount of experience. Shan Zhang told our hero that she trusted him completely. The hunter replied, "You can rely on me, guild leader." The guy thought that there was a smorgasbord of experiences ahead of him just for him. Jeon Minchul went one-on-one against a huge, bloodthirsty monster. It was an ancient Tricera. The way it charged at the hunter was different from the Black Tyrannos. Our hero activated his super sense. Jeon Minchul was able to slip away from the huge monster's attack without much difficulty. The hunter used the hovering hidden blade and attacked the monster. The monster was dealt double damage using the blue dragon blade and Emperor's sword. After destroying the huge monster, the hunter said, this monster was doing well. Jeon Minchul thought it was time to stop warming up. It was necessary to take decisive action. He called upon his aides, angels, and eternal warriors. Hunter asked one of the angels, hadn't all but him been recalled during the rescue operation? In that case, he could go now to scout the surrounding area. Young Mo thought it was time for him to roll up his sleeves too, because the real hunt was about to begin. 4 days had passed since our hero entered the gate. Thanks to the coordinated work with the team, many high-level monsters have been destroyed. During each vacation, the protagonist ventured out alone into the rainforest to hunt monsters. He had convinced the Guild of Gods to let him act on his own. His argument was simple. If they ignored the increasing number of monsters, the mana inside the gate would grow exponentially, eventually causing the gate to shatter. Therefore, they needed to hunt monsters from time to time. The hunters of the Guild of Gods were simply amazed that he continued, even though the prey could no longer be harvested. Perhaps it was because they prioritized safety. After all, they were hunting for money. Jeon Minchul thought that this was an interesting misunderstanding. Because of this, he hunted alone and raised his level 5 times. Somehow, our hero reached level 43 and put all of his characterization points into strength and agility. His chaos power increased naturally due to the constellation of infinite connection. Now that Jeon Minchul was close to level 45, he thought he would soon be able to awaken his third power. Shanzhong walked up to our hero and asked, did the hunter just come back? The woman added that she was fortunate to meet him. She said she had something to discuss. Jiang said, I'm going to attack the main monster tomorrow. Brave heroes always take a detour, she continued. Right now, a group of hunters was moving toward the main monster using a secret route. Jeon Minchul sensed that the main monster, the Devilosaurus, was ahead. There was an incredible energy radiating from that direction. Jiang ordered the hunters to take their positions. One of the hunters, a mage by vocation, took out an orb and began to activate his magical powers. Jiang said that now no one outside would be able to know what was going on here. Jeon Minchul wondered, is it really magic that blocks detection? Jiang replied that she couldn't give details. It was their trade secret, creating illusions, blocking detection, and being able to lower the characteristics of a certain target were things the guild had prepared thoroughly over the past 4 days. The protagonist thought that these hunters led by Jiang were quite skillful. Jeon Minchul couldn't even believe the high efficiency they were operating with. Per power-up, they were achieving remarkable results. Even though the Celestial runic writing wasn't used, this was truly something only one of the 3 greatest guilds could accomplish. The main monster, protecting the core of the gate, was down in the crevice. Having looked at this monster with an experienced eye, the protagonist immediately realized he was facing a Devilosaurus. It was huge, almost as big as 2 Black Tyrannos. The monster noticed it had been detected, raised its head, and roared loudly. The staff mage couldn't believe the monster was still so powerful, even after increasing the resistance. With magic items, the hunters were exposed to the roar of the Devilosaurus. They were in an abnormal state, experiencing fear, and their performance had decreased. Jeon Minchul thought that it was probably an amplified version of the Black Tyrannos' roar. At this level, the monster's characteristics were slightly higher than the Ice Giant's. We could also conclude that its characteristics lean more towards the physical side. The monster possessed skills such as Fire Breath, Earthquake, and Earth-shattering abilities. Jung said, have the healers apply a blessing spell. Young Wuxian noticed that the hunters had already raised their defenses. They would definitely not be a burden to him now. Young Musha thought to himself that he wasn't the type to slow down for the sake of these hunters. Our hero used the ancient celestial technique, Holy Fire, and advanced first. The young man said, I should be supported if possible. I feel that I should lead this battle. Jeon Minchul activated the power of eternity. The monster didn't expect such an attack at the beginning of the battle. The power of eternity was placed on the target. If the hero could defeat the marked target, it could create an eternal warrior. Formidably, he inquired, who dares disturb my sleep? For he was a descendant of a great family. Young Menchel said, there must be a misunderstanding, an illusion created by the gate in front of me. Our hero called for an army of light. The angels prepared to attack and greeted their master before doing so. The hero summoned the army created by the power of eternity. The knight and his warriors saluted the overlord. Eternal warriors and angels were given a target and orders to attack it. The Dillosaurus screamed, how dare this insolent pest attack me? Jung ordered her magicians to take decisive action. The mages activated a large-scale containment circle in a unified impulse. The monster found himself bound hand and foot by magical chains. He screamed that these bugs couldn't handle him. Jeon Mench saw the magic circle prepared for this boss raid and said, the Gods Guild is really quite good. Jeon Mench thought that if the guild was so prepared, it would be strange if they lost. The monster wondered, how dare these insolent bugs injure me? The Divillosaurus activated the creation of ancient soldiers and his army of assistants was ready for action. Jeon Mencho said, this makes things a little difficult, but we will not back down from achieving our goal. The Gods Guild activated cold wind shots. The monster army didn't expect such an intense attack. Young Mencho thought his colleagues had used a magic turret. Did they really prepare this as well? With this, the ancient soldiers shouldn't be a problem. Jeon Mencho saw the change in the monster's facial expression and thought it was an indication of the coming fire breath. Jeon Mencho commanded the Eternal Knight to organize an attack on the monster's head. The basics of Aura's sword technique were applied. The monster was kicked in the teeth. However, the Divillosaurus had time to use fire breath. Thanks to the fact that our hero had anticipated this attack, everyone escaped its harmful effects. Young Mencho was glad the hunters were able to dodge it. The monster's mana was so powerful that the earth was melting and boiling under its effects. Even this monster wouldn't be able to use this attack twice in a row. Jeon Minchul said that it was their chance. While the monster's mana was recovering, however, the monster went on a berserk rampage. The protagonist commanded everyone to retreat immediately. Jeon Minchul commanded the Eternal Warriors to block the monster. The monster rushed at the Eternal Warriors and shouted, I will destroy you. Young Mole was astonished. This monster had massacred the Eternal Warriors with a single blow. However, the fact that he had become a berserker meant that he was cornered. Our hero called on the angels to help him. The angels, spreading their wings and thrusting their swords forward, declare the knave monster beast is about to pay the price. The system reported that Angel Rafi had been hit hard and was recalled. The longer the monster's berserk state lasted, the more its defense dropped. Jeon Minchul thought that it was time to unleash all of his combat power. Chan Jung ordered the hunters to take battle positions and concentrate all their firepower. Young Mench towered over the boss monster, using his demonic power to prepare for a decisive attack. The Dark Star Sword of 7 stars was activated. The hunters watched this attack with bated breath, unable to believe their eyes. Young Mench used the Meteor Strike. The raid on the S-Rank gate was over. How could the guild leader recruit such a hunter? Who was this hunter, Jeon Mench, anyway? The Divillosaurus had been defeated and destroyed. The system reported that the hero had discovered a new body. His awareness of doom increased. The head of the guild called out to our hero. The man thought that he almost took the Divillosaurus as a new body for the power of eternity. He must divide the spoils with the Guild of Gods. Jung and Sho thought that he even helped in the raid on the boss. You can't have them cursing him. The system reported that the hero decided not to use the Divillosaurus as a body. Jeon Minchul approached the head of the Angel Guild, Chan Jidang, and asked, what's wrong? Jiang said that without his help in this raid, they wouldn't have gotten out of here unscathed. So she decided to give 50% of all the loot from this raid to Hunter Jeon Mench. The woman added that this is what the hunter deserves. Since the Guild of Gods owns the permission to raid this gate, they decide how to distribute the loot. Not to mention that our hero is in a difficult situation where he can't carry the loot without the help of the support team. John expressed her hope that they can maintain a good relationship in the future. One of the guild hunters continued to examine the insides of the destroyed monster. The hunter took out the crystals from the monster and said the guild leader should take a look at this. The hunter explained that he discovered it when he was cutting up the Divillosaurus. Jung noticed that it was hard to tell what it was at a glance. It was probably an ancient crystal and a stone of souls. Ancient secrets are gathered in the ancient crystal. It can be used to endow items with ancient power and amplify them. The soul stone is a sealing stone that absorbs a creature's soul. The ancient crystal is the necessary ingredient to unleash the third step of the dark star, and the soul stone is perfect for the poodle. Jeon looked at the hunter Jeon Minchul and thought that he needed those stones. Judging from the results of this raid, he might be an S-class hunter. It was better to keep their friendship strong. Jeon told a coworker that he seemed to need those stones. Jeon Minchul thought that he should get these stones, even if he had to pay for them. He realized that the guild leader had caught on to his intentions, so she would most likely want something in return. Jeon said, in that case, the hunter could just take those stones. The woman added, this is a personal reward. I will pay the cost of these items from my own pocket. Jeon Minchul thought that Jia was very generous. He also thought that he would definitely try to help this woman in the future. The hunter told himself that they still didn't know how much these stones were worth. Jeon thought that was enough to strengthen their friendship. Mutsu's gate raid was successfully completed. When they returned after completing the raid, people were waiting outside the gate. Apart from the association workers, it was mostly the people of the God Guild. They grabbed the returning hunters in their arms, creating a festive atmosphere. Our hero immediately went to the training ground. Fenrir wondered where his master had gone without him for so long. Jeon Minchul wondered why the dog was so nervous since it wasn't the first time. The poodle said that it was very bored after the little white suddenly disappeared. Fenrir added that he felt homesick when he realized he was alone. Young Menchel showed the stone and said, I brought something that will definitely please Fenrir's favorite. The poodle rejoiced and said, I have the one and only master in front of me. Fenrir grabbed the stone and swallowed it. Our hero wondered, is it normal for this dog to swallow a stone like that? Suddenly, there was a noise and everything shook. Young Menchel wondered, what's going on? Where did such a huge amount of energy come from? Would the training center collapse because of this? However, the dog began to absorb the energy back. The protagonist felt a great sense of relief. Our hero noticed that Fenrir's aura had completely changed, but part of Fenrir's power was sealed because of forgotten memories. All of the dog's stats increased by 300. It became significantly stronger. Jeon Minchul thought that he would like to fight Fenrir right now, but it seemed like he needed to restrain himself a bit. The protagonist understood that the training center could be destroyed if they started to figure things out here. Fenrir asked his host if he had another one of these stones. Jeon Minchul thought that it was necessary to take his time to reflect on the battle spent in Moon's Gate. The training and controlling chaos energy had yielded good results. Although the hunter hadn't perfected it, he was able to use double damage freely. He was now at the level where he could use martial arts of different attributes at the same time, but still lacked something in places. When it came to batting, he didn't have many techniques that could be used effectively against opponents of such massive size. There is a limit to the space a hunter can control, even when amplifying power with chaos energy. It seemed that the arts he had already mastered would inevitably be less suitable under such conditions. Therefore, it was necessary to learn martial disciplines that would allow him to deal with larger opponents more effectively. The first technique was called Elephant Hammer. It enabled him to control his body by adding weight, allowing him to hold a stable stance even when standing on a giant creature, and it could also be applied in many other situations. Next was the stealth technique, Divine Ghost. This art allowed him to fade away like a phantom, concealing sounds, sensations, and even the flow of mana. The final technique was the piercing point-blank strike. This focused technique transmitted energy directly into the target, delivering powerful internal impact and breaking through defensive barriers. By transferring energy or mana through touch, our hero had never even thought of using stealth techniques in his previous life. But now the horizons of his consciousness had expanded. Although this way of thinking was unusual, it was not bad. Jeon Minchul thought that now that he had learned the fighting techniques he needed to refine them so he could apply them in real combat. Jeon Minchul had delayed practicing again. It was already morning when he received a call from Cham Jong. The girl said, I've just transferred half of the profits from the previous raid's loot. However, a lot went to tax because the hunter's rank hadn't been updated. Jeon Minchul wondered, do guild heads personally notify people about such things? In this case, the tax amounted to 20%. The amount transferred was billions of coins. It turns out the tax wasn't insignificant. What's with the rank upgrade? Jeon Minchul decided to find out right away since he wasn't familiar with such things. He dialed up Ellie and asked her, what is a rank upgrade? The girl said that the hunter makes her work even though her workday hasn't started yet. However, she is always happy to get a call from Jeon Minchul. Ellie said that a hunter had never been promoted after passing the hunter exam. Jeon Minchul wondered, wasn't it the same as getting a raid permit like before? Ellie explained that getting a permit is a test conducted to see if a hunter can survive a high-risk gate. Ranks are grades assigned to hunters. A rank won't go up just for mopping up a gate. The girl said the hunter didn't raise his rank separately after the exam, so he has an E rank. If he doesn't upgrade it, he'll stay at the basic level. Jeon Minchul said that a large tax was withheld from him. Ellie stated that this is how the association works. She told Jung and Cho to raise his rank and help their department perform at its best. After all, they had overcome so many problems to help the young man with the documents. The girl added that with his abilities, he should get at least an A rank. Young Mench remarked that it would be too troublesome. Ellie turned away and said as the hunter continued to grumble. Young Mench thought the girl was offended. He had never seen that expression on her face before. Young Mench thought Ellie looked quite cute when she was angry. However, why was everyone looking at them now? Jeon Minchul apologized to the girl before things got worse. The young man told our hero that he and her, the hunter, had become quite famous of late. It was a great honor to meet him. Ellie explained that Jeon Minchul had won first place in the hunter's exam, had managed to break through the gate, and became even more famous after he cleared the S-rank gate with the God's Guild. The young man said, in order to pass the test for malhunters, one must attack a dummy. The mannequin, set up in the center of the training room, needed to be hit. Young Menchel was surprised. Did he really just have to hit it? Our hero asked if he would be charged for damages if he broke the dummy. The young man said that he had been doing it for years, and even an A-rank hunter had only been able to leave an inner scratch on it. The young man added that it was their department that presented this mannequin to the association. Jeon Minchul thought that for an attack perhaps one aura wouldn't be enough. Our hero used the 7-star demon sword. He just needed to hit the dummy harder. The head didn't expect someone to barge into his office. The head of the security department of the Hunters Association, Li Wan, put the teacup aside and asked, "What's the problem?" The woman wondered if Li Wan would continue to be rude to her. She had come with news he would be interested in. It was Kim Dam, the head of the Human Resources Department of the Hunters Association. Li Wan thought that Kim Dam was an Alpha-era hunter who had awakened at the same time as him during the first Great Cataclysm. They had been friends for a long time. This woman was an honest person, so her reactions to things were usually highly exaggerated. She was likely to make a big deal out of it again just to make fun of him. The woman said there was an uproar in the rank renewal department. The test dummy had been completely destroyed. He won it. How was this possible? The test dummy presented by the Interstellar Alliance was chopped in half. Li Wentikig asked, how many times has he been destroyed before? The woman replied, 5 times, including this one. In order to destroy a dummy, you need to create at least a perfect blade of aura, she continued. The achievement also requires going beyond powerful mana alone. You need the power gained by enlightenment. So far in this country, only 4 S-rank melee hunters have proven to be capable of it. Li Wanuk thought, why did Kim Daesum come to me with this? Isn't that the HR department's concern? The woman replied, it was the hunter the interviewer asked me to look out for at the time. The man said, I do recall such a thing. It seems to have been 4 months ago. The leader of the security team, Jong Sung-hai, resigned that day. He suddenly decided to set out to conquer the tower. He was known as a man who stood for justice, but there was a new hunter who was able to shake him up. So he asked me to let him know when this hunter would renew his rank. Li Wen-tak jumped up from his seat. Is this hunter's name Jeon Minchul? Kim Dum said it was a newcomer that a coworker asked her to keep an eye on. Jeon Minchul said they looked so confident in that dummy, so he tried chopping it in half. Did he really overdo it? Ellie asked. Why didn't the hunter do such a cruel thing to their products? The girl added that she was joking. The hunter they were so proud of was just showing how good he was. Young Mench once again asked if there would be a problem because he destroyed the DME. The girl said there would be no problem because the mannequin was flawless. Ellie told the hunter that once his skills were recognized, their department would likely be heavily occupied. This planet was considered a fringe planet, and guild and mercenary activity was pretty heavily regulated. Ellie noticed that they now had a superstar in her country. Young Mench was surprised. After all, he had only chopped up a mannequin. How did that turn him into a superstar? Jeon Mench turned his attention to the department heads approaching them. Dam extended her hand to our hero and introduced herself. She said it was nice to meet her. Li Wanta did the same procedure. Young Mencho thought that Kim Dam and Li Wan-take looked familiar to him. They were the ones who led the hunters into the battlefront during the capital's 3rd defense war. The protagonist never thought he would meet people so amazing that they were written about in textbooks. Jeon Minchul scrutinized the faces of these people. This was new to him. The department head sat down and offered to talk business. Kim Dome congratulated the hunter on his promotion and handed him a card. The woman said it was an A-rank hunter's license, so it was a little different. Jeon Minchul thought that he was now an A-rank hunter. He was now an association-approved hunter. Usually, licenses at this level don't get approved so quickly. It requires going through awakening training, gaining experience in gate raids, working for a while. Jeon Minchul thought, was it normal for him to get this license so easily? Kim Dam said, there are always exceptions like this young man, because they can't treat hunters who can use the aura blade. The same as the rest of us. A perfect aura blade is definitely needed to chop up that dummy. Young Menchel wondered, was it really that important? The ability to manifest an aura blade is used to identify S-rank hunters. This was the first time our hero had heard that there were such standards. The department head said it's classified information. She only talks about it because the hunter is able to use the aura blade. In order to utilize the enhanced energy, one must have reached at least the peak of martial arts. So, S-rank hunters are at least martial artists who have reached the highest peak. The girl introduced herself to Mrs. Kim Dam and said that she was Ellie, the secretary of Hunter Jeon Minchul. Ellie clarified with the rank of their free mercenary, Hunter Jeon Minchul, being upgraded to S. Kim replied that that's not what she meant. This process requires a board meeting to make a decision to awaken the S-rank license. It will take some time. Ellie asked when they could get confirmation. Kim Dam said she sent her report. So they would have to wait. It might take a few days. Young Menchel thought, what just happened now? Was the fact that he had become an S-rank hunter really that important? Ellie was kind of on edge with her questions. She must have had good reasons. Li Wu asked the hunter, had he ever considered going abroad? Jeon Mench replied that he hadn't thought about it. The department head said he wasn't talking about tourism, but things like changing citizenship. They can't let other countries steal a hunter with an aura blade away from them. Jeon Mench wondered, why would he want to go there? Li Wanuk said, because they could offer him better terms. People usually like fame and money. The department head added that it was her personal curiosity. Kim Dawn stated that she would keep the hunter informed of the situation regarding his promotion to S-rank through messages in the future. The department heads rose and said they were thankful for the meeting and left first. Kim Dawson asked Li Wu, what place were you thinking of when you asked that question? The man apologized and said that he just wanted to make sure. Li Juan Taik explains that Suni, that guy with a bad sense of justice who conquers the tower, left the department because of this hunter. He said that he decided to become stronger after meeting Hunter Jeon Mench. If Hunter Jeon Mench is really worth it, then strings must be pulled to keep him in this country. Kim Dong remarked that her coworker should have mentioned it earlier. Li Chuan said that this guy is worth keeping an eye on. Kim Dong replied, in that case, I'll rush the board of directors with their verdict. Jong then asked Ellie, why are you so interested in my promotion to S-rank? The secretary said there would be more benefits for an S-rank hunter. Not only would the young man be exempted from taxes, but he would also be allowed to rent equipment from the Hunters Association. Jeon Minchul remarked, renting equipment doesn't sound like something special. Ellie explained, I'm talking about legendary and even unique rank items, although the number of them is severely limited. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Will he be able to obtain even legendary artifacts? The hunter will also be able to borrow up to a fabulous amount of money without collateral, because an S-rank hunter's credit is considered priceless. Also, having a high-ranked hunter helps in recruiting people for the gate raid. Young Mench wondered if he wouldn't have to wait like before. Young Mench didn't understand why the head of the security department asked him about moving overseas. Ellie said, our country has already lost quite a few talented hunters. Other countries are trying to poach promising hunters from us. Young Mench thought that the department head must be worried about losing the A-rank hunter. As long as the Tower of Trials is in the capital, there is no way he will leave this country. Young Mench thought, money and good equipment, such things will not be enough to satisfy our hero. Young Mench realized that the most important thing for him was to become stronger. The phone rang, and it rang for both of them. There was an emergency announcement, a gate breach at Hapchin Station, which is quite a long way from here. Gate breaches have started to happen more frequently lately. They actually occur every few days. Fortunately, the detection system is fully functional, so there have been no casualties so far. Jeon Minchul thought that he was just unlucky since it was very far to go to help right now. He hoped that there wouldn't be too many injured people. Junko told the secretary to rest today and start looking for the raid gate tomorrow. Ellie smiled and said, I really enjoy working for Hunter Jeon Mench. Jeon Mench thought that he didn't need to do anything else to increase his rank, so he would spend the rest of his time practicing. Quite by chance, our hero met his old acquaintance Verdi. Young Mencho invited Verde to his place. The dog rejoiced when he saw that his master had returned. Verdi was scared. What kind of small creature is this at Mr. Jong Mencho's place? Jong Mencho said that this small creature would be taller than Verde. Verdi stated, I am the #1 subordinate for Mr. Young Menchul. Young Mencho said, you may not be like that if you don't want to be. Verdi said he was flattered and couldn't refuse the honorary position given to him. Verde and Fen said hello, introduced themselves and greeted each other. Young Mench thought, does Verde really like being first? Jeon Minchul asked subordinate #1 what events had occurred since the last meeting. Verde said that the Black Doom Society had begun to take action. Young Mench thought that the villains of the Pandemonium had finally shown their tail. Verdi recalled the recent incidents of gate breaches. Apparently, these increasing incidents were unnatural. Veri handed our hero the document and said he had discovered it while helping the Black Doom Society. Jeon Minchul looked at the map and said that Verdi should explain what was impressive about this place. Assistant number 1 said that the black circles circled the buildings and land acquired by the Black Doom Society, and the red circles marked the gate breaches that had occurred. Jeon Minchul thought that many areas overlapped, where the breaches really created artificially. Verdi said he figured it out by applying his excellent deduction. After all, that's all that's expected of subordinate number 1. Jeon Minchul suggested that the association would soon come to the same conclusions. Verdi remarked that it wouldn't be easy for them. The society used a lot of fake accounts to disappear at any moment. Jeon Minchul remarked, subordinate number 1 has done a great job finding this information. Verdi said that he had received a secret order from the master to investigate the organization in secret. He understood everything because Jeon Minchul had foreseen this event. Jeon Minchul thought that, at least, he had gathered a lot of useful information. Our hero only used the martial arts techniques he had learned, combining them with the visibility skill. The system reported that the divine ghost technique had been used. The protagonist approached the nearest location marked on the map. Verdi couldn't figure out how they opened the gate and added that some places had created magic circles for other purposes. Jeon Minchul activated the super sense. Magic circles and magic stones were everywhere, all used to detect and conceal space. After applying the divine ghost technique, the hunter realized that even presence detection magic would work. Jeon Minchul never would have thought this was how he'd test the effectiveness of the skill. But thanks to it, he could safely explore everything in enemy territory. The hunter thought there were mana circuit outlines running through here that he couldn't see outside. They all led somewhere. The mana contours led underground. A secret hatch was discovered. There was no one in the basement either. If there had been anyone here, it could have been caught and interrogated using biased and intimidation techniques. Our hero discovered a magic circle that had been drawn without using the techniques of Pandemonium and Alcium. Who had drawn it in the first place? Jeon Minchul wondered, feeling the chaos energy suddenly resonate. What was that? Our hero stood at the center of the resonance. The resonance energy responded to his presence in the middle of the magic circle. Jeon Minchul decided that he needed to check everything thoroughly and used his unique abilities. The magic circle reacted to chaos energy. A fragment of chaos appeared before the protagonist's eyes. It was a crystal created from the condensed energy flowing out of the tower. This chaos energy reminded our hero of the time when the monsters had come out of the Black Gate. Also, possessed the same chaos energy, Junko thought. What was the hidden connection between this place and the Black Gate? Our hero considered the possibility that someone else besides him knew how to control the energy of chaos. Chaos was a source of energy created by combining the two energies of dark and light constellations. Neither the demons of Pandemonium nor the angels of Elysium knew about it. Where is the man who can harness the condensed energy of chaos? The system reported that the hero had absorbed the chaos energy and now he possessed the ancient Celestia technique. He was surprised. Could this be absorbed too? Jeon Minchul now had a completely different view of the magic circle. It wasn't created to break through the gate. Its purpose was to gather the tower's energy and create a fragment. Jeon Minchul thought he could take advantage of this, but first, he needed to get out of there. Based on the document Viri had taken out, there were at least 10 magic circles in the capital, and that was quite a lot. In that basement, the magic circle reacted to his chaos energy and automatically produced a part of the crystal. It seemed that all magic circles had to simultaneously produce crystals at a certain time. As our hero had learned from aid number 1, these guys had also drawn some magic circles in the countryside. Is it really their plan to send the whole country into chaos and produce a lot of chaos fragments from these magic circles in a process? Jeon Minchul thought that if he intercepted them, he could raise his chaos power significantly. However, he needed some helpers. Our hero thought he'd have to deal with the magic circles creating gate breaches in the province, but he only had one body, so it would be hard to manage them alone. He couldn't start breaking the magic circles in advance to avoid alerting them. But if he let it go to waste, the gate breaches would cause casualties. The protagonist couldn't let ordinary citizens become innocent victims of all this, so the shortage of capable fighters would have to be addressed. Jeon Minchul made his first ever international call. He said that he hadn't talked to secret prosecutor Taney in a long time. Jeon Minchul immediately warned the interlocutor that the walls had ears. Hunter replied that he was calling in what he had been ordered to do. Taney stated, Mr. Jeon Minchul can rely on me. I am gladly willing to sacrifice my life if that is what it takes to complete the task. After listening to all the instructions, Taney replied, I will carry out that order. Jeon Minchul then said, traces of demonic creatures inside the country have recently been discovered. All the angels must be mobilized to stop them. Since the identity must be kept secret, Taney should make sure to mention that the mission is entirely his. Jeon Minchul's name should not be mentioned. Taney thought that the Lord was working solely in the name of justice and gave him all of his morals. Of course, he would carry out the order, even if he had to use up all his strength. Jeon Minchul thought that Taney would surely do well. Jeon Minchul remembered that Taniel had said earlier that he could mobilize 5 angels of the 8th rank. Each of these angels should be stronger than an A-rank hunter. Jeon Minchul thought that Taniel still liked it when he spoke like an angel. However, he was a little tired of this old-fashioned way of speaking. After that, our hero went into training. He sent Verdi to further help the Black Doom Society and to figure out their plans. Verdi realized that he had an important role to play and was highly motivated. The protagonist walked through the different locations to gather information. According to that map, there are 11 fragment-creating locations in total. Among these places, our hero was able to explore 10 from the inside. One location, however, was different from the rest. The building was heavily guarded and much larger. There was definitely something special about this place. Jeon Minchul thought that things would get complicated if they sensed his presence, so there was no point in risking a sneak-in. The place should only be dealt with if they started acting suspiciously. A few days passed. Fenrir asked his host, when will the real mess start? Jeon Minchul noticed that Verde had sent him a message. An emergency had been declared with gate breaches happening all over the country. Breakouts were occurring in all buildings and areas that had been bought out by the Black Doom community. Losses must be avoided. Our hero advanced to the mission and said the operation to abduct the Chaos Fragments has begun. The plan was simple. Invisibility and the Divine Ghost Technique were activated. Fenrir and Jeon Minchul were to collect all the Chaos Fragments. There were a total of 11 locations to raid. Verdi will continue to monitor the movements of the Pandemonium, though he's a little upset that he's not taking part in the surprise attack. Jeon Minchul said that Verdi should inform the actions of the most important characters. Viri was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that the Lord thought so highly of him and had given him such an important mission. Jeon Minchul thought that apparently the ways of manipulating angels and demons were the same. Arriving at the next destination, the protagonist thought he had been here before. All the windows and even the doors were barricaded. They must have blocked off all possible routes of entry beforehand, so it looks like they were well prepared. Jeon Minchul said, "There's no way that will stop me," and kicked the nearest door with his foot. Armed men appeared inside the building. Breaking through the door, Jeon Minchul realized that they were hunters from the Black Doom Society. After assessing the situation, the protagonist realized that there were about 20 bang men in front of him. One of the hunters said, "Our intruder is using the invisibility skill." Jeon Minchul thought it was the leader of this faction speaking. His senses were pretty sharp. Jeon Minchul turned off the invisibility skill and asked, "Is everyone here from those who protect this place?" The leader was surprised. "Did only one person arrive?" The villain asked. "How dare he break in here? Doesn't he know who we are? He's definitely a daredevil if he came in here." Jeon Minchul thought that this Black Doom Society had relaxed when they saw that he was unarmed. The leader grabbed his sword and said, "If this man didn't walk in here by accident, we won't let him leave here alive." Jeon Minchul laughed. Was this villain really going to do otherwise? The villain ordered his subordinates to attack and added, "He won't be left with a wet spot." The fire spear and acid arrows were used against our hero. The villain said, "He turned out to be a weakling, so we'll destroy him." However, when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the opponent was alive and well. Jeon Minchul thought that these attacks didn't even need to be repelled. He strengthened his demonic defense energy. Jeon Minchul didn't activate his super senses, but he used the Dark Star and the Blue Dragon Blade, so the situation was not a threat. The protagonist responsibly stated that he would quickly put an end to it. The enemies were destroyed very quickly. The wounded leader, kneeling and bleeding, asked, "Who was this stranger?" Jeon Minchul swung his sword and asked, "Why does the leader need this information?" The guy thought that even though these people didn't work for Pandemonium, they were essentially evil and dangerous. No criminal would be left alone in the land our hero lives on. The Pandemonium should have already realized that someone had invaded their territory. Jeon Minchul thought that he shouldn't leave witnesses and waste time with interrogations. The protagonist's main task was to find and obtain the crystal. Jeon Minchul saw the crystal and said that it was very huge. Jeon Minchul decided that it would be better to reach the rest of the locations first and absorb the stone later. The crystal would be lonely if he absorbed it alone. The item was placed in infinite space. Jeon Minchul saw that cracks suddenly started to spread across the building. The magic circle automatically activated the self-destruct function. I figured if it came to that, everything here would belong to him now. Then we'd have to move on to the next location. Jeon Minchul thought to himself, how well is Fenrir doing? After all, he had been assigned 3 locations. The villains couldn't understand what was happening. Just a moment ago, in front of them was a small mongrel dog. Now a monstrous dog stood before them. Where had it come from? Fenrir gritted his teeth, his eyes glittering. All these bandits will be dead men soon. The professor said he knew his interlocutor's theory was correct. It is a fragment of chaos, created from the condensation of the tower's energy. Now you can create a magic circle using the knowledge and materials from the Pandemonium. Also, gate hacking circles, challenge reinforcement circles, and more. With all these possibilities open, you can complete your exploration. Zeke told the professor now is not the time to stand in amazement. The young man added, all the gate hacking circles have been deployed outside the capital, had been destroyed. The professor said all the gates must be Biang. There's no way they could be destroyed so easily. The young man said he detected the stench of those chicken-winged rascals. The professor wondered how these angels were able to find the circles. He added that, in such a case, it was necessary to start the next stage a little earlier than planned. Creating the chaos fragments was only an intermediate step. It looks like the next step will have to be taken sooner than expected. 3 people turned to Zayden. Their 5th magic circle had been attacked and destroyed by the enemies. The 3rd circle was also attacked. C had shouted in anger. What are they saying? Don't they even have information about the number of enemies? The loss of communication with the 2nd and 4th circles was reported. The professor said, we need to raise the alert level immediately. It's not good if the angels have interfered. The professor said he was leaving. Zayed wondered, wouldn't he stay to observe the process of completing the chaos fragment? The man stated that the environment was not very conducive to that. States had asked. Then at least he wasn't going to take the fragment. The professor said that the fragment was just holding back the energy. If you use teleportation, it would all evaporate. The professor said he was leaving a fragment on Zayed. It's needed for their master's next plan. Zayed was sure that if the Lord had not been favorable to him, he would have died long ago. He always blamed his work on him. Zeb was again reported as having trespassers. The fight was happening right above them right now, yet there was only one intruder. Where were these angels getting their information from? Zayd was angry. How dare this rascal barge in here even though he was here? The commander said that one must not let one's guard down, even if there is only one enemy. The fighters reported that they had gotten rid of the enemy. However, someone said that this enemy was still alive. We must prepare for the 2nd round. Jeon Minchul asked, wasn't really quite tense for his opponent. Our hero disengaged from half of them as fast as he could, but it seems that rumors of their attacks had already spread before when Jeon Minchul came here. There were quite a few guards, and now there are even more, but they're still small B-rank hunters. They can't do anything. After all, no orcs, even united, can defeat the dragon. The protagonist smelled the odor of sulfur. This was the special scent of dark mana that demons use. If there's a demon, this could be their main camp. Then our hero had come to the right place. Young Mensch said he had come here after smelling a disgusting stench. It seemed like there was an evil, demonic rascal here. If he took over this place, there was a chance he could prevent the rest of the magic circle from getting information about the attacks. The villain said he knew it. He would do his best to handle his opponent. The leader ordered his subordinates to all eat it and swallowed it himself. Jeon Minchul thought, is this really a dark piddle? The circle of darkness had been activated. The system reported that all the characteristics of creatures with the holiness attribute would be reduced by 20%. The strength of abilities that use dark mana would be increased. Jeon Minchul thought that even small hunters suddenly gained the ability to use dark mana. The possessed man is currently sharing his body with a demon under a temporary contract. His stats were increased. He could now use dark mana. Jeon Minchul thought, did the dark pill allow the pandemonium demon to possess this guy? The villain shouted, what does the angel think now that he sees these demonic people? Young Menchel wondered, did this villain really think that there was an angel in front of him? Let him continue to think that. The criminals received the command to destroy the angel and rushed to attack him. The demonic technique that infused dark mana into weapons was used by them everywhere. These guys were really different from the ones our hero had seen before. They were most likely A-rank level hunters. Jung and Shou applied the Dark Star and Satin Glove, reinforcing them twice. The protagonist finished analyzing the situation and activated a huge palm strike. The villains realized that it was holy power, which opposed the dark mana. Young Mensch used the Dark Star, Unicorn Horn Spear, and U-Clan Spear. Young Mensch pointed out that he had broken through the surroundings with his attack. Demonic people are seen as monsters, not humans. The Blue Dragon Blade and the Imperial Sword were used. Also, our hero employed the Boundless Sky Technique and the 5 Tigers Dissecting Blade Technique. While all the opponents matched up with hunters of roughly a similar rank, that was not all. Demonization was pretty unusual, but there was no way they thought something like that could defeat their opponent. The villains didn't understand why their attacks weren't hitting their target or why this hunter was counterattacking them. Jung Mensch thought that he was getting close to the leader of these villains. In front of our hero stood a huge ice giant, so he went into battle. The villain shouted, I'm about to turn this rascal into a piece of ice. It was Zayat Fitzgerald of the Ice Tribe who possessed ice transformation. Young Mensch smiled and stated, I was waiting for this monster to join. It was an ice demon transformation, controlled by ice. Zayat Fitzgerald activated the Storm Strike and sent ice streams into our hero. Jeon Minchul was not afraid and counterattacked in response using Hellfire. Zeit Fitzgerald retorted that the ice in the ice barrier was even stronger than Mythil. For a moment, Zeit sensed a foreign power from his enemy. What's going on? The villains decided to help Zit and attack Jeon Minchul. If necessary, they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Jeon Minchul applied the Dark Star Satin Glove. Our hero initiated magnetic attraction and imperial lightning with a fist of destruction. Hit Fitzgerald wondered what kind of monster was in front of him. He's pretty strong for a winged angel. Young and Skull said that the ice guy would be the weak one in this confrontation. Our hero decided to finish him off before there were any witnesses. However, at the same moment, the protagonist felt the appearance of black mana. Who could it be? People asked, was Zahit really going to use this? The Dark Magic Circle ability activated Ice Fusion. S said that he didn't think he would have to use it here. Young Menchel felt that his opponent had become even stronger thanks to the iced energy. The effect of the Ice Fusion and the demon's powers merged together. Zit said it couldn't be helped if it was necessary for the Lord's plans. Sayed Fitzgerald said to have his opponent look at this. This is the power I got from Ice Fusion. Jeon Minchul thought that it was magic that increased strength by sacrificing allies. Leaving the opponent alone would cause the building to collapse. It was quite interesting though. Jeon Minchul approached his opponent and threw a punch at point-blank range. Zan only laughed in response. After all, nothing would change just because his opponent put his hand on him. Jeon Minchul said, the ice block will soon see what will change. In the next instant, the ice shattered in different directions and Zayd fell to the ground bleeding. He wondered what the hunter had done with his body. The protagonist said his opponent lost because he only grew in size, not in matter. Jeon Minchul thought that the villain had enlarged his body to utilize his overflowing power. But that was where it ended. Something like a point-blank strike destroying the target's insides was devastatingly dangerous to him. Now it was time to take the Chaos Fragment away. At the most inconvenient moment, a call came from Tenaniel. The guy said that the resistance of the defense forces had intensified. It was impossible to get past them. Tenaniel calmed down and explained that following the instructions, he had mobilized all of his subordinates and entered the country. He then sent his men outside the capital. They managed to stop the gate-breaking circles. He was at the secret meeting place of those demonic villains. After that, he returned to the capital and headed to the secret meeting place that the Lord had told him about. The villain saw the flying intruder and decided to destroy it immediately. Tenaniel shouted, "How dare these foolish people ally themselves with the servants of the devil? They will pay for their crimes with death." After these words, Daniel activated the Holy Strike. The angel said that his opponent's attacks would not work on him as long as he was clad in the armor of faith. Now the scoundrels would receive an ironclad stroke of justice. Suddenly, however, Tenaniel found himself captured by the black hand of his opponent. The opponent, using his magical powers, asked, "What kind of gross intruder is this?" The opponent was Very. He was working undercover, playing the role of a demon. Performing his duties, he asked, "How dare this angel enter so recklessly where I am?" Tenaniel gathered his strength and shouted loudly for an almighty force to protect him. He added, "This insidious demon is quite powerful." Birdie said, "I never expected this angel to be here. Should I report it to the master?" FTA thought that Elysium and the angels were their enemies. Viri activated the mind-splitting art and decided that he would get rid of this angel on his own. Attacking the angel, Viri used the Soul Spear, Black Hand, Libola's Claw, and Weakening Beam. Tenaniel thought, "This demon is unusual. He is strong and different from the demons I've fought. I wonder who he serves." Fending off the angel's attack, Viri thought, "It's not bad, but it won't work on me. I'll use this angel to revive Deimos." Verde thought he would win, all thanks to Effort's blessings. However, Viri suddenly changed his expression and tensed up. Demon Child. Tenaniel didn't understand what was going on. Why was this demon suddenly acting strange? Angel didn't know what was going on, but decided this was his chance. Tenaniel thought he should report it to Michael and turn, flying away. Finishing the conversation, Tenaniel added that he was forced to retreat. Young Menchel said that Tenaniel's life was more important. Young Menchel thought that Verde was doing a better job than expected. To prove that the information he gave Tenaniel was correct, our hero specifically sent him to where Verde was. Verde too can beat an enemy of roughly his own level. He'll also get praise for stopping the ambush while other places were looted. The important thing is that he was able to drive Tenaniel away. So he successfully used the art of mind splitting. If Viri sneaks into high office at Pandemonium, he might be able to find out what Black Baptism is. Jung Shou thought that it was time to collect his reward after all. Our hero looked at the number of crystals he had gathered in this location. Is it really over? Young Menchel thought. He believed he had already collected enough chaos, which was essentially an elixir. Fenrir raised his voice, alerting his master that he was nearby. "I've taken care of what you asked of me," Fenrir said. In an instant, the poodle transformed into a massive monster dog. Fenrir opened his mouth and crystals spilled out. The protagonist did not expect this. Why did the dog keep them inside him? He wondered. "I have more stuff," Fedra replied. Jeon Minchul thought that next time he should just give the dog a sack. 9 of the 10 fragments of chaos created in Pandemonium were now in our hero's hands. The chaos fragment condensed the tower's energy, turning into a massive chunk of power. Jeon Minch began to absorb the condensed energy. He felt filled up. The chaos power and energy surged, greatly increasing. The protagonist received a huge stat boost, elevating him to the strength of a martial artist in the revolutionary realm. At this level, our hero was capable of defeating even a mid-rank demon. Jeon Minchul said that he would soon be able to try to transform his body. After 2 days in the VIP room, Viri thanked Mr. Jeon Minchul for allowing him to become stronger again. It's an accomplishment to be the only demon protecting a fragment of chaos from the angels. For that, he was praised in Pandemonium. Viri was rewarded with the elixir Flesh of Darkness, which increases the demon's power many times over. Taniel, too, was recognized for his work in figuring out Pandemonium's plans and quickly foiling them. He was elevated to the rank of power among the angels. Young Menchel told Viri that he was not the one who gave him the core of darkness. Viri replied that if it wasn't for the Lord's blessing, he wouldn't have been able to drive the angels away. Young Menchel asked, because Viri said he heard someone's voice during the battle, right? Viri said that Isodius praised him for his personal contribution. A lot of effort was put into creating fragments of chaos this time around. Asmodeus is a demon of the 8th rank, the monarch of corruption. He was once a glorified seraphim in heaven, but he succumbed to the temptation of power and turned into a vicious archangel. Since he's good at plotting politics and building forces, they had a pretty bad relationship in a past life. Could the man behind Black Baptism be Asodius? Our hero found these marks on Taniel as well, but doesn't understand why this happened. Young Menchel asked, is there any more news about Asodius and his men? Verme replied, the reason why Rosalina moved is also because of Asodius. Veri added, the fragment of chaos he was defending will be taken to Kong. Jeon Minch praised Verdi and told him, keep doing what you were doing before. Modius and his entourage will try to use the chaos fragment somewhere. This means there's someone who knows how to control the power of chaos. They'll send the chaos fragment to Kiss. That's the Lost Land. So, it's off limits. Interstellar Alliance's Mr. Martin got excited and said, I haven't seen Hunter Jungmin Cho in a long time. Young Mencho said, the short man looked quite cheerful. The head of the guild branch said that they had gotten a lot of business thanks to this hunter. Martin said they are getting new contracts, investors, better commerce, and all of that is critical. Young Mensch wondered, isn't that problematic when there's a lot of work? Martin replied that only then can they make a lot of money. The head of the guild branch said that they were willing to endure any hardship to become stronger. Mr. Martin asked how they could help the hunter this time. Joe Menchel asked if he could go to the Lost Lands. The dwarf replied that it would require approval from the association, but they could get everything organized in a few days. Martin added that it was because he knew the value of that hunter's name. Joe Menchel thought that the guild branch head's flattery skills were improving every day. Mr. Martin remembered that he had something to say to the hunter. The head of the guild branch said that they wanted to hire the young man to model for their merchandise. They even set a date for the shoot already. Young Mencho thought it was a joke. Martin said that Jungmin Cho will become the 7th S-ranked hunter of the country, and they need to do it before that happens. Jungmin Scholl said that he wanted to answer the call first. Jung Menchel inquired over the phone if the schedule had been changed. Young Menchel told the head of the guild branch and his secretary that he had to go back because he had urgent business to attend to. He reminded them that he was interested in the Lost Land permit. Colleagues wondered what could have interested this hunter so much. It's been hours. Kunin! The young man walked into the family restaurant and told his mom that he was back. Young Minchul asked his mom where his father and sister were. The woman replied that she heard that there were a lot of people gathered there. She said that dad went to pick up Mjun, but she never heard back from them. The young man said he would be back soon and ran off quickly. Young Menchel thought that it could be dangerous if he didn't hurry up. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. Our hero's father stood in front of his daughter and said that she still didn't want to become a hunter. They must be released. Guild representatives offered to join their ranks. Mjun didn't understand what she should do. Why were they all following her? The girl saw her brother. Jung Menchel asked, does it really feel like a market to them? Jung Menchel walked over to his father and sister and asked the guild representatives why they were creating all this drama. Our hero heard that his sister was going to the Hunter Registration Center, so he intended to bring her back. But there were too many guild scouts here, harassing those who hadn't passed the Hunter test yet. The protagonist thought it was inexcusable to treat ordinary people this way, people who didn't know anything yet. Jung Menchel was angry at the agents and told them all to leave immediately. One of the agents said he was just about to discuss the matter with someone from the family. Young Menchel was not ceremonious. He activated a foot strike against the ground, Elephant Hammer. A shockwave spread around. Our hero looked at the agent and said, "You can go now." However, no one was willing to continue. All the agents began to scatter in different directions. Young Menchel muttered, "They need to analyze the situation correctly." Our hero told the terrified agent that he could seek compensation from the Interstellar Union for damage to property and pavement. Jeon Minchul looked at his relatives and said, "It's time to go home. Our mom is waiting." The guild branch head was nervous. He felt like they were about to receive a huge payment for repairing something. Jeon Minchul told his sister, "I thought about it when several guilds tried to recruit you. But is it a good thing?" After studying his sister's characteristics, Jeon Minchul realized it was no surprise that the agents were trying to do all this. Young Menchel thought that after awakening, her stats were already significantly different from the average. That meant she could become an S-rank hunter once she fully awakened. But Jeon Minchel believed it wasn't even his sister's stats that mattered the most. There was only one man with that ability, the one our hero fought 23 years ago. That was the hero. Strangely, Jeon Minchel thought about it again. In his previous life, he had fallen when the hero's blow pierced his heart, even when the hero was tired and injured. He was not in a life-threatening condition. History books say he died with Deimos. Our hero reincarnated on Earth. It can't be that his sister Menchel is the reincarnation of that hero. Young Mench, reflecting on this situation, thought it was just a coincidence. How can there be a reincarnation of a demon king and a hero in the same family? It's so stupid that it's not even funny. The mother asked her son, if Minjin becomes a hunter, could he help her find a good guild? Young Mench wondered, did sis really say she wanted to become a hunter? Mother replied, Minjin views it in a positive light. Our hero wondered if the parents wanted to try to stop Minjun. The guy thought it was natural for them to be so worried about their daughter since they didn't know her potential yet. The woman said that Minjun is as stubborn as her brother. She won't listen to them even if they try to stop her. Young Mench thought that Minjun is his sister anyway, and it's right to take care of her. Jeon Minchul thought that the Interunion would not do that. If Minjun communicated with them, they might suspect who he was. It wouldn't work that way. There must be a guild that he has some sort of relationship with. One where he has a lot of acquaintances. Our hero realized that he would be contacting Cheonjeong from the Gods Guild. Jeon Minchul told his parents that he had one guild in mind and would try to contact it. Cheonjeong, he said after chatting with our hero, I have no reason not to take his sister. After all, she has the potential of an S-rank hunter. The conversation with the guild head went pretty well. Minjun would be able to continue to grow within the Divine Guild. The next day, the young man told his mother that he was on his way out. I have urgent business to attend to. Minjun thanked her brother and said, the next time we meet, I'll be as strong as you. Young Michelle wondered, does his sister really want to catch up with him? He prepared to slap the girl. You'll be contacted by the Gods Guild, the guy said, but you'll have to train for 1,000,000 years to catch up with me. Young Mench decided to forget about the hero for the time being, because he himself doesn't know the reason why he reincarnated on Earth yet, and there was no guarantee that the hero had reincarnated either. Minjun rubbed her bruised forehead and said, I won't let it go. I'll fight back against my brother in the future. In the Interstellar Alliance, our hero finally met with Heron and asked her to help analyze the magic circle. The girl liked it and said, it's worth my time to research this. Our hero also invested the gate money in a construction company. Jeon Mench asked the guild branch head how everything went. Mr. Martin replied, the entry permit has finally been received. The hunter can go to the Lost Lands right now. Young Mako said, I have the Lost Lands right on my course. Up ahead was Pew, the United Bridge. The Lost Lands is a long stretch of land near the ceasefire site. It can only be entered from the side of the United Bridge in Pew. The north side of the Lost Lands is also connected to Quizon, barricades, and soldiers. Security here is very tightly controlled. This means that the Black Doom Society has already received permission from the government. To pass through this area, our hero wondered what they had time to do with the Chaos Fragment. Jeon Minchul asked his co-workers why they were following him. Mr. Martin and Ellie only smiled in response. The girls said that they were here to help Jeon Mench in the monster hunt. Jeon Mench was surprised. Why is that all of a sudden? Our hero recognized that the raids had an expert in disposing of monster remains and a specialist in tracking them. Did these two really decide to take on these functions? The colleagues unanimously confirmed it. On the way to the Lost Lands, Ellie and Martin caught up with our hero. Ellie said she was exceptional when it came to tracking. Martin said that they had hired replacement officers to fulfill their duties back when the hunter had asked them to help with preparations for the raid. Jeon Mench realized that these two were originally going to chase him. The guy thought it might be for the best if they were close by. While our hero asked for this raid under the pretext of hunting monsters, he was actually going on an expedition to find the Black Doom Society. The poodle caught up with our heroes and announced that he would follow them further. A fragment of chaos was at stake, so the protagonist couldn't take any outsiders with him. Young Menchel thought, what kind of expression would Ellie have on her face right now if she found out that she had a mythical creature in her arms? It would probably be better for her not to know about it after all. The expedition approached the Lost Lands. The whole atmosphere changed as soon as they passed the Unification Bridge. Everything looked very desolate. Ellie asked where they were moving to first. Jeon Minchul replied that they were heading to Kong for now. Our hero remembered that the Black Doom Society was headed to Kong. The roads were badly damaged, and young Minch wondered if he should send angels to scout for them. However, they would probably be noticed because they were too conspicuous. Ellie caught the hunter's attention and told him to look in that direction. It looked like someone had passed through here a few days ago. The grass looked a little wrinkled. Young Mench wondered, could Ellie really tell from something like this? If these footprints are recent, it's definitely Black Society, Hunter said. He asked if Ellie could follow the tracks. The girl replied, there are a lot of them. Young Menchel noticed that he had requested the association send him a tracker. Ellie turned out to be one. The girl smiled and asked, have you ever seen me do my job poorly? Young Menchel thought that, thanks to Ellie, they'd be able to track down the Black Society faster. Ellie moved swiftly, following the footprints. Her eyes darted quickly, always in the right direction. She also used her sense of smell to determine the right path. The travelers soon arrived at a country road. This was where the tracks led. It seemed many people had walked ahead of the group. The girl pointed to a table and said, there are footprints there. These were tracks left by the Shriekers. They're monsters that roam in herds. Shriekers are ranked monsters. Although you can gain a lot of experience from them. At the moment, our priority is Black Society, young Menchel thought. We'll have to ignore them for now. He considered following the Shriekers once he intercepted the Chaos Fragment. Ellie said that there were signs of a battle here. Sensing something amiss, our hero ran up to the girl and told Ellie to come back immediately. Mr. Martin came rushing toward our hero with his sword drawn. He asked if young Mench, the hunter, was okay. No, the dog is not behind him either, our hero replied. Jeon Minchul said there was no need to panic so much. He was fine. The enhanced demonic defense energy had been activated. Jeon Minchul told the dog to protect the two. The protagonist readied his sword and told everyone to get behind him. Since the attack wasn't directed at him and his super sense wasn't activated, Jeon Minchul thought, had I relaxed too much? Our hero used the 7-star demonic sword, the first form. Jeon Minchul thought that they weren't being attacked by the Skrangs, but by the ants hiding among the trees. He assumed they wouldn't be able to avoid meeting the monsters as long as they moved. Our hero said to get his helpers out, you need to use your powers to protect these two. Ellie wondered if all these wars are going to protect them. Then, what will happen to Jeon Minch? Our hero said he would be fine. The protagonist told the girl that he would be nearby, so they could follow in his footsteps. The Lost Lands was a place where reality and the gateway mixed, and now it was monster territory. Ellie wondered if the poodle was going to fight too. The dog replied, I will protect the beauty. When they passed through this area, it was no longer a question of just following the trail. Jeon Minch said, I see signs of battle here too. He pointed to the bloodthirsty monsters. Our hero said that he would suppress everything here with his power. Using the detection energy of the ancient heavenly art, he added, he would defeat all the monsters nearby beforehand. Mr. Martin will collect useful monster body parts. He is truly skilled, as a craftsman of Meister rank should be. Ellie said, I found it. I see a residential area. The travelers arrived in Kes. Jeon Minchul held out a vial of liquid and told everyone to drink it. Mr. Martin noticed that they weren't even injured, so why would they need to drink something so expensive? Jeon Minchul said for them to just drink it. He wouldn't need it anymore. Anyway, the travelers decided to take a break before entering Kong. Jeon Minchul thought that he had made it here with their help, but in such a way that they wouldn't realize what was really going on. Jeon Minchul told the companions that the people they were following were part of a Black Doom Society. Hunter added that they might have a connection to Pandemonium. Ellie said they had nothing to worry about, since they had Hunter Jeon Minchul with them. Mr. Martin believed that their hero was a bifurcated body of a high-ranking spirit. If he got into trouble, he would simply leave that body and return to his main one, making him anxious. Ellie said they couldn't let him go in there alone. Hunter trusted them, so he told the truth. Jeon Minchul thought he could see trust in the girl's eyes. Young Menchel said he would never leave those two. Trust was something he'd never got in his past life. Jeon Minchul told his companions that he was very touched by their support, even though he could have handled it himself. Hunter asked the girl to see if anyone lived there. The guy thought it would be a little tough in this uniform. Ellie asked if the hunter had forgotten. She was partly of the dog race. Jeon Minchul, his companions, and the Eternal Warriors entered Kong. It was an abandoned city, but even now, people still lived in the ruined buildings. They were usually skinny, with eyes full of anger. Ellie said they were extremely cautious, so it would be pretty hard to get any information from the locals. Young Menchel asked Mr. Martin, How does Ellie keep track of everything here? Ellie said the track led downward. At the bottom was Kisom Harbor. The black boat in the harbor belonged to the Black Tomb. They raised their flag in the open. Young Mensch wondered if there was no one hiding near the harbor. Ellie said that everyone was on the boat. Young Mensch thought that at least 10 of them were in the Lost Lands, but were they all on the boat? Young Mensch called for the Army of Light. He said it was necessary to deal with everyone who escaped. The Eternal Warriors had been ordered to block all land routes. Fair was ordered to protect Mr. Martin and Ellie. Our hero decided it was time to deal with them. The enemies on the dark boat spotted the advance and sounded the alarm. Flares watched as the hunter battled. Ellie declared he's winning. Poodle said, "It's like I'm watching an adult and child battle." He had said the same thing when they entered the city, humiliating the hunter who fought alone against the monsters. It's hard to believe that Jeon Minchul doesn't simply defeat his enemies with brute force. Every move he makes is calculated effortlessly. Hunter Jeon Minchul is indeed a skillful fighter. The warriors of the Black Doom Squad decided to run. They knew they wouldn't be able to defeat this hunter. Jeon Minchul didn't agree to let them go. He asked, "Where on earth are you going?" Young Mensch told the angels, "Deal with the fugitives." The retreating soldiers were shocked when they saw an invocation that simultaneously contained holy and destructive energy. Young Mensch told his warriors, "Good job." Our hero instructed his subordinates, "Hold back those still alive." The enemies wanted this hunter on their side no matter what. Mr. Martin, watching this man's work, wanted to understand who he was. This hunter, Jeon Minchul, Ellie said with a wink, "He's just a hunter named Jeon Minchul." The head of the guild branch remarked, "The girl is still as knave as ever." Ellie replied, "Even if this hunter is so powerful, isn't it good that he trusts us?" Mr. Martin, the poodle, and Ellie continued to watch the hunter work. The protagonist took everyone on that boat prisoner, and indeed, there turned out to be some. There was also a fragment of chaos. Our hero found only a magic amplification C in the emergency rations and signs that much had been moved elsewhere. Based on this, it looked like the ship was designed to send supplies to someone. Jeon Minchul approached one of the captives. "If you answer my questions," he said, "you will be spared your life." The captive responded, "The Black Doom Society will never submit to this hunter." After these words, the power of the immortal was applied to the target. Jeon Minchul turned to the Eternal Knight. "Cut off his head," he ordered. After complying with the order, the captive became another of our hero's eternal warriors and swore allegiance to him. Jeon Minchul told the other prisoners that their accomplice's soul was now trapped in this body. He had left the cradle of reincarnation and was doomed to suffer forever. The captured villains were terribly frightened. They began to beg the hunter not to destroy them. Jeon Minchul thought his threats had worked great. He told his opponents that he liked their active reactions. "It's time to tell me everything you know," he said. In a situation where their souls and lives were on the line, the members of the Black Death Society revealed everything. Jeon Minchul recognized why these people were here. They had come for supplies. Among the supplies were many catalysts and rations. All of these items were meant for those possessing the Chaos Fragment. However, those guys had already taken those supplies a few days ago. Remarkably, they had only taken a fraction of what was on the ship. That's because they were only able to take a small portion of the Chaos Fragment. Since our hero had stolen most of it, they wouldn't need to use so many catalysts anymore. The captives also gave a highly unexpected response about the openly raised flag of the Black Doom Society. General Kim Mokwon of the Northern Region rules Hanjidu Province. Since the Black Doom Society has ties to him, they raised this flag so he knows who it is. Jeon Minchul told Mr. Martin that they would bring these guys back as soon as they were done here. Shorty wondered if the hunter was going to spare them. Young Mencho said he had promised them that he would. Junkall thought that although he had gotten more information than expected, he was a little worried. They had already taken the supplies 2 days ago. The guy thought that he might not have enough time. However, would Ellie, with her tracking skills, be able to catch up with them? Marthin stated that they needed to clear the area. After all, when battle began, the opponents were launching flares. Given the light's range of 10 kilometers, it probably had other competitors in that range. Jeon Minchul decided that, in such a case, he had no time to waste and needed to start searching. Fenner asked, does he need to fight too? Jeon Minchul replied that they should make it all worth their effort. The dog stated that he wanted something tasty. Following Martin's advice, the hunter sent the angel to scout a 10 kilometers radius. The goal was to find the source of the chaos frequency radiating from the chaos fragment they now had. The angels reported that they had found a place with the same frequency. It was a mountain just north of the city. Jung Shol told his companions to wait for him there with the angels. Our hero thought that a direct confrontation with their main headquarters might lead to unforeseen circumstances. It's hard to fight if there's danger, so it's best to keep things to a minimum. Based on reports, their arrival is imminent. Young Mensch saw the lightning over the mountains and wondered, since when did this come here? A chill instantly ran through him. He noticed the enormous power of this phenomenon. The entire space was saturated with dark demon mana. The protagonist activated heightened senses. This attack was definitely the work of ghost magic. It was the scoundrels from the Black Society who dared to slip in here. Jeon Minchul realized that they had brought demons here with them. Our hero was asked, "Are you the one who minds his own business?" "Right." "Young Mench." Asmodeus ordered his limbs to be torn apart. The dark elf said that the wretch feared doom. Since he had come here himself, he shouldn't blame them. For a moment, it seemed to our hero that the demons had come here spontaneously. These demons, possessing human bodies, were just like the ones they had fought before. Hanji Yon Lara possessed the ability of dark magic. It was a human demon. The only difference was that she's S-ranked, so she had reached the level of a lower demon. Fenrir told the host that something smelled really good. Today's specialty on the menu is Demon Soul. Young Mencho replied. Hanji was indignant. What kind of special people are we talking about? She fumed. How dare this wretched man be so insolent? The demon decided to attack the hunter and said he had underestimated them. Jeon Minchul activated his Fist of Fury and decided to put up a decent resistance. Our hero applied the glove of dark satin and said, "This creature with mouse wings will not escape responsibility." The protagonist activated Crimson Thunderfist. The enemy shouted that the hunter was alone, but was acting overconfident. They declared that he would die. Jeon Minchul noticed that his opponents had pretty fast reactions, but that wouldn't save them from his tentacles of the abyss. The hunter wondered how they could challenge him. After all, they were 1,000 years away from victory. The boy used the sacred flame and the 1,000-ton projectile. The enemies wondered, had divine power really been used in the attack? Why use the power of chicken wing men? Was that our opponent really human? Young Menchel wondered why the opponents were scared. After all, he had only blocked one attack. These rascals lacked any courage at all. In his previous life, he would have fought them until their foreheads cracked. At this point, the protagonist had sent his aides, eternal warriors, and even Fenrir to attack. Fenrir turned into a huge monster dog and shouted that he would wipe those rascals into powder. Do they really think they can fail in this lower dimension? One of the villains said to those who thwart Asmodeus' plans. "Doom is the only answer," Fenrir shouted. "What kind of rascals would dare to stand in my way? Although they are demons, they are too weak." One of the villains sneered, claiming that his enemies could not defeat him, and then activated the flames of Gehenna, setting fire to the air. Fenrir turned to the master. "Can I consume their souls?" he asked. Jeon Minchul nodded. "Yes," he answered, and then activated the sacred flame. Jeon Minchul wondered, why did these weaklings make him feel so strange? What was that creepy feeling before everything normalized? Demons enter human bodies through possession. Fenrir devoured the souls of the rivals he destroyed. When the hosts died, their souls left their bodies, returning to pandemonium. But in front of Fenrir's devouring jaws, that was meaningless. Jeon Minchul told the dog, "You're getting stronger and stronger." The protagonist decided it was time to gather information about the gang. The Devil Clan in front of him was the first to feel a blow of the Crimson Thunderfist. Demonic clans are excessively proud. Transferring brain to muscle, one experiences pride in a different sense of the word. But neither option seemed appropriate. Jeon Minchul instructed his subordinates not to eliminate all their foes, but to leave at least a few behind. However, the order came too late. The eternal wars had already wiped everything out. Jeon Minchul then remarked, "In that case, let's deal with the rest." The system announced that his level had increased. It was now necessary to search for traces of souls and awaken new abilities. Seraphina's special power released an aura that unsettled the minds of others. Baylor's ability could render anything he gazed upon motionless. Jeon Minchul realized it was time to select his third ability, unlocked every 15 levels. He carefully studied the proposals, wondering whether to choose the skill of enchantment. After some thought, he decided to test it. However, this power mostly worked on targets whose minds were particularly susceptible to influence. As to the Clan of Doom, they had no fixed concept of gender. The system reported the power of enchantment had successfully penetrated the mind of the demon Cartham. Young Mensch realized that this ability was working. Even though the opponents looked human on the outside, they were still demons on the inside. "It's time for us to have an honest conversation," he said. Cartham had no chance to defend himself against the protagonist's ability. His mind was numbed. Cartham came to his senses and asked, "Where am I? Who is this captivatingly handsome man?" Our hero asked the subject, "What is your name? And how old are you?" The unfortunate man replied, "My name is Cartham, and I am a proud member of the Clan of Doom. I am 586 years old." Hanji Yon Lara shouted, "Cartham, don't say anything." "What is that rascal doing?" Jeon Mench asked. "Let Fenrir swallow the Batwing villain," Jeon Mench ordered. Fenrir followed the command and said, "It's very tasty." Jeon Mench remarked, "One mouthful is enough for conversation." Our hero noticed that the power of enchantment had worked perfectly on his opponent and asked, "Do you want to tell me everything you know?" Had you tried to free yourselves from the limitations of the lower dimensions in any way? Carthan replied that research into circumventing those limitations was almost complete, and that the method involved the use of chaos shards. Jeon Minchul asked, how long does the obsession last after that time is up? Do they return to their true body? Carthan replied, the obsession dissipates in 3 days. After that, they return to pandemonium. Jeon Minchul asked, what are they going to do about this obsession? The opponent replied, by taking possession of this dimension and descending into it, we intend to join forces with Northern General Kim Mukwan and turn the capital into a sea of fire. Jeon Minchul thought they are targeting the capital city and even cooperating with the Northern Armed Forces. But why the capital city? Those demons from Pandemonium have been plotting to reduce the capital to ashes for a long time. Looks like they've got their sights set on the tower after all. The chaos shards must have accumulated from the energy flowing out of the tower. If that's the case, Jeon Minchul said there are still questions. Invading the capital with inferior demons is quite difficult. How did they prepare for it? And who invented the possession ritual? Carthan replied, even before the ritual was completed, we encountered interference. The original target for the possession was medium demons, and the ritual itself was devised by a man known as the Professor. He added, I don't know anything else. Jeon Minchul realized that he now needed to get busy looking for this professor. Young Meko wished Fenrir a pleasant appetite. When a highly ranked being descends to a lower dimension, it faces many limitations caused by suppression. Avoiding this suppression has been an eternal problem studied throughout the universe. The solution to this puzzle, which appeared about 30 years ago, was found by man. Who was he? This Professor Elian Martin, who had appeared nearby, immediately ran up to our hero. The girl asked the hunter, are you hurt? Why do you look worried? Young Mench said, that gorgeous mountain over there collapsed and chaos reigned, but I'm perfectly fine. I'm doing fine. The moment Fenrir absorbed Cartham, the black pillar on top of the mountain also disappeared. Nothing was left behind. Seeing that no trace was left, our hero thought it might have been a one-time ritual. Ellie wondered, did Hunter Jeon Minchul really decide to use Kalan? The girl pulled back and said that she just smelled a pleasant scent, but she didn't have any back thoughts. Young Mench realized that the charm effect had worked on Ellie as well. The power of fascination works in such a way that it is constantly active unless it is consciously suppressed. Martin said with satisfaction, Hunter Jeon Minchul was unharmed. The protagonist briefly told his companions everything. This information was necessary for a proactive reaction to future events. Martin wondered, had they really planned such a thing in the Pandemonium? This is not something to be taken lightly. Shorty said, if the hunter hadn't taken care of the black crystal beforehand, dozens of middle demons would have been summoned. It might seem like a minor problem, but it's actually difficult to guarantee victory over even 3 or more medium demons. If dozens of these guys joined forces with the Northern Region's armed forces and launched a surprise attack, the capital would undoubtedly suffer huge damage. It's a good thing our hero took care of the scum of the underworld beforehand. Young Mench told Marthan to buy up all the lands marked on the map. The villains set up their magic circles in those areas. The places where they set up magic circles are the points where the tower's energy drains to. If the Interstellar Alliance buys up all these points in advance, they can anticipate their moves before the underworld starts up again, Young Mench explained. John Nicole asked, can we hide this purchase from the Interstellar Alliance? Marthan replied, it can be purchased under an alias. The hunter said, it's necessary to find a man known as the Professor. He may be connected to the underworld. Jeon Minchul thought maybe they don't know the professor's name, gender, or age, but it's still better than doing nothing. Before doing so, the heroes stopped by the scum ship from the underworld, where they were able to retrieve a significant amount of leftover magical catalyst. After that, the angels were sent out to reconsider. Then everyone departed and was able to return quietly without any problems. Finally, the travelers returned to the guild branch. Young Mench told Mr. Martin to take care of the prisoners from the underworld. Martin said, have Ellie submit a report to the association. The young men said goodbye, with the protagonist mentioning he had some other things to do. On this expedition to the Lost Lands, they had been pretty lucky. If it hadn't been for Ellie and Marthan, they wouldn't have even found the location of the ritual. Our hero would have had to face several medium demons. Young Menchel, looking at the dog, thought that it wasn't worth hoping for luck. In the end, the only thing our hero could rely on was his own strength. Jeon Minchul said, Fenrir, don't touch me under any circumstances from now on. The poodle wondered, so, does that mean I need to focus on protecting my master? The hunter said, make sure no one is around. Jeon Minchul thought that in 5 months, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a master. This was definitely a great achievement. The truth is that the hunter has been paying too little attention to this achievement lately. The hero activated high mana concentration. Jeon Call, as always in such cases, thought that he needed to train more power. The the ability to crush them no matter what tricks they resorted to. It needed absolute power, like the kind of power that Gladiator Damos had. Jeon Minchul thought that with his current experience, it was worth trying a method to enhance his insufficient physical abilities. The first way to transcend human limitations. Transcendence is the process of reshaping the body into a form that can have a more powerful impact, penetrating every cell, including bones, blood vessels, and other body components with chaos energy, allowing cells to contain great power, tearing them apart and rebuilding them repeatedly, thus destroying and rebuilding the body. It excretes all the impurities that have accumulated in the body over 23 years, the microcosm created inside his simulacro. Has no limits, he can radiate infinite energy, but right now his vessels are too thin to withstand such a thing. Therefore, our hero must advance one step further through transcendence. Jeon Minchul thought that he had finally reached the perfect harness state. His body had become very light. The imbalance between his inner energy and physical strength that he had felt all this time had been somewhat resolved. Fair wondered if the master was better now. He had been standing back and watching the man the whole time. He was very surprised. Fair added, I thought the host was on fire. It felt like he was about to turn into fire or something. He continued, I can smell a disgusting odor. Jeon Minchul asked, how bad is it if it smells like that? Jeon Minchul covered his nose with his hand and thought it was spreading toxins. All the harmful substances accumulated over more than 20 years of life at the dead cells, torn apart in a process of rebuilding bodies. It's all here now. Jeon Minchul told the angels to clean it up. After a while, the angels reported that everything was spotlessly clean. Now they could go back to practicing. Jeon Minchul decided to see how things had changed. In terms of quantity, it was like raising dozens of levels at once. With this level, our hero would be able to learn advanced martial arts techniques that he couldn't master before. First, we must start with the Imperial Sword Form. The Imperial Sword Form is a technique that can only be learned after reaching the 6th level in spear, bow, and sword skills. Right now, our hero had this skill at level 4. However, all Imperial Sword Forms were stored in his soul. Jeon Minchul decided to recreate the essence of the Imperial Sword Form using these memories. From the smallest movements to the perfect use of energy, the angels observing their boss said it was amazing. The Lord's aura is unusually strong. Even just being around it is like being crushed. The system reported that the hero had mastered the Imperial Sword Form. Its strength might be inferior to the 7-star Divine Sword, but in terms of power consumption, this model was much better. Jeon Minchul didn't know that the conditions for prior mastery of a particular martial art would be applied as a concept of inheritance. Even though the spear, bow, and sword skill that was at rank 5 came at rank 4, it's still an incredible achievement. Our hero subsequently mastered several more martial arts techniques. The system reported that the hero had mastered the advanced skill Soul Nucleation Barrier technique from 5-element unity. The character obtained the Heavenly Demon Lord Scroll and mastered the advanced skill Circle of Flame from the Demonic Song of Blades. The angels thought that this aura was no joke at all, a spell that controlled the surrounding space. One wondered how strong their master would become. Jeon Minchul thought that the Heavenly Demon Lord Scroll was not inheritable. A heavenly demon is a living deity worshipped by all members of the demon sect. The protagonist never thought that he would learn the martial art of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon transcended human boundaries and conquered the entire Dark Continent. As said, he became a god and ascended on the Dark Continent. There were a few absolute beings who had undergone ascension. They reached enlightenment and went to the primordial realm. The people of the Dark Continent described the primordial realm as a paradise. However, even though there is a heavenly realm, Elysium, there has never existed a place called the higher realm in any dimension. Where could those who claim to have attained enlightenment or become heavenly demons go? This is not something that can be understood by just pondering. In any case, during this transcendence of rebirth, our hero had completely surpassed his limits. Mastering martial arts techniques and emitting internal energy became more natural to him. At this level, Jeon Minchul could try this even with Fenrir. Poodle said that the gentleman is looking at him very suspiciously. Jeon Minchul said that this dog is remarkably perceptive. Hunter answered the call from Cheon. Is she really planning to assign a mission like she did with that last gate incident? The girl told our hero that something big had happened to his little sister. Young Vishal thought, is this girl really in trouble? A few minutes before a branch of the Holy Guild, the man fixing his glasses said that couldn't have happened. She received excellent grades in all subjects of the Hunter's preliminary training course, but this is a first in the history of their guild. Her comprehension level is the highest among junior high school students in history. Chan Zhang smiled and said, we made the right decision by agreeing to this request. Those brother and sister look like monsters as rookies. At first, when he said he wanted to introduce his sister, she thought it was a simple request. But, as expected, her skills were guaranteed by hunter Jeon Minchul. Ji-young added, "We definitely can't miss out on Minjin, that promising hunter." The head of the guild said, "We are doing our best to meet the needs of the students." The interlocutor asked, "When will the exam for hunters be held?" John replied, "If they only have to take the practical exam, then the preparation for the hunter exam would be over. This training is a practical test." Minjin inquired, "Do you just have to? In the battle?" The girl was told that if she could do that, nothing more was needed. Against Minjin, a hologram lizard warrior was released. This hologram was very realistic and impressive. The man said that they would be judging based on the results of the battle of the hologram monster. Even though it's a hologram, it's still a C-rank monster. Any ordinary person would have fallen into a stupor from surprise. Looking at the student, the man thought, "What kind of position is this?" In all the training courses, she has performed well and is using the best techniques she can show. Ming Jun shouted that she was about to demonstrate the transcendent sword. The girl effectively attacked the hologram lizard monster. After a successful attack, the monster was replaced by a crack in the wall and floor. Minjun was confused, for her attack had caused damage. Jeon Minchul apologized for his sister and said that he would pay for the repairs. Chun Jiang said that there was no need for that. It was the same thing that happened during training. Our hero specifically went to the Holy Guild to look into what happened. Young Menchel said that he couldn't burden the guild any further, as they already owed them a debt. Besides, our hero expected them to complain at least a little after the chaos on the guild grounds. However, after talking to the guild head, the protagonist thought that Chan Zhong was even glad. Jeon Minchul said that his sister, on the contrary, looked upset. Mijun told her brother that she needed to go to the ladies' room quickly, so she was upset. Jiang and Jeon Mench thought that Mijun really looked very tense. Chanji said that she had a request for Hunter Jeon Mench. Chan Zhong said that she really wanted Minjun's apprentice to study in their guild. Didn't they say that this building was built to withstand the attacks of even A-class hunters? But Minjun was able to break through the wall. The head of the guild asked that Jeon Mench convey this request to his sister. Our hero thought that he had asked Mrs. Chanzong to do so from the beginning. Her reaction, however, was far more passionate than he had expected. Minjun wondered, is this really where her brother lives? This place is too big and beautiful to live in alone. Young Mench replied that he made a lot of money. Jeon Minchul asked his sister to show what she had already learned in the Holy Guild. The guy added that he should check to see if his sister was studying diligently. Myun said she was ready, but her brother might regret it later. The instructor said she had outstanding talent. Jeon Mench said that he wouldn't regret anything since he's an A-class hunter. The brother said his sister should obey her elders. Our hero thought that the traces of destruction on the wall of the Holy Guild building were definitely left by the trans-dependent sword. He needed to find out if Minj was really the reincarnation of the hero. Minjun confronted him and told Jeon Mench not to underestimate her just because she's his sister. Our hero thought that this girl was fast and strong. She immediately covered her entire body with magical armor. She undoubtedly had impressive talent. Her combat sense was also incredible. There was no shadow of a doubt about that. She moved so boldly, even though it had only been a short time since her awakening. Is astounding. Minjun has a truly fearless fighting style, uninhibited by her wounds. She is so similar to the hero that she can be perceived as either a descendant of the hero or a reincarnation of him. Mingjin used the power of the 7 Sons of Nanavi technique. It was amazing. Jeon Mench activated his demonic fist and asked his sister, who recently wanted to destroy this building, does he really think he can bully his little sister? After a fierce fight, Minjun was lying on her back on the floor. Young Minch asked, is she giving up? The girl replied, my brother wouldn't wait for that. I'm just giving myself a breather. Young Menchel noticed that his sister was breathing rather heavily. Minjun noticed that her muscles were sore. The guy told the girl not to be dramatic and activated the holy fire. It's perfectly normal, he said. After chasing me and me beating you up in the process, you're in pain. Minjun's potential for growth is really huge. If she is trained properly, she can become even stronger than the past hero. Young Minchel asked his sister what she thought was wrong with her sparring. Minjun replied, maybe the speed. Young Minchel stated that the problem was that she went into hand-to-hand combat without using her special skills. Minjun remarked, when you showed up, I couldn't use my sword. The young man said, in that case, you should make it impossible for me to surface. Jeon Minchul thought that a physical demonstration would be easier to understand. However, he was trying to train someone who might be the reincarnation of the one who had destroyed him in a past life. Minjun prepared for the attack and said, this time, you should be better prepared. Looking at his sister approaching, the boy thought she was trying to trick him with her movements. That's not a bad idea, he thought. But if she were my little sister or a hero from my past life, she still has a lot to learn. I'm not going to cut her any slack in her education. Jeon Minchul asked the girl, is it different from what you expected? Minchul wondered, how did he know where I would attack from? Jeon Minchul replied, I read your muscle movement and mana flow. He added, fighting without being able to read your opponent is pointless. Even the strongest attack only makes sense if it hits the target. Minchul asked her brother, will you teach me this method? Young Menchel was surprised. Do you really want it for free? Minchul was taken aback. Her brother was putting such conditions on her. The guy remarked, even siblings need to make deals sometimes. Jeon Minchul then said, make me a promise. No matter what happens, you won't destroy me. Minchul was stunned. Is brother really saying this seriously? He should stop joking around and just state his terms. Young Menchel still clearly remembered the moment when the hero's sword pierced his heart. He didn't want to experience something like that again. He didn't mind training a new hero, but he had to take some safety measures first. Minchul was startled. Her brother looked very serious. Of course, the girl promised. Jeon Minchul told her, put some blood on your thumb. The young ones touched their fingers, forming a bond through a small wound. Minchul promised that she would never harm her brother. Afterward, she wondered, is that really the end of it? In truth, there was nothing extraordinary about it. The protagonist believed the pact was now complete. As Minchul grew, the binding force of the pact would only become stronger, making it harder to break. Jeon Minchul suggested that they continue their training. Jeon Minchul reminded his sister to clear her mind before beginning. He told her not to overthink, since cultivating inner power required a pure and focused spirit. The purification ritual took place at the center of the magic circle. Jeon Minchul explained that he would teach her martial arts. Martial arts were not a native skill of this world, so no ordinary instructor could pass them on. The first lesson was the method of channeling mana, rooted in the law of the heart. Jeon Minchul explained that he would guide his energy into Minchul's body, and she must remember the sensation to replicate it later on. The protagonist placed his hand on Minchul's back, transferring a stream of chaos energy to help her awaken her power. Soon it would begin to flow through her veins. According to the laws of martial arts, the martial art that the protagonist is about to teach his sister is the Shaolin monk's law of the heart of inner chi, also known as the keyed vibration system. This martial art surpasses even the heavenly demon art with its ascension. The chi collected with this system is always pure, stable, and cannot be shaken under any circumstances. The study of the law of the heart alone can already strengthen the bones, skin, and make the muscles strong. It is said that by attaining a certain level of mastery, one can become as strong as a Vajra. It is safe to say that this law of the heart is most compatible with the Mingjong fighting style. Ideally, one would also know the contents of the text in the Shaolin Temple, but since they have incorporated the principles directly into the law of the heart, his sister will need to be able to learn it. Jeon Minchul told his sister, now that you have seen everything, you should try to do it again yourself. The path into her sister's body had been made, and now it would all depend on how well she was able to control the mana. Jeon Minchul saw Minchul's body react and said, that was incredible. She understood everything and absorbed the whole flow on the first try. She is much more talented than Verde. Minchul realized that her senses had sharpened and her body was overflowing with power. Was this really what martial arts was all about? The girl told her brother, this is just incredible. Jeon Minchul reminded her, don't forget about the key absorption system. Minchul suggested sparring again. The girl said, I think I understand everything now. Jeon Minchul thought that his sister was bursting with enthusiasm. Several hours had passed. Minchul's condition worsened significantly. Jeon Minchul wondered, what did she expect? The girl didn't understand why she couldn't land a single hit on her brother during sparring. Jeon Minchul stated, I'm not kind enough to let a martial arts novice hit me. Though the protagonist was actually very impressed with his sister's tactics and technical performance. Although Minchul had only learned the basics of martial arts, the law of the heart did not enhance weapon techniques. It only slightly increased physical abilities and the ability to manipulate mana. Moreover, in terms of muscle movement, mana control, and all other aspects, the protagonist outclassed his sister by at least 5 times. At some point, Mingjun was able to bring her sword closer to her brother's body. Young Mench thought it was only for a moment, but she was able to keep up with his movements. Of course, he wouldn't let her beat him. To think the girl was able to understand the intricacies in just a few battles. Minchun had truly incredible fighting talent. The poodle, doing its duty as a friend of man, brought the girls some water. Minjevin gratefully accepted the water and said, I didn't know my brother was raising such a cute baby. Young men thought that this fenrir in a poodle's skin was popular with the girls. Minjevin said, I need a longer rest this time. The poodle supported her and said that it was necessary to take a break. Jeon Minchul stated that the rest was over, and the sister should get up immediately. After that, our hero spent a few more days training with Minjun. He taught her the basics of combat, like reading the opponent's movements and body movement techniques. At one point, the girl said, I will train diligently and will definitely beat my brother. After that, she was sent to the Holy Guild. Our hero admonished his sister with words to develop her potential and train hard. He thought that after laying the foundation, Minjin would be able to handle the rest on her own. Young Mako asked Ellie how things were going at the guild branch office. The girl replied, "It's good, even too good, thanks to Hunter Young Menchel. Things are going so well that we have a lot to do. We also plan to start producing merchandise bearing the name of Hunter Jong Mench." Ellie then asked if the hunter had found that person named Professor. Young Mench replied that something was wrong. Even the hunters from the lower world didn't know anything about him. The association said they would file a formal complaint with Pandemonium about what happened. He inquired if the hunter planned to go to the tower again. The protagonist noticed that his secretary was quite perceptive. The girl said, "I actually have a gift for the hunter. I'll give it to him if he comes back safely." Jeon Minchul stated, "I'll be coming by soon for that gift." After that, our hero sent a request through Ellie to check the fragments of Heron's chaos magic circles. Ellie also took care of minor tasks like managing the training grounds, reincarnation, mains training, and even assignments in the Interstellar Alliance. Now that our hero is done with all that, it's time to climb the tower again. Tower of Trials, 6th floor. Dungeon Breath. There are valuable ores buried in Mount Kuss. Only one ore can be taken. Since the 6th floor is rich in ores, the goal of the task will be to mine them. The passage condition is simple. However, there are still some minor problems. On the 6th floor, it's best to team up with the community or hire someone from the 5th floor. This task was originally designed for a group of people. The protagonist has discovered a type of tunnel that stretches downward. It looks like there's a place to mine at the bottom. Apparently, he will have to go down for a while. At the bottom, Jeon Mench saw monsters coming out of the walls. They said it was their ores. Jeon Mench thought that these monsters had revitalized after noticing his presence. The monsters were the Crystal Deceased. The Information Guild didn't talk about it and only provided our hero with the most basic information. Stats range from a rank to B rank. These monsters had blocked the exit, so there was no way to escape. There was only one way to solve the problem. Jeon Mench decided that he had no choice but to move forward. Our hero activated the Imperial Sword form. No matter how high their strength and defense were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of such a sword technique. The guy was gaining an incredible amount of experience points. Ahead, the passage gradually narrowed. This time, ants appeared in front of our hero. Judging by their size, they were the ones who had dug these tunnels. Jeon Mench used the Imperial Unicorn Horn Spear Sword, as well as the ring style. After the attacks were made, the protagonist thought it was more effective than hunting at the gate. Jungmin was almost at the target. It was mined 67B iron and copper could be mined here. Looking around, our hero thought, is this really a place for mining? But how do you even mine ore here? The system had told him that to mine ore, you had to touch the wall with your hand. But don't you need tools like picks for that? It was amazing that the ore was extracted in such a way you couldn't use one of your hands while mining. Looking ahead, our hero realized that the passage was different from the one he came from. Jung Cho saw strangers and decided that meeting other people here was even possible. The guy thought to check the condition of his weapon. The stranger approached our hero and asked, "Is it possible that you challenge the 6th floor by yourself?" Jungmin Cho replied, "Isn't it obvious?" Jungmin Cho was surprised. They really mean to say that people like me should always remain vigilant. A colleague told Mithrang that it was time for them to leave. Mithrang replied that they were all tired, so it would be a good idea to take a break. Mithrang laid down on the ground and said, "I'm so tired that I can't even move." The others thought that Mithrang had reactivated his useless chatter. Jung Mencho, however, suspected something deeper. He wondered if these people had decided to keep an eye on him while he was mining. Was this truly of good intention, or did they have some ulterior motive? Jung Mencho asked Mithrang, "If I take my hand off the wall, will my loot reset to 0? Mithrang replied, "In that case, the timer would stop." The system then informed our hero that the mining was complete, and that 17.5 kilograms of iron ore had been obtained. Jung Mencho thought about it. Each mine had its own limit on spoils. If the test was completed after returning with the loot, it would be surprisingly easy. Mithrang said, "If a hunter comes here alone, it's best not to be greedy. Just go back. The lower you go, the more dangerous it becomes." Jung Mencho inquired, "So, the lower you go, the higher the quality of ore you can get?" As they left that part of the dungeon, Mithrang and his colleagues said, "If we're lucky, we'll meet again." Young Mensch realized that those people had decided to go lower. Although this challenge had a low difficulty level, if you wanted to get a big reward, you'd have to take a risk. This was a high-risk, high-reward challenge. Jung Mensch summoned his Eternal Knight and said, "From now on, I trust you to cover my back." Our hero realized that he wouldn't be able to contain his greed. Jung Mensch wrapped a chain around himself and decided that he would first learn the Earth Chain martial art. Black Star Wuhan was a martial artist from their demonic sect. In the past, Wuan had been imprisoned in the Heavenly Abode prison for a long time. His body was bound by iron chains, and he couldn't move even a finger freely. But he studied the martial arts in his mind. Wuan was very clever, and he figured out how to use the chains that bound him to his advantage. This is how the art of the Golden Land Heaven Destroyer was born. Lightning fast knife-throwing techniques were not suitable for battles with crystal dead men and ants encountered on the 6th floor. Hellfire can't be used in enclosed spaces like caves. Therefore, the only true option is to learn the art of the Golden Earth Heaven Destroyer. The Eternal Knight reported that no one had approached this place while the Lord was training. Our hero decided to go lower. He would try to go in a different direction from the one in which the group of people went. The crystal deceased said this man would not be able to take the ore. Waving the chain, our hero decided to get straight to the point. The Eternal Knight, while striking the monsters, told them not to get in their way. Young Menchel thought that he was now safely protected. Jeon Minchul thought that if he continued to descend at this pace, he would reach the lowest floor. On the way, our hero met ant soldiers and variations of altered dead. The lower they went, the more variations of monsters they met. However, for our hero, all monsters were just good old experience points. Rare ores could only be found by going lower and lower. Our hero decided to go down to the lowest floor in order to pass the test flawlessly. The system reported that the hero had entered the deepest part of Mount Cass. The senses were dulled. The protagonist thought that the magic of the mountain affected a person's senses. They were not going to make the descent easy. Jeon Minchul thought that he should stop the disturbance of his senses with the Chaos Shield. He realized there was only a short walk to the next mine. However, he was stopped. The warrior said, Gehenna's territory begins next. It is forbidden for outsiders to mine here. Young Menchu thought, is this a demon from the Calamity Clan? The stranger stated, this mine belongs to the Gehenna community, which is made up only of Pandemonium descendants. A hunter could pass through, but if he tried to secretly mine the ore, he would be destroyed. This stranger looked like a recently ascended demon. Jeon Minchul would like to chop this demon in half right here and now, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. The system told him that this mine could be used to mine Mythil. He could see why they sent special teams down here. Mythil was a rare metal that was difficult to mine in the lower dimensions. It's a very tempting monopoly for the communities to monopolize. The problem is that the lower the hero goes down, the rarer ores he will encounter. Does this mean that all these mines are also controlled by the 7 great communities? The protagonist thought that, in that case, trouble lay ahead of him. The hunter saw a passage recently dubbed by someone. The Eternal Knight confirmed this assumption. Our hero thought it was a passageway no one had ever used before. Was it an opportunity or a dead end? We should check it out, he decided. Jeon Minchul sensed that there were monsters ahead, yet they were fighting for some reason. He used his fields of invisibility and ghost art. The monsters were not fighting with humans, but among themselves. It was a bit surprising. Could it be that they were fighting each other? Young Min thought. The ants were outnumbered and would soon be finished. The only thing left to do was to deal with the crystal dead. However, our hero saw explosions. Was it self-destruction? Not that. Jeon Minchul disagreed with the idea of self-destruction. After all, they were all of his experience points. Waving his chain, he rushed towards his opponents. After all, he should be the one to strike the final blow at them. Having dealt with the crystal dead, our hero said he was done. Now, all that was left were the ants. When Young Mitch heard some sounds, he was surprised. Who said that? Who had managed to come down here before him? Someone said it was her, the strange creature said as their gazes finally met. The creature's eyes shone with joy. Young Mensch wondered, was that her talking just now? It was like she came out of an anime. The creature said that she was Princess Ceased and thanked him for saving her. Young Mensch replied, it's natural to save someone in trouble, even though I didn't do it on purpose. Cease said that she didn't think there was a prince on a white horse in this world. Cease added that she could feel the sweet pheromones emitted by the prince. Young Mensch wondered if she was also affected by his passive charm skill. Cease said that she had one request for the prince. Young Mensch thought that he should suppress the passive skill. Charm. Even in the tower, Cease says that she has a mom. She is still alive and well, as she can live for thousands of years. However, she despises her for having extraordinary talents beyond even her own. Just then, her mom set a trap by creating a new mine during the battle and trapped her in it. Cease asks, will you help me escape from this floor? Our hero has been given the secret mission of the 6th floor of Exodus. The 6th floor is under the full control of the Ant Queen. In order to create a new colony, the princess will have to escape. Escape from Mount Hose. You have to help Princess Cease steal the adamantium hidden in the heart of the Ant Empire and escape from Mount Hyas. Adamantium is a rare mineral that can compete with orichalcum, which our hero bought earlier at an auction. While orichalcum is known as the strongest metal in the universe, adamantium is known for its sensitivity to mana. Jeon Minchul thought that with adamantium, he would be able to make new equipment and even enhance powerful magic circuits. This is a very lucrative assignment. Young Minch held out his hand and said, "I'll help you escape from here." The princess was happy to be helped. The princess said she could be called Cease from now on without using formal titles. Cease guided our hero through the tangled tunnels. With the help of telepathy, they managed to avoid battles with ants that crossed their path. C asked the hunter what he thought about the princess's authority. Young Mensch thought she was more of a sweetheart than an authoritative figure. While they were advancing, Jeon Minchul destroyed the crystal deceased. Cease said, "As expected, the prince is gorgeous." Our hero wished that Cease would call him Prince less. The deeper the young men descended into Mount Heath, the more difficult and costly it became for him to stop the dulling of his senses. The hunter asked if it didn't bother Cease. The princess said she didn't know what he was talking about. Young Mensch thought that punishments like dulling the senses didn't apply to ants. He thought it was unfair. For others, just coming down here would already be an achievement. Young Mensch asked if there were many people who were able to climb to the deepest part of the mountain. Cease replied there are only a few, and that they had met her mother and spoken with her. The hunter wondered, does the queen really communicate with humans? She seems far more merciful than I expected. Cease explained that the queen always began conversations in a way that made others feel intimidated. Young Mensch realized that such interactions usually started from a position of pressure. People from the surrounding communities, knowing that even if the queen of the Ant Empire, Organa's successor, would quickly rise, chose to compromise with her to maintain stability. Young Mensch asked the princess how much further they had to go. Cease replied that they had already arrived. "That is the treasure chamber," she said. "The queen keeps her most valuable possessions there. To strengthen her influence, she must obtain the adamantium and royal jelly stored inside." Young Mensch asked if telepathy could affect the guards at the door. Cease answered that they were her mother's personal guardians, so it would not be easy. Young Mensch thought the guards looked quite formidable. The protagonist decided that, if possible, he would persuade them to join his own ranks. The system reported that the target who received the Eternity Curse had passed away. Jeon Minchul thought that a 10% decrease in all stats was a pretty good debuff. It's a shame that it can't be used on insect targets at once. Jeon Minchul lunged forward with his spear and said, "This guard will also become my soldier." Jeon Minchul thought to those guards. Reinforcements arrived immediately. Our hero stated, "We're not the only ones with reinforcements." This was a chance to increase his army's strength. Jeon Minchul thought that he would defeat and eat the ants, then immediately resurrect them as eternal knights. Our hero calculated that he currently had 4 knights and 4 warriors. He could make 2 more warriors in the future. Cease said, "The prince is truly peerless." Cease told the prince, "Wait for me. This place has a double lock. It will take me about an hour to open it." Junchul ordered the warriors and knights to guard the entrance. After an hour, the lock was indeed picked. The door opened, and our hero saw the treasure stored in that room. Cease screamed, "I found adamantium and royal jelly. I'm going to take them all." Jeon Minchul thought that there were enough other treasures here besides adamantium. Jeon Minchul asked the princess if he could have some too. Cease replied, "I don't mind." As the rightful heiress, she also had the right to receive her mom's inheritance. Jeon Minchul thought that, in that case, he should maximize the size of his dimensionless vault. He would take everything he could carry. Hail to the Ant Queen. Hunter asked the princess, "Did you take everything you needed?" Jeon Minchul thought that now all they had to do was get out of here. An armed ant appeared at the entrance and said, "Those who dare disturb Her Majesty's peace shall perish." Jeon Minchul was surprised. This monster not only slightly surpassed the Eternal Knight in strength, but it also possessed an aura. Cease said, "It's the Queen's guardian. Why didn't this monster appear here?" Jeon Minchul wondered. The guards are made up of strong warriors personally selected by the Queen. Cease asked for protection. Jeon Minchul realized that this guardian used aura and fought like a human. It seemed this guardian was much stronger than originally thought. However, our hero said it wouldn't work on him, and with a blow of his magic sword, he cut the guard to pieces. The guardian wondered what kind of power could overpower an aura. He had never heard of it before. Cease said, "As expected, the prince is gorgeous." Jeon Minchul told the princess to hold on tight. From then on, they began their endurance fight. The protagonist told his eternal knight to block the passage. If there are hundreds of royal guards here who aren't subject to the punishments of the mountain, it won't be easy to leave with the princess. In that case, they must escape from here before they are caught. Young Minchul asked the princess why these guards had come to the treasury. Cease replied that she didn't know. They were supposed to be guarding the lower floors in the first place. The hunter suggested that the queen must have gotten very angry, and a paralyzing bomb was used. The Eternal Knight took heavy damage and was destroyed. Young Menchel thought that all of his knights had been destroyed. We have to hurry. However, an unpleasant thing happened. The passage was blocked by a huge rock. Our heroes asked the princess if there was another way. C stated that they would have to make a slight detour. They were pretty close to the finish line now, though. Jeon Minchul put his hand on the stone and told the princess not to worry. The guy added that in his world, there is an expression at the end of the road he walks. Success always awaits him. Our hero activated the penetrator. There was a powerful explosion and the passage was open. The princess said it was awesome, as expected from a prince on a light horse who came to rescue me. Steve said, "We're almost there, almost at the top." The princess asked the hunter to help her climb another ladder. Fortunately, our hero was able to get to the top without being captured. Some men in dark cloaks appeared ahead. They identified our hero as a player on a secret mission. In their opinion, he looked quite skillful. These people were surprised that this player was still alive. Jeon Minchul didn't expect strangers to appear here. One of the outsiders said they had received an assignment here too. Nothing perfect, nothing personal. The opponent asked, does this hunter really want to know what assignment they got? Our hero thought that the ants and the players were feuding with each other. He would never have thought that the Ant Queen would give a task to the players. The Ant Queen ordered the players to catch the thieves and return the stolen treasure. Jeon Minchul thought that the queen had given out this task to harass Cease. Or maybe she was just angry because someone had cleaned out her treasury. The princess told the prince, leave Cease and go. You can still survive. Jeon Minchul thought that these players were disciples of the Mobius clan who had a contract with the queen. However, they were still apprentices. CC explained the Mobius community is one of the 7 great communities. They have Archmage support. Jeon Minchul wondered, was the princess really worried about him? Right now, hearing about the Archmages, our hero remembered the explanation that Zhang Shengyi had given him on the 5th floor. One of the 7 Archmages goes to the extremes of magic to reach the state of Ascension. The hunter wondered, did the princess really think he would just take off and run away? Our hero said, these guys in front of me are not Archmages. They can't run away from little brats like these opponents. One of the players asked, is this guy really challenging them? They've already erected a barrier, so no one can enter here and no one can contact the world outside the barrier. It would be better if the young man spared his life. Jeon Minchul said, in that case, we are all in the same boat and activated the power of the heavenly demon. The opponents were surprised. Did this guy really use martial arts? He doesn't realize that his life is at stake. Hung Menchel used the Dark Starhorn Spear, increasing his combat strength by 20%. Our hero asked, are the opponents confident? Suppression was activated. The target, weaker than the host, had all of its stats reduced by 20%. The opponents got angry and decided to show their real strength. An ice golem and a storm bird were summoned against our hero. Jeon Minchul said, since all the Eternal Knights have been destroyed, it's now my turn to come out. The power of light was used. Our hero asked, can you straighten out these bipeds for me here? Of course, a positive answer was received. Jeon Minchul thought it was all about the holy light that counteracts magic. The angel is doing well too. Looks like the storm bird can be recalled soon. However, he won't be able to do that quickly with an ice golem, most likely needing extra time. Our hero decided to take a little break and regain his strength. Super sensitivity has been activated. At the same moment, the protagonist felt the presence of the lust for annihilation. Young Mench shouted to the princess to immediately move back and realized that he was facing a battle with a giant. It was such a powerful lust for destruction that it activated Jeon Minchul's super sensitivity. This opponent was much stronger than the one he had fought in the dungeon. The monster said that this hunter had honored and appeared before his gaze. However, how dare he do such a thing? C said it was her ma. Even though the appearance is different, the aura is definitely that of a queen. The princess stated that her mom had been possessed by the body of a guard. The queen declared that this was so. This insolent man who had stupefied her daughter and guided her down the path of decay would be destroyed. She will personally destroy him along with her daughter. Jeon Minchul said that he can't let that happen. He has personal obligations. Young Mench tells the princess that he'll handle it himself. It's not that simple, Cease replied, but I also have a trump card up my sleeve. The princess summoned a huge monster to her aid. The princess monster that Cease has been possessed by battled with the guardian that the queen had been possessed by. Cease said he'd take care of the queen and the prince would deal with the others in the meantime. The queen said, how dare Cease attack me? Today, I will beat out that nasty temper. Jeon Minchul thought that the rumors about Cease's talent were not exaggerated. She had become strong enough to stand up to the queen. Jeon Minch said, make sure Cease holds on a little longer. I'll be back soon. The protagonist realized that there was no more time to lose. It was necessary to deal with these magicians as soon as possible and go to the queen. Young Mench saw the fog appear and thought that it was also suppressing his vision. Are the magicians up to something? One of the mages said they had underestimated this kid who only made it to the 6th floor. We'll have to use that power. A colleague told Alvis, be careful. It's too dangerous. Alvis stated, if this continues, we could be destroyed. He's created a barrier, and we can't get out of here. There's got to be a way to defeat him. A report appeared that the tower system had detected an outside force, a being possessing the divine essence. Outside interference has been detected inside the tower. Administrator confirmation is required. If the administrator does not intervene, the divine entity will be automatically eliminated in 10 minutes. Youngden wondered, how could this be possible? Outside interference has been detected. Thor, the god of thunder, appeared. Do you summon me? Thor asked. Youngden thought, to summon a god into his own body, he must have the blood of the thunder god in his veins. It's unbelievable. He is indeed worthy of the title of god. He is of the highest class and soul power. Jeon Minchul thought that it was still a pathetic parody of a true miracle. Even the Silver Crescent Dark Star resisted its greatness to the effect of the celestial technique. Thor said, I will have to show the difference in our levels. He swung his hammer. Jeon Minchul thought that this lightning bolt was truly charged with divine power. This kind of pressure could not be contained by internal energy alone. Thor wondered, had he really withstood a lightning strike amplified by divine power? He then said, not bad for a mere mortal. Jeon Minchul thought that with the Avatar skill, he could only use a small part of his true power, but even that small portion far surpassed anything he had encountered so far. If this kept up, he wouldn't be able to last 10 minutes. Our hero used the blessing of the rainbow. Thor was surprised. Did this wretched descendant decide to challenge me with his own power? Thor was shocked, so if this power could affect even him. Jeon Minchul used the Heaven Lord's step and suppression power. Thor said, does this man still not get it? These pathetic tricks won't work on him. Is this really all he can do? However, no matter what, Jeon Minchul attacked Thor. The latter responded by asking, how dare that person do such a thing? Jeon Minchul said that he had a special skill for such an opponent. Our hero took out his dagger and activated the built-in skill of the Jormungand's cloak. It was time to rewrite the myths. Ragnarok. The war started by Loki's children to overthrow the tyranny of the gods. The war started by Fenrir and his brother and sister, Twilight of the Gods. The stories of this war are well known on Earth as well. According to the myths, Thor, poisoned by Jormungand's poison, walked only 10 steps before he died. Though he didn't actually die, the other gods saved him. Jeon Minchul asked Thor how he liked his skill, Jormungand's poison. Thor swung his hammer and told his opponent not to make him laugh. Did Jeon Minchul really think that some pathetic mortal could defeat him? Jeon Minchul thought that such an attack was worthy of the strongest god. Our hero said that even Thor becomes weak when the poison penetrates his body. The single lightning technique was used. Thor shouted, this can't be happening. Jeon Minchul noted that it was a job well done. The mages were frightened. Was Alvis defeated? The deity had lost to a pathetic upstart from the lower floors. The mage shouted, this man will pay with his life for daring to defy his master. The surviving mage decided that he needed to escape. However, due to the barrier, he could not use the return stone. Yu Hongqiu was delighted. He had not defeated a true deity, but merely an avatar of it. But he had gained an incredible amount of experience. Without this Juramon's cloak, he wouldn't have succeeded. Not only was there someone in the tower who could accept divine power, without this cloak obtained on the 2nd floor, there would be no victory. Also, the 10 lightning blades given away to create a distraction. At least they had served their purpose. It was a shame to part with them. Anyway, I'm done with these Mobiuses. All that remained was to deal with the Ant Queen. However, the Ant Queen was losing to her opponent. Cease in monster form said her poison was merciless, even to her own mother. It's time to end this, she declared. Jeon Minchul appeared not far away and said, you did well. You developed pretty well. He then turned to the queen and asked, is he not the curly-haired man you expected? Our hero, thinking the queen who had taken over the body of a guard was a dangerous rival, knew it was necessary to finish this enemy with one blow. The protagonist used the Heaven Lord step and Zingle lightning technique. Cease remarked, when the queen is instilled into the body of a guardian, she feels pain just like her host. The princess added, her mom has probably already passed out from the shock of it. Jeon Minchul said, we need to leave this floor. The hidden task Exodus was completed. Our hero noticed that the adamantium counted as Minder too. Jeon Minchul asked the princess, does it bother you that the queen is suffering? Cease didn't answer but inquired, who are the glorious knights? Did the angels tell her highness? She must be very frightened. Protecting a lady is the duty of every knight. Cease noticed that these knights were very trustworthy. Jeon Minchul told the princess, I am going to the 7th floor. What are your plans? Suchi replied, I want to go too. Jeon Minchul asked, so, they're going together? The purpose of the new assignment was to provide Cease with a new home on the 7th floor. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Would this task really continue on the next floor as well? The protagonist stated, in that case, We are going up immediately. Cease replied, I have faith and I trust my prince. After checking his stats, our hero thought if we take into account the treasury treasures, I've made a good score. The 45th floor of the Archipelago of Measurements Test Tower. What do these names on the soul stones mean? 3 red-ranked disciples died. According to the traces of their souls, they were last seen on the 6th floor. They went to Mount Host to mine mithril. Then someone must have interrupted them. The assistant asked the master, should we send a search party? The master replied, it is necessary. The 6th floor of the tower is dedicated to the extraction of rare minerals. It's a neutral territory agreed upon by all 7 communities. If someone's behind this, they'll be in trouble. The master stated that this was a serious matter and that it was necessary to send his 4th circle disciples. The deputy said he would send out a search party immediately, all in the name of knowledge. The master agreed with this statement, everything in the name of knowledge. On the 7th floor of the challenge tower, our hero felt the unbearable heat. The goal of the assignment was to survive for 28 days in a violent world with no rules in a wild jungle. For the informants were not mistaken, this is an exact copy of the Catahan measurement, and this is where you have to stay for 4 weeks. In the dimension of Catahan, the entire fauna consists of dangerous monsters. Even creatures from higher dimensions cannot easily survive here. Young Mench thought if he were alone, there would be no problem. But he had a burden around his neck, Princess Cease. Plus, there was another problem. The tower system affected the hero's belongings. Young Minch didn't think that food would be banned as well. All the food and water in my inventory had become useless. It looked like I wouldn't be able to sit in the corner for 28 days. Jeon Minchul thought there was nothing to do and summoned the angels. Hunter said, have the angels scout the area and gather information on the local fauna. Cease told the angels, you are very nice knights. Please protect me. Jeon Minchul remarked, if the princess is bothering the angels, I'll send her back. Young Mench asked the princess, where do you plan to settle down? Cease replied, I haven't figured that out yet. Hunter figured they actually had a lot of things to do, but needed to tackle them all in order. The first thing to do was find shelter. Our hero had already survived in such a hell, so there would be no problems. If this place is anything like the Catahan dimension, he said, you need to be on your guard. Cease wondered, how bad could it be? Jeon Minchul climbed up a palm tree to pick a fruit, but the fruit dodged him. The hunter grabbed his weapon and used the Dark Star Ignis Tease. He chopped the tree into pieces using the shifting mountain technique. Cease wondered, are even the trees here monsters? The protagonist asked. An axe is the best tool for chopping down trees. These trees attract their prey with nutritious fruit and then attack by grabbing with their roots. Young Mench said, there are a lot of such monsters here. Does the princess now realize what they are facing? Cease asked. I will do whatever my prince says, Cease replied. Jeon Minchul noticed the angels returning and assumed that the reconnaissance was over. When the angels returned from their mission, they reported, this forest is huge and its boundaries are impossible to define. It is at least 3 times larger than the portal from which the hippos were climbing. This area has few features, the angel continued. There is a hill nearby and a river. The hill is 300 meters high. Gentleman Skulls suggested this hill could be a great vantage point. Suddenly, a huge beast appeared from the bushes and roared. Our hero realized that this was the territory of an Eo, a bear. Junko thought, if this place is a copy of the Catahan dimension, then it's possible to meet the corresponding monsters here. However, like all the creatures in the Tower of Trials, they were nothing more than faint imitations of the originals. After defeating the monster, he told Cease to collect its remains for study and to prepare supplies for the group. Jeon Minchul thought that, for the first time, they had resolved the food issue and found a suitable place to set up camp. He believed the ants would construct a shelter while the angels stood guard. Young Mench recalled that his entire army of immortals had fallen on the 6th floor. To gather a new force, he marked the surrounding monsters with eternity crystals. Once marked, they were purified and transformed into loyal warriors. The system reported that a new host had been detected and awareness of the hero's growing power was spreading. The eternal warriors bowed before their lord. Young Mench realized he now commanded 50 warriors of doom. Exhausted, he said it was time for him to replenish his strength. Cease was relieved that they finally had food. The protagonist noted that he hadn't eaten since meeting Cease. Though the rainbow's blessing had restored his strength, hunger still lingered. He trusted that his newly formed warriors would patrol the perimeter of their camp, so one could relax for a while. However, armed hunters appeared nearby. Young Menchel had already opened his mouth in anticipation, but he immediately received a message that his deaf warrior had been destroyed. Would he be able to eat in peace? He thought. The hunter, looking at the shards, couldn't understand what kind of creature was in front of him. He'd never seen anything like it. It didn't look like a summoner. The protagonist, who appeared near these hunters, said, this forest is so huge. I thought we were alone here. He added, "You must have a good reason to climb my mountain." Young Mench thought he was facing a squad of 4 summoners of different races. One of the hunters asked, "Are you not aware of the loads of supplies?" Another hunter added, "For us, there is no competition here. The opponent must die." Our hero thought that apparently there was no way to avoid a fight. Young Menchul used the Heavenly Lord's step and suppression power. "If you summoners hadn't been so bold," he said, "things might have ended differently." Our hero added, "Now, I want to hear the full details about your supplies." Kneading his hands, the protagonist added that he was ready to have a heart-to-heart talk with them. After a while, Jeon Minchul returned to Princess Cease. Jeon Minchul said, "There's been a change of plans. We need to get out of here." Cease wondered, "What's wrong?" Our hero said that in a few days, this part of the forest will go underwater. Of the 4 summoners, I destroyed 3 of them and cast a charm spell on the last one, the girl. Now, I have some information. Jeon Minchul asked the girl for details about the shipments of supplies. The girl told him about crates of food, water, and various useful items. A signal had been detected indicating that a cargo would be dropped here. It turns out this part of the forest periodically goes underwater and then rises back up. Jeon Minchul started finishing his cold food. C said, "In that case, we should run to the center of the forest as soon as possible." Jeon Minchul chewed his food and replied, "We still have time." Our hero said, "First a hearty lunch, and then we can walk in the mountains." The protagonist remarked, "Bear meat is a real delicacy." Cease agreed. The angel told the hunter that some object was falling from the sky. Jeon Minchul looked into the crate that had been lowered by parachute and assumed it was the supplies. "There is a new quest, an additional task, Collector's Mania. Crates with supplies were scattered all over the 7th floor. You need to collect as many as possible to leave your rivals with nothing." Young Menchel thought that the 7th floor wasn't just testing strength, but also pushing the summoners to their limits. "We need to collect as many crates as possible," he muttered to himself. Having gathered what he could, the protagonist traveled onward. Out of the bushes came the robbers, who laughed and said, "Does this hunter dare to take our supplies? It seems that life is not cheap for him." Young Menchel was surprised. These guys probably didn't know what fear was. The brigands didn't stand a chance. They were quickly destroyed. Our hero continued his journey to the center of the forest, collecting every crate of supplies that caught his eye along the way. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of the hunter. He was surprised. Did an upstart from the earth decide to challenge him? Young Mensch replied, "All the summoners I've met before attacked without a word." The monster, having been rebuffed, screamed, "I'm surrendering. No need to destroy me." All issues arising with opponents, the protagonist preferred to solve cleanly. The hunter said, "The attackers don't realize that if someone is spared, you could get stabbed in the back. So we have to kill every last one of them for the greater good." Young Mensch realized that in this world, one had to be ruthless. Otherwise, survival was impossible, especially now, when there was a bloody battle for every crate. You had to be ready for anything. After several days of travel, the travelers reached the center of the jungle. C said, "There's some kind of special aura here. All the land around this area goes underwater except for the central region. No wonder all the summoners have gathered here." Our hero had no doubt that he could handle anything. However, Cece would need to introduce a few angels. Angel told the hunter, "Something is approaching you." Young Ben Shoal wondered what kind of opponents they were. Angel said, "He's moving too fast and hiding in the thicket." The monster approached to a dangerous distance and, leaping out of the bushes, rushed at the hunter. Jeon Minchul waved his chain and activated the Dark Star, the shackles of the earth. The monster was immediately captured and wrapped in a chain. Young Mensch was surprised. Is it really a dragon fang? It's used to make spy soldiers, but spies don't appear by themselves. Is there really a dragon in this forest? Luckily for the hunter, it was a cheap knockoff. If it had been a real fighter, our hero would have been in trouble. Young Menchel activated the super sensitivity mode. A glowing spot appeared in the distance. Our hero didn't even have time to react. The movement was at an incredible speed. Young Mensch determined that this was no ordinary enemy. He had to activate the heavenly chain technique of 1,000 stars. Swinging the chain, our hero put more force than usual into the strike. A hunter who appeared nearby asked in surprise, his eyes wide, "Is it really Young Mensch in front of him?" The protagonist recognized this guy. It was the summoner he fought on the first floor, a dragon worthy of the title of King Raul Goldrian. Jeon Minchul thought that this was a rather unexpected encounter. He reached this floor later as expected. The Eye of Truth still couldn't analyze his characteristics, so he was at least at Fenrir's level. Raul said he had been through a rebirth, but he still had room to grow. The Draconian asked how much stronger the hunter had gotten. "Young Mensch," Raul said, "are you in the habit of bragging?" Young Mensch replied that he wasn't. Goldrian stated that he wasn't speaking out of politeness. Few summoners have reached such heights in such a short period of time. Young Mensch asked Raul, "Have you seen a lot?" Raul answered, even the best students of the community family can't compare to you. Our hero replied, I'm happy to hear that. Raul said that looking at the hunter's progress, he was once again convinced he hadn't been wrong about him. Young Minch asked Goldrian, are those spies your job? Raul confirmed, I had to remember my sold trade. The Draconian noticed they had something to talk about and suggested they stop by his place. Our hero thanked him for the offer, but said he had to decline. Jeon Minchul thought they had just reached the center. They still had a lot to do. A safe place to camp had to be found. It might be nice to team up with Raul now, but that would make our hero indebted. Their relationship should remain on equal footing, just as it was when he gave his insignia. Raul wondered if he needed help. Young Mensch wondered, what are we talking about? Goldrian responded, it's about testing on this floor and in the central region. Young Menchel said he would probably agree. They moved to Raul's lair, the dragon's lair. Cease noticed that a powerful aura could be felt. The hunter agreed. Raul recalled that he had gotten into trouble earlier, especially with other summoners having their eyes on the central region. Young Menchel was surprised. After all, no one would come here as long as Raul was here. Goldrian agreed but noted that tomorrow his ordeal would come to an end and he would go to the next floor. Raul said they couldn't wait for him to leave, and so far they had tried to stay out of sight, judging by the emblems on their armor. They're from the Cloud Twins community. Young Mensch thought it was the first time he had heard of such an organization. Raul remarked, as soon as I leave, these people will take over the area. Goldrian said, I'm glad I met the hunter. Now those wretched creatures will be your problem. Young Mensch asked, is Art giving you all those spies? Graham replied, it's an apology for attacking you. Raul also gave away all his crates of supplies. He had no use for them now. Young Menchel thought that Raul was a true friend. An observer from the Cloud Twins community reported that someone had trespassed on the catfish's territory. The protagonist decided to spend the rest of the day training with Raul, sparring with someone whose strength could not be measured by the eye of truth. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Our hero activated suppression power. The opponent used Dragon Fear. However, the suppressive power resisted the Dragon Fear. Young Mensch thought that this was the first time he had used this technique. 7 stars Chaos Blade. A third form, the Starlight Blade, was also used. Raul initiated the Yellow Dragon apparition. Young Mensch found himself lying on the ground. It was very hard for him. Our hero lost cleanly. Jeon Minchul thought that he had used all his techniques, even Flames of Hell, and still lost. Now, he knew what he needed to work on. Raul extended his hand to his sparring partner and inquired if he was all right. The Draconian added that this hunter's strength was incredible. Raul noticed that the hunter appeared so strong that he had to try harder. On the first floor, he had barely defeated a beast of a sword. Since then, there had been incredible progress. Young Mensch said that he still had room to grow and work on becoming a dragon friend. Raul replied, strength is not the most important thing in friendship. Young Mensch thought, did giving Raul a Heartstone reveal myself too much? Although, on the other hand, it's not bad. Young Mensch asked Uldren if he knew anything about the power of these Cloud Twins. Raul replied that there were 3 in total, but he didn't know the details. One of them controls an army of clay golems, an entire army at his disposal. Raul added that this was why he had created so many spies. There were 10 in all, and now the hunter could use them as his own. Raul also offered to take his magic scrolls. They might come in handy. Goldry said the time had come. It was time to say goodbye. He hoped they would see each other again. Jeon Minchul said that he would still show what he could do. After a while, Cease asked, is the scary dragon gone? She added that it was very strong. Jeon Minchul said to let the princess take care of setting up the camp. No sooner had Raul disappeared from sight than these guys decided to act. Young Menchel told Cease not to go outside the valley. It was time to meet the guests. Midian from the Cloud Twins community said maybe he should deal with that guy on his own. The dragon was gone. In that case, why would they divide their forces into 3 squads? Plus, these clay golems crawled like turtles. Nodes Al Royale of the Cloud Twins community wondered, is Midian really willing to fight alone? The Burrow said that the left, right, and center flanks would advance from 3 sides at the same time. The dragon is gone, so there's no one there, but that Earthman and Raul must have taken the fangs with him. Activating clairvoyance, the protagonist thought that things weren't going according to plan. They were supposed to surround without a fight. However, the unbelievable happened. The hunter, without waiting, drew his sword and using magical powers prepared to repel the attack. Young Menchul told his opponent, you have some interesting tricks. The Twin Clouds warrior wondered, did this guy really feel his clairvoyance? Young Menchul attacked his opponent and used the 7 stars Chaos Blade, first form. Our hero also used the Blade of the Falling Sun. Nodes Dalroy was terrified. His clay soldiers were destroyed. Nodes Dalroy thought that he had no pity for these soldiers. The main thing was to buy time. The warrior activated the telekinetic shackles. The protagonist used his potential to harness the machinery of 1,000 tons. Our hero said, "This guy is pretty good. He's looking forward to the sequel. He's never met such a strong opponent." Nodes Dalroy was surprised. Could this hunter dispel his spell with a single movement? How could he be dealt with? Nodes Dalroy ordered his surviving clay goblins to turn around and leave. In Midian's camp, there were a lot of traps, dragon fangs, and some strange creatures waiting for the opponent. It was probably possible to defeat them, but it would be difficult to get through. That guy, the Earthman, was the one Midian fought, and he turned out to be a tough nut to crack. He single-handedly slaughtered their entire army. Nodes Dalroy said that his opponent sees and blocks his clairvoyance and telekinesis. He'll get to them soon enough. The commander said it was already busy and called his opponent a pathetic earthling. The king's army has once again been ordered to destroy this hunter. Junko told his opponents not to relax. Personally, he is not going to give up in the face of difficulties. Resolving chaos of the Cloud Twins community. Didn't think such strong summoners appeared in the lower dimensions, Jeon Minchul stated. This is also the first time I've seen such an unusual opponent. Regal von Chaos was the last Ares of an ancient empire. She was the rightful ruler and guardian of ancient knowledge and power. The empire had fallen, but Regal had not fallen from grace. She used her ancestral heritage to create a new kingdom. One day, the tower sent her an invitation. It was a chance to become stronger. Rezid wanted to protect her kingdom, so she accepted the invitation. On one of the floors, she met the leader of the Cloud Twins who offered her a deal. The mere sight of him sent shivers down my spine. It was the Rain Cluad. Rigel had never met such powerful beings before. She realized she had something to aspire to and vowed to become stronger than any summoner. Since then, she had spent quite a bit of time in the tower, meeting different summoners, including some from Earth. What was that monster that appeared ahead? The Dance of Endless Spears was activated. Jeon Minchul thought that these clay golems were quite tenacious, but if one could find a weak spot, one could break through. Why are there so many of them? Jeon Minchul wondered. Young Mitch decided not to delay. If he delayed the battle, he would lose. He must get to whoever is in charge of this army as soon as possible. 8 trigrams. Jeon Minchul thought the opponent was using moose formations in building his army. It's not a bad attempt, he thought. Our hero believed the opponents didn't stand a chance anyway and activated the Heaven Master Step. A shockwave swept across the ground in all directions. Regal asked, "Why is Nodes inactive?" The warrior replied, "My telekinesis isn't working on this opponent." Rezil declared, "I am an invincible goddess, and I will not allow anyone to defeat me." Our hero didn't care what his rival thought about it. With a swift thrust, his spear pierced her body through. Jeon Minchul was discouraged. He thought he had hit the target. However, it was a copy. Rezil had substituted herself with a clay replica and stealthily disappeared. Rezil, hiding behind cover, thought she should stall for time and wait for Minion. However, the hero did not hesitate and restrained Rezil with chains of energy. The hunter said, "I saw everything from the very beginning through the eyes of truth." Pulling the chains closer, Jeon Minchul muttered, "Who would have expected this?" The rival was now subdued. Young Mench warned Rezil not to make any reckless moves. Nodes, who was nearby, cautioned that if this hunter tried to challenge the Cloud Twins, he would face the consequences. Hunter Jeon Minchul replied, "They should have stayed out of my way." At that moment, Midian appeared, striking at the hunter and declaring, "You're not going anywhere." Young Menchel realized that this giant moved with astonishing speed. The hero thought he was just on the other side of the battlefield a moment ago. What kind of power is this? Midian wondered, did my opponent really manage to block that strike? Young Mensch recognized them. The demons of the Tuma tribe are standing before me. What are they doing here? Young Mensch declared the outcome is already decided. They had all been defeated. The Cloud Twins are captured. Kneeled in front of the hunter, Young Mensch, he said that their lives belonged to him now and added that he had questions. Racel replied, "I will respond if I feel like it." Young Mensch stated, "It's not you I'm interested in." The hunter then asked Midian, "Why, a demon from the Tuma tribe, are you not in the ranks of Gehenna's army?" Midian said, "You know too little about demons. On the Earthman's planet, their king had been defeated." Midian added, "We lost our king, Demon Lord Demos, and were banished. Even in the tower, we had no place among the warriors of Gehenna. This is the story of our fall," he continued. It was only the leader of the Cloud Twins who offered his help. Midian added, "The Cloud Twins have two leaders, Rain Cloud and Jane Cloud." Young Mensch thought, Rain Cloud, that name sounds familiar. Our paths crossed in a past life, but the meeting was fleeting. The hero didn't think this boy would save the Tuma tribe. Looking at his captives, the protagonist thought that fate had decreed otherwise. Young Mensch stated, "I will keep them alive." Hunter thought he was going to wipe them all out, but if their leader is connected to Rain Cloud, that changes things. Midian didn't want to settle down and said that he wished to fight Young Mensch. Young Mencho thought that he had no other choice. Sometimes you'd have to teach a young man a lesson. The Tuma tribe is known for its bloodthirstiness. Jeon Minchul asked his opponent if he was sure he would survive. Our hero thought that the former king had the right to make a bit of a fuss. Midian replied that a true warrior does not fear death. Our hero fought the young man and, of course, won. Midian, he said, this hunter is strong. Young Menchel ordered all three of you, get out of here immediately. There will be no mercy next time. Regal said, we are indebted to the hunter and will fulfill his every wish. Young Mensch thought that this girl wasn't as stupid as she seemed. What should he ask for already? Princess C shouted, dig deeper. The pantry should be the deepest. The clay goblins were doing their best. The construction of the new Antil was in full swing. Jeon Minchul thanked Rez. She was very helpful. The girl wondered, was that really all the hunter was going to ask for? It was a shame. Cease was pleased. She said it was great. The new home for the Empire was ready. The clay soldiers turned out to be excellent builders. In just a few days, they built a real palace for Cease. She said it was all thanks to her principal. The hidden task, Exodus, was completed. The player received experience points in the title Godfather of the New Empire. Cease said she had one last request. I want you to share your aura, she said. Jeon Minchul agreed and added that it wasn't difficult. Cease held out the orb and said, with this amulet, you can summon my personal guard. Jeon Minchul stated that it was a good parting gift. I will definitely use it in the future, he said. Cease, saying goodbye, said, I'll build a new empire here and become a hunter's support someday. Jeon Minchul thought that the ants of the royal guard would be good support. And that's how the story of the Princess Ant's escape ended. The members of the Cloud Twins had reached their goal. Riesel said that she had completed her master's errand. In Rezigel's hands was an object that could restore divine power, the vessel of the forgotten god. Young Mensch thought, although it was tempting, he couldn't take it away from Rezigel. After all, he was indebted to Rain. It turns out that they needed to take over the central region to fulfill a hidden mission and perform a ritual to fill the vessel with divine power. Riesel shook our hero's hand for a long time and said that he had saved her, and she was in his debt. Young Mensch thought that this girl was very emotional. Riesel was very grateful and promised to repay the help. Soon, they were able to perform the ritual and fill the vessel with divine power. In gratitude for this, he volunteered to be a bodyguard himself, even though he wasn't asked. Our hero already had angels and eternal wards, but bodyguards were few, so he did not refuse. Young Menchel told Midian that he was still skillful in controlling dark mana. After that, the demon often challenged him, and our hero mentored him wholeheartedly. The protagonist was able to focus on practicing the sacred celestial path of Ascension for the first time in a long time. After all, in order to engrave on the constellation, the new achievement obtained after defeating Thor, one must reach 7 stars. Thanks to the dozens of crates of supplies Raul had left behind, there was no need to worry about food. Now it was safe to move on. After some time had passed, Rezigel said it was time for her to hit the road, so they parted. Young Mensch thanked him once again for his help. Rezigel said, this hunter is hopelessly insensitive. Raisel added, so that young Mensch from the ground wouldn't die somewhere foolishly, but would climb to the top of the tower. She would look forward to their next meeting. Young Mensch thought that no one had ever told him he was insensitive before. What did that mean? After that, our hero continued to stay in the central zone and leisurely focused on perfecting his breathing technique. Occasionally, challengers would approach, but young Mensch would chase them away with Sparto's help. He didn't even pay attention to the side quest of collecting crates of supplies. He wanted to protect Cease and help her settle on the 7th floor at least until the end of the challenge. So the remaining time passed and it was time to leave the jungle in which he had spent 28 days. The hero had passed the test of the Law of Survival Tower. The system reported that the hero could challenge the next test, return to his dimension, or return to the 5th floor. Jeon Minchul thought he had one more thing to do. Young Shou told Haken that he had returned. It was the blacksmith from Mahane Gardens on the 5th floor. Howon was surprised that the hunter was still alive and had returned. Our hero replied, it's all thanks to good equipment, like this coat. The protagonist continued, going for the 6th and 7th floors, my equipment got badly damaged. I will have to order something new. Jeon Minchul told the blacksmith, I thought there wouldn't be many items with history, but this is too much. Our hero added, if you sell these jewels, you'll get a 10% commission. Howland replied, I agree. Thus, the jewels from the treasury of the Ant Empire were sold. Our hero ordered pants and shoes from the blacksmith. Who better to order pants and shoes from than the blacksmith? Everything he earned on the 6th and 7th floors went to pay for them. After finishing his business, the protagonist returned to the city. Ellie, as usual, asked, was young Mensch injured? The protagonist replied, I'm not someone who can be beaten easily. Ellie said, the hunter is in the tower. We're all very worried. The secretary covered her nose with her hands and added, "The young man should wash himself first." Young Mensch wondered why. All of a sudden, the girl remarked, "You smell terrible." Young Mensch remembered that he hadn't bathed for a month while in the tower. The protagonist went at once to the nearest bathhouse and washed himself thoroughly. Ellie brought our hero some new clothes. He thanked her and asked, "How did you know my size?" The girl replied, "I remembered what you wore at the last auction." Young Mensch then asked, "Who do I want to meet?" Ellie answered, "A gentleman from the Rosenberg family." The receptionist explained they're a very influential and wealthy family from the UK. The guest is waiting in the VIP room. Walking into the room, the protagonist was surprised. He had no idea why this unknown visitor was waiting for him to return from the tower. Wanted to meet him, our hero thought. However, he was surprised. Is it really Mr. Gerard, he wondered. The guest greeted the hunter, young Menchel. The meeting, held on the second floor of the tower. Ellie noted that the association plans to have a hunter take the S-rank exam. The girl added that if Hunter Jeon Minchul passed this exam, he would become the 7th S-rank hunter in the country. Jeon Minchul thought that this might attract a lot of attention. If used correctly, though, it could be quite beneficial. Mr. Director has been informed that the time has come. A man asked if Hunter Jeon Minchul was ready. It was Kimbo Zhang, a member of the Council of the Hunters Association and an S-rank hunter. The assistant said that Jeon Minchul was already heading to the testing room. Mr. Kimbo Zhang had an incredible aura about him. Kimbo Zhang said he understood and rose to his feet. He thought it had been 5 years since the last S-rank exam. There are currently 6 S-rank hunters registered in the country. With the noble goal of saving people, they were comrades fighting the enemy during the Great Coup. The nobility of those times had long since faded, and Kimbo Zhang was the only one left in the association. The young man said he was escorting director Kimbo Zhang to the sparring venue. Kimbo's son did not hide his curiosity. What kind of newcomer would this one turn out to be? Reporters asked Hunter Jeon Minchul to share his feelings about the upcoming S-rank exam. Jeon Minchul wondered, how did everyone know about this and gather here? Is he really famous now? Ellie smiled and said, "It's not for nothing that I let it slip a little." Jeon Minchul wondered why she hadn't told him before. Ellie replied that she had warned him before. He must have missed it, she guessed, because he had been busy practicing for the past few days. Ellie began to wonder if maybe she had done something wrong. Jeon Minchul reassured her, "You always do everything right." Considering the plans for the future, the protagonist was glad she was getting attention. Kimbo's son greeted him. "So this is what the hunter who will be taking the S-rank exam looks like." The young men introduced themselves to each other. Our hero said, "I'm happy to meet the 3rd S-rank hunter and Pew's defense hero, Kimbo's son, an S-rank hunter who single-handedly repelled a monster invasion. During the defense of Pew, he saved many lives. He later received a presidential award and became a living legend." Jeon Minchul thought it was unbelievable that he would be facing a hunter ranked 2nd in the S-rank national rankings. "I can't wait to fight the living legend," Jeon Minchul said. The command was given to prepare for battle. This was a great coup hunter who belonged to the Alpha generation, having been active since the beginning of the Great Coup. "I wonder what his level is," he thought. The signal sounded and the athletes rushed toward each other. They clashed fists and a powerful explosion erupted. Our hero deployed Suppression and Demon King's Rule. However, the opponent did not relent in the slightest. Kimbo's son applied double AoE debuffs. It was impressive. He asked, the department head said in one voice that it was unbelievable. This hunter was said to have awakened less than a year ago. Usually, sparring with an S-rank hunter is aimed at mentoring the newcomer, but he fights as an equal. At first glance, it may seem like a battle of equals, but in reality, Kimbo's realized that he was starting to lose. Kimbo Sunam had heard about all Hunter Jeon Minchul's past exploits, from how he single-handedly stopped the gate from bursting shortly after his awakening to his feats in the measured gate. He had also heard that bosses Lee Wan-taek and Kim Dong vouched for his character. Kimbo's son thought that this guy had impressive accomplishments. He didn't expect to meet such an opponent. Jung Shol said, "Thanks to my opponent, I'm enjoying this too, as expected from an S-rank hunter." Jeon Minchul thought the opponent's fighting ability was only slightly superior to that of the strong opponents from the tower, but his accumulated experience allowed him to fight tactically. How many years had it been since he fought like that? The opponents fought with minor injuries. Scratches appeared on their bodies. It certainly looked like the opponent was nearing his limit. Jeon Minchul, threatening with his sword, managed to dodge another attack from Kimbo's son. "I guess that's enough for sparring," Kimbo's son admitted. They both did their best. Kim Dom announced, "This concludes the sparring for the S-rank exam." Jeon Minchul told his opponent that he had done a good job. Kimbo's son thought that if he continued to fight, he would probably not show his best side. Kimbo's son took a bow to his opponent and thanked him for a good fight. Young Menchel said to Kimbo, "Don't do that." Kimbo said that thanks to the young man, he was able to see higher horizons today. Young Minchul said that he was feeling embarrassed. Thus, the S-rank exam was quickly completed. About 30 minutes later, everyone gathered in the association's conference room. Our hero was congratulated on becoming the 7th S-rank hunter in the country. The S-rank award ceremony was held immediately. The protagonist was asked why he was so calm despite becoming an S-rank hunter. Jeon Minchul replied that it was because he expected. Our hero said that his goal as a hunter was world peace. Everyone recognized that this was a noble goal. Jeon Minchul thought that now the press and the association's board members were listening intently to his every word. The hunter was asked if he had a plan of action to achieve world peace. Jeon Minchul thought that world peace was just a pretext to achieve his true goal. Mr. Gerard said, "If it is a request, I will do what I can to help." A machine developed by Mr. Gerard's family capable of separating magical energy from the gate is Gaia Farmer. Using it, our hero will strike a blow against the pandemonium forces that have settled in the Lost Lands. Jeon Minchul decided that he would rebuild the Lost Lands. This would be the first step to world peace. At the S-rank award ceremony, our hero, disguised by the noble goal of saving the world, announced a seemingly unfulfilled wish. Jeon Minchul then announced to the public that he would restore the Lost Lands. However, what he really wanted to do was to mess with the Pandaman Interstellar Alliance Janssen branch. Mr. Martin said Jeon Minchul is the best hunter. Can the Lost Lands really be brought back? Jeon Minchul suggested that after his announcement of the expedition, everyone took heart. Martin replied, a good merchant would never miss his chance. An expedition to the Lost Lands would be hugely expensive, and at best would pay for itself. Jeon Minchul asked the short man, are you taking too much risk? Expeditions like this are rarely profitable, the guild branch head said, but several large corporations have offered their help, all thanks to Hunter Jeon Minchul. Jeon Minchul wondered, what are they investing in? Martin replied, they have a Gaia Farmer, right? Jeon Minchul remarked, it's just a prototype. The Gaia Farmer is a prototype. Its effectiveness is unproven. Martin stated, what's important is that all the powers that we know about it. The expedition itself is an event, and if we manage to recover the Lost Lands, it will be a real breakthrough. Jeon Minchul nodded. Everything is going well, thanks to the head of the guild branch. Martin replied, I have no doubt that everything will be fine. The Interstellar Alliance has not failed. The Gaia Farmer will be provided to the country in 2 weeks, Martin added. There's one more person to meet at the Holy Order of Sky Lounge. Our was welcomed. Che and Zhang said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Our hero's sister had won first place in an exam 2 weeks ago and was now in the tower. Jeon Minchul said that if Minjin messed up again, they should definitely warn him. Jeon assured them that the girl would be fine. After some pleasantries, our hero said he wanted to get down to business. The guy did not expect that the Holy Order would also take part in the expedition. Jiang asked, rumor has it that Hunter is going to bring something interesting from England. If it works out, it will be a breakthrough. Jiang Shou said that out of the 3 major guilds, only the Sacred Order had agreed to help them. However, it was a risky venture. Jiang remarked that even if they failed, it would still be to their advantage because they weren't losing anything. She saw this expedition as a chance to restore the Lost Lands and bring an 8th S-ranked hunter into their ranks. They would be able to surpass Warren and Gumson and become the strongest guild in the country. Jeon Minchul thought that as befitted the heirs of a powerful corporation. Jiang was thinking big. Jeon Minchul asked, how many people are you willing to provide? Jiang replied, 3 squads composed solely of experienced hunters as well as help with food, resource gathering, and more. The guild had added that Park Min-soo would be participating in the expedition. Park Min-soo was an S-rank hunter from the Sacred Order, and he was interested in this expedition. Jeon Minchul thought that the Saint Guild was really determined to become the strongest. It was reported to the guild leader that the man she had summoned had arrived. Jeon Minchul asked, who else is supposed to come here? Jiang said, we know each other. A sister entered the room and asked, what is Jeon Minchul doing here? Minchul asked, did my brother really get an S rank? Jeon Minchul showed his sister his hunter's license and coincidentally a black card. Minchul said, with this card, brother, you would be welcomed with open arms everywhere. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Is that really all you care about? Jeon Minchul smiled and said, I am ready to give you a gift on the occasion of my promotion to bring you joy. Our hero told Mr. Martin that he needed to make a gift from Jeon, a custom-made personalized armor. Mr. Martin was surprised. Is this really Jeon Minchul's sister? Jeon Minchul added that he still needed the 10 blades he lost in the tower. Martin said that he was willing to do anything. The hunter said that he would pay by card as he had enough money in his account. He thought he had made a good fortune during his adventures. Ellie stated that the order had been accepted and everything would be done within the agreed-upon time frame. Min Jun asked her brother what he was going to spend all his money on. Young Cole replied that he would probably invest it in something like cryptocurrency. Min Jun stated that it was necessary to buy gifts for her parents. So they are heading to the store now. His sister dragged our hero to the mall, and he bought his parents a watch and a ring with fire protection and a healing function. Minjun picked out a gift and asked if it would be suitable for his girlfriend. Young Mench wondered, who are we talking about? The people he went to university with? Minjun said she was talking about the Alliance girl. Young Menchel thought, if I'm at the mall, why not buy a gift for Ellie? After all, she has done so much for me. He thanked his sister for the idea and apologized for not thinking of it earlier. After purchasing the gifts, the young people went to a restaurant. Minjun thought free food is the best. Young Mench thought his sister ate a lot. As night fell, the protagonist decided to meditate for the first time in a long while. Unlike other martial artists, he draws his strength from his memories and past life experiences. Recently, he had significantly increased his level. The Heaven's Vault technique was now ready to be taken to the next level. The protagonist had reached enlightenment in his past life. All that remained was to subdue the energy and expand the boundaries of his inner world. The universe is an infinite world full of stars. Until now, our hero had been holding it back, but now it was time to break the shackles and break free. Young Menchel has obtained the skill, Universe Flow, and he can use 5 more constellations. Now our hero is not afraid of any battle, and he will never be without energy. Temporary amplification was a new trump card up Young Menchel's sleeve. Thanks to the passive effect, his senses are sharpened, and his perception radius is increased to 300 meters. In combination with the skill Super Sensitivity, the possibilities of the hero are almost limitless. Young Menchel can finally use the new constellations, all thanks to his accomplishments on the 6th floor. Hung Menchel decided that the sooner he tried them out, the better. It's time to add more stars to the sky. With the 7th level of the Celestial Vault technique, our hero's inner world has become even more expansive, and he can now utilize 5 more constellations. The constellation of the Lord of Light adds chaos energy and increases angel development speed. The constellation of Doom allows you to move despite severe wounds and keeps you lucid in bleeding, poisoning, and other dangerous conditions. The Mythic Hunter constellation allows you to absorb the divine essence of defeated enemies and suppresses the magical ability of the enemy. So far, our hero can only use these 3 constellations. All of them are good in their own way, but Myth Hunter is probably the most useful. Suppressing magic comes in handy when fighting demons and maybe even members of the Black Order. However, Curse of Darkness is useless for our hero because he uses chaos energy. The Army of the Eternal skill resonates with the constellation of Doom. The understanding of the hero's doom grows. Young Mench wondered, did the might resonate with the constellation? Maybe it's all about his power being linked to controlling the Eternals. If a constellation is linked to his power, it gives him extra bonuses. The protagonist felt a surge of strength. Now our hero definitely won't have to worry about running out of energy. However, what ends this Azure rank? This was the first time Young Mench had heard of it. Erling James, the new angel, said, taking advantage of an opponent's weakness is unacceptable. After all, they are knights. A knight will not fight dirty. Phineas, the angel in charge of training the newcomers, said it was necessary to defend the honor of the angels. He stated that sometimes you have to teach a youngster a lesson. His master was right. Phineas said he would show them how to fight and use the plum blossom technique. Young men noticed that Fian was fighting very fiercely. Fenrir noticed that his master was the same way. Young Mench thought that these new recruits didn't have any experience. He asked, is someone else supposed to come? Fenrir replied, judging from the smell, the first end has arrived. Verdi bowed and asked, how is my master doing? Verdi and Fenrir greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Young Mench wondered when they had become friends. Verdi said, I brought gifts for my master. Among the gifts was a game console and various gadgets. Verdi noticed that the gentleman liked the screenshots from the game, so he decided to give it as a gift. Young Mench wondered if Fenrir was on social media. The dog replied, my sister gave me a tablet, so I started playing. Young Mench wondered if Verdi had brought him anything. The boy replied, I have a gift for the master as well. The gift turned out to be every man's dream, a sports car. Jeon Minchul thanked him for such a valuable gift and thought that he would now need to purchase a driver's license. Verdi said, I have a request to make to the master. He asked his guild's permission to participate in the expedition. Verdi added, this expedition is a real chance for us. The High Command no longer gives any assignments. They only repeat old ones. He said, I'm now contemplating the meaning of my stay on this planet. The guy said he realized why he created this guild. I want to give it to my master, he added. Verdi continued, I will enlist the support of Pandemonium, expand my guild, and help conquer the world. Young Mench wondered, does Verdi really think he wants to conquer this world? In that case, he would take everything he had built. Jeon Minchul stated, I will inform the Alliance. Verdi reiterated, I will create an army worthy of the Lord. Young Mench asked, what's the news in Pandemonium? Verdi replied, everything is quiet. The Black Order isn't showing any signs of life either. Verdi added, I will continue to follow up with them. The professor requires especially close attention. He creates chaos shards from the tower's energy and uses them to summon demons. It's never happened before. Our hero couldn't let them take him by surprise. Verdi said he would hook Mr. Dog up with a game console. Fenrir agreed. Our hero thought that this time he should be ready for anything, even a clash with the Northern Army. And with the forces of Pandemonium, 2 weeks had passed. Jeon Minchul was surprised. 10 medium guilds and 30 small guilds. Young Mensch wondered, how come there are so many people? Ellie replied that that wasn't all. The formation of the expedition team was complete. There were over 1,500 people there. Are they really all going on an expedition? Young Mensch was surprised. Are they really going to war? Ellie replied that they were going to fight the Northern Army in Pandemonium. Young Mensch asked again. Ellie wouldn't mind if Demonic joined them. They are very eager to join, and they sent more people than ever, except for the Holy Order. Jeon Minchul said he didn't give them permission until Verdi asked. He probably has his reasons for that. During the raid on the Chongjo Gate, the demonic head openly mocked him. Ellie said, I remember everything because that hunter dared to challenge Young Mensch. How could I forget? Young Mensch was surprised. The raid on the gate in Chongjo was a long time ago, he said. Ellie thought that the expedition would start soon, and they wouldn't see each other for a while. Young Mensch told her, I have something for you. When Young Mensch went shopping with his sister to buy gifts for their parents, she suggested that he buy something for Ellie as well. Our hero, he added, this is in gratitude since Ellie does so much for me. Ellie thanked the hunter for the bracelet. Young Minchul thought his sister was a real genius. Ellie said, I'll wear it later. Young Mensch replied, I want to see how the jewelry looks on a girl. Ellie smiled. I'll wear it when you return from the expedition. Young Mensch said, in that case, you should wear it when I come back in one piece. Unification Bridge, Faju. The plan for the expedition to the Lost Lands is as follows. First, they go to the lair of monsters discovered during the pursuit of the Black Society. This is point A. Their first priority is to clear it out and build a base there. When the expedition begins, their forces will be divided into 3 squads. Each squad will receive a Gaia and take their own route to Case. The first squad will be commanded by Parkman Su, Holy Order, and 14 other guilds. The second squad will be commanded by Jang Yong Su, Demonic Order, and 13 other guilds. The third squad will be commanded by Li Yong Jun, Dark Moon, and 11 other guilds. Another fighter, who is not part of any squad, is Jeon Minchul, the one-man army. Mr. Martin smirked. In the expedition to the Lost Lands, he didn't think he'd end up here again. Jeon Minch wondered, how did Mr. Martin end up here? Mr. Martin replied that he couldn't miss such a serious matter. The guild branch head said that someone had to settle conflicts between guilds. Martin asked that the hunter, Jeon Minch, show his strength in the first fight. Jeon Minch said that the mid-level guilds don't like the balance of power in the expedition, with many questioning the need for a separate squad. Young Mensch thought that they didn't understand why he needed a separate squad. Young Mensch guessed that there would be no conflict, so he had to show who was in charge. One of the squad leaders said he had been here once before. Nothing had changed since then. Li Yongjun, the commander of the Dark Moon, said for all the hunters in the vanguard to prepare for battle. The clairvoyance mode was activated. A group of forest trolls, about 100 individuals, was discovered. Jeon Mensch said that it's not worth wasting energy on them. The protagonist added, let my colleagues rest. I'll deal with them myself. Our hero summoned an army of light to help and told the angels to show up. In the same way, Jeon Mensch activated the power of eternity. Jeon Mensch ordered his assistants to eliminate everyone. Our hero's task at this point was to show what he could do. Li Yongjun said, it's unbelievable. He saw Jeon Mensch's fight with Kimbo's son. This guy didn't give that legendary hunter a single chance. He's really strong. However, the Dark Moon commander thought that this hunter would not be easy in large-scale battles. Is this really the strength of one man? How could anyone doubt his squad? It was a mistake. Park Minsu, the deputy head of the Sacred Order and an S-rank hunter, was also impressed by what he saw. Incredible was too mild a word, he thought. As for his summoned creatures, each one was stronger than an A-rank hunter, and he summoned dozens of them with a single flick of his hand. Although he was an incredibly strong fighter in his own right, a true monster, Parkman, who didn't understand previously why their master admired this hunter so much, could see it now. 5 minutes after the battle began, the bloodthirsty orc was destroyed. Jeon Mensch thought that after he had destroyed 100 forest trolls, all the hunters were looking at him with admiration and envy. Park Ben-Su says he wants to distract Hunter Young Men for just 1 minute. Doesn't Jeon Minchul want to fight him? Our hero thought the fellow was a gambling man. He replied that he was more than happy to do so. However, after the expedition, Park Nu agreed that there was no time for that right now. He decided that this hunter knew how to separate the personal from the professional. Our hero's task was accomplished. Mr. Martin said, Hunter Jeon Minchul did great. Jeon Minchul thought the scriptwriter was satisfied. With the help of the angels acting as scouts, they were able to avoid unnecessary battles. In fact, the hunters had traveled quite a distance. They scrutinized all the tracks left behind, deep scratches in the bark of trees. It was how they marked their territory. Young Menchel said, We are in the area, the territory of the Slinkies, the A-rank monsters. The Holy Order and the Demonic Order came forward and prepared to attack. We've been ordered to set up fire turrets. One of them said, It's necessary to contain fast Slinkies. The Holy Order installed magical turrets, which our heroes had seen during the raid on Devilsaurus. Multicolored crystals were dug into the ground in front of them. They emitted some strange energy. However, it's not magic. It's a formation. Looks like Harem sold her development to the Holy Order. The young people watched carefully as the situation unfolded and the current circumstances changed. Very, said one of them, this will be our first fight. Very nodded. We will show everyone what the demonic order is capable of. The young man activated the Black Tongue skill. Allies enchanted by the player had their potential increased by 20%. However, there was a small chance that charmed allies would fall into madness. Young Mencho thought that Very was using a simplified version of Demon Lord Rosalind's skill. Now I can see why it's rumored that joining the demonic order makes you stronger, he thought. Lai Jun then turned to the hero. We are ready. Pakmu punked his warrior. I want to see what they can do. These were the 3 strongest guilds in the country. Pakmu shouted, the monsters are advancing. The vanguard is only 100 meters away. Very quickly ordered, the demonic order will hold back the right flank. The commander doubted that they were ready for what was coming, and victory would be in their hands. Under no circumstances could they retreat. Park Emsu stated, the demonic order is holding up pretty well. We still have to try harder. Young Minchul, watching the battle, thought that the hunters were holding up pretty well as long as everything went according to plan. The plan to capture point A was simple. The sacred and demonic orders would hold off the attack while he, along with Dark Moon, flanked them. Jeon Minchul thought that now it was his time. It was time to use his secret weapon. Jeon Minchul stated for his guys' amusement and proceeded to attack. Polymorph to cancel, the dog growled and lunged to attack. The hunters, looking at Fenrir, wondered, where did this monster come from? Jeon Minchul stated, there is no need to worry. It's my pet. The protagonist applied the Heavenly Chain of 1,000 Stars technique. The following attacks were used, mind-splitting, multiple overlapping black tentacles, and black palm. Park Mensu stated, the reinforcement has arrived on time. This hunter activated a unique skill, multiple control. Jeon Minchul used combat spheres charged with magic, and it wasn't bad. The slicings were squeezed on both sides and soon laid down. There were 9 seriously wounded and 31 lightly wounded. No fatalities. It was an incredible victory. Fenrir was magnificent and devoured souls. The morale of the hunters skyrocketed. Park Bensu said, I'm even embarrassed to call Jeon Minchul Yumsu. Jeon Minchul stated, we did well altogether. They fought the A-rank monsters. Not a single hunter died. It was unbelievable. Mr. Martin said he had news for Hunter Jeon Minchul. Martin said, Geoformer is reacting to this place. Jeon Minchul wondered, what does that mean? Martin explained, this is the same place where the core of the gate is located. Jeon Minchul thought that Gaia was their main hope, and they were already forced to use it. His goal was the northern military in Pandemonium. But if he's here, why not give it a try? Martin said, the information Q picks, so that means they're in place. The nucleus has been discovered. The commander said they did well. The expedition was a real success. The Gaia former did not fail. A great start. The core was extracted, and they began to build a camp. The Interstellar Alliance golems, under Martin's leadership, did the job in half a day. That was the end of the first day of the expedition. Fair stated that there was no need to worry. He would see to it. The next day, our hero left Fenrir and 50 battle golems to guard the camp. They divided into squads and continued on their way. The orc shaman shouted that they had been invaded. Jeon Minchul activated the fire flash and shouted that the monster was about to die. The Slimes were the largest group of monsters in the area. Not surprisingly, security was stepped up after their deaths. Jeon Minchul was surprised. Could it really only be possible to create warriors from them? For large-scale battles, though, it's even better. Looking at this structure, the protagonist wondered, is there really a gate core here too? His premonition had not deceived him. The core had been discovered. Yesterday Slinkies, today orcs. The cores seemed to be in the largest monster settlements. Jeon Minchul thought that he would soon reach the 60th level and obtain the 4th divine skill. Judging from the reaction, it was clear that the second squad had encountered monsters. They were harpies. The demonic order would not be easy. Young Menchel thought they were lucky he was here. It was decided to see if there was a nucleus in the harpy's nest. From afar, it was noticeable that there was an appearance on the horizon. One of the harpies thought, something's not right here. Jeon Minchul used the heavenly chain of 1,000 stars technique. The guy believed that the best defense was offense. The harpies screamed that they were under a vicious attack. However, who dared to do that? Without wasting time talking, Jeon Minchul moved forward and used his internal energy. The power of suppression and the Heavenly Lord's step were utilized. A report came in that the harpies were returning to the nest. It was necessary to leave. The harpies ignored the angels and went straight back to the nest. Our hero and the harpies met on a narrow road. The boy wondered who should give way to whom. Jeon Minch was ready for anything and said, they can come. The harpies realized that they couldn't handle Jeon Minch, so they decided to take him on in numbers. Jeon Minch said, I can use this skill without restriction. Those who tried to escape, Jeon Minch destroyed with the lighting blade technique. The protagonist killed all the harpies. As our hero thought the nucleus was in the center of the nest, it made sense. Jeon Minch wondered what was in the other places. Our hero continued to travel the lost lands, rescuing hunters from different guilds. Jeon Minch received not only experience, but also gratitude for it. It was a great experience to level up and gain authority. The hunters scored the areas and retrieved the cores with the Gaia former. The guilds began to share experiences and resources. The Holy Order even provided everyone with the latest equipment at a reduced price. Our hero was thanked for his help. A separate squad is a great idea. 2 weeks passed, and the monsters were destroyed. Young Min Shaw said that everything is ready here too. The protagonist has defeated level 60. It's time to get a new skill, All-Seeing Eye. As expected, it was only the All-Seeing Eye of the demon Baylor. Grandiose Serpent, Jiren, and Baylor. Our hero had defeated them all in a past life. The system recreated our hero's past deeds. The hero became the possessor of the power of light and darkness. The All-Seeing Eye was transformed into the Eye of the Absolute. Jeon Minch thought that the system was getting more and more interesting. The system said that at the 100th level, the hero would receive the last divine skill, but he had only defeated 4 demon lords. Wasn't there someone else? Is this really the power of Demon Lord Deimos? Jeon Minch thought that he already had a lot of powerful skills. Would it be possible to add Deimos' own power now? The bloodthirsty orc tried to catch up with the protagonist. He thought that even without this power, he would be stronger than in his previous life. So it was time to try out a new skill. Jeon Minchul activated the All-Seeing Eye. The hunter thought that at level 60, he had mastered a new skill and was now done with the orcs. The professor was asked about his opinion. The interlocutor added that he did not like it. The professor clarified, what exactly? The military officer said he would be frank. They pulled troops here to turn a neighboring country into ashes, and here they are again. That was Kim Mong, the leader of the group in Juano. The professor thought they were going to attack the capital and get the world's attention. However, someone betrayed them. Elysium intervened and took almost all of the shards. Fortunately, the demon Verdi, sent by Pandemonium, was able to save some of the shards. They tried to perform the ritual of incorporation, but someone interrupted them. That someone turned out to be a hunter named Jeon Minchul, the master of Femmer. Zat had done nothing but brag and ended up losing. The professor thought that if he fell again, Soius would destroy him. The professor asked, is Conrad General refusing their help? The general wondered, did they really think he would work for free? The professor thought that this general was very greedy. This he still dared to point. However, he knew he must calm him down and move on. The professor said, let the general state his demands. There was a phone call. The military man asked, what's wrong? He was busy right now, having an important conversation. The general was informed that there had been an invasion in Kes. It was organized by the southern niggers. It's been 2 weeks, the report continued. All the areas around Point A have been cleared. A series of brilliant victories without a single casualty, and the successful work of the Gaia had done their job. 64 cores were destroyed, and 500 billion worth of trophies were collected. All of this had raised the morale of the hunters to the sky. Parkman Sue said, I am supporting the commander. If they're already here, why not go further? Many were supportive and said they had faith in the commander. In the end, everyone agreed. Without further ado, Young Mench thought that perhaps he should ask Verde to stop calling him commander. At that moment, Li Yongjun reported that they needed to halt. Young Mench asked what was wrong. 2 kilometers north, there's a military unit, but something about them is strange. Using pressure sensing, we discovered that there are far too many. Yes, giant cockatrices and bears. But why are monsters appearing alongside soldiers? Jung Bin Shaw realized that encountering these troops wasn't part of the plan. He wondered what might happen next. One of the soldiers called out, what are representatives from the south doing here? You should return to your own territory. Jung Min Shaw asked, and what if we choose not to leave? Young Mensch didn't care much for exchanging words with the officer. His attention was on the leader of the group. The officer replied, "This area, Hango, is under General Kim Mong's command. That means outsiders should withdraw." Jeon Minchul repeated, "And if we decide to stay." The hunter thought that it seemed they had unintentionally provoked these military men. The officer then gave an order to his subordinates. "Bring me what I asked for. Here." Immediately, devils and S-rank monster appeared in front of the hunters. But how did it get outside the gate? The military man laughed. Were the Southerners really scared? After all, it's a metal devilsaurus. Young Mako wondered, did they really modify this monster? Judging from its characteristics, it was even stronger than the one in the Susan Mountains. Now he could see how they were so confident. I wonder what that monster has on its fangs. Is it really blood and tissue? Jeon Minchul asked the bald military man, "What are you feeding that devil?" The military man laughed. That would be the case with anyone who dared to disobey General Kama. Jeon Minchul thought about how he had destroyed quite a few people in his past life, but he had never fed them to monsters. Looks like these guys are worse than I thought. He could deal with them alone. Park Bin-soo said, "There's nothing to negotiate with those who feed their people to monsters." The military man replied, "If the Southerners don't want to obey me, the soldiers will open fire on my orders." Park Bin-soo stated that he would take care of those opponents himself. He applied the prismatic wall. The ball general commanded that the metal devils destroy the opponents. Jeon Minchul sent Fenrir into the attack. The dog shouted that he could handle it. Fenrir pounced on the monster and said that these devils would be his toy. Conventional weapons had no effect on monsters, but they were still a threat to humans. Jeon Minchul pulled out his sword and shouted that he would cover his coworkers. Lee Young-jun ordered them not to back down from the commander. He swung his sword and led his men in an attack. He added that no one was going to be intimidated by these monsters. The commander applied the turtle's information. The military man asked our hero, "Is he in charge here?" Jeon Minchul heard the military man say, "Prepare," and began to release his demonic energy intensely. Our hero didn't think he'd ever see a soul mage again, so Kim Mongan and the Black Society are connected. Young Mench said that Fenrir should come and eat all the enemies. Fen looked at the iron monster and asked his master what to do with it. Fenrir looked up and saw the eternal warriors approaching to help. Jeon Minchul told those warriors to take care of the metal monster. The protagonist told his dog that he was now free and could take advantage of the special dinner. Phineas, one of the angels, reported that enemy artillery units have been detected. Young Menchel issued an order to destroy them. The enemy military could not understand what was happening. Why are they being defeated? The military man said, "I am Kim Bong-won, commander of the 3rd Corps and cousin of General Kim Mong. I should be given due respect by the Southerners immediately." Young Menchel said, "There are proven means for people like this military man." Our hero activated the Dark Star Stick. Baldy repeated once more, "I am the general's brother." However, it did not help. Young Menchel swung his baton and rushed at his opponent. Kim Bong-won ran away and shouted, "Stay away from me." At the temporary base in Kong, our hero said, "Everyone did a great job." Jeon Minchul added, after the defeat of Kim Bong-won's 3rd Corps, it would be good to take stock. He asked what the casualties were. Martin replied that everything had been counted. Martin noted that they had 10 dead and 311 wounded. The enemy had been 50% destroyed, with about 500 captured. Jeon Minchul thought this was the first time there had been casualties in the entire expedition, and that was always a tragedy. Jeon Minch added that the northern troops considered them their enemies. Further action was then inevitable, but the atrocities could not be allowed to continue. In fact, this army clash had been planned from the beginning. After all, the real target had been the Black Society in Pandemonium. However, the traces of cannibalism found on the metal monster awakened our hero's rage. Jeon Minchul thought that since then, anger, pure, indescribable rage, had been growing inside him. Jeon Minchul asked the squad leaders what they had to say about it. The protagonist thought his anger was genuine. Park and Mansu said that he couldn't just leave, but it wasn't the decision of the whole guild. So he would help the commander, even if he had to do it alone. Verde said that he would lead all the guild members. Young Mench was surprised because Verde hadn't even consulted with him. Lai Yongjun said, "It's difficult for me to make a decision alone. I will gather the opinions of all the guild leaders." Jeon Minchul replied, "That's right. We'll discuss it one more time after the preparation." The protagonist thought that he could manage on his own. Park Men-soo and Verdi would help him even if he was alone. Jeon Minchul asked, "Why did Verdi stay and not leave?" Verdi replied, "I'm waiting to help." He added, "I'm ready to pry information from the prisoner, addresses, names, identities. I'll also learn all the secret ciphers and passwords." Verde said, "There are different methods for that besides physical pain." Young McCall completely forgot that Verde was a demon. Young Mensch said, "More pain could be inflicted on this prisoner." Verde replied, "It will be done." The general was furious. Had the Third Corps been destroyed, the Metal Devil Soar, and the SWAT team been destroyed, they would have had to retreat. The general added that it was necessary to attack. The professor thought that soul magic and modified monsters were all his work. The professor decided it was even for the best. If he weakened both sides, he could take advantage of it. The general received a report that the Southerners had attacked the Second Corps. But how was that possible? Jeon Minchul stood with sword in hand against the cunning opponent. Kim Bong-win was able to get some information from Kim Bong-win. The information was about the location of the troops and other things. Kim Bong-win resisted, and for a while, the Verdai knows his business. As a result, Kim Bong-win shouted that he would tell everything, and answer all the questions. Kim Bong-win said that the Northern Army has 5 corps and that all but Kim Bong-win's personal corps are the same sides. During the cataclysm, Kim Bong-win gained the ability to control monsters and used it to take control of Juanet. He mostly used civilians as fodder for the monsters. Anyone who disobeyed or resisted him was destroyed. Jeon Minchul said that Fenrir did a good job, and he did well. Our hero thought it was time to go back. He promised to buy his dog lots of ruby fish. Jeon Minchul thought as they defeated the Third Corps and almost immediately the Second Corps, the opponents must be in shock. As long as they come to their senses, they won't have a chance to mobilize quickly. Hunter said all the guilds have decided to continue the expedition. Jeon Minchul was surprised had they changed their minds so quickly. After all, not long ago they were still hesitating. Li Yongjun stated, "We want to help the commander. We can't leave now when things are going so well." Lai Yongjun added, "We see this man as a light." Mr. Martin said, "Hunter Jeon Minchul is overlooking the obvious." Shorty said, "Jeon Minchul saved the oppressed and everyone admires him." Jeon Minchul thought he was mad at them, but he attacked Kim Moon-gom's army to strike it as modious. However, it's not something to be flaunted. In the end, our hero decided it was for the best. Next, it was necessary to relocate the camp to Kwazing Wharf. The main unit would defend the captured territories. The squad leader said, "Defense is a disadvantageous position." Jeon Minchul replied, "If we could establish a stable supply of supplies at the wharf, it would also be convenient to observe the enemy's movements from here. Our hero wasn't going to sit idly by. We'll be sure to strike with pinpoint accuracy. There are still a lot of infested areas in Juano," he continued, "but those people don't care about them right now." Park Min-soo said, "Our tactic is a quick lightning strike. Did Jeon Minchul calculate everything?" Our hero responded, "I just decided to deal with the enemies quickly." Jeon Minchul stated, "Everything is ready. The real battle is only starting now." Changjong told her father, "The stocks of all the companies associated with the expedition have skyrocketed." The guild leader, smiling, said, "It was the right decision to invest in this matter." Jung Kwang-won, head of the Sinsum group, asked, "Is Jung getting too excited?" The man said for his daughter to invest even more money in the expedition. And after the expedition, "I want to meet this man." Jung thought that her father had always been so cold. And now, he approved of her investment. Ali thought that this VIP hunter was always the center of attention. Because of that, she had a lot of work to do. The bro thought the most important thing was that everything ended well. She hoped they would return home safely. The Rosenberg family, Great Britain. After the Gaia formula proved its effectiveness, many countries began placing orders. Mr. Fitzgerald said the investment had paid for itself. He believed Jeon Minchul could properly utilize the Gaia formula, as he had proven he could. Everyone recognized that his sister had been right. The head of the Rosenberg family, Jared, said they couldn't miss this chance. It was time to act. In the central office building in the northern region, the general shouted, "It's impossible! How could you calculate a location, send an elite unit, and immediately retreat? Only the Phantom would do that." Did the information leak out? The professor replied, "It looks like it." Kim Mungan shouted, "We've been looking for a lead for a month. Professor, you should come up with something quicker." The scientist replied that even if he was yelled at, nothing would change. In the past month, more than half of Kim Mong's troops had been wiped out. The professor thought he would love to leave, but so far they had accomplished nothing. He had failed twice already, and if he failed again, Modius would not forgive him. The professor told the comrade general that he had a plan. The general was naturally pleased and agreed to listen. The professor suggested that the general accept the demon's power. Hunter said, "I don't want to appear weak in front of Jeon Minchul," so he came. Our hero didn't expect this man to come here himself. The second squad arrived from the capital. Experienced agents of the association, the best hunters. A total of 2,000 fighters had arrived here. Kim Boson personally led the second squad. Earlier, he said that if no one went, he would go alone. He couldn't be left out. Kim Boson's noble goal was to save people. She impressed everyone. The association, parliament, and government quickly formalized all the documents for the second squad. The department head said that this person could depart. Jeon Minchul said, "I have a request for Kim Boson." Jeon Minchul offered the S-rank hunter to be the commander of the entire expedition. Kim Bosun replied, I am already in charge of the second squad. Jeon Minchul clarified, I'm talking about the entire expedition. Jeon Minchul then announced to the squad leaders, Kim Bosun will take command from now on. He told the other commanders, you will be joining the main squad. The reaction to this was not the same. For the past month, the hunters have been traveling around Juan-Hedo without rest, fighting both armies and monsters. Because of the constant trekking, the commanders began to tire. Jeon Minchul told the expedition commander, Martin will be your assistant. Jeon Minchul thought to himself, in my previous life, I fought for a month without sleep. Now these guys are complaining too much. Our hero thought he wasn't cut out for command. He felt better when alone. Fenra, as always, was our hero's secret trump card. First, Sho went to Hayu, the main city of Kim Mongan's faction. Fenrir wondered why just them. Jeon Minchul replied, it's a long way from Hayu, because they need to save people. There are a lot of monsters here. At least the military was holding them back, but now they're gone. We need to find and destroy the gate cores and help the humans. Jeon Minchul thought that this village was not far from Hayu. It should be safe here, but there was no one. The protagonist saw signs of life nearby. There were no monster tracks here, only human tracks. Our hero determined that these tracks led to Hayu. So that's where everyone went. Why did that happen? Fenrir suggested they might have been taken somewhere. Could it really be a sacrifice? Jeon Minchul said to Fenrir, hold on tight. Our hero sped up and said, we're going to Hayu. Jeon Minchul was angry at himself. Why hadn't he thought of this before? The Black Society was behind them, and they were connected to the Pandemonium. Did they capture people to sacrifice them to the demon? But even with such sacrifices, they were unlikely to summon a truly powerful demon. Our hero was very angry. With a bird's eye view, the protagonist assessed the city and realized that before him was a sanctuary of darkness. It's an S-rank magic circle, he muttered. Jeon Minchul thought that this magic circle could only be used by a demon of the Overlord level. They had already started the ritual, the air thick with the smell of sulfur. The Shrine of Darkness distorted mana flow, making it impossible to use invisibility skills. In addition, there were guards around the perimeter. Fader asked his host, what will we do? Jeon Minchul replied, we will directly attack. The enemy soldiers noticed the approach of the Southerners, and the commander ordered them to open fire. The protagonist rushed at the enemy faster than a bullet. He activated protective magic and became out of reach of their attacks. Jeon Minchul turned to Fenrir. Get ready. There will be work for you now. However, this attack also involved the professor with his magic. The enemy shouted, the Southerner has destroyed our magic barrier. Jeon Minchul growled, I don't have time for petty things, and unleashed the flames of hell. The Sanctuary of Darkness distorts reality, and now our hero's powers are also under its influence. Jeon Minchul thought that the angels were weakening and the Eternal Army was getting reinforced. Our hero thought that the mana of darkness had intensified and the flames of hell had become even more powerful. For those who are not demons, this is not easy. Fenrir knows his job and does it perfectly. Jeon Minchul thought that Fenrir wasn't so much affected by the Shrine of Darkness. In any case, he would cover the rear. Jeon Minchul thought that they should destroy the shrine first. This powerful energy is coming from there, from the center of the city. The protagonist thought something was wrong. He could not understand why there were no civilians among the destruction. There were no civilians in the surrounding villages either. They must have been dragged away or used as sacrificial animals. Jeon Minchul thought that these crazy people were using people as prey. On the ashes, our hero saw the professor and the general. Were they waiting for him? He asked the general if he was Kim Mong. The general told the Southerner to keep his mouth shut. He should know who he was talking to. Our hero took on a demonic appearance and said he had nothing to say to this rascal. Jeon Minchul wondered what kind of aura did this general have. Jeon Minchul asked the second person, is he the scientist? The professor asked, is the one in front of him the one who helped them in the Lost Lands? Jeon Minchul asked the professor what he had done. Why was he sacrificing civilians? The professor wondered, haven't they still not realized it was to lure them here? Jeon Minchul prepared his blades. The professor said that he was ready to move on to the next stage. Jeon Minchul wondered, had the ritual already started? The protagonist decided that this was impossible, for a deity could not simply descend into this world. Even he only used his shadow. The flow of the universe was activated. Jeon Minchul wondered, did the flow of the universe sense something? Could it really be the sky of the Pandemonium? Our hero realized that they had breached the breach between dimensions and connected the Pandemonium to Earth. Can you do that too? Our hero was asked. So he is the one who was chosen, the voice added. It had been a long time since he had been in this world. A demon appeared in front of the protagonist and called himself Modius. As Modius spoke, he said, I have heard much about this mortal. If he swears an oath, he will be forgiven of all his sins. Jeon Minchul thought it was funny. Modius, the third strongest demon lord, was as strong as our hero's shadow. The professor said, This man is interfering with their plans. Why is the master talking to him? Modius, growing angry, thought as he let the professor speak. He repeated, "Is this man willing to swear allegiance to me?" Jeon Minchul thought that Modius was not inferior in strength to the god of thunder. However, our hero had a plan. In response, the protagonist showed Modius the middle finger of his right hand. Modius, furious, said, "This man has chosen the wrong drink." Spreading his wings, Modius ascended and declared, "This man is a fool." Jeon Minchul then asked Fenrir, "Can't you handle this demon?" Fenrir growled and said he could handle it. Young Mensch replied that he was counting on the dog in that case. As Modius asked our hero, "What kind of creature is this?" Young Mensch was surprised. Could this demon really feel the power of his skills? Jeon Mensch said that if Asodius could defeat him, that's when he'd know. Our hero knew how Asodius fought, thanks to memories from a past life. The system reported that a deity had been detected. The constellation God Hunter has been activated. As Modius wondered, how dare a man defy God? Young Mensch said there's no need to jump to conclusions because this was just the beginning. Our hero used the Heaven Master Step and suppressive power. Strength and experience were his main trump cards. As Modius wondered, was this really all that man was capable of? As Modius added that his opponent was overconfident, the demon activated the red pentagram. Jeon Minchul thought he couldn't dodge it. He needed to block the blow. He must use all of his strength. As Modius said that the mortal would be punished for his behavior. He raised the Spear of Justice. Jeon Minchul evaded and said, Asmodeus is the only one who can hurl a spear. The hunter wielded the Dark Star Unicorn Horn Spear. Fenrir overwhelmed his rival with strength, determination, and keen intellect. Asmodeus remarked with a grin, "Not bad for a mortal. You certainly know how to make this battle interesting." The protagonist was confident that his opponent would underestimate him. An ordinary spear would never withstand his strike, but the Dark Star Spear was indestructible. Nothing could shatter it. Jeon Minchul activated the circle of flame and waves of searing energy spread across the field. Asmodeus observed that his rival was amplifying his energy through a unique technique. "Now this is intriguing," he said. Jeon Minchul recalled Aegis, the shield of the Celestials. It drew upon the power of the White Knight to transmute dark magic into divine force. Still, unless the flames were magnified tenfold, they would not be able to overcome that shield. At last, the protagonist awakened the all-seeing eye. Asmodeus had not counted on such a rebuff and was terribly angry at this mortal. Had some man forced him to stoop to such a level? Jeon Minchul activated Dimension Freeze and Spatial Transition. Asmodeus wondered, would the power of sin be used against him? But it was not for mortals like his rival. Or had he used the mirror illusion? Jeon Minchul used a satin glove in battle attraction. Asmodeus said, with anger, "How dare this man insult me?" Our hero responded to the demon's many attacks with holy flames. The demon wondered, how is this possible? After all, this power was used by his older brother. Asmodeus sincerely wondered how this mortal could have gotten hold of such power. Jeon Minchul stated that he would keep it a secret so that Asmodeus would suffer. Junkel said, "When you think too much, you should just go ahead." Two powerful forces were about to collide. In this 5-minute battle, our hero expended half of his energy. If Asmodeus had fought at full strength, the protagonist wouldn't have lasted a minute. But he was too busy with Hellfire, and so he couldn't use his full power. Our hero took advantage of this. Asmodeus said confidently that these pathetic tricks wouldn't work on him. Jeon Minchul asked his opponent, isn't everything going according to plan for him? Our hero realized that now everything depended only on his endurance. Further, the Imperial Blade, the single lightning technique, and the lightning-destroying fists were used in this fight. Asmodeus said that this man was very agile, he added. Well, now he will show what true strength is. Young Menchel said that he wouldn't be intimidated as Modius remarked that he had already encountered something like this before. As Modius added, I have met the Demon Lord Dios before, though he was probably better known as the Demon Lord. Young Mencho said that the Demon Lord had died a long time ago. Our hero didn't see the point in telling his rival about his past life. Asmodeus said that Deimos was the one who was killed by his weapon. The hunter said that Caliph was a hero's weapon. Was the Demon Lord in league with him? Asmodeus said, a mortal could never understand. Caliph is a weapon capable of destroying Deimos' soul. This weapon could not have originally belonged to the human world. Asmodeus added that he and this wingless lowlife were on the same side. Deimos was arrogant. His defeat was part of the plan. Young Mensch thought that's why Deimos was so arrogant and they fought all the time. But he always won, leaving Asmodeus alive every time, only breaking his wings and all because of pride. Young Menchel asked his opponent, what's your next plan of action? Asmodeus said he was talking too much, so he wouldn't say anything else. Jeon Minchul retorted, you don't know your place, and attacked Asmodeus. The demon's mouth was bleeding. Jeon Minchul thought it looked like the Yorgamon's poison had begun to take effect. The protagonist had poisoned his rival while chopping his wings, and the poison had already spread through his body. In addition, he had deprived Asmodeus of his divine power, so the poison would have an even stronger effect. Our hero regretted that he had never learned anything about his mother, but at least he had learned something. Asmodeus recognized the power of this mortal. The demon declared that this man was an obstacle to his plans, so he would show all his power. The villain activated the countdown. The sacred flame resisted the curse, but to no avail. All the misfortunes of the world fell upon our hero. It was a curse using the power of the word. Asmodeus said in 20 days his rival's story would come to an end. If he did not break the curse within that time, he would suffer a severe defeat and the disappearance of his soul. A curse bound by an oath to the power of Asmodeus is a powerful curse that changes the laws of the world. Jeon Minchul was sentenced to death. Asmodeus asked the man, "Do you now understand what fear is?" The demon then asked, "Does a man feel his doom approaching?" But even if he wanted to deceive himself, it would not work. Jeon Minchul realized that if nothing was done, he would die. But why was he so calm? Asmodeus wondered how this was possible. It was unlikely that an elixir could be found in such a wretched world. Jeon Minchul said that he received this elixir as a reward for passing the tower. The elixir is a legendary potion that heals all wounds and breaks curses. It's his only chance. Asmodeus said this potion would not undo his curse. The elixir revealed the seal of the curse on the hero's soul. The energy of life counteracts the curse. The countdown has been canceled. The demon said it was impossible. The seal of doom is gone. He was poisoned by Yorgamon's poison and had used up all his strength. Jeon Minchul made a decisive rush forward and stabbed Asmodeus through and through with his sword. Blood rushed out in different directions. Jeon Minchul said that Asmodeus could go back in. The battle in Hue has become a legend. Our hero gained a lot of experience and increased his level. The constellation Hunter of Gods, the Cloak of Yorgomund, and memories from his past life. If it wasn't for all of this, our hero wouldn't have survived. Fenrir inquired of his master. Had he defeated that monster? Fenrir added, the mere sight of him gave him goosebumps. Could it be that the hunter was able to handle him? Jeon Minchul said that when the dog regained his strength, he would be able to do it too. The hunter said there was a man there and he needed to be found. Fenrir replied that he had already done so. Jeon Minchul praised the poodle and said, "I will feed him a ruby fish for it." The system reported that the hero received divine power from a defeated enemy, the God Hunter constellation. It stole some of Asmodeus' divine power. The hero's soul was filled with divine power. He overcame the fetters of the soul and reached a new level. Fenrir inquired, has his master become a god in this world? The system reported that a wielder of divine power had appeared in the Earth dimension. Jeon Minchul replied, he doesn't become a god. Divine power is the result of being honored, and he received it as a reward. This is an exception to the rule. Our hero received the power of Asmodeus, and that's it. The system reported that a hero may appoint one apostle. An apostle of God is one who exalts the divinity of the Lord by glorifying his name. The speed of his ascension depends on who becomes an apostle. Therefore, the choice of an apostle is very important for those who have divine power. Jumkul thought that he had stolen his divinity, so it wasn't a big deal. But if he could appoint one, why not empower one of his subordinates? Kim Bosong said that Kim Mong's brook had been destroyed. The squad leader wondered, what do you mean the demon lord has appeared? As soon as our hero came to his senses, he returned to the camp and explained the situation. The expedition canceled all plans and began preparations for an attack on Hu. Verde told the demon lord that they needed an association check. Verde said that his master defeated Asmodeus himself, even though it was his avatar. Jeon Minchul said he had a gift. Veri knelt down and said that he served his lord with all of his heart. You don't give gifts every day. At first, our hero wanted to make Fenrir an apostle. But on second thought, Verdi would fit better. The candidate's soul was ready to receive divine power. Veri's stats doubled, with some skills gaining S rank. Veri wondered, what kind of power was this? Randy said, it's great. He's the first young man apostle. But why is his skill called Young Mensch Apostle? Verdi asked Jeon Minchul if the latter knew he was human. Jeon Minchul replied that Veri was not Ural. Veri objected because Jeon Minchul said he was Ifrit. Our hero recalled that he had never once called himself Ifrit. Verdi himself swore allegiance to Ifrit. He had no tongue in cheek. It was all his own speculation. Verdi thought it was unbelievable. How could he have gotten to this point? After Kim Moonong's death, the army collapsed in an instant, and the hunters wiped out every last one of them. That was the end of the War of Liberation. 3 months later, our hero was home again. This expedition had initially attracted a great deal of attention. The rescue of Huano was a great achievement. However, word came that the hero had stopped another demon lord. The name Demon Lord, which had taken hold in people's minds after the appearance of the demos, instilled terror once again, just like before. The incident occurred in the same place where the truce between Pandemonium had been made earlier. The news traveled across the earth and even to other dimensions. Asmodeus holed up in Pandemonium, even though he was only in his body, our hero had wounded his soul and stolen some of his power. The expedition was still in Juano. They must find all the gate cores, restore the infrastructure, and help the locals. Jeon Minchul had no more reason to stay in Juano, so he decided to go back with Martha. But why was Jeon Minchul doing this? After all, he defeated Asmodeus himself. Why should they attribute this victory to the entire expedition? Jeon Minchul replied, "I don't need the extra attention." Our hero added, "I'm going back to the tower. I'll leave the rest to the commander." Jeon Minchul defeated Asmodeus and immediately rose to the 89th level. At this rate, he would soon reach the 100th level and obtain the last skill. In addition, he had obtained divine power. He needed to become stronger to deal with it. Jeon Minchul asked Mr. Martin if they were changing the leadership. The short man replied, "It's not official yet, but soon the Yongan branch will have a change of manager. It's quite unexpected."